The result was unexpected when Ju Sojun, a genius born into the Sujin family, one of the top 5 families in South Korea, with her outstanding abilities, lost to some nonchalant nobody during the selection trials for one of South Korea's top 3 hunter training facilities, Valhalla, a place renowned for its ridiculously high competition rate. 500 applicants for every one spot. Countless hunters wish to bear the title of Valhalla each year, but no more than 150 people can graduate under this title. The competition was fierce from the start. Ju Sojun had mana levels comparable to a high school student at the age of 10. She could infuse mana into a sword to enhance it at 13, and at 16, she challenged and defeated every member of the Yusin family, but that was just what was written in her file. Some said that Ju Sojun could even communicate with the family's guardian constellation, and that was why the Yusin family had such high expectations. The reason South Korea has 5 great families is because of the guardian constellations associated with each one. Normally, a hunter would receive a blessing or sign a contract with a constellation. However, the guardian constellations of the 5 families are different. The Yusin family, the Sword God; the Gangsan family, the Spear Saint; the Choijin family, the Blade Emperor; the Osun family, the Fist King; and the Dojin family, the Bow God. Members of the 5 families receive blessings from their respective constellations, giving them talent and abilities far beyond others. There's a huge difference between receiving a blessing and making direct contact. Contacting a guardian deity means signing a direct contract with them, and if that were true, Ju Sojun was a true genius. But even for a genius, she was nothing before Kim Ju-huk. Everyone thought the match would be incredibly intense and that Ju Sojun would take down her opponent in one blow, but no. The one taken down in a single strike was Ju Sojun herself, to the utter astonishment and disbelief of the reporters, Valhalla's head coach, Lee Sangxian, and the heir of the Yusin family, IU. Kim Ju-huk looked down in boredom at the collapsed opponent before him. What is this? Why is everyone so weak? Is this really the future 300 years later? So, why would he say something like that? Simply put, 300 years ago at the Tower of Destruction, the god of the Tower of Destruction, the destruction god Bakur, and the martial god Kim Hano had an absolutely epic battle, and the martial god defeated the tower's boss, successfully preventing the world's destruction. However, epic my ass, the tower began to shake violently after Bakur's death, and Kim Hana clutched his stomach in pain, wondering if the tower was collapsing because he killed the boss, and it seemed that was exactly the case. In his final moments, bidding farewell to the mortal world, he suddenly thought of his disciples. It was a good thing he didn't bring them along, or they would have all been wiped out. Though he had regrets, he could only offer a foolish smile before being turned into a pile of mush. However, death was not the end. Kim Hana was reincarnated into a 17-year-old body, 300 years after the Tower of Destruction collapsed. Regardless, he was completely satisfied with being alive again. His body was weaker and younger than when he was called the martial god, but that wasn't a problem. If he started training again, he believed he could live a life of luxury, at least until that transparent window appeared, and of course, you can run but you can't hide. That status window always sticks to hunters. The notification read, "The Tower of Destruction will appear in 5 years. Prepare." Smacked him right in the face, making Kim Ju-huk furious enough to go crazy, silently cursing that damn doctor. If only I had known. I should have thrown that bastard into the lava back then. Now there's nothing I can do. I will destroy the tower once and for all, and then live in the lap of luxury for the rest of my life. However, there's still a long way to go before living in luxury. The system reminded him Kim Ju-huk could retrieve his weapon and memories on the 3rd floor, in the 5th room to the right of Valhalla, and this was also the reason why he participated in this entrance competition. The 4th day of the 10-rank tournament began. This time, Kim Ju-hyuk's opponent was the eldest son of the Osun family, Ursay. This guy wasn't good at academics, nor was he skilled in scheming or martial arts, but he still possessed one extraordinary talent: muscular strength. Ursay could do things that others couldn't do if they didn't have mana, and with just a little bit of training, he could become many times stronger. Ursay's superhuman muscular strength was completely innate. That alone was enough for him to be called a genius. Seeing that his opponent didn't look very strong, Ursay confidently believed he could take down Kim Ju-hyuk in an instant and use it to boost his own reputation. However, that could only happen in his dreams. What a brainless oaf, getting provoked by just a few taunts from Kim Ju-hyuk. He lost his cool and charged forward without thinking. Kim Ju-hyuk knew that he wouldn't win a battle of raw strength in this body because Ursay's muscular power was no joke. However, being big doesn't guarantee a win. Martial arts help to maximize muscular strength and the ability to observe an opponent. If you can't harmonize those two things, this will be the outcome. He was seen dodging Ursay's attack by a hair's breadth, causing him to lose his balance, and he immediately spun around, delivering a finishing blow to his opponent's chest, leaving him sprawled on the ground in pain. After winning this meaningless match, Kim Ju-hyuk coldly turned his back and walked away. The reporters and guild members present constantly whispered and assessed his abilities. Among them was the patriarch of the Fist King clan, Chu Shin. He realized that Kim Ju-hyuk's strike was not a simple attack. Even though his son wasn't interested in practicing martial arts and only focused on increasing his muscular strength, he could easily dodge a punch from anyone his age. However, Ursay couldn't dodge that punch. Initially, Ursay had lost his temper and just charged headfirst at his opponent, while also using magic, which he almost never used, just to quickly end the match. But Kim Ju-hyuk slightly tilted his head to one side to dodge. Because Ursay had carelessly assumed his opponent would definitely be hit, so he had shifted his entire center of gravity. Chu Shin stroked his chin thoughtfully, so that kid moved even faster than Ursay's maximum speed. The moment Ursay charged in, Kim Ju-hyuk already had his own plan. That in itself was an extraordinary talent. He seemed very excited, glancing around at the people from other guilds for a moment, then turned back to today's main character and affirmed to himself, "I will definitely recruit you into our family at all costs." The break time was over, and the next match began. Kim Ju-hyuk's opponent was the second daughter of the Chojin family, Choi Erin. As soon as she appeared, the men in the stands immediately went wild like bulls in heat, cheering and shouting non-stop. The sight made Kim Ju-hyuk's eyes soar. He cursed them for looking like a bunch of lunatics. Why the hell would a bunch of guys who've done their military service call a 17-year-old girl big sis? He thought this time would be like any other, with his opponent attacking first, but no, both of them remained still. He stood there awkwardly, waiting for his opponent to make a move. Since it had come to this, Kim Do-hyu decided to strike first. With a rather villainous look on his face, he let out a smirk and took a small step forward. At that exact moment, Erin realized her opportunity had arrived. She drew her sword and swung decisively, but it was the same old story as when she fought others. In a flash, Kim Do-hyu vanished without a trace, then suddenly appeared right beside her. A giant question mark popped up over Erin's head. If you keep staring at your target, aren't you just telegraphing your moves? With that said, he unleashed a counterattack. Erin was immediately knocked back, but luckily, she used her sword to block and managed to stay on her feet. However, before the girl could even react, Kim Do-hyu, like a wandering ghost, was already in front of her, landing another blow. Now, try and block this. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Erin was completely unable to defend herself. She took the full force of the attack and collapsed instantly. Seeing his opponent lying flat, Kim Do-hyu felt that something about his last attack was a little off. But whatever, a win is a win. And with that, the tournament for the top 10 ranks officially concluded. The name at the number 1 spot was none other than Kim Do-hyu, who wearily walked out of the arena. Rubbing his thin shoulders, he ran right into a crowd of guild recruiters. What a massive pain. The grumpy Kim Do-hyu shot them a death glare and uttered 4 words. "Shut the hell up." The next day, news that the first-ranked student from the entrance exam had chased away and cursed at the guilds, offering him a spot spread like wildfire in the papers. Comments like, "Is Kim Do-hyu a psycho? Is he a villain? Blah, blah, blah," flooded in from netizens. But despite all that, the young man was still the center of attention and proudly entered Valhalla. Having gotten in on his own merit, the first order of business was to listen to the school flex about its achievements and a few speeches. Speeches from the heroes of the revolution, oh wait, no, the heads of the academy. Seeing Kim Do-hyu yawning non-stop, a few guys next to him felt totally intimidated. He wondered if he was standing out too much, but figured it was for the best, saving him the trouble of getting to know anyone. After listening until his ears bled, the entrance ceremony finally ended. The students were then randomly assigned to their classes. In the virtual combat simulation room, the leader of the Chojin Guild, Instructor 24, glanced over the students and wondered to himself, "Is my luck about to run out? Why would the school arrange the classes like this? Wasn't it supposed to be random?" In front was Ju Sojin from the Zujin clan, next to her was Chojin from the Erin clan, and the big guy in the middle was Ursay from the Osin clan. How did 3 geniuses from the 5 great families end up in the same class? And on top of that, why is that bastard Kim Do-hyu here too? Although he was completely freaking out, he quickly composed himself and introduced himself as the homeroom teacher and instructor, Kim Lee-gun. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately slammed a button on the keyboard. Everything around them suddenly shook, and the entire group was teleported to another dimension. Appearing outside was a horde of goblins and orcs, about 100 of them. Seeing their prey, the monsters charged forward eagerly. But tough luck for them, the students were protected by a magic shield, so no physical attacks from the outside could get through. Kim Lee-gun called Kim Ju-hyuk over and asked, "Can you handle all these monsters by yourself?" No, this guy isn't what he seems. He wants to make Kim Ju-hyuk lose face and deflate his ego. Because for students, they have mostly only seen monsters in textbooks, never in real life. It's no wonder he's scared. Stop pretending to consider it and just refuse. I'll make my move when he backs down. That's what he wanted. Kim Ju-hyuk thought for a long moment, then gave a cryptic smile, which made the instructor quite angry. He spitefully told Kim Ju-huk to get on with it, but our young man wasn't stupid. Why should I do something like this? Since this was just the first session, he looked the instructor straight in the eye and asked what the reward for this test was. Kim Lee-gun was stunned for a moment, but then agreed to an exchange, offering a reward as a condition. If you handle all the monsters, I'll do anything you want within my power. Oh, now we're talking. Although it was a bit lacking, it was acceptable. Kim Ju-huk agreed to this condition, not letting the instructor waste any more words. The young man held out his hand, demanding the sword from behind him. How was he supposed to fight this mob without a weapon? And so, before everyone's eyes, Kim Ju-huk continuously swung his sword. His decisive attacks struck their weak points, slitting the monsters' throats in a single slash. As he fought, he thought about the past. It's been 300 years since I last held a sword. I bet I've gotten rusty. Back in the day, the world was turned upside down because of monsters, and humans used whatever was in front of them as a weapon, but the sword was still the most familiar one, just as I thought. The monsters are simple, they're just NPC monsters, nothing more than cleverly created fakes. While he was on a killing spree outside, inside, Kim Lee-gun was terrified and breaking out in a cold sweat. I can't believe it. The thing I gave Kim Ju-huk was just an ordinary sword. It doesn't have any magical power or any kind of strength, but he can cut through everything so easily. He's slicing through the monsters like they're made of mud. Of course, it wasn't just Kim Lee-gun who was surprised. Even the 3 youths from the 3 prestigious families thought it was insane. The last monster was defeated. Kim Ju-huk slowly sheathed his sword, turned to the instructor, and stated his demand. I want to go down to the Constellation's room. You're going to keep your word, right? A few hours later, the first class finally came to an end. Kim Ju-huk listened to the lecture so dejectedly it felt as if his soul was leaving his body, like he was being tortured. My original plan was just to get what I needed and get out of here as soon as possible. So what is this nonsense I have to sit through now? Come to think of it, I've never considered going to school, nor have I ever attended one before, but it wasn't entirely a waste of time. Although the class was very boring, he did learn some special information about a matter concerning constellations and his past life. In his past, there was no such thing as a constellation. As it turns out, a constellation is a term for the transformation of people with great futures into becoming gods. Most constellations are connected to hunters through what are called relics, and they grant them special powers. Valhalla in South Korea is the world's 3rd largest academy, possessing many constellation relics, and it seems everything about swordsmanship and how to kill monsters is useless to them. Therefore, Kim Ju-huk decided to head to the dormitory and seriously train his martial arts. This body is really weak. His train of thought was suddenly cut short by the appearance of the family's second daughter, Choi Erin. "Teach me swordsmanship," was what she said the moment she saw Kim Ju-huk turn around. However, as mentioned, he wasn't interested, so the answer was no. The young lady stood there and repeated her request one more time. Kim Ju-huk had now lost all patience. He glared at her with a brutish look and yelled in her face, "Are you deaf or something? Stop clinging to me. I have no intention of teaching you, so get lost." After saying that, the young man immediately turned his back and walked away, leaving the young lady standing there completely stunned. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, the head instructor was trying to console Kim Lee-gun. After suffering such a crushing humiliation, he still couldn't believe that Kim Ju-huk was actually a high school student, capable of perfectly annihilating 120 monsters in the virtual combat room, despite never having seen a monster in real life. Even though he had no special background, an orphan from a small local orphanage with a complicated history, he possessed extraordinary power. Kim Lee-gun believed he was an imposter, but the head instructor thought otherwise. Because what kind of imposter would be crazy enough to try to enter Valhalla and cause a ruckus at the entrance ceremony? That did make sense. Kim Lee-gun continued to complain about what would happen next year. If Kim Ju-huk wasn't handled properly, it would be difficult to control the 3 youths from those prestigious families. Head instructor Lee Sang-cheon offered some words of sympathy, but then quickly shifted gears, telling him he was still lucky that a student from the great Ventric family was in another class. Kim Lee-gun felt a bit relieved at this, knowing his problem was better than the class next door, because he had heard that Jody Ventric, the direct heir of the Ventric family, had once been expelled for causing trouble at the British Academy. The next day, he thought he would live a peaceful, normal student life, but it seemed fate had tied him to drama, so he attracted attention wherever he went. While he was sitting there thinking about his filthy rich future, right in his face was the infamous Jody Ventric of the great Ventric family and his attendant, Urias Felix. Having been reincarnated, Kim Ju-huk of course had no idea who this guy was, and when he got up close, he had to ask for his name. Jody stared at him intently, thinking to himself that this guy was truly an uneducated, insolent fool. He hadn't even heard of the Ventric family. Without wasting words, Jody got straight to the point, looking at him with ambitious eyes and propositioning, "Do you want to become stronger?" In most families, the branch families usually have a harder time obtaining power and wealth than the main lineage. However, The Ventric family has a symbol that is a guardian constellation, and this makes them different from other families. Usually, a high-ranking or an S-class guardian constellation would protect the family, and they would directly choose a member of the family and grant them power and protection. But with the Ventrics, they decided to form a contract with a family member, someone who is not a constellation. This is how the Chosen One can form a contract without facing opposition from the constellations, and thanks to this unique choice, the Ventric family holds immense power throughout Europe. If you are a member of the Ventric family, you can choose a pseudo-contract regardless of your lineage. So even a branch family can hold some power over the main family. Robin, backed by such power from his family, had become incredibly arrogant not long before. Due to the chaos he caused at the British Academy, he was expelled, and to make up for it, he intended to recruit Kim Yu-hyo, the center of attention at the opening ceremony, to his side. If you come under my wing, I will introduce you to my family's constellation, and... Before he could finish, he was immediately cut off. So what, you idiot? Do I look stupid to you? You're not interested in me at all. You've just been showing off this whole time. And now you're spouting such foolish things. You're definitely an idiot. Am I wrong? Being humiliated like this for the first time, Robin was furious and wanted to charge forward to settle the score with this uneducated bastard. However, before he could do anything, a stern voice rang out from behind. Get back to your seat. Now doubly humiliated, Robin Vengeance angrily turned around and snapped at the teacher. Did you just use my full name? But the teacher was no pushover, retorting sharply. This isn't the British Academy, it's Valhalla. I don't care how powerful the Vengeance family is. As long as you're a student here, you will listen to me, your advisor. After being told off so directly, Robin couldn't do a thing and had to turn and leave with his tail between his legs. After class, Kim Yu-hyo felt quite bored. He didn't manage to find any new information about the constellations today, and instead got tangled up with an idiot. As he was walking and cursing the bastard who bothered him, Choi Aron appeared behind him out of nowhere like a ghost. It was the same line again. Teach me your swordsmanship, which made a huge question mark appear over Kim Yu-hyo's head. He turned to the girl and threatened, You also saw me humiliate him. Wasn't that enough? At the Valhalla Academy dorms, in a premium room, after being publicly humiliated by that nobody orphan with no connections, Robin flew into a rage, smashing everything in his room before grabbing Juji by the hair and slamming her head onto the floor. Juji, answer me now. Do you still think you're the eldest daughter of a royal family? Should I just throw you out of the house? Contact Jazera. There are a few guys who need some special attention. Also, the son of the rising family in class 2. Tell Loris I want to see him. At the same time, in Kim Yu-hyo's room, even though it was quite late, he was still diligently hitting the books. Oh wait, I mean working out. But there was a problem. He ran out of steam halfway through, panting like a dog. This body is truly garbage. I can't even use magic anymore. Suddenly, Kim Yu-hyo remembered his earlier exchange with Choi Aron just because he was trying to get rid of her. He had blurted out a demand for 10 million won for a single lesson. He thought Choi Aron would back down at the high price, but no, she had nothing but money. Choi Aron immediately asked for Kim Yu-hyo's phone number and transferred the money in a flash. 100 million won appeared in his account instantly. But Kim Yu-hyo was still being slippery and refused. He gave a bright smile. Never. I'm not going to teach you. Actually, a moment ago, he was genuinely surprised that a student like her could immediately transfer 100 million won. Kim Yu-hyo stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I teach her, I won't have to reveal all of my own secrets. That was an enormous amount of money. Well, whatever. It's just money anyway. I can earn it myself, so it's fine, although my mana was pathetically small. With that, he immediately prepared a shovel, his luggage, and geared up for a billion-dollar heist. Let's go. Time to find the secret vault. Before entering this school, he had already checked the surroundings, but most of the records hidden 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to his research, there were still at least 4 records left here, and he was certain they were on Valhalla Mountain. As we know, the location of the records could be determined by the reaction of the magic stone he was carrying. Therefore, Kim Do-hyuk strained with all his might to find them using the meager amount of magic he had. Voila! With that effort, he found them. A beam of light appeared on the ground. Kim Do-hyuk quickly started digging frantically, cursing this damn weak body as he worked. If he had known it would take this much effort, he would have buried it, somewhere shallower. Then again, if it weren't for the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, he wouldn't be suffering like this now. The world was on the brink of destruction back then, and there was no place to store his mountain of wealth, so Kim Do-hyuk created the records and buried them all. After digging for what felt like an eternity, until dawn, Kim Do-hyuk finally reached the outer shell of the vault. However, these locks were quite special. A regular key wouldn't fit these keyholes. He managed to squeeze out a little mana, creating a magic sequence and transforming it into a perfect key that fit instantly. At this rate, he should quit being a hunter and become a master thief. Kim Do-hyuk immediately jumped down, looking at the glittering pile of gold, silver, and jewels before him. He was absolutely ecstatic, even though it was all his to begin with. "Are you all doing well, my children?" That was all Kim Ju-huk could utter at that moment. Now he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. If he sold all this, he might even be richer than those noble families. To maintain the signal, he had previously infused them with a bit of magic for the day he would need them. Here it is. Kim Ju-huk picked up the gemstones and absorbed all the magic from them. Just as expected, energy flooded his body, an indescribable, tingling, euphoric, and lightheaded sensation. Now, it was time to deal with this place. Kim Ju-hyuk wondered if he should leave the gold bars behind, since they were heavy, and just take the lightweight, valuable gems. Carrying all of this would be a total nightmare, and it really was a nightmare. Kim Ju-hyuk went to class without any mind for his studies, his limbs so exhausted they felt like they were about to fall off his body. He tiredly sprawled across his desk, completely ignoring Choi Arin sitting right there next to him, repeating her usual line, "Teach me swordsmanship." This made Kim Ju-hyuk wonder why she was as persistent as a leech. According to the information he got upon reincarnation, among the top 5 families, the Chojin family used and practiced swordsmanship. So the question was, why was she seeking him out? To this question, Choi Arin said she wanted to learn from him because she had never seen anyone wield a sword better. Kim Ju-hyuk continued to question her. "What about your father? He's the head of the Chojin family, right? He's better at swordsmanship than me, isn't he?" Just then, before Arin could answer, the teacher suddenly opened the door and called Kim Ju-hyuk to the faculty office. As soon as he heard it was related to the room of the constellations, the young man immediately scrambled to follow. More importantly, it seems he sensed Arin's sincerity, so he tossed a few words back to her before leaving. 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, be at the training grounds. Asterisk. At the faculty office. Kim Lee-gun quickly got straight to the point, stating that the request to enter the constellation room had been approved, but the condition was that he could only go to the basement. He was not allowed to enter any floor lower than the first basement level. It sounded acceptable, though it gave him a slight pause. But Kim Ju-hyuk immediately and cheerfully agreed, not forgetting to ask the professor when he could go in. After some consideration, Kim Lee-gun said that if possible, they should do it tonight to strike while the iron is hot. Kim Lee-gun had thought his student would make a fuss about not being allowed to go down to the second floor, but he was surprised that the boy accepted so cheerfully. That evening, as planned, the professor put on his handsome look and led the young man to Valhalla's treasure, the constellation room, which was heavily guarded. It was so important, in fact, that it was enough to make Valhalla one of the 3 greatest academies. Kim Ju-hyuk observed his surroundings. He couldn't help but marvel to himself. Not only the security, but the outer walls as well, were covered in all sorts of magic, except for the entrance. Kim Ju-hyuk suddenly turned to the professor and asked him what would happen if he went down to the second floor. Hearing this, Kim Lee-gun felt a bit wary and answered immediately before it was too late, saying he wouldn't become a criminal, but he would be expelled, and on top of that, his memories would be stripped away before he left the school. On the second floor, the constellation's magic is extremely volatile, and if you touch it, your mind will shatter and you'll become a madman. Now all his questions were answered. Kim Ju-hyuk had 30 minutes inside. The notification, "Find your weapon on the 3rd floor," in the room on the right from Valhalla appeared again in bright green. Kim Ju-hyuk didn't care about being expelled or anything else. He came to Valhalla for this from the very beginning. And the first thing to do was to go to the 3rd basement level. But after just a few steps, he suddenly bumped into something. A system window suddenly popped up with a request. And just like that, it pulled Kim Ju-hyuk into a strange room. "Long time no see, Kim Ju-hyuk." That's what he heard after being sucked in and looming. Right in front of him was that bastard Baek Cheo, the Tower King of the Tower of Destruction. 300 years, is this a reunion? It is not. Baek Cheo was about to say more, but was immediately met with a punch straight to the mouth with a loud smack. Kim Ju-hyuk was so angry his head was steaming, shouting in the other's face, I'm so happy to see you again, you bastard." Baek Cheo tried to get up, waving his hand and telling Kim Ju-hyuk to calm down and listen to his explanation, but there was no calming down here. For every word the other guy said, Kim Ju-hyuk threw a punch. Baek Cheo kept crying for help, while Kim Ju-hyuk kept cursing. All that could be heard were desperate screams, "Stop! Don't hit me! Help me! Wait! Die! Don't hit you! I'll hit you even more!" I'm not the kind of person who lets their fists do the talking, but in the case of someone like you who destroyed my comfortable future, it's a different story, you scoundrel. My wealth, my fame, and all the time I spent training those young disciples, Baek Cheo had had enough, able to do nothing but cover his face and take the beating. While Kim Ju-hyuk took a break to catch his breath, he tried to crawl up and managed to squeeze in a few words. Wait, aren't you wondering where this is?" Only then did Kim Ju-hyuk suddenly realize with a start, asking himself, "Where is this? Who am I?" There wasn't a damn thing around. Baek Cheo finally had a chance to get up. He said that this was a virtual world, or more precisely, a relic space. And the form of Baekcheo that Kim Ju-huk was seeing now was just a manifestation of this virtual world. His real body had disappeared 300 years ago. A huge question mark appeared as Kim Ju-hyuk replied with some confusion. Wait, you mean you've been in this relic the whole time? Baekcheo knew it was time to flex. He flew high up, looking down majestically with a face full of pride. That's right, Kim Do-hyuk. I've become a constellation. You know? You think being a constellation is cool? Kim Do-hyuk turned and punched him right in the face for that disgusting attitude. 30 minutes were up, and it was unclear if he had gathered anything. But Kim Do-hyuk still had to leave as required. As soon as the teacher saw him, he approached with a grim face to interrogate him. Did you do anything strange in there? To avoid any more trouble, Kim Do-hyuk gave a vague answer and quickly got the heck out of there. There were many strange things he needed to figure out. Back then, after beating Park Cho to a pulp, he had calmed down and spoken in a civilized manner, using his fists to force him to spill everything that had happened. Park Cho was crying without tears, his face numb from the punches. After you killed me, teacher, I was in this thing for 300 years, without any power whatsoever. I regained my memories after receiving a notification to contact the regressor Kim Do-hyuk. Thanks to that, a suspicious guy appeared. I wonder if this was the work of the one who made me the master of the Tower of Destruction. Kim Do-hyuk continued to press him about who turned him into the tower's master, but it seemed Park Cho didn't know either. All of his memories of that part were gone. After saying that, Park Cho turned to ask Kim Do-hyuk about his notification. What did it say? The young man recalled that bright blue screen. It told him to find the weapon and memories. The parts below were unreadable, covered by square boxes, but Kim Do-hyuk couldn't remember losing any memories. He still had his memories from the tower. Park Cho pointed forward, looking for the key point to explain. Perhaps those memories just haven't returned to your mind yet, teacher. You've already found the weapon, so the memories should appear on their own. The more I listen to this kid, the crazier it sounds. What weapon? I haven't found any weapon, have I? The teacher was still slow on the uptake, so Park Cho continued. That's right. This space is inside the world of the 4 weapons that became holy relics, the devouring sword. I became a constellation, just because I used a holy relic. Hearing this, Kim Do-hyuk felt like he was being provoked and rushed over to punch the kid again to vent his frustration. At this point, Kim Do-hyuk roughly understood the situation. Park Cho was once his student, but was turned into the master of the tower by some unknown force, and to save the world, he had killed him, and now he has been resurrected, living for the past 300 years as a soul inside the devouring sword, and on top of that, his weapon, the devouring sword, has become a holy relic, and inside it, there's even a constellation. What a bizarre situation. Kim Do-hyuk wanted to destroy it and just be done with it, but it seems that even though it's weakened, it can still contain Park Cho, the one known as the Destruction King, so he decided to keep using it for now. He figured that only the owner of the devouring sword would know about the appearance of the notification window. As his head was throbbing from the chaotic mess of information, his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by some thugs in front of him. The blonde guy, acting like a big shot, cracked his knuckles and approached menacingly. Hey, you're the one who ranked first at the opening ceremony. Kim Do-hyuk, right? Your senior is standing right in front of you. Aren't you going to greet me? This guy was the eldest son of the Han, Sunrise Lyric's family, a second-year student at Valhalla Academy. They thought he'd be scared seeing an upperclassman, but that might work on someone else, not Kim Do-hyuk. He retorted immediately. Senior, bullies like you have juniors, being insulted by a lower classman. One of the hot-blooded ones stepped forward, shouldering a spear, demanding to handle this new kid. The difference between a first year and a second year. Before he could even finish speaking, he took a kick right to the gut, as Kim Ju-hyuk looked down on them with amusement. I, Kim Ju-hyuk, am not a fan of long speeches. I prefer action. Stop your yapping and attack, you damn thugs. And just like that, without giving them a chance to attack, Kim Ju-hyuk rushed forward to show them a world of hurt. One by one, they were punched and then kicked, leaving them flattened on the ground. A few were still standing frozen like statues, and Kim Ju-hyuk couldn't just let them go home empty-handed. He casually swung his sword, feeling absolutely great. Hurry up and come here. This is going to be fun. If you just keep standing there, I'll smash your head in. 3 hours earlier, the eldest son of the Sunrise family, Lorik Sunrise, a second-year student at Valhalla Academy, was summoned by Roxane Benjik for a favor, specifically to deal with a first-year student in exchange for a reward that would be beneficial to the Sunrise family. Roxane allowed him to use a weapon and promised to handle the aftermath. For such a simple task with a huge reward, Lorik agreed without a second thought. He figured that even if the kid was ranked number 1 among the freshmen, it didn't matter. A first year was still just a first year and no match for a sophomore. This was because students at Valhalla had to visit the Constellation Room during their second semester of freshman year to form a pact with one of the constellations. Students who formed these pacts were known as contractors. Once they became a contractor, they could wield the power of their chosen constellation that they had made a pact with. And based on his research, Lorik was confident that Kim Ju-huk was born into a common family with no guardian constellation, so this would be a piece of cake. He could take him down with ease. At least, that's what Lorik thought before he arrived. But now, he understood exactly what he was up against. Lorik was terrified, but he tried not to show it, absolutely petrified as Kim Ju-huk walked toward him. What was that bizarre swordsmanship? It didn't seem like he was using much strength, yet his opponents were struck with overwhelming force. Countless questions raced through his mind, but his pride was stronger than his fear, so he had to put on a brave face. His goons remained frozen behind him, hesitating on whether to attack. "I can't lose this pathetically." Ignoring the potential outcome, Lorik yelled at his underlings to charge. "What are you scared of, you morons? He's just a freshman." He talked a big game, but deep down, he was scared enough to wet his pants. Kim Ju-huk stood by with his sword, waiting for the drama to unfold, mocking them as they just stood there, flapping their gums. "Oh, look at the brave leader. Whoever stays still gets hit first." The moment he finished speaking, Kim Ju-huk appeared right in front of his opponent, pressed his sword to his gut, and delivered a single strike. The result was Lorik being knocked unconscious instantly. How tragic. All that trash talk just to get knocked out. After waiting for a while and seeing the scumbag still hadn't opened his eyes, Kim Ju-huk decided to help by applying some physical persuasion to his handsome face. "Wake up, you brat. Who are you? And why did you bring your crew here to fight me?" Even after getting thrashed, Lorik gritted his teeth and refused to say a word. Not wanting to waste any more time, Kim Ju-huk decided to leave them be, telling them to clean everything up before he departed. Seething with anger, Lorik tried to save some face by yelling after him, "Do you think you can just attend class like normal, after what you've done? Even if you're the #1 freshman, you'll be expelled if word of this gets out." It seems this guy is brainless or something, playing the victim after picking a fight. Kim Ju-huk couldn't be bothered to care, but he still had to stick around and knock some sense into him. "Whatever, you know what people will gossip about if you run your mouth. About what happened today? A bunch of second-year students came to beat up a first year, but they all ended up getting their butts kicked. If you spread this story, won't you be too embarrassed to show your face at school? Think it over carefully. If you still want to come to school and join a guild, then you better keep your mouth shut." Meanwhile, Roxane was in her dorm, eagerly waiting for news that her enemy had been beaten to a pulp. Just then, Lorik called, and she thought she was about to receive good news. But what he heard was the complete opposite. "I'm not getting involved in this anymore." Robin stubbornly tried to persuade his upperclassmen to report the assault to the academy's administration so Kim Ju-huk would be disciplined. He promised to pay him handsomely if he did so, even offering to pay his family clan as well. But for these gangster types, money isn't everything. They still have their honor to uphold, so the answer was a hard no. Infuriated, Robin angrily smashed his brand new smartphone on the ground, shattering it to pieces. He turned to Juji, who was standing behind him, his eyes blazing with fury. "You've contacted Gisera, haven't you? So, where is he?" Apparently accustomed to such situations, she calmly replied to him, "Yes, I informed him that you wish to see him, but since he is far away, it will likely take some time for him to arrive." In Mexico, at Aripia Academy, Gisera Ventric, a thug who specialized in bullying others, received a message from Robin about coming to South Korea and taking care of a guy named Kim Ju-huk, with a reward already prepared and waiting. Upon hearing the news, he was overjoyed and immediately broke into a sinister grin. The next day, at 6 in the morning in Valhalla's training room, Kim Ju-huk brought his gear for the first time to do some physical training and was excitedly getting ready to practice some basic moves when a sudden voice made him jump. "Master, why are you here?" Kim Ju-huk suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and asked back, "What? Who's there?" "Bakr, where are you talking to me from?" Oh, it turned out to be his disciple, hiding inside the sealed sword. Kim Ju-huk angrily chewed him out. "I'm surprised you managed to get out of there. Maybe I should beat you up and stuff you back in there again." Bakr was terrified of his master and promised not to cause any trouble, revealing that he had left a copy of the sword in its place. Kim Ju-huk was quite curious about the ability to create a copy. Bakr explained that ever since he woke up, he had lost all his power, but in exchange, he gained this special ability, although he had no idea how. While he was pondering this, Erin showed up. She was there for the swordsmanship lesson Kim Ju-huk had promised, but he told her they wouldn't be starting that just yet. Instead, the first and most important thing was to improve her physical fitness, starting with exercise #1, warming up. If she could improve her physical strength, the amount of mana her body could absorb would increase, and it would be easier to control that mana at will. Kim Ju-huk found the training methods of the current generation to be strange. They poured all their efforts into mana control, before their physical fitness and other fundamentals had even been improved. Erin was a case in point, despite her immense mana reserves. Her actual skills were only at the level of a student who could barely hold a sword. And so, like a true coach, Kim Ju-huk began a grueling training regimen for her. That same morning, Kim Ju-huk's class had a short written exam, supervised by Valhalla's high-ranking instructor, Lilia. The topic was on otherworldly monsters, which had been assigned beforehand. She had asked the entire class to self-study and research the topic of monsters, so now it was time to test their knowledge. How to handle each type of monster. Everyone quickly wrote their answers on the test paper and completed the exam. Although today's test wouldn't affect their final grades, it would assess their ability to keep up in the next class. So everyone was quite tense, except for Kim Ju-huk, who seemed a bit off. It was so off that even the teacher exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you sure you can write an answer like that?" In the first-year teacher's lounge, the teacher was quite satisfied after a quick look at the tests. Lilia even confidently told Mr. Kim Lee-gun that the class had met her expectations. There were students from the 5 famous families, and they all did very well, but that was just a second before disaster. The male teacher hadn't even finished his sip of coffee when he had to spit it out, exclaiming, "Kim Ju-huk, he dares to call this scrap of paper an answer?" The old woman angrily crumpled the paper and turned to Kim Lee-gun to rant, saying the boy wasn't just lazy with his answers, but he was also mocking the class here, and this could not be overlooked. In the next class, I'll show him this test and give him a proper lesson. That monster of a kid isn't easy to handle. And it's true. Women really know how to hold a grudge. A week later in the combat simulation room, Lilia immediately called Kim Ju-huk up for an interrogation. She shoved the big fat 0-point test paper in the young man's face. Then she asked, "Did you actually take this test seriously?" Kim Ju-huk didn't understand at all, almost cursing internally about whether this woman was crazy or something. He answered firmly that he had indeed taken the test seriously. The old woman was furious but maintained her composure. First question, what is the best way to deal with a golem? How did you answer that question? Kim Ju-huk, with a complete deadpan expression, replied, "Stab it in the stomach." The second problem is when you see 8 goblins charging at you in the forest, write down what you will do. Kim Ju-huk unhesitatingly picked up the test paper and read it out loud. Starting with the first one charging forward, you stab them one by one and send them to hell. The teacher was incredibly salty, but there was nothing she could do. After arguing back and forth with the student for a while, she was too angry to say anything more and decided to give Kim Ju-huk a chance to prove his words. "If you can defeat this monster as you wrote on the test, I will regrade your paper." She thought doing this would scare the student into begging for forgiveness, but no, Kim Ju-huk went straight to the weapon rack and casually picked up a sword. Then he approached the golem in front of him. The monster raised its arm to attack, but then all that was heard was its pained growl. The sword was lodged right in its stomach, and in a few seconds, the golem completely disappeared. Kim Ju-huk turned back to look at the stunned crowd. With an obvious told-you-so look on his face, he said, "Stab it in the stomach, that's all." The students below were frozen for a few seconds, wondering. Without magic, he took down a golem with a regular sword. Witnessing this scene, the teacher no longer dared to be arrogant. She softly asked the boy how he did it. Kim Ju-huk looked at her with a questioning gaze. "Didn't you see me do it? You just stab it once in the stomach, that's all." Hearing his answer was like being told, "Are you blind?" Lilia no longer felt humiliated but rather found it absurd. She bit her nails as she processed a ton of information. To defeat a golem with a knife or sword, you'd need at least A-rank equipment, so it would normally make sense to defeat a golem with a single strike from such a weapon. But he handled it with that ordinary sword, and she thought that would be the end of it. But no, the teacher still wanted to test the second question, so Kim Ju-huk was immediately transported to another scene, and before he could even process the situation, a few green goblins, or more simply, berserker goblins, had already appeared right in front of him. This bunch was quite difficult to handle simply. If not dealt with correctly, the ones in front would use their battle roar skill and the other goblins would all rush in at once. Usually, mages with powerful skills would kill them all in one go, or they would need to run away instead of facing them. However, that was for an AI, not for Kim Ju-huk. He didn't care how many of them there were or what their fighting style was. He just grabbed his sword and charged at the first one. A painful thrust straight through its head from above, and when the second beast roared, it immediately took a sword to the throat. And one by one, each of them got what was coming. Kim Ju-huk turned to the woman and answered with a confident voice, "I answered the second question correctly too, right?" At this point, the teacher was completely intimidated, not daring to utter another word. The next day, as usual, Kim Ju-huk dragged Erin to the training room again to work on her physical fitness. The girl, despite trying her best, still couldn't keep up, lying sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Kim Ju-huk curiously asked her, "Don't you normally train too? Why do you look like you're on your last breath? How are you supposed to fight monsters like this?" Erin was dead tired, trying to explain that. She could use magic by borrowing power from the guardian constellations. It was just as Kim Ju-huk had predicted. Instead of physical training, they focused on magical power ever since they became dependent on the constellations. There would be no need to use physical strength. It would still be fine if they borrowed enough power from the constellations. but the risk was too great. What would happen if they got stuck in a labyrinth or a dungeon where magic is forbidden or ran out of mana during a prolonged battle? And what if the Guardian constellations didn't lend them their power? Too many problems could arise. Kim Ju-huk then let Aaron rest, while he would do another round of training. After the beauty left, Cho finally dared to interrupt and ask his master, "Why are you helping her train?" Turns out, it was because she was nagging so much it gave him a headache, so Kim Ju-hyuk just agreed. While they were chatting, he glanced to the side. That workout fanatic Ziek was also here, and it seemed he had trained quite a bit. Watching Ziek's back as he left, Kim Ju-hyuk thought to himself, he seems smarter than the crowd who only knows how to train magic. With that said, he then wondered what those mysterious constellations were up to. Cho could only answer, "I don't know," because he really didn't know, and not wanting to get punched, the underling added a bonus for his master if he completed the new quest on the system. He could learn more about the constellations. That reminded him, Kim Ju-hyuk hurriedly opened that damn window to check. It had some new information, stating that he needed to go to the Great Forest Eye Valhalla, the home of Megarana, to complete the quest. It sounded familiar, but this was the first time he'd seen it. The Great Forest Eye was the final training ground to visit in the first semester. If it weren't for this damn quest, Kim Ju-hyuk would have gone there after recovering his stamina, but it seems he would have to endure until then. No matter how foolish he was, he still realized that until the quest was completed, he couldn't be expelled from the academy. His secret needed to be kept safe. Meanwhile, in London, United Kingdom, at the Ventric family estate, the vice head of the Ventric family, Adilia, sat comfortably in her chair listening to a subordinate's report about Dizera being summoned to South Korea by Roxine. Hearing these names gave her a headache. Gizero Ventric, the problem child of the family and the worst kind of thug. He had used the Ventric family name to cause numerous scandals, and at the age of 59, he killed 5 people from the British Academy over a simple argument. Therefore, at the age of 20, his name was completely erased from the Ventric family, and he had been living in hiding for many years. And now he's looking for Jok Jin, which was clearly a bad omen. Adilia immediately ordered her people to monitor him before it was too late. Furthermore, she didn't forget to send a message to Jok Jin, "If I find out you're up to something shady, you will be kicked out of the family." As for Adilia, she despised freeloaders. All of them obtain the family's power without any effort, and that power is not meant for such trash. It will all belong to her and her alone. The next day, even though it was during class, Kim Ju-hyuk's mind was completely elsewhere. While he was lost in his thoughts, the girl in front of him suddenly signaled to him and passed him a note. As soon as he read it, his expression changed, his mood shifting in an instant because the students were allowed to go out this week. So as soon as class ended, Kim Ju-hyuk quickly wrote a permission slip. Ju So-jin had been tagging along behind him the whole time, stammering so much she couldn't get a single word out, which really annoyed him, even though he had politely replied to that note. He was already ticked off that she hadn't replied, and now this girl was just standing here spouting nonsense. Ju So-jin just wanted to ask Kim Ju-hyuk how he had managed to defeat the stone golem so easily, but she felt embarrassed as she was about to ask, as if she were insulting her own pride. But before she could even finish her question, a female teacher appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, cutting her off to ask, "How did you kill that stone golem I heard about?" Just like that, the teacher appeared and stole the girl's spotlight, for real, and that wasn't all. The teacher also invited Kim Ju-hyuk to become her assistant, promising many special privileges, especially the chance to research different ways to defeat monsters as well. Watching the two of them walk away, Ju So-jin cried silently. "I guess I won't ask any more then." The next day, as he had researched beforehand, Kim Ju-hyuk took his pile of valuable goods to a night market to sell them. The reason he chose a night market was because he didn't want to reveal his identity, and other similar items were also sold there. This type of illegal market still exists because its creator is a guardian constellation known as the Concealed Ruler. Since it was created and actively maintained by a constellation, high-level players use it frequently and openly, and despite its illegal nature, the government showed no signs of cracking down on it. This was also why it was easy for him to find a way in. Just as the online guide instructed, Kim Ju-hyuk arrived in no time. Looking at the scenery around him, he felt it was a bit strange, yet somewhat familiar. The purple sky and the cloudy moonlight, it was exactly like the night sky he had seen 300 years ago. Putting aside his musings about the sky, Kim Ju-hyuk blankly met the staff member he had read about in the post. Handing over 2 million won in cash for the entrance fee, he was immediately welcomed like a VIP guest. From this guy, Kim Ju-hyuk received a mask and information on the most reputable trader. Following the directions, Kim Ju-hyuk arrived in front of Morris, the man known for buying at the best prices. Without wasting much time, Kim Ju-hyuk immediately pulled out a bag full of precious rings, which Morris initially regarded with indifference, thinking they were cheap items. However, as soon as he held one in his hand to inspect it, he was completely startled. Having examined it from every angle, this was an artifact from the Era of Destruction. Are the others the same too? They're all from the same period. Where did he get so many artifacts? Morris asked curiously. Where did you get these things? But the rule here is not to ask about personal matters, so of course, Kim Ju-huk didn't answer. He then urged the man to hurry up with the appraisal and say how much he could pay. Morris stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, then said he didn't know. He couldn't appraise them because these artifacts were from the era of destruction, and he also didn't have enough capital to purchase them. Kim Ju-hyuk was quite surprised and pressed him for a place to sell this pile. Morris pointed towards the tall tower over there, where the auction hall was located. However, on average, it takes 2 to 3 weeks for your turn, because many people have booked in advance and you will need to come back for verification and to receive payment again. It was far too complicated and troublesome, and even though it meant more money, Kim Ju-hyuk seemed dissatisfied, asking if the old man could give him an estimate. Morris typed a number on the calculator. There were so many zeros the young man couldn't even count them, even though he knew they were very valuable in his past life, which is why he kept them. But Kim Ju-hyuk never expected they would be worth so much money. Morris said that by his estimate, even if he sold his entire fortune, it would only be worth 3/4 of the total value of this collection. Not wanting any hassle, Kim Ju-hyuk agreed to sell for that amount. This left Morris in disbelief. Artifacts from the era of destruction were traded at high prices because of their age, but there was another major reason behind it, and that was the constellations. The constellations began to appear after the era ended, reacting strangely to artifacts from that period. It was said that an ordinary person, with the help of one of these artifacts, was able to form a contract with the constellations. Morris examined the rings meticulously, observing the flow of mana moving through the details. The magic radiating from the items still lingered. He felt incredibly lucky to be able to buy these bargains for such a small amount of money. Just then, someone suddenly appeared, startling Morris immensely, because he had registered anonymously to auction the items, so the market owner, Brackett, had come to greet him personally. Glancing at the items in Morris's hand, Brackett also had to exclaim in amazement, "It seems my patron constellation really wants this ring." After finishing the transaction, Kim Ju-hyuk quickly left. Looking at the amount of money in his account, his heart was overjoyed. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about finances. If he ever ran short, he could just take more from his artifact storage. He still had tons of them after all. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone and was met with a long spiel without any chance to get a word in. It turned out to be Professor Lilia inviting him to lunch. He was already hungry, and it was a free meal. Why would he refuse? But as they say, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The professor kept nagging him about becoming a teaching assistant and offered quite a few benefits. For example, scholarships and many subsidies, the chance to write a thesis with her, and being honored at the Monster Research Association. Fame and fortune would follow, blah blah blah. And especially, he would be allowed to go out 2 times a week instead of once a month. Listening to all this gave him a headache. None of the benefits appealed to Kim Ju-hyuk. The most important thing for him now was to get to the Great Forest Eye, and he could only go there during the first-year final evaluation test. Even she, as a lecturer, couldn't help with that. Kim Ju-hyuk bluntly rejected the professor, stating he would not become her teaching assistant, nor would he co-author a thesis with her, so she shouldn't get her hopes up. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Lilia proposed to share information instead. If he revealed a little about how to attack various types of monsters, Kim Ju-hyuk was quite curious and asked what information that was, thinking it might be something good. Unexpectedly, it was just some information about Choi RN, which he found completely uninteresting. After eating his fill, Kim Ju-hyuk promptly stood up and got ready to leave. Before leaving, he curiously asked the professor, "Why do you have to be like that with the students? They're still kids. Why are you so strict in teaching them?" As if he had hit a nerve, Lilia began a long-winded explanation. But in short, she believed that as a lecturer on mystical monsters, it would be terrible if she didn't give it her all. Normally, monster attacks directly affect the students' survival rates. The students couldn't even remember basic attack patterns, which is why she had to be strict with them. After hearing this, Kim Ju-hyuk made a stone-cold comment. "That's just what you want." Then he said his goodbyes and left. At the Choi family's private residence in Sihyung, the patriarch, the head of the family, Choi Jong-suk, summoned his eldest son Choi Jin-jeon and his second daughter Choi Erin to ask them about their intentions before participating in the classification test. If they passed the test, they might get a chance to form a contract through the holy relic, Cheonwando. It is the ritual to become the family's successor. However, failure would mean being struck from the family register. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword, looking at them with a stern expression. "So, will you participate?" Both were a bit intimidated, but since their father had spoken, they both agreed. The classification test would be held in 3 weeks, so they both had a fair amount of time to prepare. On the way back, Choi Jin-jeon, who clearly disliked Erin, uttered some slanderous, condescending, and challenging words. "When you said you'd take the classification test, didn't you see father's face? It seems you really want to become the family head, huh? You illegitimate child, look at you, I'm so scared." Don't delude yourself into thinking you'll win the test. You can't even receive a constellation's blessing. How can you fight me? Someone who has already formed a contract. What? Have you given up already? Then just keep leeching off the family's fortune. I'll make you pay it all back someday, my dear little sister. A few days later, as time passed and the midterm exams were approaching, while the homeroom teacher was droning on at the board, explaining the rules and penalties for failing the exam, down below, Kim Do-hyuk didn't hear a single word. He was vaguely thinking about distant things. All the exams at Valhalla were very significant, both midterms and finals. If you scored low, you would be expelled from the academy immediately. So Kim Do-hyuk was a little worried. The practical test was a piece of cake, but the written exam was a bit of a problem. He needed to stick with this academy until the end of the semester to get to the Great Forest, but the young man still didn't know how to achieve that. Suddenly, Kim Do-hyuk thought of a way, and he called out to Park Cheol instinctively. You've attended most of the classes, right? So you take the test from me. Park Cheol immediately refused. He felt it was so unfair. But refusing was futile. After a few threats from Kim Do-hyuk, he was still forced to agree. After class ended, Erin had long since packed her things. She shyly approached Kim Do-hyuk to ask about training, which was perfect timing as the young man also needed some practice with his weapon. So he decided to teach her a little about swordsmanship. Calling it sword training was a bit of an overstatement. It was really just about how to hold the sword. That is the basic stance every swordsman needs to know. According to Erin, it had been a long time since she had trained her stamina with Kim Do-hyuk. She hadn't touched her sword, though she normally practiced all the time. Kim Do-hyuk told her to draw her sword, but it seemed her form was incorrect. He began to teach her bit by bit, telling her to put force into her ring and pinky fingers, gripping the hilt tightly. Erin immediately felt the difference. Without channeling any mana into the sword, her grip was firmer and more stable than holding it with both hands. Come at me. Show me everything you've got with that sword. Kim Do-hyuk continued to wait for the girl's display of power. Erin's movement speed had increased significantly, thanks to those grueling training days. Kim Do-hyuk continuously showed her the movements for attacking, how to channel her strength, and so on. Blah blah blah. And as expected, Erin was now much stronger. She silently thanked Kim Do-hyuk for helping her all this time. An hour later, it seemed both of them were getting tired. Kim Do-hyuk spoke up, telling her to stop there. That this was enough for today. Erin tiredly plopped down on the ground. She looked at Kim Do-hyuk standing there, a crazy thought flashing through her mind. She asked if he could train with her next time. Kim Do-hyuk thought for a moment. Sparring with Choi, Ariel would definitely be a great learning experience, and teaching someone as talented as her was also quite fun. Since the opening ceremony, he had sensed that she had a unique sword technique. Although she used a breathing technique, it felt very different thanks to this special talent for swordsmanship, through which he could rediscover his own senses. If it were 300 years ago, she would have been a talent worthy of becoming his disciple, but sadly, not anymore. He was no longer that free. Finding it fun to tease her, Kim Do-hyuk said he didn't want to spar anymore, thinking Erin would whine and beg again. But she just said she understood, which made him stop in his tracks. Erin replied that because he was always right, she would listen to him no matter what. 2 weeks later, at Valhalla Stadium, all the first-year students were gathered. Everyone knew the reason, except for one person. Kim Do-hyuk wondered why he had to be here, sighing in frustration and boredom. The homeroom teacher had talked about this 2 weeks ago. If he could, he probably would have landed a few punches on that old teacher. Not keeping everyone waiting, the head instructor and the other teachers came out to explain the rules for the Valhalla midterm exam. This time, the practical midterm evaluation will be a dungeon attack. You will form teams and enter an artificial dungeon. You can join anyone's team. I think the appropriate number for each team is 8, but you can decide for yourselves to add or reduce the number of people. The school will only evaluate you based on your level of contribution to the dungeon attack, and the time limit for elimination is 5 hours. If you cannot pass the test within the specified time, you will be eliminated. The dungeon's difficulty level is F+. Now, begin the exam. As soon as the announcement ended, the students began to scramble in a panic to form teams. The kids from the 5 great families had probably already grasped the key to the test. The remaining students formed groups of 20 or 8, and if they weren't balanced well, fights would surely break out. Students were scored the moment they stepped into the dungeon. However, there were some exceptions, as everyone chose to join a party. Only Kim Do-hyuk decided to go in alone. For him, a game of this level was easy, but he wasn't the only one. Kim Do-hyuk was quite surprised that Erin hadn't gone in yet and was just standing there. Oh, it turns out she had said she would follow his lead from now on, of his. He was going in alone, so she would do the same. Others saw her and invited her to team up, but Erin coldly refused. Sorry, I'm going in alone. I can do it. Ju-huk also said it wasn't that hard. That's what she told them before entering. In the Valhalla control room, the proctors were monitoring and grading the exam strictly. The scores seemed low because combat instructor Lee Sang-chun was the main grader. Back in his younger days, he was known as the Dungeon Master, a legend with a 99% dungeon clear rate, so he was the one who understood best the core of rating a dungeon better than anyone else. That's why Lee Sang-chun gave out such scores. Taking a quick look around, the old man seemed quite pleased. There was a good amount of talent this year, especially Jun Sojin, who had excellent combat abilities. He was textbook perfect, knew how to handle situations skillfully, positioned his team members in specific spots, and commanded everyone's movements to earn points, and on top of that, the kid formed a party with his group members in the middle of the fight to ensure they would complete this dungeon. Anyway, Jun Sojun was quite good. It's just that this year, Sukana Cho ran into Kim Ju-hyuk, so her record was tarnished. Speaking of Kim Ju-hyuk, the instructor tried searching for him, but what the hell? Strangely, no name appeared. Lee Sang-chun wondered if the machine was broken. Wasn't it supposed to find the information of all students who had entered the dungeon? Thinking it didn't seem right, the instructor opened the list of those who had completed it to check. Oh, so he was here. No doubt about it, Kim Ju-hyuk's name was right there in front of him. The instructor was beyond surprised. He couldn't believe the guy actually went solo, and his clear time was only 23 minutes and 32 seconds. This was something that had never happened at Valhalla. The instructor didn't believe it, but he still had to review the recording to verify. 1, 2. Then a whole nest was cut down by Kim Ju-hyuk without a single miss. After the goblins came the orcs, slash, slash, dice, dice. In just a few minutes, he was standing right in front of the boss. It was a golem specially created for the midterm exam, but Kim Ju-hyuk took care of it with a single, swift blow. His stats were like those of 8 people combined. Watching this display, Lee Sang-chun gave a helpless smile. It seemed the top spot in this exam belonged to Kim Ju-hyuk. The test quickly ended. Some were happy while others needed crutches, looking at the results board. The homeroom teacher was speechless. The head instructor saw this and explained, "I had predicted he would come in first, but I didn't think he could clear the dungeon alone without a scratch. If he continues to grow and pursues this career, South Korea might be able to reclaim the title of the one and only. That's the title for the strongest contractor." Kim Lee-gun stammered as he asked again. The head instructor realized he might have been a bit hasty and replied nonchalantly, perhaps because there haven't been many geniuses appearing for a long time. I got a little excited and said that, but this isn't the most surprising thing. The name in second place, Choi Aaron, was what surprised them the most. Lee Sang-chun never thought she would go solo. But the truth is, she still completed it, although it took some time and she sustained quite a few injuries, he said to the homeroom teacher without question. If this test was about teamwork, Ju Sojin would have definitely scored higher, but Kim Ju-hyuk and Choi Aaron received higher scores for their contribution levels, but the results are in, so we won't discuss it further. Even though the instructor said that Kim Lee-gun was still a bit suspicious, he had met the girl when she was in the guild. Choi Aaron was like a model student who only knew how to practice swordsmanship, but now she had the idea of clearing a dungeon alone. It was insane. For a moment he thought Kim Ju-hyuk had put her up to it, but then he dismissed that crazy thought. The next day, as expected, the ranking results stunned everyone. Roxio Ventric saw Kim Ju-hyuk's name glaring at him and got completely pissed off. Turning to his assistant beside him, he asked, "Jisera is in Korea, right? Call him immediately." Julia knew what was up, but as a mere gopher, she had no choice but to obediently comply. That same day, at Jamsu restaurant in Seoul, Roxio rushed out to meet Jisera and immediately saw the scar-faced dude waving hello. Then, like he'd been starved for 15 years, the guy sliced a piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. Jisera asked with his mouth full, "So this guy, you want me to take care of Kim Ju-hyuk? What did he do?" Having waited a long time for the chance to speak, Roxio answered immediately, "Nothing. He's just an eyesore to me because of his low birth. Please send him back where he belongs." "Oh, so you're a classist. All creatures are equal, but he's the only one who's superior. Huh." Jisera managed to finish his bite of beef, then looked up and asked the guy, "Can I kill him?" Roxio nonchalantly nodded and said, "Up to you." With that, Jisera pointed at Julia, revealing that he had just killed an old woman from her family just for being a busybody, which made her shake like a leaf. After that, he let out a savage laugh and told Roxio to get his payment ready. A week went by, and as the top-ranked student from the exam, Kim Ju-hyuk was allowed to go out for a bit. Seeing this, the attendant nagged him incessantly. "Haven't you already been out, sir?" Not wanting to argue with this busybody, Kim Ju-hyuk stated directly that he needed to find his old records in Suwon. Grabbing his luggage and turning on Google Maps, he wandered to a hill. Just as he was about to sit down, chill, and enjoy the view with some snacks and tea, some dude interrupted him. Kim Ju-hyuk froze and asked the man in front of him, "Background, hometown, name, what the hell are you doing here?" Of course, Jisera didn't answer. The guy ignored the question and started rambling. "Are you wondering why, of all people, it was me who found you on this mountain?" Of course, Kim Ju-hyuk knew. He was once the Sword King. He wasn't an idiot. You mean after you're done, you'll leave this place like nothing happened? You bet. Finding a kindred spirit who understood him 10 out of 10, they both immediately got into a defensive stance and charged into battle. Kim Ju-huk threw his backpack down with a thud. Ju-sera threw a vicious punch, and just as it was about to hit his cheek, Kim Ju-huk dodged instantly, causing the fist to miss and slam straight into the tree in front of them, snapping it in two. Ju-sera looked extremely excited, turning to his opponent with a threatening tone. "Oh, you're pretty lucky. You managed to dodge that blow. If you hadn't, you know what your fate would have been, right?" Kim Ju-huk gave a bored smirk and replied, "Lucky? No, I dodged it because you were too slow." Glancing at the handiwork the guy had caused over there, he wasn't stupid enough to not realize that guy was incredibly strong. This bastard might even be on par with or stronger than Seo-huk. Kim Ju-huk judged that this was too dangerous for him. This weak body of his couldn't possibly withstand a single blow. So, out of the 36 stratagems, running was the best option. He couldn't let his prey escape, so Ju-sera gleefully gave chase, thinking it would be an easy win. But unexpectedly, Kim Do-yu suddenly turned around and gifted him a punch to the face, knocking him flat on his back. "You have to crush your enemy completely." Kim Do-yu grinned menacingly, raised his foot, and stomped down hard on his face. By a hair's breadth and a stroke of luck, Ju-sera gritted his teeth and twisted his body to dodge the blow. Otherwise, he would have needed surgery. He scrambled up furiously, wiped the blood from his nose off his mouth, and cursed through gritted teeth. "You bastard. What you just did actually surprised me." Kim Do-yu was unfazed and shot back. "In a moment, you must have realized I'm the top ranker at Valhalla." Ju-sera fell silent upon hearing this. Of course he knew, but he couldn't understand what kind of drug the guy had taken to become so strong. Members of the Ventric family use their clan's talent to enhance their combat stats, even if just by a little. The family's talent was an innate ability in pharmacology. Ju-sera could easily use any potion given to him. His parents had made him drink hundreds of thousands of bottles of enhancement potions, so by age 16, he was already stronger than a grown adult. His parents wanted to use him to gain recognition from the family. But once he was old enough, Ju-sera no longer wanted to live his life under their control, and he sent his parents on their way, only to be exiled from the family by the self-proclaimed head. But Ju-sera didn't care. In this dark world, whenever he received a commission, most problems could be solved with money, and he became even more reckless after his ties with the family were severed. When he received the commission from Roxil, he was offered cash, but on second thought, he found Kim Do-yu more interesting, so he just asked for his life instead. He wondered how fun it would be to play with the guy who ranked first in the entrance exam and was also considered a lunatic for using insulting language to weed out all the association's spies. How fun could it be? But now, facing Kim Do-yu, he had a different question. Who is this guy? Ju-sera was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Hey, what kind of drug are you using to be this strong? I don't think it's any cheap potion that an orphan like you could afford." Kim Do-yu burst out laughing at this. It was so funny he had to clutch his stomach for a long time before replying. "He's on drugs? Ha ha ha, you crazy bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? Turns out you're a juicer, huh?" Ju-sera felt insulted but stubbornly asked again, "Are you really not using drugs to get stronger?" The more nonsense Kim Do-yu heard from this dude, the more excited he got to just beat him up. He replied while stretching his shoulders, "Of course not, you moron. I got strong through hard work and training. In a way, I could compare you to Oseo Cao, but it's too rude to compare someone with natural muscle like that to a guy like you." Being insulted so directly, Ju-sera became absolutely furious. He pulled out his weapon, cursing under his breath, "You son of AB times, TH, you're dead. It's over for you." But maybe all that juice went to his head, because as soon as he pulled out his knife along with a surge of magical power surrounding it, he was about to say something cool, but before he could even open his mouth, he immediately took a painful blow to the head. "You think I'd let you go that easily, huh? You're a real idiot. What kind of moron waits for their opponent to power up, huh?" While beating the guy to a pulp, he cursed up a storm. His trash-talking skills were a perfect 10. Ju-sera raised his hand to surrender, begging for mercy. But was that anywhere near enough? Kim Ju-huk got right in his face, grabbed him by the hair, and let out a savage laugh. "You can't pass out yet, you drug-guzzling moron. I was going to let you go, but the only thing you did was try to provoke me into a fight. But you said you were going to take care of me, so I can't just let you go. Anyway, I'm going to ask you a few questions, so you better bite down hard." Seeing the fist in front of him, Ju-sera was scared out of his wits. His face went pale as he cried out in despair. It's true what they say. Mess with the bull and you get the horns. A gutter trying to rival the ocean? Dream on, sweetie. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla dormitory, Roxil was eagerly awaiting good news from his senior, absolutely certain that Kim Ju-huk was already done for. But little did he know, the one who actually needed a coffin was Ju-sera. Roxil cheerfully called Julia, telling her to get the car ready to go clean up the body. Just then, a call came from Ju-sera's phone. Roxel hurriedly grabbed it and answered excitedly, "Yes, senior. Have you dealt with him yet?" The other end of the line was silent for a moment, then filled with painful groans, followed by a familiar voice. "I bet you have no idea what the hell is going on, do you? I wonder what kind of face you're making right now. Here, let me translate for your buddy. If I die, please light 2 incense sticks for me. Please wait for me." Hearing this, his face turned ashen. He hung up immediately, not giving Kim Ju-huk a chance to say another word. Now he was truly afraid. Afraid of his plot being exposed, afraid of facing the consequences. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the news reached the ears of the Ventric family. Roxel clutched his head in silence, but deep down, he was already plotting to get rid of Kim Ju-huk once more. He figured that since Kim Ju-huk was just a lowly commoner, nothing serious would happen, and things would blow over if he just laid low for a while. Back with Kim Ju-huk, after dealing with that blockhead, the master and disciple duo continued their search for the ruins. The more Bakker thought about it, the more confused he got, so he asked, "Did that guy you just beat up forget to bring his brain? Why didn't you just kill him, master?" Weary of his talkative student, he had no choice but to answer, "If it were my past self, I would have taken that guy's head off, but now I'm just a high school student." That seemed reasonable. Bakker stroked his chin, still pondering. "By the way, there are a few things that concern me. I'm talking about the magic that guy was radiating earlier. It was strangely familiar, and if he had released a little more, I could have confirmed what it was. But I've encountered it before. Didn't you feel anything?" "Oh, so it was magic." Kim Ju-huk didn't notice anything special. Since he'd never been a demon, he just let it go, flashing back to what Chizera confessed after having a few of his fingers broken. Kim Ju-huk looked at him and whispered gently, "Hey, who sent you after me?" "Oh, right. I already dislocated your jaw, didn't I?" Then he stuck his hand in the guy's mouth and with a crack, snapped it back into place. "Now, you can talk." Chizera remained stubborn, but after watching his own fingers one by one get snapped, he finally spoke up. "Roxel Ventric sent me. I am Chizera the First Breed. I take on commissions like a mercenary. According to what he said, the constellations were the first race to be worshipped for that troublesome blue face, and he was also someone with a pact with a constellation." Chizera boasted confidently that if he had a chance to power up for another 30 seconds, the outcome of the battle would have been different. Hearing this guy spout such nonsense was giving him a headache. He was planning to spare him if he repented, but Kim Do-hee had to reconsider. It would be best for him to just shut up. He said that and then snapped his jaw. First Seed was a name he seemed to have heard before, so Kim Do-hee immediately went online to search for it. A series of trending news articles appeared, most of which were not very positive. Kim Do-hee was quite annoyed, so he didn't bother looking for notes anymore and decided to go settle the score with that bastard Roxel to teach the scoundrel a lesson. He came up with a bold idea. In this era, one had to use high technology, not just brute force anymore. Fortunately, he had recorded Chizera's entire confession at that time, so now he just needed to find a place to post it, and it would be game over, easy. "You guys thought you could mess with me?" Kim Do-hee immediately called Miss Lilia to ask for a favor. She thought he was calling to ask to be her assistant and was overjoyed, quickly picking up the phone. "That's not why I'm calling. Do you know any reporters?" Kim Do-hee replied immediately, cutting off her train of thought. The very next day, news about the Ventric family's plot to murder a student at Valhalla quickly went viral on the search rankings. The content had been embellished, but to sum it up, it still focused heavily on the Ventric family and Roxel. Netizens had some fresh drama to gossip about, discussing it non-stop. Looking at the results he had created, Kim Do-hee smiled with great satisfaction. This is what modern warfare looks like. Batcher also had to praise him, for someone who lived 300 years ago to adapt to modern culture was, frankly, lightning fast. Previously, when he had just been reincarnated, Kim Do-hee had also faced many difficulties, but he had focused on getting used to everything by browsing through all the forums and watching the news, which is why he was so savvy now. After reading through all the recently published articles, Kim Do-hee lamented with disappointment. "But it's a real shame. I only wanted to target Roxel, but all the reporters went and published this stuff, attacking the Ventric family." However, what he didn't expect was that because of this incident, the head of the family had to hold a press conference to issue an apology. In front of the cameras, she expressed a sincere attitude, but she denied the crime and refused to take responsibility, only expressing remorse and promising that she would visit in person to check on and apologize to the victim personally without any further explanation. Roxel's face turned pale as a ghost while watching the news. Just then, his father called to inform him he had to return to England immediately on the family's orders. The next day, for the personal benefit of having his prison sentence reduced to only 5 years, Chizera took the fall and claimed to be the mastermind behind the incident in place of that bastard. He was transported like cargo on a prison ship across the Pacific Ocean, heading to the prison tower. This place was personally created by an S-rank constellation, the Deprivation Prison. The prison could turn those with packs back into ordinary humans. Jizuru was happily thinking to himself, all I need to do is keep my mouth shut and allow Roxil to remain in the family. If I succeed, they will reduce my sentence to 5 years. If not, the consequences will be dire. What's 5 years anyway? His train of thought was suddenly cut short by a chilling voice from beside him. Truly an ugly face. Jizuru barely had time to look up before his head was sliced clean off, leaving no time for any last words. At the Ventric family mansion, Roxio's father, Eden, and his son were bowing before the person in front of them. Roxio, what are you going to do now? She asked. The father and son quickly bowed their heads and apologized. But that wasn't enough to appease the family head's fury. If you could just apologize after killing someone, wouldn't the world be in chaos? After hearing Roxio's flimsy excuse, the person before them grew even angrier, and a terrifying wave of mana erupted, scaring them out of their wits. She moved closer, leaned into Roxio's face, and said, "What should we do about this?" Roxio was finally terrified, cowering like a dog on the butcher's block. He immediately dropped to his knees. "I will do anything to restore our family's honor." Listening to this guy talk was getting more and more ridiculous. The only way to restore the family's honor is to disown him, isn't it? Hearing the word disown, the old man, Eden, who had been standing by, intervened. "Family head, isn't this punishment a bit too harsh?" She snapped her head towards him and asked, "Do you want to end up like your son?" The old man fell silent, and not daring to utter another word. At that moment, she just wanted to kill or disown this father-son duo immediately. But doing so would be like admitting she was the one behind it all. After a moment of thought, the family head had no choice but to wearily dismiss them. "For now, I will not expel you. Go back to Valhalla and keep your mouth shut. After I meet with Kim Ju-huk, I will reconsider the matter. Now, leave." Although he was spared, Roxio wasn't stupid enough not to realize he would be disowned sooner or later. It was just that with the media involved, she couldn't do anything yet. Therefore, before that happened, he had to do something, because now there was nothing to stop him. Roxio looked at his father and said, "You have to help me too, father." The old man had always spoiled his precious son, so he knew what was coming without asking and could only advise, "Whatever you do, be discreet about it." What a fine father and son pair. The fish really rots from the head down. A few days later at Valhalla Academy, when he heard the head of the Ventric family would personally come to apologize, Kim Ju-huk found it incredibly annoying and didn't want to meet her at all. But in the end, persuaded by his homeroom teacher, and because their family was the biggest donor to the academy, he reluctantly agreed. She walked in with an extremely aristocratic air, but Kim Ju-huk paid her no mind. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Kim Ju-huk. I am the head of the Ventric family, Adilia Ventric." Kim Ju-huk only replied with a few perfunctory words. "Yeah, pleasure to meet you." They stared at each other awkwardly for a moment before she spoke first. "We issued an official announcement right after the attack, but unfortunately for us, both the media and the public refused to believe it. So I wanted to tell you this. I also want to create an opportunity for us to resolve this misunderstanding. Can you help us with that, Mr. Kim Ju-huk?" Holy crap, that's unbelievable. She talks as if her words are the absolute truth. What a damn scoundrel. "No." Kim Ju-huk answered with just a single word, without having to think too hard about it. To convince him, Adilia laid out many benefits, from providing full backing and support until his graduation, to even arranging a job for him after he finished school and paving his path to becoming South Korea's top hunter. It was a mouth-watering offer, but our boy is loaded and couldn't care less. Kim Ju-huk pointed right in her face and shot back. "I don't need any reward. I just want to see how you all live with the disgrace Roxil has stained the Ventic name with." She was genuinely furious, now, her initial condescending attitude completely gone, replaced by a horrifying expression as she spat out some foul words. "You piece of trash, who do you think you're talking to? I came to this stinking academy to make things easier and more convenient for you, yet you have the audacity to be so arrogant? Maybe I should just kill you right here and now? I was trying to be generous and offer you an opportunity, and you just throw it back in my face like this?" She's got quite the mouth on her, and while she sounded tough, Kim Ju-huk was no pushover. When it comes to arguing, if he's number 2, then no one is number 1. "Didn't you just say the Ventic family had absolutely nothing to do with the assassination attempt on me? To back up that lie, you were willing to pour a ton of money and time into me, but now you're threatening to kill me? Besides, even if you did attack me, you couldn't kill me anyway." Adilia was so furious she looked ready to flip a table, but there was nothing she could do. She could only storm off, but not before telling Kim Ju-huk to remember her face once the dust settled. Burr started to whine. "Master, did you really have to make such a big deal out of it? Even though I'm a constellation, I don't want to get involved in this kind of petty drama." Already fuming, Kim Ju-huk now had the perfect target to vent his frustration on. It was Burr's bad luck for being so talkative while his master was mad. He chewed Burr out so badly the poor guy couldn't even lift his head, utterly exhausted by all these rich snobs. Kim Ju-huk decided to drag his weak body to the training room a bit early, but being a drama magnet, trouble seemed to find him wherever he went. Right as he got to the training grounds entrance, he bumped into the Choi siblings arguing. Eavesdropping from the side, he heard Choi Jin-gun belittling and forcing Aaron to skip the entrance exam. His chest tightened with anger, and he felt compelled to step in and be the hero. Kim Ju-huk jumped into the war of words, pointing dramatically at the guy's face. "You're a real piece of work, you know that. Why are you trying to make someone give up after they've poured so much blood, sweat, and tears into their training?" With some random weirdo suddenly jumping in and spouting nonsense, Choi Jin-gun calmly asked, "Who are you? Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Kim Ju-hyuk couldn't care less who his father was. If he disliked someone, he cussed them out, and if they wanted a fight, he was ready to give them one. Why are there so many jerks today who love flaunting their pathetic power? I don't give a damn. I don't care if you're a king, a chairman, or whatever the hell else. Don't you dare trespass on academy grounds and make demands of a student. If you're done barking, then get lost. After his rant, he turned to Choi Erin, seeking her approval. The girl, who had been practically invisible until now, wholeheartedly agreed. Getting yelled at so unexpectedly, Choi Jin-gun didn't want to argue any further. He furiously stormed off, but not without leaving some parting words for his dear little sister. "You'll understand during the exam." Choi Erin, feeling like a drowning person who'd just been thrown a life raft, turned to immediately thank Kim Ju-hyuk for his poor helping the rich kind of assistance. But there was one problem. Erin was even crazier than he thought. She emphasized that if it were her, after cursing someone out, she wouldn't just say "get lost," she'd say "your mother." Before the words even left her mouth, he cut her off and dragged her into the training room for a torturous session. They had wasted too much time on that bastard. A few days later, Kim Ju-hyuk once again packed his gear and headed to a hill near Si-hyung to start his treasure hunt. A curious voice suddenly asked quietly, "Master, haven't you already found a lot of ancient artifacts and storage stones from your old records?" That kid just didn't understand that human greed is bottomless. Of course, Kim Ju-hyuk had, but he still wanted to know what else was hidden in the remaining records. Besides, he believed something miraculous was hidden within them, and finding it could help him overcome the major weaknesses of this frail body's physical limitations. Meanwhile, at the Choijin family estate, countless reporters and journalists were gathered. They were there because today was the day of the family's selection test. Inside, the family head, Choi Jan-seuk, asked his two children one last time to be sure. "The selection test is about to begin, as I previously announced. Whoever passes the selection test will be recognized as the family heir, while the one who fails will be exiled. Are you both ready?" Their affirmative answer satisfied him, and he proceeded to explain the test's rules. The objective of this test is to find the pair of twin blades hidden on the mountain. The person who finds the twin blades and brings them before me will be declared the winner of this test. The means do not matter, but killing is strictly forbidden. Now, let the test begin. At the signal, Choi Erin immediately sprinted into the forest to begin her search, while her brother, in contrast, was quite relaxed. He already had a plan. He would simply wait for her to find the twin blades, then rush in and steal them from her. Everything would wrap up nicely, and the position of family head would be his for the taking. What a classic freeloader. If you want rewards without putting in the work, you might as well just be a thief. And just like that, he quickly put his dirty plan into action. While his little sister was sniffing around everywhere, exhausting herself to the point of collapse just to find the direction of the hidden twin blades, her brother brazenly appeared and asked some redundant questions, busy tracking them with magical traces. "Are you? Who taught you that trick?" Choi Erin was a good girl who always answered when asked, and this time was no exception. She replied with one name, Ju-hyuk. Then, she drew her sword and took a stance, preparing for a solo battle. Her friend had previously taught her that she must relax her entire body and use her fingertips and toes to release a faint amount of magic, then slowly spread that magical energy throughout her body until she could feel the magic present in every single strand of her hair, sensing it slowly and deliberately. She could even feel the magic emanating from people around her, which allowed her to easily perceive the residual magic left on the ground or in the air. It was an insane skill, no different from a bloodhound's, was it? But thanks to what Kim Ju-hyuk had taught her, she was getting closer to her goal. It was just that her jerk of a brother had come to block her path. Hearing the name of the person who had insulted him before, Choi Kang-un laughed scornfully, stepping closer to his sister and sneering, "Kim Ju-hyuk? Oh, I remember him. Isn't that the shameless bastard who was with you last time? He looked like an idiot. He actually has some talent." She could take him insulting her, but insulting Kim Ju-hyuk. This guy is asking for a death wish. Choi Erin bit her lip, retorting, "I'm stronger than a guy like you. Why would you come here?" As if that was exactly what he wanted to hear, Choi Gang-un gleefully drew his sword and struck forward. "Why do you think? This is the reason I'm here." He thought his little sister was still as weak as a snail, so he acted all high and mighty, thinking he was the best, but after just a few seconds of aggression, reality slapped him right in the face. Choi Gang-un wondered as he blocked the attack, "Wait, not only is she resisting, but she's actually pushing me back? How the hell? Since when did she get this strong? Choi Arin attacked relentlessly, swinging her sword without feeling any fatigue. Choi Gang-eun was panting like a bull and whined. Did they teach you to be a wild boar at school? I see you're getting better at charging. Choi Arin paid him no mind. These empty words couldn't bother her determined heart. She retorted instantly. Just give up on finding the twin blades. Now he was really mad, getting beaten by a girl to the point he couldn't dodge, and being told to give up? What man could possibly stand for that? Choi Gang-eun flew into a rage, pushing off the ground to gain momentum, and lunged right in front of her. Choi Arin immediately grasped the situation, spinning her sword and slashing upwards, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. While her opponent was dropping his weapon, she reversed her grip on the hilt and jabbed him right in the stomach. Choi Gang-eun took the full combo and was left sprawling on the ground. Only then did she dare to let out a sigh of relief. She was initially confident she would land at least one blow, but she never expected it to be a critical hit like this. With no time to spare, Choi Arin picked up the weapon and prepared to rush off to get the twin blades. You don't actually think you've won, do you? The question from behind made the girl freeze for a few seconds. When she turned to look, her opponent was already in an uncontrollable state, a layer of pitch-black mana enveloping his body. You're an evil person. Have you succumbed to demonic power? But why? Choi Arin looked at him and asked, but Choi Gang-eun remained silent. He just raised his sword and charged, aiming for a vital spot. Arin couldn't dodge in time and took a slash across her abdomen. It turns out he had joined a guild called the Sepulchre Society, the third most dangerous group of villains in the world, which is how he gained his current power. She clutched her wound, looking up at her brother with a curious gaze. Is it better to join them? What about your own life? It was such a naive question that the listener had to laugh. Choi Gang-eun slung his sword over his shoulder and replied frankly, Listen, I want ultimate power and authority. I want to transcend trivial needs. I want to have it all. And then he went on a long rant, complaining and whining about his life. As the eldest son of the Choi Jin clan, he had to be a perfect role model, and the only reason he was still in the Jinza Guild was because of his old man's supervision and his desire for the position of clan head, and on top of that, the condition for joining the Sepulchre Society was the clan's artifact, the twin blades. If 15 years ago, Choi Arin's older sister hadn't participated in the first selection contest, he would have already had that artifact in his hands. It's just that at the time, he was only 12 years old, so he couldn't control his greed, and he killed her on the mountain before even looking for the twin blades. But his bad luck was just that. He still couldn't find the artifact and was severely injured, ultimately failing that test. But now he's all grown up, so there's no way he'll let the same mistake happen again. Choi Gang-eun raised his sword with an ecstatic look on his face. Send my regards to your sister for me. Arin could only sit there helplessly, waiting for death to claim her. In any case, she no longer had the strength to fight back anymore. But it's not over till it's over. Just as her life was hanging by a thread and she was about to lose her head, Kim Ju-huk appeared out of nowhere like a god, blocking the blade in an instant. He looked at the man and exclaimed, What the hell are you doing? What kind of crazy brother points a sword at his own sister's neck? As soon as he said that, the man was sent flying several yards. Turns out, Kim Ju-huk was there to find a treasure, which happened to be right there, allowing him to intervene in time. Otherwise, Arin would have been 6 feet under. Suddenly interrupted, Choi Gang-eun became furious. He charged forward, screaming, This is my family's private matter, so get lost. All talk, but his slash still missed, and he was immediately hit by Kim Ju-huk's combo attack and knocked down instantly. You'd think that was it, but no, he still had plenty of fight left in him. Choi Gang-eun staggered to his feet as an immense demonic energy erupted from his sword. Now, he had completely lost control. His mind was filled with nothing but death as he aimed his attacks at his opponent. You bastard, you think a first year from Valhalla can defeat the leader of a criminal syndicate? He screamed while trash-talking and charging with all his might. But Kim Ju-huk was no pushover. Even though the man attacked with a magic-infused sword, he still managed to dodge and even counterattack the self-proclaimed crime boss. Realizing he had no other choice, the man pulled out a stone and simply consumed it. Oh, it turned out to be an artificial sacred artifact containing the power of his contracted constellation. As soon as Choi Gang-eun finished powering up, a wave of magic erupted as if to show off, covering the entire sky. The reporters and the head of the Choi family, Choi Jin, were terrified. Traditionally, one doesn't interfere in the middle of the selection test, but this situation was too dangerous, so he had to drag himself over to check it out. The father was worried, while his son was the source of the problem. Choi Gang-eun said excitedly, This is a special effect, a part of the power I gain from contracting with a constellation. This will be your grave. Following his words, a series of announcements appeared about the advent of the constellation. The Destruction Dragon, recognizing the holy relic and descending. The Destruction Dragon bared its fangs as if it hadn't been this excited in a long time. The Destruction Dragon blah blah. After enough trash talk, the dragon activated its Eye of Gluttony skill, but facing Kim Ju-huk, It got a little spooked and immediately retracted its eye. Then it activated the eye again as if it were insane. In the end, the more it looked at Kim Ju-hyuk, the more terrified it became, to the point that it rejected the call of the holy relic, broke the contract, and turned tail to flee. If it hadn't been quick, even a constellation would have ended up dead. Kim Ju-hyuk looked at the bewildered guy and gave him a bonus hit with his sword hilt. At the residence of Hannibal, the head of the Dragon King cult, he was getting chewed out by that dragon for causing it such big trouble. Getting yelled at without knowing why, the man could only lower his head and grit his teeth, vowing to himself that he would find out what happened. What could have scared a constellation that badly? After Kim Ju-hyuk found what he was looking for, he immediately headed back to his dorm room, holding the divine martial arts book in his hand, and he was overjoyed, hugging it and taking a deep whiff. This was a book containing a breathing technique for cultivating ki that could raise a person's magical power to a very high level. Baekjeon asked curiously, "Is it different from the technique you used in your past life, master?" Kim Ju-hyuk excitedly explained that the breathing technique he used before was just trash, from back when he was weak. "I just randomly bought one from the market, mastered it, and used it until the end, so there was nothing impressive about it." Butcher was stunned to hear that he just bought it randomly, yet managed to grind to the top of the server, and he was still being so humble. If he got his hands on some top-tier gear, he would probably slaughter everyone. Besides, before finding the divine martial arts, Kim Ju-hyuk could no longer change his breathing technique because the old one was already ingrained in his very being. That's why he was defeated when he fought Butcher, but not this time. He would start over in this life with a new training method. Kim Ju-hyuk cracked a wicked smile and mysteriously stroked the book, a new plan already fully formed in his mind. "I'll pause my physical training for a while, since I need to learn the divine martial arts first." As he was reveling in this thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Butcher. He curiously asked about what happened on the mountain, wondering if everything ended well. Kim Ju-hyuk was overflowing with confidence. He heard someone coming, so he left, and he had also carefully instructed Aaron not to expose him, so everything should be fine. The only ones in trouble were the Choijin clan, because the press had shown up to cover their successor selection test. As a result, the incident immediately made headlines. The Choijin clan had done something shameful, and it was no surprise they were colluding with a villainous gang. The worst in the world, the Sepulchre cult, was what the reporters wrote. However, that was not all. In addition to Choi Kang-woon being handed over to the police, the association also sent them a warning letter, but there was a silver lining to the whole affair. Erin's injuries were not too severe and she was taken for treatment, with some articles even hailing her as a hero for defeating a member of the Sepulchre cult. The matter was complicated, but it seemed the press was running with this positive spin. Seeing the clan head still looking worried, a subordinate spoke up. "Isn't this a relief, sir? The selection test ended in chaos, but the next clan head has been determined. These articles will help the young lady solidify her position as the successor." The old man agreed, but he still had his doubts about how Erin managed to defeat Kang-woon on her own. A few days later, Erin seemed to have recovered from the incident. However, she could not continue training with Kim Ju-hyuk, as her current health would not permit it, and besides, he was busy with his own breathing technique issues, so he had no time for torturous training either. While recalling the key points, Butcher managed to remember a little something, a clue about the demonic energy that the Rockdeal guy and Kang-woon had used. However, he still felt like something was being obscured. He needed to figure out how to satisfy the second condition to remove this mental barrier, and that second condition was the vision of the Great Forest, which was something Kim Ju-hyuk could not easily get his hands on, since he could only access that place during the final exam, and that was it. As he was frustratingly racking his brain, trying to figure out how to get the vision of the Great Forest, his teacher called him to the office for a talk. Well, specifically, there was a school competition being held next month. So, the school considered its options and decided to select the students with the highest scores from the recent midterm exam to participate. Naturally, Kim Ju-hyuk could not escape his fate of being roped into it. Before the teacher could even open his mouth to ask, Kim Ju-hyuk answered nonchalantly, "I refuse." Kim Lee-gun was taken aback, but he did not show it. He looked at him and replied, "I have not even gotten to the important part yet. I have so much to do, and now I have to sit here and listen to his rambling." Kim Ju-hyuk urged him to spit it out. Korea's Valhalla, one of the 3 largest hunter training academies in the world, the White Lotus of China and the Heroes of America. Each school will select a number of first-year students as representatives to compete against each other. The competition includes one-on-one duels, maze escapes, and many other tests, which sounds like a real headache. Kim Ju-hyuk yawned boredly, waiting for the good part but hearing nothing, and was about to refuse again, when the teacher put on a mysterious air and said, "But don't you desperately need to get to the eye of the Great Forest soon?" This question made Kim Ju-hyuk immediately change his attitude, and he waited curiously for him to continue. "Yes, the final exam and the inter-school competition will be held there. It's basically no different from the final exam, and of course, whoever passes it will be exempt from the final." That sounds tempting. Wouldn't it have saved time if you said so earlier? With this condition, Kim Ju-huk of course immediately agreed to participate. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, the head of the Ventric family, Adilia, was questioning a servant about the plan they were carrying out, and also the whereabouts of Robin and his father. Family matters were one thing, but the servant was a gossip and reported some rather shocking news to her. He heard they were building a building out of paper bills in the market district. To quote that dude, to put it mildly, folks, it was with cold hard cash, and according to the information he provided, Black Cat was the one directly responsible for this, but to say he was responsible is a stretch. Black Cat had no idea what the hell his constellation was planning. He only heard the constellation say it was a gift, just a gift for someone. And his constellation also demanded that Black Cat quickly find the whereabouts of the person who sold the ring back then, as fast as possible. The next day, while Kim Lee-gun was working hard, the head coach, Lee Sang-cheon approached him to ask about the members for the upcoming inter-school competition. Had he finished selecting them? Kim Lee-gun nodded, okay, then handed him the list of the guys who would participate. Lee Sang-cheon was startled to see Kim Ju-huk's name on there. He couldn't believe that insolent brat had actually agreed. Seeing his curiosity, Kim Lee-gun explained that he initially didn't want to participate, but when he learned it would be held at the Eye of the Great Forest, he suddenly changed his mind, doing a complete 180. Lee Sang-cheon said nothing, but he knew in his heart that the kid was probably there for some mysterious purpose. As the head coach, he asked the teacher to clear a schedule so he could meet those kids and brief them on a few things. The 5 participating students were all present: Oh Se-hyo, Ju So-jin, Choi Arin, Do Jung-jin, and Kim Ju-hyuk, a full roster. The coach entered and got straight to the point. Specifically, there are a total of 3 parts to complete, the first being one-on-one duels between students. Similar to the entrance exam, the second part is a team battle where the 5 members of the academy will form one team and face off against the other students. But the special part is that all 3 teams will fight at the same time, and the final part is related to the Eye of the Great Forest. Hearing about the thing he needed, Kim Ju-hyuk immediately fell silent and perked up his ears to listen, so as not to miss a single word. Lee Sang-cheon briefly described the terrain of that forest. The Eye of the Great Forest is a maze. True to its name, the place is a forest full of trees, but unlike a normal forest, its gate is heavily guarded, and it's designed so that not even a fly could get through. The only way in is through the main gate, and each person's specific task will be assigned on the day, because there isn't much time left. The instructor continued to explain about the specific details and format of the team battle, after which they would go straight into training. At this point, Kim Ju-hyuk suddenly raised his hand with a question. Can I train by myself, sir? The instructor surprisingly agreed immediately, and even asked if anyone else wanted to. Erin had once said she would do whatever Kim Ju-hyuk did, so she also wanted to train in peace, and she only participated in the competition because he was participating. That's why she agreed to join the team. Once everything was settled, everyone quickly left, and Erin suddenly turned to ask Kim Ju-hyuk, should I participate in the training? Kim Ju-hyuk was quite surprised, but he also understood her current physical condition, so he offered some advice. Inside, Erin was nursing a rather peculiar idea. She wanted to become stronger together with him, and to help him achieve what he wanted, just as he had helped her. 1 month later, on the first day of the inter-school competition, the students of Valhalla all came to cheer and were very excited. Among them was Robin Ventric, who also came to watch the show. Before this, he had used his father's money to hire a group of assassins to eliminate Kim Ju-hyuk. They were the Sam-san group from Encina, a veteran assassination squad of 3 members who had never failed a mission together, but that was in the past. But now, running into Kim Ju-hyuk was a gamble. They had concocted a plan to eliminate him on the 3rd day of the competition in the Trial of the Great Forest, by sneaking in behind another contestant, as they had intel that this part of the competition would only have surveillance machines, and none of the judges would be entering the forest at all. To kick off the competition, the chairman of the Valhalla Council, Sim Deun, gave a short speech and introduced the representatives from each school. Looking at the kids down below, head instructor Lee Sang-cheon felt a bit conflicted, and while he was lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by the veteran hero instructor, Jack Rover. Upon seeing his colleague, the instructor immediately teased him about placing 3rd, even though their own school didn't fare any better last year. Jack Rover confidently said that this year would definitely be different, because this time, the son of the head of the contractors, the one and only, was also present, that is Logan's son, Logan J, and he has made a contract with the destroyer of all things. Although he's not as skilled as his father, he can defeat a full-fledged adult contractor in an instant. After hearing this, Lee Sang-cheon just grunted, then coldly told his friend, you'll understand that reaction soon enough, after you watch this match. The first match was Kim Ju-hyuk of Valhalla versus Logan of Heroes, and the rules were announced. Basically, whoever defeats their opponent first wins, and that includes striking weak points with weapons. The arena system will automatically mitigate damage. Instead, it will send a painful electric current to the target, so feel free to attack as you please. there won't be any interference. Kim Ju-hyuk, who always sleeps in class, was quite puzzled. Why do we need to use a protective system here? The weary proctor explained to the shrimp-brained guy that they needed to have the ability to fight throughout day 1 and day 2 in order to participate on day 3. The signal to begin rang out. Kim Ju-hyuk rushed in to attack first, but his punch was blocked. His opponent looked down on him and asked a perfunctory question. "You think you're so strong?" Kim Ju-hyuk gave a polite reply for a moment before his expression immediately changed, uttered some challenging words, "But how long can you take my hits?" With that, he spun his fist and delivered a punch to his opponent in the stomach. The guy staggered back, clutching his stomach, then used the destroyer technique to charge forward. Kim Ju-hyuk lost a few strands of hair as he quickly dodged to the side, raising his leg and mercilessly kicking the other guy straight on. "What are you doing?" he said. Logan clutched his stomach, trying to stand up. Even though he had only taken 2 hits, he felt like he was about to pass out. He still had an ace up his sleeve. Logan crouched down, using his strength to shatter the arena floor before giving it a light kick, sending debris flying everywhere. It turned out he planned to use it as a smokescreen to attack from the shadows. But Kim Ju-hyuk had eyes like a hawk. There wasn't a thing he couldn't see, and in no time, he spotted him through the dust and debris, landing a critical blow right in the middle of Logan's face. The match ended just like that, to Jack Rover's complete astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim that the kid was a true monster. The tournament continued, and Kim Ju-hyuk completely dominated his opponents, winning match after match without even breaking a sweat. Finally, in the final round, his opponent was, surprisingly, none other than Choi Erin. The winner would receive a hefty scholarship, so the young lady was planning to withdraw. "I don't care who wins, but don't back out. Everyone has already gathered here. We have to show them what we can do," Kim Ju-hyuk said, trying to make Erin reconsider. And of course, when the master speaks, the student listens. Kim Ju-hyuk stretched to warm up, promising to go easy on her and be careful not to cause any injuries. However, his idea of going easy was a bit strange. The match ended with Choi Erin eating dirt, a completely one-sided fight. It was so bad that even Batcher had to complain that he was being too ruthless. Kim Ju-hyuk stubbornly argued back, "I did go easy on her. I didn't even hit her in the stomach. It was just an accident. The tip of her sword suddenly veered towards my stomach, so I just swatted it away with my hand, and well, this is what happened." Looking at her lying there, he realized he had gotten much stronger, and that this kid wasn't too shabby herself. He still had to wait one more day for the vision of the Great Forest. Kim Ju-hyuk was getting a little impatient, so he went to find his instructor to ask a question. He approached and said, "Sir, about tomorrow's match, if I finish early, can I move on to the next round?" The instructor wasn't sure, so he pulled out the rulebook to check. It mentioned that there were some exceptions. Basically, if a mission is completed before noon or earlier, the student can receive the next mission, depending on the instructor's discretion. Hearing this, his eyes lit up like headlights, and he continued, "It says it's at your discretion, sir. So what do you think? Can I move on to the next mission?" The head instructor, at a loss with this student, had no choice but to confirm it one more time. "As long as you finish early and come to the faculty office, you can start the new mission in the afternoon. Now, have a good night, and stop hanging around here." The next day, inside the Yasin Sanctuary at Valhalla, the chairman briefed everyone on the second mission of the promotion competition. This was going to be a team battle. 5 representatives from each academy would face off in this mountainous region. Since it was being held on rough terrain, the audience would watch the event live on holographic screens. With only a few minutes remaining before the competition started, yet Kim Ju-hyuk still hadn't shown up, making the whole team quite worried. Ju Sojun started complaining and cursing under her breath, wondering what ditch he died in. But as soon as she saw his figure appear in the distance, she smugly started yelling, "Do you have any idea what time it is? Weren't you supposed to be here 30 minutes early? Did you not listen to the instructor's advice?" He really wanted to just go up and punch that little mouth of hers, but given the situation, Kim Ju-hyuk had to bite his tongue. He scratched his head, apologized, and said he would handle everything. Hearing this, Ju Sojun immediately objected because this was a team game, not an individual competition. Then she started pointing her finger and giving him a long lecture, but it seems he knew this girl had a short fuse. So Kim Ju-hyuk didn't bother arguing anymore and turned to ask if anyone else had an opinion. Choi Erin suddenly raised her hand and asked to go with him. Ju Sojun thought for a second that she was objecting, which almost made her happy, but her hopes were dashed, and as a result, Ju Sojun could only stand there seething and screaming in anger, letting Kim Ju-hyuk go solo. Before the test began, he even turned back and told her to keep her mouth shut, saying it was too annoying and that he still had to prepare to go to Linyan in the afternoon. The announcement to begin immediately rang out. It didn't take long for Kim Ju-hyuk to find the White Lotus team, and he gifted them a few loving slashes from his sword. In just a few minutes, he had knocked the entire team out early, giving them plenty of time to rest. The news that the White Lotus team had been eliminated was quickly sent to all players. Logan broke out in a cold sweat after reading it. It had only been 10 minutes. While he was lost in thought, a team member reported that they sensed magic nearby, which brought him back to reality. More importantly, it wasn't a group, but just one person. Logan reacted quickly, immediately ordering everyone into defensive positions. The two members in front were to raise a magic shield. The mage was to prepare an enhancement spell. The remaining person would reinforce the shield, and he himself would wait for an opportunity to attack. Everything was meticulously prepared, as if they were about to face a massive army. One team member, not understanding, spoke up and asked, "But it's just one person, right? Do we really need to do all of this?" Those who had fought Kim Ju-huk before quickly replied to explain it to her. His power is far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. While they were still waiting, a team member announced that the magic signature was gradually disappearing. Thinking their opponent had left, Logan breathed a sigh of relief, but they had no idea that Kim Ju-huk had been observing them from a tree the whole time. The moment they let their guard down, he suddenly shot downwards, landing with a strike right in the face of the opposing team's captain. The others were beaten to a pulp before they could even understand what was happening. They collapsed to the ground without getting a single move in. Truly an equal opportunity beatdown, one hit for each and it was game over. Seeing the notification that the hero team had been eliminated, Kim Ju-huk flicked his sword with an excited look and exclaimed, "Now I can move on to the Lingyan mission, right?" In Valhalla's monitoring room, the instructors still couldn't accept the reality. The match had ended in just 23 minutes, and Kim Ju-huk had handled everything by himself. One of them couldn't hold it in and spoke up. Actually, it took him 20 minutes just to travel. The battle itself only lasted 3 minutes. For a national-level competition to be completely wrecked by Kim Ju-huk like this, it's truly a disgrace. The Academy's chairman stroked his chin with a worried expression. Today's schedule is completely ruined. This is going to be a problem. Hearing this, the head coach took out the rulebook and mentioned the section about starting the next game on the same day, if there was enough time. With no other choice, the chairman and the other teachers had to agree to this plan. In the waiting room, the team from Valhalla Academy was waiting dejectedly without saying a single word to each other. Ju Sojin had been staring daggers at Kim Ju-huk for a while, about to step forward because the coach had made her the team captain, but he had stolen her thunder before she could do anything, and on top of that, in yesterday's match, she had lost to Choi Arin, which made her even angrier. Ju Sojin had heard that Kim Ju-huk had trained Choi Arin, so she was considering swallowing her pride to beg him to train her. Just then, the announcement for the next mission, scheduled 1 day earlier than expected, it was sent to all the students. Before everyone prepared to leave, Kim Ju-huk said a few things to them. "I'm going to the Forest Eye by myself. You all have to survive on your own. Well, if you get into trouble, you can call me." Even after he finished speaking, Ju Sojun kept staring, so Kim Ju-huk had to taunt her. "Is there something you want to say, little bird?" Suddenly, being given a nickname, she got ticked off and chewed him out. At 1 p.m., all the participating teams were gathered in front of the maze entrance. Just like in previous missions, the audience could watch on screen. Before they went inside, the chairman explained the game's content and evaluation criteria in more detail. The Forest Eye is a maze like a forest with colossal trees. This maze has a unique, special environment where the rain never stops falling. The monsters are of a fairly low level, so they pose little threat. The rain and the dense thickets are the biggest threats. The point of the game is to test the survival skills of each person. After 5 hours, the better your physical condition, the more points you'll get. The chairman specifically emphasized that any form of combat between teams was forbidden. "Now then, let's begin," the instructor shouted. Meanwhile, in an abandoned Valhalla warehouse, the 3 members of the assassination squad had also gathered and were preparing to enter the Forest Eye. The match had only been going for a few minutes when suddenly all the surveillance cameras inside the maze malfunctioned and communication with the main gate was cut off. The head coach realized this was a serious problem that endangered the lives of all the students in the maze and proposed that the others should enter the Forest Eye to rescue them. However, as soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a horrific sight. The guards were already dead, and the entrance gate was destroyed, with rubble blocking it everywhere. It would take about an hour to clear a path inside, before Logan could even react, and stabbed him through the stomach, leaving him completely stunned. "Since when were you behind me?" and sneered. "You still don't get it, do you? Look in front of you. What the hell? Why are there 2 of them?" Logan's face turned pale with shock. The ant in front of him grinned sinisterly and stabbed him again in the chest. "This is called a clone." Logan had absolutely no chance to fight back. Lisa asked, and if he had finished Logan off, but instead he deliberately stabbed him to make him die slowly for his own amusement. Just then, a red-haired girl appeared out of nowhere. Seeing another witness, San, the tattooed guy, clicked his tongue, "Let's just dispose of her," and told Lisa to just use her concealment skill, and it would be fine. Lisa told him to hurry up and finish the job, and gave a perverted laugh, said he knew, and then charged straight at the red-haired girl. Meanwhile, Kim Ju-huk was flying through the forest like a bird, searching for the great forest eye of Valhalla at Megai-Arona's house with the condition that he must possess the devouring sword. That so-called house of Megai-Arona was at the house right at the entrance, but there were only trees there, not a single trace of a building. Just as he zipped past, seeing a blonde girl standing there dazed and then screaming in panic, but of course, Anne wasn't going to stop just because of a scream. 3 students from Dung's team had fallen, and the assassin team Sam San was also having a tough time. Lisa was getting tired of taking one person down only for another to appear. Witnessing this, even Anne stopped having fun and became annoyed. Just then, he saw someone, their target for this mission, Kim Ju-huk. The target came on his own. It seems like when I stabbed them, they screamed, and he heard it and ran over. I didn't kill him because this is just too interesting. Ju-huk picked up on the word target in their conversation. Looking at the people stabbed and collapsed on the ground, Ju-huk told the blonde girl, "I'll take care of those guys, so you stop the bleeding for the injured first. They're still alive." A quick glance revealed that the attacker hadn't struck any vital spots that would make the victims log out instantly, or perhaps he intentionally let them slowly bleed out. What a twisted hobby. I'm in a bad mood, so you'd better answer my question. Did you guys sneak in here? In that case, I'll finish this quietly. And couldn't believe what he was hearing. Coming from a student like this, he was sure that the kid didn't realize the situation he was in, which was why he was talking so big. Right now, Ju-huk was isolated in this maze. We've already destroyed the only entrance and exit to this maze, and even the surveillance drone. So I wonder if the instructors will even find out. Let's see. Even if they do, they can't get in here right away because the entrance has completely collapsed. So clearing the rubble, blocking the path will probably take them a full hour. Anne seemed very confident in the plan they had concocted, but for Ju-huk, 1 hour was the maximum amount of time he had to wander through this freaking huge forest and find that thing. And had no idea what the hell Ju-huk was rambling about, but he was ready to send him to hell. It was that cloning technique again, but this time, strangely, his blades plunged into the ground instead of skewering someone like before, and didn't know where Ju-huk had flashed to. "You guys are so dead." As the words left his mouth, Ju-huk's sword smashed right into Anne's nose. Blood gushed from his nose as he was sent flying, wiping the floor with his body. Lisa watched, completely stunned. While the 2 girls were still frozen in shock, he dashed behind them and decisively landed a blow on each of their heads. And just like that, all 3 members of the Sam San group were knocked out by Kim Ju-huk, left lying on the ground. "Blondie, now hurry up and use your magic to stop the bleeding for the unconscious ones. If you can't handle it alone, run west. The student Van Ha-ra is in that direction." The blonde girl was doing her best, just then, and regained consciousness, horrified to see his 2 teammates lying defeated beside him. Kim Ju-huk immediately closed in, mocking his teammates for being weak as hell, and instantly raised his knife. "Before I beat you to a pulp, answer me. You said I was the target, so who was the client?" Anne, despite being a villain, was an assassin with principles. There was no way he would reveal a client's identity. It was the first time Kim Ju-huk had met someone so tight-lipped, which put him in a tough spot. It was also Anne's first time meeting someone so unbelievably annoying, so he was a bit stunned, but this time he was going to fight for real. However, his cloning technique failed to ambush Ju-huk. Anne was baffled because the clone's attack cast no shadow, so he couldn't understand how the kid managed to dodge it. "Why do you always use such dirty sneak attacks from behind? Huh? Why the hell would I fight fair and square? But why do you always have to hit people right on the nose, old man? Are you trying to make it so he can't get a nose job or something?" Kim Du-hai stubbornly asked him, "Who is the client?" and resolutely refused to say, "For the honor of an assassin." "Is that so? Then I'll just beat you to my heart's content." Damn it, this guy is the real villain. When head instructor Lee Sang-cheol arrived with his people, the students had already gathered to treat each other's injuries. The scene left the teachers speechless. Mr. Jack was the first to react, anxiously running over to the student, Logan Kang, to check on him. The young man had already been treated, so aside from some difficulty moving his body, there were no major issues. Jack Rover literally cried tears of joy. Instructor Lee frowned as he looked around, then turned to ask the students what had happened. Logan immediately recounted how they were ambushed by a group of villains, a team of 3 consisting of 1 male and 2 females. Lee Sang-cheol guessed it was the Sam Sam group and hurriedly asked, "Where are they now?" Logan pointed to a tree trunk nearby. Over there were Lisa and Anne, both unconscious. Kim Du-hai had already taken care of all of them. Lee Sang-cheol was stunned. That kid has already reached this level? The ground around the Sam Sam group was all dented, proving they took a serious beating. While I was unconscious, I vaguely saw Kim Du-hai fighting. It was truly incredible. Logan didn't hide his admiration from the bottom of his heart. He completely overwhelmed the villains. And I couldn't even lay a finger on that kid. When he fought us, he wasn't even using half of his true strength. Logan said with a rather bitter expression, "I always thought I was strong for a high school student, but it seems I've been too arrogant all this time." Seeing him like this, Mr. Jack encouraged him, "Cheer up. because Kim Do-hai is just an outlier. But Logan said it was a group of 3, so where did the other one go? The blonde girl immediately said that Kim Do-hai had dragged her away. Who would have thought, just as she finished speaking, the girl with glasses was thrown like a sack of rice by him, returning to Mother Earth. She already spilled everything about who was behind it and what their purpose was. Do-hai stood with his hands in his pockets and explained the situation to everyone. Lee Sang-cheol asked if he was okay. "Oh, you're asking the obvious, instructor. What could possibly happen to someone like Do-hai?" Lee Sang-cheol smiled in relief, saying they could discuss the details back at the academy. The instructors helped the injured students to the hospital, while the Valhalla students were to find the White Lotus Society and inform them that the inter-school competition was over. After being soaked in the rain for so long, he could finally go back and take a shower. Kim Do-hai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Today was really tough, so he didn't hesitate to jump straight into bed. When you captured the villains, you used mana to attack for that reason? The old hag started getting nosy and asked him again. Do-hai had increased his mana, which is why he used it to attack. Besides, the whole day of hard work yielded a good result, which was the Great Forest Eye of Valhalla, the home of Megai Arona. It's the gem from the house of Megai Arona, the loot that he stuffed in his pocket like some random trinket. No matter what you say, getting this thing took quite a bit of time, no kidding. Luckily, it's finally done. Back when they were still in that forest, the nearsighted girl finally woke up. Before she could even open her eyes, Kim Do-hai was telling her to get up. "What's your ability?" He asked a question that made the girl look bewildered, as if she had just heard an alien language, and not a human one. Yet Do-hai kept talking, even though he didn't know where she belonged. But speaking of targets or whatever, it's probably an assassin group, so usually there would be one fighter paired with another fighter and one support person in the very back. Isn't that the usual formation? The one with glasses looks super stiff. In the group of 3, the woman in the back also seems to be the support, not someone with direct assassination-related abilities. "What is your ability?" The woman with glasses grimaced and told him to get lost, saying she would never tell him. As she was about to leave, Ju-huk charged straight at her. The woman with glasses was extremely shocked that he could block her spatial disruption like that. "It's obvious that your ability is to create a subspace and move it into the larger space, right?" Kim Ju-huk immediately grabbed her. "Conveniently, use this ability to help me with something. I want to find something. If it goes smoothly, nothing bad will happen." As he said this, he gave a rather sinister smile, and everyone knows what the result was, all thanks to that spatial teleportation ability. Baga revealed that Kim Ju-hyuk did not let the woman with glasses go unharmed as he had promised. Ju-hyuk did that because she was also adamant about not revealing which organization her team belonged to or who the client was. Even so, Kim Ju-hyuk already knew that the 3 assassins were the Samsan group from the villainous Yusin, and that the client was none other than Robin. He originally planned to leak the information about the attack to the media like last time, but then he thought about all the trouble from blindly rushing into the Ventric house like before. God knows how many stitches his head would need this time. Anyway, he had already gotten what he needed, so the next thing to do was to confront his lost memories through a deep sleep. Not only Ju-hyuk, but Bakker was also looking forward to regaining his memories. A notification window had appeared for him as well. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's just turn off the lights and go to sleep. Before sleeping, Ju-hyuk was still convinced that he didn't have any lost memories. But whatever, let's see what he could find in his dream. In the dream, he returned to the time he was in the Tower of Destruction after Kim Hyun-oh said his final goodbye to the world. The boulder that was about to crush him suddenly stopped, or more accurately, the entire space froze. A swirling dark figure with pupilless eyes appeared, saying it would remember his name and the names of those in the world he protected. Then it said goodbye and disappeared. At this point, Ju-hyuk woke up from his dream, but he still couldn't believe that what he saw had actually happened. "Bakker, did any of your memories surface?" He decided to ask his subordinate how it went for him. "Nothing at all. I think I used to be a tigress." What the hell? Of course, Bakker was not a tiger. Just as Ju-hyuk thought, he was once the boss of the Tower of Destruction after all, so there's no way he'd act all cute like that. And he didn't see anything special in his memories either. So that means Bakker didn't see the strange thing that Ju-hyuk saw, but whatever. He was the one who had cut him down to this state anyway. By the way, you don't remember anything about the name? Do you know anything more about something that carries the name? Bakker wasn't too sure about this. To sum it up, this whole trip was like a joke, only revealing a few trivial memories that brought no benefits. And that description line about carrying a name from his subordinate was also incredibly vague. Just then, the notification window appeared again. This time, he headed to the office in the Ahala Royal Palace, specifically to Alifree Johnny's secret room, to uncover the truth. Johnny is in the Ahala Royal Palace. Ju-hyuk immediately thought he should ask Lily about this palace. The physical training room at Vala always had 3 regular members before class: Kim Ju-hyuk, Choi Arin, and Seo-hyuk. But today, Ju So-zeon was also here, and upon seeing Seo-hyuk, she was startled and asked him why he was here. "Can't you see he's lifting weights?" "Why even ask?" Ju-huk also wondered why she was at this place. Sozian said shyly, "Well, I guess you're probably like me. Even though it's a huge blow to my pride, I want to be trained by Kim Ju-hyuk. I'm different from you. I always come here for physical training. Kim Ju-hyuk has nothing to do with it, girl." Seo-hyuk even knew the reason Sozian wanted Ju-hyuk to teach her. It was probably because she lost to Aaron. Sozian lowered her head and admitted that was the reason. Recalling their duel at the last inter-school competition, Ju Sozian attacked relentlessly but still couldn't take down Choi Aaron. In fact, the other girl was incredibly cold, splitting Ju Sozian's sword aura in two with a single strike. Her pride wounded, Ju Sozian unleashed 3 streams of sword aura at once, yet Choi Aaron dodged them in a flash, rushing forward to slash right at Ju Sozian's face. Choi Aaron was the winner of that fight. She's gotten much stronger since the opening ceremony, Ju Sozian admitted frankly, but I also think it's thanks to Ju-hyuk. Although I've been diligently training my magic power and swordsmanship, aside from my family, I've never been taught swordsmanship or weight training by anyone else to build physical strength like that. Isn't that the reason Choi Aaron is stronger than me? Seo-hyuk pondered for a moment, then concluded that Ju Sozian should just go ask Kim Ju-hyuk, because asking him was completely pointless. Ju Sozian didn't want another pointless conversation like the last time, so she resolved to overcome her own embarrassment and be persistent. Ju Sozian approached and called out to him, and Kim Ju-hyuk replied with a less-than-friendly attitude while wiping his sweat. "What do you want, you rude girl?" Ju Sozian couldn't believe this guy dared to call her rude, but she held it in and pressed on with her question. "Are you the one who trained Choi Aaron?" Then she mustered her courage and shouted, I want you to teach me, just like you taught Choi Aaron." At that moment, Instructor Lee Sang-cheol also came over and asked Kim Ju-hyuk, "Are you free?" Kim Ju-hyuk completely ignored Ju Sozian to answer the coach, saying he still had a few more physical exercises to do and asked what was up. Lee Sang-cheol told him to finish up quickly and meet him after showering, as someone really wanted to see him. That person desperately said that if they couldn't meet now, there would be no other chance. Kim Ju-hyuk found it strange, so he agreed with Instructor Lee. Ju Sozian stood by, dumbfounded, always getting interrupted and left behind like this. It was such bad luck she wanted to cry. "Hey, rude girl. Huh, what's this? If you also want me to train you, ask Choi Aaron for the exercises I gave her, and just follow them. If you do well, maybe I'll take pity on you and consider teaching you something. Come on, nobody ignored you, so why are you about to cry?" Hearing Kim Ju-hyuk say that, Choi Aaron was also willing to share, but she also picked up his habit of calling Ju Sozian rude girl, which made her furious. Meanwhile, Kim Ju-hyuk followed the instructor to meet that person, and out of curiosity, he asked Instructor Lee who it was that was so desperate to see him. The instructor told him if he thought hard, there was only one person it could be, and they were waiting in the dojo. And that person was none other than Rocklin, who looked significantly more haggard and gaunt than he had a few days ago. Rocklin stammered, crying for help, and fell to his knees at Ju-hyuk's feet, wailing, "Save me. I'm begging you. I'm so sorry. Please, save me." Rocklin continued to plead desperately, so Kim Ju-hyuk pointed at him and turned to ask Instructor Lee what was wrong. Lee Sang-cheol thought he already knew and was just playing dumb, but explained anyway that he discovered Rocklin had made a deal with that group of assassins. Including the latest suspicions about the Tier 1 assassination squad, he's the mastermind behind both murder cases, and what's more, the media has found out about it. Now they have all the information on Rocklin and the ringleader of the Valhalla attack, and it turns out Kim Ju-hyuk is a real wolf in sheep's clothing. No joke, because he was the one who leaked all of this to the media. But this guy has the protection of the Ventric family. Wouldn't the head of the family come and get him? Why is he asking me for help? Kim Ju-hyuk wondered. Lee Sang-cheol explained that the Ventric family had already made an official announcement about disowning Rocklin. And it wasn't just him, even those connected to him, like his father, couldn't escape being ostracized this time. His family has made no moves whatsoever, so now that he's lost their protection, he's about to be thrown in prison. "So that's why you want my help?" Rocklin cried out. "Give me a chance. This whole thing blew up because of your testimony, didn't it?" "Dude, are you begging or giving orders with that ridiculous tone?" Rocklin had no idea how his plea was coming across. He just kept craning his neck to beg, oblivious to how grating he sounded. Of course, Kim Ju-hyuk wasn't having any of it and gave him a firm hell no. But Rocklin clung to him like a leech, crying, apologizing, and making vows. He swore he would never appear before Ju-hyuk again. But it's not like Ju-hyuk cared about that, so Rocklin tried to offer him money instead. At this point, Instructor Lee's palms started to itch, but he had to bite his tongue and stay quiet, since it's not like Ju-hyuk needed the money. Rocklin, in a frenzy, looked over at Yuria and violently dragged her forward. "What about this woman? I'll give her to you. She's a descendant of the British royal family. With this woman by your side, your status is guaranteed to rise." Rocklin eagerly pitched his offer, as if that was a reasonable price to buy back the reputation he never even had. "You'll give her to me? Is she just a piece of merchandise?" Kim Ju-hyuk was about to explode, but Rockland wasn't the type to read the room. He was completely consumed with salvaging his own mistakes, asserting that Yuria was his property. He even showed proof in the form of a glowing spell to prove to Ju-hyuk that he was telling the truth. "I can perform the transfer spell if you want her." Instructor Lee frowned. It was a restriction spell, a mark created by magical power. It's a taming spell that makes the target completely unable to disobey their master's orders. It's a curse that a normal contractor would be unable to break. Yet this madman actually used it on a human being. There have been people just like you before. People whose lives were so privileged they cast restriction spells on the innocent. Ju-hyuk reached his hand out toward Yuria, releasing a surge of energy that grabbed onto the curse and ripped it out without a shred of hesitation. And just like that, the restriction spell was broken. "Instructor, may I punch this guy?" "Just once," Ju-hyuk asked, his expression darkening. "I think that as an instructor of Valhalla, like I'd let my students fight each other," Mr. Lai said with a grimace. But this guy had been getting on his nerves for a while, so he said, "Continue. But if that person is a criminal, it's a different story. Besides, Valhalla doesn't care much about the members of House Ventric, so just transfer him over. I can handle it." Robin was completely stunned. He never expected a day like this would come for him, but he couldn't stop Ju-hyuk's hand from reaching his shoulder. "Shut your mouth, or you'll lose your teeth." Ju-hyuk was just giving a kind reminder, but he still landed an unhesitating punch right in this bastard's face. Robin was knocked out on the spot. Outside, Butcher said he thought his master would kill that guy right then and there. After all, it wasn't the first time Ju-hyuk had been this angry since his reincarnation. If it were 300 years ago, Ju-hyuk wouldn't have hesitated to strike him down. He once had a disciple who was sold into slavery because of that limitation spell. Remembering this was what made him furious. Moreover, Ju-hyuk himself had gone through something similar in the past. Butcher realized with a start, could his master have once been a slave? Just then, Yuria ran after Ju-hyuk until her legs were about to give out. "I was so surprised back there that I couldn't thank you properly." "Thank you so much." Ju-hyuk told her she didn't need to thank him, and that from now on, she should live freely without worrying about anything. Yuria was so moved that she started to cry. The next day, after school at a cafe in Valhalla, China, Lily blurted out two random words that Ju-hyuk couldn't understand. "The Ahala Royal Palace is in China. Why didn't you just say that from the start? What's with being so cryptic?" To be more specific, it's a labyrinth owned by the Chinese White Lotus Society, which is one of the guilds that came to Valhalla for the inter-school competition. The problem is that recently, unlike before, they've strictly forbidden outsiders from entering the labyrinth. However, Ju-hyuk couldn't understand why a labyrinth could even be owned by someone. In the past, even dogs and cows could enter labyrinths without any problem, and for Ju-hyuk, if he wanted to, he could easily destroy it. However, it's a bit inconvenient since it belongs to the academy. Is there any way to get in? This one's going to be tough. Although the White Lotus Society will open it to their cadets, it's not certain for outsiders. Plus, if you want to get in, you have to hurry, because time is running short. At this point, the instructor suddenly covered her mouth as if she had let something slip, and that was indeed the case, because she was always haggling for information with this kid, so being careful not to slip up was absolutely necessary. "By the way, are you just going to sit there and listen? Give me some information." Lily pouted, criticizing the freeloader sitting across from her. Ju-hyuk didn't understand what she was talking about. Lily then held up 3 fingers and demanded 3 pieces of information to let him off the hook. "Thanks for the coffee. I'm leaving." Kim Ju-hyuk stood up immediately. Lily hurriedly tried to make him stay. "I'll just tell you this one thing, listen, and then decide." Kim Ju-hyuk sat back down. With a reluctant expression, Lily covered her mouth with her hand and whispered to him, "This is a secret, you know. The Ahala Royal Palace has been chosen as one of the venues for the World Tournament in the 2nd semester." Kim Ju-hyuk didn't think what she just said was a secret, because it sounded like all the instructors already knew about it. Lily asserted that even the instructors didn't have this information. She had her own source. This World Tournament is similar to the inter-school competition. If the competition in Korea was only for cadets from Korea, China, and the United States, then the World Tournament is like an Olympics, where academies from all over the world gather and compete. In other words, it's an inter-school competition, a more expanded and unpredictable version. It takes place during the 2nd semester, so there's still plenty of time. Is there any way to get in earlier? Kim Ju-hyuk wanted to speed up the mission's progress, which made Lily quite flustered, because she had no connection to the White Lotus Society. After thinking for a moment, she said, "This is hard to guarantee, but it's probably feasible, but I need you to help me with something." Kim Ju-hyuk's face twisted as he asked, "What is it? It has to be a give and take. Why are you making a face like you expect something for nothing? Come with me to the Global Monster Research Organization. It's just for 1 day, so you don't have to worry." Very quickly, they arrived in North London, Tottenham, where the Global Monster Research Organization was located. "What the hell do you mean just 1 day? We flew all the way to London." Realizing he'd been tricked, Kim Ju-hyuk flew into a rage. Well, we're only at this place for one day, right? Having finally managed to trick Ju-huk for once, Lily beamed brighter than a flower. Even so, I'm allowed to stay for the whole week. They even gave me Monday off too, so let's just have a blast. This lady sure knows how to abuse her authority. So what do you want to do? Whatever it is, just don't look at each other like that. It's so creepy. At this moment, Ju-huk was holding a sword in front of a wild boar, while outside, 3 middle-aged people frowned and stared at him without blinking. Kim Ju-huk looked at the boar, remembering Lily saying the favor she asked for wasn't much, she just needed help making a headline. Something like, Ju-huk, the infamous monster hunter faces a challenge at the Global Monster Research Organization. Kim Ju-huk coldly thrust his sword into the middle of the boar's head. It was logged out of existence before it could even squeal. From outside, a voice confirmed, Agile boar, verification complete. Prepare the golem. Kim Ju-huk clicked his tongue. There's still more? This went on for another hour. Finally, he was able to sprawl on the sofa and complain, what a pain. Lily asks for so damn much. That girl is really good at twisting her words. I thought the original plan was just to defeat 3 monsters. Why did we have to verify as many as 10 of them? Lily averted her gaze and stammered, I don't know why either. Putting that aside for the moment, Ju-huk didn't understand why the atmosphere there was so strange. As soon as we walked in, everyone stared at us, and then they started snickering and treating us rudely. Do you have some beef with this place? Lily took a sip of water, remaining silent for a moment before she spoke. It's because they're resentful. An article suddenly appeared and it directly refuted the monster fighting strategy that has existed for decades. But isn't the verification method outdated anyway? You just slash the target with a sword and it's game over, isn't it? But Lily said it was the safest method and a tradition of the organization. Well, if that's the case, wouldn't it be better to have an AI from the organization do it? I don't want to let them do it. Lily suddenly got serious. They're just a bunch of conservative old fogies. The articles about monster response strategies are a sound strategy to enhance status and power. Nowadays, academia is a place where people carve out their own positions by teaming up and playing games with each other. Ju-huk couldn't help but remark, what a bunch of despicable people. But even so, does Lily really need to be writing articles constantly? The press is just a piece of paper. It's just not yet recognized by society. It doesn't matter how terrible society is. What's more important to me is a proper strategy to deal with the monsters. For that purpose, I can endure those cold stares. In this respect, Lily is a girl who's always been loyal and steadfast in her own beliefs. Now that her business was done, it was Lily's turn to return the favor to Kim Ju-huk. She said it was great that they had come here, because she had come too. The head of the White Lotus Society was said to visit the organization often. I think she came by earlier to observe Nanny's verification process. All right, that's good. Kim Ju-huk quickly stood up to find her before it was too late. Just then, a woman came to talk to him, and it turned out to be the leader of the White Lotus Society. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Seon-jeon, the head of the White Lotus Society. Kim Ju-huk politely greeted her back, asking if she needed anything. Seon-jeon came to ask him for a favor. Could you please help me with this person? Actually, Shui-yoon wanted to ask Ju-huk to deal with that person, and Lily, sensing things were getting serious, decided to grab her drink and slip away. After she left, Kim Ju-huk asked Shu-yeon for the details of the story. She said that although she currently holds the position of the head of the White Lotus Society, she is essentially a member of the Shu clan. Their Shu clan was the first family to settle in China after the apocalypse. Thanks to that, they were able to elevate their status, establish the White Lotus Academy, and train generations of outstanding contractors. Coincidentally, their family has someone, a young talent who could be called a reincarnated prodigy, who at the age of 13 was able to defeat average-level contractors and even defeated the older members and guild members of the clan. Furthermore, even the leader of our Shu clan fell at her feet. In the end, perhaps because she thought there was nothing left to learn from the outside world, the girl locked herself in the Shui clan's training room, the White Lotus Palace, and never came out again. So I have to knock some sense into that arrogant person? Kim Ju-huk grasped the situation very quickly. This was exactly what Shui-yeon meant. To him, this was just a piece of cake. But there's something I'm still wondering about. If it's just about teaching that kid a lesson, aren't there many others stronger than me? In terms of magical power, you, the leader of the White Lotus Society, are not weak at all. Shu-yeon couldn't help but exclaim that Ju-huk had a good eye. She had concealed her power, yet he could still sense it. There are 2 reasons. Shui-yeon decided to be direct. First, because they require everyone to fight using only physical strength. Second, that person is also 17 years old, the same age as student Kim Ju-huk here. Shui-yeon has also been watching Ju-huk's performance in recent battles and has seen very clearly that you possess immense physical strength. If a student like you, Kim Ju-huk, defeats the arrogant girl who believes she is stronger than any other 17-year-old, her pride will be completely shattered. That's why I came here to ask this of you. If student Kim Ju-huk hadn't come here, I would have sought you out myself later. Wow. With such a great opportunity falling from the sky, no one would be foolish enough to refuse. However, since it's a favor, of course, it's not free under any circumstances. This wasn't a problem for Shu Yun either. She told him to name his price, but Ju-huk already had plenty of money and wasn't interested. There's a place I want to go. Instead of a simple request, he received a different offer. In a flash, the two of them zipped from England to China, arriving at the headquarters of the White Lotus Guild. Kim Do-hyuk didn't expect to get there within the day, let alone on a private jet. It was because he said he only had until Monday that Tuyet Van rushed everything. As for Do-hyuk's payment, it was, of course, an admission ticket to the Ahala Royal Palace. For Tuyet Van, this wasn't a difficult matter at all, so she agreed right away. And so, Do-hyuk followed Tuyet Van into the White Lotus Guild, heading straight for the training room. Do-hyuk had another question, this one about the recent inter-school competition. He had a feeling that the members of the White Lotus Guild showed no determination at all. Could it be that the person he was about to meet was the culprit behind it? That would explain it. After facing that child, many people realized their own limits and left the White Lotus Guild, students and professors alike. Tuyet Van confessed that she was really hoping Kim Do-hyuk could knock some sense into that brat, ending the tense situation in the Tuyet family and the White Lotus Guild. Kim Do-hyuk also hoped the kid would put up a proper fight, otherwise it would be a complete waste of his time. Stepping through that magic circle would lead to the Tuyet family's secret training room, where that child was. Before entering, Do-hyuk remembered to ask for the kid's name. Her name was Yen Lang, the one with the striped tiger head, but her teeth resembled wolf fangs. "Who are you? Did the Tuyet family send you to kick me out? I'm not going anywhere. Get lost." "Hey grandma, I barely set foot in here. Who are you telling to get lost?" Kim Do-hyuk was not pleased with her attitude and immediately launched an attack, intending to fix her insolent attitude, but she caught his punch with just one hand. Well now, this is interesting. Incredibly, Yen Lang even counterattacked Do-hyuk. "You fool, can't you even gauge the strength of the opponent right in front of you? I can't believe you'd throw a surprise punch like that." Kim Do-hyuk smirked. "Are you talking about yourself?" To Yen Lang's amazement, he reversed the hold, grabbing her wrist tightly and throwing a punch with his other hand. Yen Lang tilted her head to dodge, so Kim Do-hyuk punched her captured wrist instead, making her grit her teeth. Doesn't this bastard have any chivalry? Yen Lang was sent flying. After landing, she clutched her arm and urgently asked who he was and what that move was. Kim Do-hyuk grinned triumphantly. "It seems you can't comprehend the true power of a 17-year-old student." Unable to land a single hit, Yen Lang gritted her teeth in frustration and began to anticipate her opponent's next move. Yen Lang guessed that Do-hyuk would attack now, so she fell back. Seeing this, Kim Do-hyuk pressed forward relentlessly, asking where she thought she was running before landing a palm strike to her gut. "Dude, she's a whoops, I mean a girl. Go a little easy on her. What if she has a boyfriend?" But you had to give Yen Lang credit. She knew she couldn't dodge the last blow, so she retreated to mitigate the impact, but that was enough. And Do-hyuk had realized at the moment he deliberately took that first punch. Even among Do-hyuk's disciples from 300 years ago, almost no one her age could move like that. Meanwhile, Yen Lang was also secretly sizing up the person of the same age in front of her, but she was still confident that she was much better than those who were older than her. This guy, Yen Lang, promised herself she would punch harder in the next few hits, and seeing her smile like that, Kim Do-hyuk also guessed that the last blow wasn't enough to teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Shu Yun was watching the fight from outside through surveillance cameras, and her assistant stammered as he called out to her. Assistant Ha said that what he was about to say was a bit sensitive, but he still wanted to ask if this situation was okay. Even though inviting a student from another school to the White Lotus Palace was unavoidable, the fact that Do-hyuk currently had the advantage didn't guarantee that he could defeat Yen Lang. Moreover, he thought Shu Yun hadn't lost when she faced Yen Lang, but the truth was that Shui Yun had lost to Yen Lang one time, and even if magical energy had been allowed in that match, Shui Yun couldn't guarantee she would have won against that girl. This quite surprised Assistant Ha, but the truth was that back then, the difference in their power levels, the mana between the two was almost negligible, and that was many years ago. And now, Yen Lang might have become stronger both physically and in magical power. If so, Assistant Ha had even less confidence that Do-hyuk could take down Yen Lang, because he didn't believe he could be stronger than the current Shui Yun. Shui Yun herself wasn't sure about that, but Do-hyuk had defeated many notorious criminals and even won important victories in tournaments as well. So, for Yen Lang to win, it would be a tough struggle, and it wouldn't matter if she lost. Returning to the fight, Yen Lang extended her claws and unleashed her ultimate move, the 9-yin white bone claw. She attacked with both hands like a pincer, trying to give Do-hyuk a new hairstyle, but he dodged, so she decided to knee him to help reshape his nose. A fierce collision occurred, and Yen Lang, who was smiling thinking her knee had hit his head, suddenly turned pale and clutched her knee as she retreated. "Hey, is your head made of rock or something?" she protested angrily. Kim Do-hyuk casually replied that he didn't know. Clearly, she was the one who threw the knee, and Do-hyuk blocked it with his forehead, yet her knee turned out to be less hard than his forehead. Yan Lang was furious but could do nothing. She had unleashed all her attacks, but this guy remained unmoving, like a rock. Yan Lang's pride was severely wounded, but she had to admit that Do-hyuk's physical abilities were on another level. "You haven't used any magical power so far, have you?" Yan Lang asked, and Do-hyuk confirmed it was true, saying he was just indulging her. "But now I want to play differently." The girl was about to go back on her word. "Against you. I have to go all out if I want any hope of winning." Yan Lang began to display her mana power. Kim Do-hyuk knew this was a sign that he had completely shattered this girl's arrogance. "You intend to focus your magical power? As you wish. I guess I should show off a little too, right?" The amount of mana Do-hyuk radiated was even more terrifying, leaving Yan Lang in awe. But now she no longer needed to show her physical skills, instead going all in on one punch, combined with magical power to end the match. Yan Lang decisively threw a punch aimed straight at Do-hyuk's face, seeing her rush to end it like that. Do-hyuk playfully stood still, letting the punch come right up to his nose. Yan Lang was ecstatic, thinking her attack had landed, but oh no, Kim Do-hyuk dodged the blow in an instant by bending his body like a noodle. "Enough playing around, I'll end this now." And then, he drove a fatal punch into the girl's stomach, causing Yan Lang's eyes to roll back as she cursed "monster," the wretched thing, and then passed out on the floor. "Game over, baby. Game over," just as requested. "I've defeated her," and dragged her out. Kim Do-hyuk carried Yan Lang by the scruff of her neck like a chicken and brought her before Toyet Van. "Look at that. Who carries a girl like that?" Toyet Van was still stunned, not expecting Ju-hyuk could actually defeat Yan Lang. She asked worriedly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Ju-hyuk casually said that he was fine, but he wasn't sure about Yan Lang. Toyet Van then asked, "Was that a tough fight? She's strong, but I'm a bit disappointed it ended this way." Ju-hyuk dropped Yan Lang to the ground with a thud, and the pain jolted her awake. The moment she saw Toyet Van, she showed a hostile attitude. Toyet Van temporarily set the issue with her aside to first discuss Ju-hyuk's reward. "You said you wanted to enter Anna's royal palace, didn't you? I've been waiting." Toyet Van said she could let Ju-hyuk in right now. She was just waiting for his decision. Of course, Ju-hyuk wanted to go immediately. After all, it's best to strike while the iron is hot. Yan Lang watched their departing figures until Assistant Ha had to speak up and remind her to get her injuries treated, which finally snapped Yan Lang out of it. "That person who defeated me, what's his name?" Assistant Ha immediately replied that his name was Kim Do-hyuk. "Kim Do-hyuk, let me tell you, he is one of the strongest people in the world," Yan Lang said with a voice full of admiration, and deep down, she truly wanted to fight this person one more time. In a space between light and shadow, a formless creature, known only by its pair of gigantic horns, repeated the phrase "the strongest" with a question mark. "What is this place? Is this place really a labyrinth?" Kim Do-hyuk looked at Ahana's royal palace in front of him, unable to hide his look of disdain. He recalled what Toyet Van had said, that this place was a special labyrinth resembling a castle, and he just needed to watch out for the monsters called living armors and he could then explore the place freely. Toyet Van had specifically reminded him of the details he needed to be aware of. Kim Do-hyuk asked how long he could stay. Toyet Van said it was about 5 hours, and if he wanted to stay longer, he would have to return the next day. But 5 hours was more than enough time for Ju-hyuk to explore comfortably. "First, I have to take care of this living armor mob. Once I'm warmed up, it's time to fight." With a few textbook-perfect curving slashes, Kim Do-hyuk successfully smashed the squad of armors to pieces. "Man, I've already checked like 20 rooms, but I can't find Alifree Johnny's damn secret room anywhere." "Look to your right, master." Bok Cho had to remind his short-tempered master. "The door looks a little high-class, but it just looks like a normal room." Kim Do-hyuk was a bit skeptical of this logic but opened the door anyway, immediately seeing a portrait of a scowling man, as if someone had borrowed money and never paid him back. Overall, this room really did look like a completely normal office. But is this really that Alifree guy's room? "No, I think this is it. Look under the painting, it says Alifree Johnny right there," Bok Cho said confidently. Kim Do-hyuk wondered how he was able to read it. Bok Cho didn't know either, but in short, he was able to read it thanks to a portion of his recovered memories. "Then, this is definitely the room. But I still need to find the secret chamber inside, and searching for it piece by piece would take too much time, so it's much faster to just smash everything and look for it. Just admit you like breaking things, don't give me that crap about it being faster." But whatever. This room was going to get smashed to bits by Do-hyuk anyway, and luckily for him, after he was done, he found a door on the floor. Groping his way down, he found it was pitch black and couldn't see a damn thing. Just as Kim Do-hyuk was getting annoyed, a notification window popped up. The conditions had been met. Right in front of Do-hyuk now was a red-haired witch. The young man gave a flippant greeting to the lady in a very punchable way. The red-haired witch, however, smiled gently. It's a pleasure to meet you. I will answer your questions, so why don't you have a seat? Kim Do-hyuk silently sat down. I'll introduce myself. I am a guide. Kim Do-hyuk looked quite surprised, so she quickly explained. My apologies, that's not my real name. It's just what people call me. My name was taken away. Regarding this, Kim Do-hyuk knew she was also a victim of that name-stealing Black Shadow, and he never expected the girl in front of him to have had her name taken too. I thought that was all nonsense, but when you said your name was taken, I realized it was real. But what does that mean? Also, how can I get a name back? Kim Do-hyuk was eager to get this over with, and the red-haired witch said immediately, a name holds power. Every living being is given a name at birth. All the actions they take, the efforts they make, and the achievements they attain, whether good or bad, are all expressed through the most meaningful thing in their lives, their name. A name adorned with glorious achievements will grant immense power. That being has been stealing names, absorbing the power contained within them. And what happens when a person's name is stolen? I'm sure you already know about it. They become a constellation, although the red-haired witch mentioned an exception, which was Kim Do-hyuk, as he had been reincarnated. At this point, Kim Do-hyuk realized that this woman knew about his reincarnation, just like Baek Cheo. Are you still suspicious of me? Oh, reincarnated one who received a notification window? The guide hit the nail on the head, reading Kim Do-hyuk like an open book. I'm not sure either. In fact, even I don't know when the notification window will appear. The witch laughed to ease Do-hyuk's tension. But who would have thought he'd cop such a punchable attitude? All right then. Now stop the nonsense and explain it to me. The one who sent the Tower of Destruction here, who is he? His name is the Lord of the Labyrinth. As I said, he sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth for the purpose of stealing others' names to strengthen his power. So it's that son of a B-word. But Kim Do-hyuk still found it very strange, not understanding how a mere Lord of the Labyrinth could send something like the Tower of Destruction to Earth. Something on such a large scale could only be done by someone on the level of... No way! Kim Do-hyuk suddenly realized something and froze. The red-haired witch smiled. You finally figured it out, huh? The place you're living, the place called Earth, is itself a labyrinth. You think I'll believe that? The choice is yours, but I have no reason to come all this way, just to deceive you. Yeah, let's just assume that's the case. Let's say that bastard sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal other people's names. The red-haired witch continued, if a large-scale crisis were to occur on Earth, then the job of stealing someone else's name becomes easier. Everyone is either slaying monsters and saving people, or taking advantage of the chaos to do evil during these large-scale crises, which is why not just anyone can steal another person's name and turn it into their own power. Only the final victors can. If what she said is true, Ju-huk's disciples have all become constellations by now. Of course, he hoped that, in the end, they could all reclaim their names. Ju-huk felt a surge of anger in his chest and said cynically, in the end, no matter what I do, I'm still just a puppet in the Labyrinth Lord's hands. The red-haired witch replied, that's not true. Your reincarnation and arrival here is already a variable for him. Ju-huk then wondered, if the Labyrinth Lord knew he was reincarnated, was he the one who had contacted them through the notification window? You're mistaken about that. According to the witch, the one who gave Ju-huk the chance to be reborn and brought them the notification window was not the Labyrinth Lord. Ju-huk wanted to know who it was, which the witch did know. But she knew that if that person gave Ju-huk a chance to be reborn, there must be some connection between them. As for now, the witch couldn't let this opportunity pass. She conjured a ring and gave it to Ju-huk. I don't have time right now, so I can't explain everything to you in detail. It will be the key to our counterattack against that Labyrinth Lord. Ju-huk wondered why she didn't just sit there and explain everything. The witch said she was being pursued by the Labyrinth Lord. But it's all right, the conditions have been met, and you'll easily meet me again in the future. While Ju-huk was still bewildered, the witch said they'd meet again in 2 days, emphatically reminding him not to lose the ring, then snapped her fingers and sent him back to where he started. Kim Do-hyuk thought back on the new truths he had discovered today, and couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. So much for being a good person. Trying to live a decent life is this hard. Speaking of the ring in his hand, Ju-huk could feel it tracking his location. If so, the remaining mana stones that had absorbed magic before the Great War. This time Kim Do-hyuk would drain every last one to increase his power as quickly as possible. That way, even if he was still inferior in terms of raw power, his potential would allow him to reach the peak faster than that bastard. Meanwhile, on an island in the North Pacific, a man was reading the news. The Samsan Divine Poison Assassin group was completely defeated by a student from Valhalla named Kim Do-hyuk. He got so angry that he crushed the iPad screen and threw it away, cursing, "These idiots. Man, if you're not going to use it anymore, at least give it to someone less fortunate. Why'd you have to smash it, old man?" This man is the Dragon King Guild Master, Hannibal. He had been keeping an eye on Kim Do-hyuk after hearing from the constellation. It was that same brat who defeated Choi Jin-gun, even though he also had a contract with the Constellation, which is why that punk from Venice asked him to deal with Kim Ju-hyuk. And to be sure, he had summoned Sam San, but somehow, instead of seeing success, the fact that he's still single got exposed. I assume you're having some trouble, Sir Hannibal? The speaker was the first-rank commander, Josh. I recall telling you to call me before coming here. Although Hannibal lost face, he didn't lose his authority, while Josh was deliberately provoking him. I only came because you seemed to be in distress, and Kim Ju-hyuk was the thorn in Hannibal's side right now. I see. We've already lost one person to him. Josh looked quite pained. You mean that bastard who's been all over the news? That was the guy who overdosed on something and went to poke the Grim Reaper. It was George himself who gave him a private mission. But he forgot to report back to the organization. And of course, that guy did a poor job, even revealing his identity to Kim Ju-hyuk. But he was a pawn that allowed George to get information about the Ventric family. He was also afraid that person would leak information. So he personally dealt with this worthless pawn before he could be taken to the prison tower. So can you handle the rest of those who are casually hanging around out there? Hannibal was referring to the 3 members of the Sam San group. Of course, George didn't mind as long as Hannibal wanted it. But Hannibal is still hesitant about Kim Ju-hyuk. With all due respect, I advise you not to touch him right now. George finally said something sensible. Yugo is keeping an eye on him right now. Sir, it turns out we already have some useful intel. This information also surprised Hannibal. Don't tell me that Yugo's group is just a bunch of fugitives. That's correct, Sir George confirmed. We may be evil, but they are on a whole other level. No one knows what their motives or goals are. Logan, the One's army, has already been dealt with by them. Hannibal had heard about this, and he felt lucky that George had told him about Yugo's pursuit of Kim Ju-hyuk, because once someone touches the target of those madmen, they will likely become their sworn enemy, so they can just happily reap the benefits while watching the Tigers fight. Over here, an extremely tense confrontation was about to happen. Kim Ju-hyuk was surrounded by a black-clad squad, but it wasn't because he was looking for answers. A cold-faced Kim Ju-hyuk just asked them who they were. Did they know this was Valhalla's territory? And he didn't know if they were a brave or foolish bunch to show up at this godforsaken hour. The leader said he had received orders from the head of the Ventric family, Adilia. She still held a grudge over being shamed by Kim Ju-hyuk, so she sent people to provoke a fight. Before this, they had needed a lot of time to prepare, because they needed a contractor capable of creating a hidden space in the vanguard. And they also needed to make sure the target was within the Valhalla area. Adilia also wondered why they needed someone who could bend space. It was simply because the ones on this mission worked directly under the Ventric family, so they couldn't be exposed. Adilia highly appreciated their awareness, and she also really wanted to know if they had properly prepared what she had briefed them on. Yes, ma'am. To prepare for the sanctuary's transformation, I have already set up a mana stone with an abundant energy source. Adilia was very pleased with this plan, and she was also preparing to move. In the meantime, the head butler will join the intelligence team, and once the hidden space is complete, he will also take on the role of leading the assassin group. The head butler understood the mission, but still had a question. Is the sacred ground a preparation step to summon a constellation? That is exactly right, and it is also the purpose of Adelia's actions this time. The head butler's urgent attitude didn't please her very much. Having to face a high school kid makes you scared out of your wits. Honestly, why are you releasing your energy? Damn it. The head butler hurriedly regained his composure. Adilia then retracted her energy and smiled. It's just a precaution. No need to worry. That sounds really trustworthy. Furthermore, there was a recent incident. The constellation that had been silent suddenly reacted. Adilia saw the notification window. The one in the plague doctor mask demanded a detailed explanation. Getting so worked up, she wanted to summon a constellation to get to the bottom of it. Back to the ambush, the head butler ordered the intelligence team to prepare a spatial disruption. A group of people immediately set up a formation around Kim Ju-hyuk, who stood there looking clueless. What's this? A hidden space? Seriously, whoever came up with the idea of ganging up to ambush a student is truly pathetic. How brilliant. The head butler's face was stone cold, as if thinking, damn, this kid's got a mouth on him. Whose idea was this anyway? Could it be the head of the Ventric family? The head butler was so shocked he was speechless, almost cursing as he asked how he knew. Not knowing would simply be an insult to Kim Ju-hyuk's intelligence. So he explained to this group of self-proclaimed geniuses that among his enemies, there are 2 groups that use dark magic. The rest don't, so it could only be the Ventric family. Who else could it possibly be? At this point, the butler sensed something was off and hastily issued a new order. We're trapped in here too, so it's pointless to keep hiding. Summon the assassins. And so, a formidable squad was dispatched. In just 2 seconds. Aren't you embarrassed? What if the academy students come swarming in? Kim Ju-hyuk scoffed. The head butler stated that it didn't matter. They were just following the family head's orders. Kim Ju-hyuk rolled his shoulders and remarked, "Is that so? Your family head must not know the meaning of shame. Kill him," the head butler ordered sternly. "Kill who now?" Take a look at who you're dealing with. Kim Yu-hyo single-handedly took on the whole group with a smirk, while the assassins were all knocked to the ground. The head butler also aggressively slashed at Yu-hyo but was mocked by him. Is swinging your sword all you know how to do, old man? As soon as he finished, two hawk-like guys flew in from nowhere. While we're at it, let me show you kids how to properly swing a sword. The blade slammed into the ground, making the assassin freeze. While they were stunned, Kim Yu-hyo followed up with a kick to put him down for good. You guys don't even give me time to breathe. The head butler saw he was busy with the others and tried to stab him from behind, but unfortunately, his opponent had eyes in the back of his head and dodged. While he was wondering in shock, is this the ability of a high school student? Kim Yu-hyo was complaining as he thrust his sword through the armor, and of course, no one hit by this attack would remain unscathed. The head butler felt the same. He had previously thought, what could a mere high school brat possibly do? Now that he had seen and experienced it firsthand, he finally understood why Adilia had to set up such a grand formation, and just as he fell, the head of the Ventric family had also appeared. Adilia looked at the people here. Most of them were stronger than other contractors. How the hell did they still get hit by this guy and end up unconscious here? It's unbelievable. And she didn't want the situation to continue like this. You should feel proud, because you will witness the sacred artifact of the Ventric family. Ordinary people never get such an opportunity. Adilia unleashed a brilliant golden mana and spoke. Kim Yu-hyo retorted sarcastically, I should be proud to see that dull knife from the family head who's so shameless she called a whole mob just to bully a high school student. What did you just say? Your pretty face won't save you from that mouth of yours. Adilia cursed in anger. She gripped the small dagger and charged at Kim Yu-hyo. At that exact moment, several glowing stones suddenly lit up and the dagger in her hand grew longer. A brilliant light flashed and a yellow notification window appeared with 3 dots, ending with a completely bewildering sentence. Master, the runestones emitted a sparkling golden light, but at the same time, it affected everyone. Time froze, and not even Adilia could escape it. Everyone stood as still as statues. Only Kim Ju-huk remained unaffected. Adilia, although unable to move, was still conscious, and she realized that everyone else was frozen solid, while Kim Ju-huk was admiring his gold-plated dagger. Just then, a luxurious yellow notification window appeared, and man, even Kim Ju-huk was confused. At that moment, the golden lights formed a humanoid figure wearing a rather comical crow mask with glasses. But when the mask came off, it revealed a beautiful woman with a very unique style, and their 4 eyes just stared intently at each other. She was completely different now from when they first met. Back then, she was still chained by the neck in a dungeon, looking at the world with hateful eyes. Back then, Kim Ju-huk was still Kim Hyun. Oh, look at the eyes of this little brat. It seems you hate all humans, don't you? The blonde gritted her teeth and said, Don't act like you understand me. What the hell do you know about my life? Although I don't know everything, I know enough because I was once a slave too. This time, it was the girl's turn to be shocked. When I was young, I had no power and was kidnapped by a slave trader, and after that, just like you, I lived the life of a slave because of the shackles that bound me. Do you want to be free? Damn, what a redundant question. Didn't you just say you were a slave too, so why ask such an obvious question? Because of this damn thing, I can't even dream of freedom anymore. The girl nearly screamed in agitation, grabbing the enchanted collar on her neck. So stop provoking me. Get lost, I don't know how you snuck in, but the slave trader will be here soon. She had truly despaired of ever escaping slavery. The cruelty of that collar was that it could only be removed by its master's own hands, or when that person died. Unfortunately, sometimes even when the master died, the collar still couldn't be removed. In her case, it seemed to be the latter. At that moment, the slave girl realized that her bastard master was already dead and gone. She immediately fell into complete despair, but Kim Hyun-oh said, What if I have a way? Before she could even react, Hyun-oh grabbed the collar and began to analyze it. By deciphering the magic within this chain, I can reverse the spell and slowly remove it. Although this isn't my specialty for me, removing this collar is not a big deal, because that was the only way I could end my own life as a slave. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Hyun-oh shattered the restrictive collar on the blonde's neck. In that moment, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, because she was finally free from the collar that had tormented her for so long. The deed was done. Hyun-oh had finished his task. He prepared to get up and leave, as this girl needed to learn to decide her own life now. Hyun-oh asked her what she wanted to do next. Go find your family or go home. I have no home or family, because the slave trader killed my family and burned down my house when he kidnapped me. The girl had a sad story. Kim Hyun-oh hesitated for a moment, then said he was going to travel and explore, and that he would crush the skulls of the bastard slave traders, those who buy and sell people, just like what you did today. Do you want to come along? Of course I'm going. I'd be a fool to skip out. Kim Hyun-oh was very pleased with her answer, telling her to treat him well as if he were her master, and if she considered him her master, she must use honorifics. and not speak like some barbarian. Having just been promoted, Kim Hyun-oh gave a stern reminder, and she obedient. The blonde girl asks him his name. Kim Ju-huk can say his own name, but when it comes to introducing himself, his stream of memories gets cut off. Now the barbarian he mentioned has become a beautiful, sharp, and stylish girl like this. The unlucky part is she doesn't have a damn name, because she has become a constellation. Kim Ju-huk is confident he understands this kid better than anyone, but he can't remember her name. Now he understands what the fortune teller meant when they said the Demon King's name would take away the constellation's name, but now there's nothing he can do. Luckily, I still remember your nickname, Barbarian. It's been a while, hasn't it? Adilia is stunned. How dare this guy call a constellation a barbarian? Meanwhile, the constellation she reveres calls him master and even wields the golden dagger known as a sacred relic, restoring everyone's consciousness, then asks Kim Ju-hyuk, how should I deal with these bastards? Should I kill them? No, I have a better idea. Kim Ju-hyuk strokes his chin, smiling wickedly. The next day, the homeroom teacher nearly has a stroke when he sees the donation amount with 9 zeros, with a note specifying the donation is for student Kim Ju-hyuk on the school's donation list. The more Kim Lee-gun looks, the more he feels something is wrong, but he can't pinpoint what. Damn it, 5 billion, won. A headache-inducing amount of money? I guess you've seen it too. What's there to guess, sir? I'm looking right at it. But it's not just the homeroom teacher who finds it strange. Mr. Lai also finds it strange. Kim Lee-gun even thought it was because the Ventric clan suddenly had a pang of conscience. He felt guilty for almost wrecking their academy, so that's why. But even with that explanation, Lee Sang-cheo still finds it illogical, and when Kim Ju-hyuk was attacked by Desora Ventric last time, they definitely should have sent the donation then to shut him up. The donation was a way to protect the image of Rockland and the clan. However, the Ventric clan had already drawn a line by disowning Rockland and kicking him out. Otherwise, they would have raised hell by now to get Rockland out of the detention center. Why the hell would they sponsor Kim Ju-hyuk like this? There's definitely a conspiracy behind it. Moreover, now they don't know if Kim Ju-hyuk will accept this money, because based on the rebellious attitude they're used to, the kid should be cursing up a storm right now and confronting the Ventric family. Well, I guess asking him directly is the only way to get an answer. Lai Sang-cheo says while drinking his coffee, let's just do that to make it easy. What's the point of sitting here making wild guesses? This time, Kim Ju-hyuk gives a surprising answer. Yes, I'll accept it. Lee-gun's eyes widen and his jaw drops, thinking he misheard. But no. I mean, who in their right mind would refuse 5 billion won? He had to admit that was true, but Kim Lee-gun still felt something was off. Kim Ju-hyuk was eager to leave again, so the teacher had to quickly inform him of his new benefits. Not only will you receive the sponsorship, but Valhalla Academy also received a donation. According to Valhalla's regulations, you can move to the premium dormitory. What do you think? I don't find my current dorm uncomfortable at all right now, so you can help me move next time. That's fine, I guess. After he left, Teacher Kim was still sitting there dumbfounded, with no clue what the hell had just happened. When did that guy change so much? But whatever. It's not like he lost anything, so why the hell should he waste brain cells worrying about it? This whole thing started when Kim Ju-hyuk came up with a brilliant idea to handle Adilia and her assassins. He had the barbarian girl wake her up so they could talk. Adilia knelt on the ground, trembling, so Kim Ju-hyuk crouched down to talk to her, just to save himself some neck pain. I think the constellation you summon will overlook anything I decide to do to you all. So, what do you think I should do now? Kim Ju-hyuk smirked. Adelia's constellation had even said she was the one who made the Ventric family serve her, and that the master could do as he pleased. Adilia, still unable to process the situation, asked again, could it be that you're now using our family motto, all for one, which has been passed down for generations, to command me? Hearing this, the barbarian girl flew into a rage. Of course, that motto now means you all serve my master. Are you only just figuring that out? So this student, this person, is he truly your master? Oh, Guardian Constellation? Yes. Although his appearance has changed, his magical power is undoubtedly that of my master. Kim Ju-hyuk felt that was enough questions from her. She should be more worried about herself right now. Frankly, being pestered by these assassins made Kim Ju-hyuk want to just slaughter the whole lot of them. However, their levels and strengths were all genuine. So, in order to live a comfortable life, he needed to fully exploit these people and make them work for him. The thing is, directly managing these people would be too much work, so why not make use of the person here who already has years of experience in the field? According to Adilia, even though she was only the vice head of the family, it had been 4 years since she took over leadership of the family, and during those 4 years, she had managed to restore her family's declining power and they became the most powerful. Then just continue managing the family. Kim Ju-hyuk ordered her without a second thought. Support my activities at the family level. Don't ask me why. The moment you mess up again, you know what will happen, right? At her master's signal, the Chromas diviner confirmed that she would personally oversee things to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. Suddenly, her figure transformed into golden light and started to fade away. She explained that it was time to go, because for a constellation to manifest directly like this, it requires a huge amount of magical power. This means they need dozens of mana-filled flowstones, which is exactly why these people brought a huge pile of them here. Since that magical power is now fading, and I've also used my skills, I'm going to need to rest for a while. Kim Ju-huk was surprised that even a constellation had to face such limitations. Even so, she felt that just being able to witness her master's rebirth with her own eyes was more than enough. Kim Ju-huk felt concerned for her, and told her to get some rest. Before she left, she put her mask back on and said one last thing. Besides me, it seems there is another disciple who has also become a constellation. You will meet him soon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. As soon as she finished her sentence, she disappeared completely, as if she was never there, and her words left Kim Ju-huk with much to think about. He already had a hunch about this, but who was supposed to be coming? Besides, it's very likely all his disciples will become constellations, but when is soon? Kim Ju-huk had already met two of them personally, Baek-cheo and Moron. The meeting with Baek-cheo was unavoidable thanks to the notification window, while the one with Moron was a coincidence. There were a large number of constellations now, so what was the point of meeting them one by one? And why hasn't that guy Baek-cheo made a peep since he met the guide? Did you call for me, Master? I'm here now. Kim Ju-huk immediately asked why he wasn't as chatty as usual. Baek-cheo said he was organizing his thoughts. His memory had been cut off right at the moment Ju-huk entered the secret room. In his memory, he felt as if Ju-huk had walked right back out as soon as he entered that room, and another small piece of his memory returned. Do you remember what a weak and fragile existence you were? Seeing the atmosphere was too tense, Ju-huk decided to tease the kid a bit. Baek-cheo got flustered and said how could he remember such a trivial memory, but he had learned the concept of a name, which Ju-huk should have already known, and one more rather important thing, the Lord of the Labyrinth. He was the one who gave me the name Baek-cheo. Lost in thought while walking, he arrived at the classroom. Kim Ju-huk sat in class, but his mind wasn't on the lesson. So the one who stole his true identity and gave him the name Baek-cheo was the Lord of the Labyrinth. Baek-cheo confirmed once again that was exactly right. That guy both gave him power and killed him, but with the power of the Master of the Tower of Destruction that was only natural. But that power affected his personality. Back when I was the Master of the Tower, I was a bit rigid too. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the identity and power I received, but my current personality is quite similar to my original one. Kim Ju-huk couldn't understand how that pervert could grant or take away someone's identity like that. As for this, Baek-cheo also didn't know exactly how he did it. Kim Ju-huk clicked his tongue. This world is a labyrinth large enough for that guy to exploit identities, which is why he can give and take them away at will. Baek-cheo didn't understand what Ju-huk just said. What do you mean this world is a labyrinth? This idiot, how could you not know such important information? And so, the master and disciple talked through the entire class, and Baek-cheo finally understood everything. Kim Ju-huk was also very irritated, but for now, they were still just fish being raised in a pond belonging to him, so they couldn't act yet. However, thanks to the guide, there was a chance to fight back. All they needed to do was bide their time. The next day, just as promised, the witch guide has arrived. At this moment, Kim Ju-huk was still holding his food tray, standing there dumbfounded. The guide also froze for a moment and asked, "What is that shiny silver thing?" Kim Ju-huk blew up instantly. "It's a food tray. A food tray. You did say we'd meet again in 2 days, but why did you have to call me in the middle of lunch? What a sharp tongue. You don't mess with someone during their meal, so why the hell did this hag summon me right before I could eat?" The guide promised to be more mindful of that next time. Putting that aside for now, the guide asked if he had brought the ring. "Of course I brought it, you old hag. Just get on with it already. Why are you beating around the bush? It looks like this isn't an item that increases my stats. How do you plan to counter that guy with this?" Kim Ju-huk was still the one to get straight to business. "It's simple. Just put on that ring and clear the maze. This girl makes it sound so easy. A maze? Which maze are we talking about, or will any of them do?" At first, only a few mazes occurred naturally, while all the rest were monitored. Right? The guide says, you can clear any maze you want. Soon, the Maze Lord will start creating his own mazes, which in your world is called. What was it again? A monster outbreak, a disaster. This means that when a maze starts to form, monsters will come pouring out and the surrounding areas will be devastated. Before Kim Ju-huk was reborn, those things were everywhere. That's why back then, no place was safe. After being reborn, everything stabilized and I was finally able to enjoy life a little. But forget that. It seems like I have to handle everything myself. So where and when will it appear, and what will the scale be? In about 3 months. The scale is still being determined, but they say it will happen in a country called South Korea. You've got to be kidding me. I live in South Korea, but if you don't tell me the exact location, how am I supposed to stop it? The guide says she can't risk it, fearing the maze lord would find her. That's why she can only provide such limited information. Seriously, everything has to be a hassle, doesn't it? The weird thing is, this world was a maze from the very beginning, so why would another maze appear within it? The maze lord created it on purpose. Is he preparing to create another identity? Exactly. He's already made up his mind. You could say he's getting everyone to adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears. So, I have to wear this ring and destroy the maze that appears during the disaster? That's the gist of it. But the guide still wants to ask Kim Ju-huk something. How do you normally destroy mazes? The monsters that appear in the maze are a pain to deal with, so I usually just ignore them and destroy the maze stone. If you do that, the maze disappears on its own. Kim Ju-huk always likes to get things done quickly and cleanly. Normally, that's the fastest method, but you can't do that this time. Huh? Then what am I supposed to do, old hag? Put on that ring and defeat the boss. Why do I have to do that? There's a reason, of course. Even though your world is just one big maze, the maze lord can't just randomly create a disaster or a tower of destruction. He has to use the power of the identities he has acquired. To put it simply, the mazes are created from identities. Among the components of a maze created this way, the power of the identity is most concentrated in its boss. If you wear that ring and defeat the boss, you can absorb the identity from the maze lord. That will be the starting point of our counterattack. Kim Ju-huk then asks, that guy has absorbed countless identities, right? If we only absorb one identity back, how can we possibly fight him? That is an excellent question. Naturally, the maze lord won't even notice if just one identity goes missing. His goal is to help people adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears, so normally, rather than stealing one identity, the key to this plan is destroying the maze quickly. That way, the maze lord will realize the mazes are disappearing before people have a chance to adapt, forcing him to change his strategy. He will create an event by sending a large number of identities into the world, and this will be our chance to absorb a great number of identities, because the identities we absorb will also grant power to the user, absorbing identities and turning them into strength. Let me ask you, how does that make us any different from the Labyrinth Lord? Kim Ju-huk seemed quite serious about this idea, which surprised the guide, who had assumed. He was the type who wouldn't care about such things. Who do you think I am? I can only feel at ease when I'm doing the right thing. First of all, we will never harm innocent people to obtain their identities. And if your identity is taken by the Labyrinth Lord, it will be shackled, preventing you from reincarnating or becoming a constellation. That way you'd be imprisoned, and furthermore, if you use the power of the identities you absorb, when their identities are no longer shackled, they will also be set free. That's what the guide said anyway. But if Kim Ju-huk still felt uneasy, he could do as he pleased. Plus, he would also get to know the owners of the identities, and what kind of people they were before absorbing them. Kim Ju-huk had no more objections. Now, all he had to do was wait for the disaster to occur. The guide said she would inform him of the exact time and place later. Until then, should Kim Ju-huk form a team to stop the disaster? Didn't she just say all I had to do was defeat the boss and destroy the labyrinth? The guide explained that although the monsters inside the labyrinth would perish, when the labyrinth is destroyed, the monsters that have already escaped will still remain, and they should stop them. See you later, the guide said with a snap of her fingers. Kim Ju-huk was instantly teleported right in front of the counter. Damn it, that guide girl. I told her to give me a warning before teleporting me. However, she did say I needed to form a disaster prevention team before reincarnating. So I also handled disasters with my disciples. Doing it alone would take a lot of time, plus I had to prevent damages. So, should I take in disciples in this life? Just then, Kim Ju-huk ran into an acquaintance. Yan Lang, what is this girl doing here? Yan Lang said that after losing to him, she did some thinking and wondered why he spared her, and she came to a shocking realization. Is it because you're stronger than me that I lost? It took her this long to figure out something so obvious. You know what? I thought I was a lot like you. Yeah, right. So strong, let's just leave each other alone. The kind of person who could overwhelm everyone with just their talent and had never tasted defeat. This is quite rare for an adult. Yan Lang was very confident in her discovery, but Kim Ju-huk thought she was completely wrong. I'm someone who has struggled, strived, and worked very hard, you know. But what she just said was only her past thinking, not anymore. The techniques used to hit me were not just simple attacks. They were body movements born from countless experiences, and I was furious when I lost. But after calming down, the reason for my defeat became clear. I was too inexperienced in actual combat. And then I realized that through the experience of fighting you, I also became stronger. So I want to keep fighting you until I can defeat you. So what? Fight me one more time. I don't have time for this, okay? Kim Ju-huk told her not to bother him with that weird reasoning and said goodbye, but Yan Lang still tried to hold him back for a fight, just because she came all the way from China to fight him. But to Kim Ju-huk, that wasn't his problem. So instead of doing this, why didn't she spend her time properly practicing the Shi clan's martial arts? Yan Lang said she didn't know, because she was only formally trained until she was 6, and after that, she was self-taught. and then she was defeated by Kim Ju-hyuk, and the contractors in her family also disapproved of her, but Yan Lang wasn't afraid of them. They kept excluding me from the clan's regular training sessions, so I told them to bring people for me to train with, so my skills wouldn't get rusty. But then they suddenly started throwing adult contractors at me. That's why I won so often, and luckily they didn't have that many people. Kim Ju-hyuk felt that what Shi-yoon said was similar to her story, but the underlying implication was completely different. It was clear that Yan Lang was talented, and the fact that she liked to fight seemed to be true, but the leader of the White Lotus Society implied that she was someone who would mercilessly beat up anyone she met. So he became a little curious about her family's affairs. So, about you staying alone in the White Lotus Palace. Were you forced to be there? Yan Lang said it was partly voluntary, and that she stayed there, because she was tired of being seen as the family's troublemaker. Besides, it didn't really matter since she was stronger than the adults there anyway, and especially now, she had found someone much stronger than her, which was Kim Ju-hyuk. This is so fun. Just by fighting you, I don't need the clan's teachings. I can get even stronger, right? Who's fighting who? Kim Ju-hyuk replied nonchalantly. It was as if a nerve had been struck in Yan Lang, and she got extremely excited, begging and pleading with Kim Ju-hyuk. But the stoic young man didn't react, though he did find the situation a bit strange. It was clear that Yan Lang had been ostracized by her own Shi clan, which was why she was confined to the White Lotus Palace. So why did Shi-yoon want to bring her back? Kim Ju-hyuk didn't know the full situation, but from the clan's perspective, wouldn't it be better to leave Yan Lang at the White Lotus Palace? Getting so pestered by this girl, Kim Ju-hyuk couldn't take it anymore and said, "All right, let go of me. Oh, are you going to fight me? Ah, I'm so happy, my heart is soaring. We're on school grounds, so I don't want to do anything too conspicuous, and I'm heading to the gym anyway. So just follow me." Yan Lang happily agreed. When they arrived at the gym, Choi Aaron and Ju Sozian looked over in confusion, and even Seo Hee glanced over curiously. "I'm going to change and I'll be right back. Just wait a minute." Kim Ju-hyuk said to Yan Lang. She gave him a no-problem look, so he grabbed his bag and left, but was immediately followed by Choi Aaron. Kim Ju-hyuk thought it was Yan Lang still pestering him and impatiently told her to wait. Choi Aaron, with a straight face, asked, "Who did you bring with you?" Ju-hyuk said she was some crazy person he met at the White Lotus, and that he had to bring her here because she came all this way just to fight him. Upon hearing this, Choi Aaron went from an innocent bunny to one seething with anger, filled with hostility towards Yan Lang. Yan Lang wasn't an idiot either, and immediately noticed the unusual look in Choi Aaron's eyes and called her out. "What's with that look? You want to fight too?" Of course, Choi Aaron didn't want to. Ju Sozian, who was observing from the side, deduced from Yan Lang's hair color that she might be a member of the Shi clan. But Ju Sozian was also quite surprised when that girl, Yan Lang, rushed over from China just to have a match with Kim Ju-hyuk. Sounds pretty interesting. And soon enough, the whole group had gathered at Valhalla Stadium. I'm sure it was only me and Yan Lang who agreed to a match, so why are you all here? Kim Ju-hyuk is indeed a very hot-tempered person. I'm keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't do anything strange, Choi Aaron replied instantly, and her reason was very logical. I'm just following Choi Aaron. Ju Sozian also had a pretty reasonable excuse. Don't mind me. Hugh just threw his reason completely out the window. It's amazing he could even think of something so lame, but what can you do? Yan Lang began to warm up, her muscles and joints, showing her great anticipation for this battle and boasting that she had become many times stronger than before. Is that so? Then I'll fight you with my full strength. Meanwhile, Kim Ju-hyuk recalled the guide's reminder to form a team, to prevent the disaster. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Kim Ju-hyuk asked Yan Lang. She enthusiastically confirmed it. Then if I win today, will you become my disciple? Yan Lang was stunned to hear that, as her clear goal was to become stronger to defeat him. So how did it suddenly turn into a matter of becoming his disciple? Kim Ju-hyuk replied as if it were a matter of course. Well, that's just how it is. After becoming my disciple, you can fulfill your wish. Let's begin. Yan Lang said she hated the idea of having a master, so she was very determined to win. The moment they started, she got into her stance, and with the very first blow, Yan Lang led the charge with an elbow strike. Kim Ju-hyuk couldn't help but note that she had indeed gotten quite a bit stronger. Yan Lang arrogantly unleashed a massive amount of fiery mana, declaring that while he had managed to block her attack just now, this time he wouldn't be able to. Yan Lang's mana forced Choi Aaron and Ju Sozian to brace themselves against it. Ju Sozian had to exclaim, "Does the White Lotus have this kind of monster?" That's a huge amount of mana, with a concentration even higher than Kim Ju-hyuk's during the competition. Hugh was also impressed. Yan Lang charged forward using all of her talent and magic. She was certain that if she could just land one hit, it would be a fatal blow. Even if Kim Ju-hyuk managed to block it, there would still be a powerful shockwave thanks to her magical power. But what is this? Kim Ju-hyuk struck the exact same pose Yan Lang had just used, leaving her utterly shocked. I also like a direct confrontation, Kim Ju-hyuk said smugly. His and Yan Lang's fists clashed with incredible force. After a brief struggle, Yan Lang felt herself being pushed back, even though she had increased the concentration of her mana to this level. Meanwhile, she sensed that Kim Ju-hyo didn't possess that much magical power. This proved he had gotten stronger than before, but he was still the same person then as he is now. I'll only meet you head-on once. What the heck? The second time, I'll block and counter, Kim Ju-hyo said. As soon as he finished his sentence, his knee slammed straight into Yan Lang's stomach, and although she tried her best to defend, Yan Lang was still knocked to the ground. This time, she couldn't land a single proper hit. From now on, I have another disciple. Kim Ju-hyo was visibly pleased. When Yan Lang came to, her first words were a lament to the heavens about losing again. Kim Ju-hyuk marveled at how tough she was. He had figured she'd be out cold until the next morning, but she was already awake. Yan Lang genuinely wondered if that was a compliment or a sarcastic jab. Either way, she was going to become his disciple no matter what. Yan Lang was about to suggest a non-magic duel like last time, but this teacher was too sharp, so she decided to become his disciple right then and there. So I'm officially your first disciple now, right? Yan Lang asked proudly, but that wasn't the case. Yan Lang couldn't believe it. Had he recruited a disciple from middle school? Not exactly, but Choi Erin was the first person he had taught in this life, and she also considered herself Kim Ju-hyuk's first disciple. To him, she wasn't the first one either, but it's best to avoid complications, especially explaining things to people who always have a million questions. This later led to Erin calling her Mio, which drove Yan Lang insane, thinking she was being mocked. Choi Erin wasn't scared at all and even insisted on it. Is that so? She fumed. Mio, my name is Yan Lang. Don't go around giving me weird nicknames. What's wrong with you? Mio sounds so cute. And that was the beginning of an endless war of words between a hothead and someone obsessed with cuteness. Watching this, Kim Ju-hyuk suddenly had a strange feeling, just like when he used to observe his disciples in the past. He had the same feeling. However, this was starting to go a bit too far. Mio, stop it. Even Kim Ju-hyuk joining in made Yan Lang even more furious. The truth is, Choi Erin became a disciple before you, so isn't she your senior? Don't be disrespectful to your senior disciple. You also have a junior now, so show her some respect when you speak, Choi Erin. Hearing that, she blushed. Ju-hyuk had acknowledged her as his first disciple. Choi Erin then smiled as gently as a fawn, saying that in that case, this senior disciple would be patient. Yan Lang trembled with rage upon hearing that. Today's training session was basically over. Kim Ju-hyuk urged everyone to go home, but Yan Lang had nowhere to go. She had only come here for a fight. Who would have thought she'd get roped into becoming a disciple? She had asked Shu Yun, and as soon as she heard about Valhalla, she headed straight there. The school gave me a temporary dorm room. You can stay there for now. Yan Lang happily agreed. Just then, for some reason, Choi Erin called Yan Lang Kitty, and so the war of words erupted once more. Kim Ju-hyo couldn't stop them in time. He didn't get to go home until late that night, all because the two girls were fighting like cats and dogs. As their master, he was kept busy all day without getting anything substantial done, but at least the silver lining was that he now had 2 permanent members for the Disaster Prevention Association. Du Dozane was currently focusing on physical training. She still had a long way to go before she could learn swordsmanship. Seiyu Hui cared for nothing but increasing her muscle strength, so she didn't count. Just then, Adilia called to report that she had finished handling the support fund and the other issues he had assigned her, so she wanted to update him before they met in person. Kim Ju-hyuk took the chance to tell her he was recruiting contractors. He told her the disaster would happen in 3 months, and Adilia wanted to know where he got his information. But Kim Ju-hyuk couldn't reveal his source. Besides, he didn't know the scale of the disaster yet, but he was certain that something was about to happen. Adilia asked if he was making the announcement in Korea. Kim Ju-hyuk confirmed this, and she immediately said she would get in touch with capable contractors from Ventric and the guilds in South Korea. Kim Ju-hyuk asked her to remember to keep it a secret for him. Mr. Kim Ju-hyuk, when the patron constellation wakes up, could you please put in a good word for me? Is she still sleeping, pretending not to see you? Adilia was completely unable to contact Moron. Moron had mentioned needing to rest after using all her strength to meet him, but she didn't expect one day wouldn't be enough. So, Kim Ju-hyuk agreed to Adilia's request. The next day, in the Valhalla training room, Kim Ju-hyuk and Choi Erin continued to run relentlessly. Yan Lang, still not used to this situation, had a rather horrified expression. After the run, she collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, and lamented that she felt like she was about to ascend to heaven. She loudly accused Kim Ju-hyuk of nearly killing her, but he just said very casually, "You're still alive and kicking. Anyway, you're catching on faster than I thought. I figured you'd be exhausted by the halfway point, but of course, I didn't come here to play around. Thankfully, this kid's base stamina is pretty good. Maybe I should slow down a bit. Hey, is a Yan Lang here?" A woman appeared out of nowhere and asked. Based on her appearance, she looked a lot like Tyet Van, but it was unclear what her purpose for coming here was. You came all this way without telling your mother, Yanlang. Yanlang's face contorted as she grit her teeth. Tuit Nian Hoa. That attitude was less like seeing her mother and more like seeing a ghost. Are you Yanlang's mother? I thought that mage, Tayet Lian, was her mother. Kim Ju-huk was also curious. Tuyet Nian Hoa froze for a few seconds before answering him. So, Mr. Kim Ju-huk is the one who brought our Yanlang here? Wait, who answers a question with another question, lady? Let me formally introduce myself. Are you tired of beating around the bush? Just get to the point. My name is Tayet Nian Hoa. I am the head of the Tayet family and currently Yanlang's new mother. Tayet Van, the leader of the Bachlian Guild, is my younger sister. So that's how it is. However, Tayet Nian Hoa was also wondering. Tayet Van had promised to contact her when Yanlang left the Bachlian Palace, but she didn't do so, and instead sent Yanlang here. However, the woman quickly pushed that question aside and moved on to the main issue, which was to bring her daughter home. Yanlang was like, I'm not going back. In the past, I was neglected and abandoned, and you didn't give a damn, but now you're telling me I have to go back? She trembled with anger, saying, Get lost and stop treating me like your daughter. It's disgusting. As for Yanlang's discomfort, of course, Tuyet Nian Hoa wasn't the least bit fazed, acting as if it were only natural. She said, Rejecting you back then was an order from the constellation, and besides, you already knew about this. So what if I knew? I heard it from a servant, not from your own mouth, and only very recently. Yanlang reacted extremely fiercely. Tuyet Nian Hoa said again, It doesn't matter, that's just the truth. This time, I came because the constellation has instructed me to summon Yanlang. Yanlang, what the hell? This is your chance to be acknowledged by the constellation. Stop embarrassing your mother. Yanlang, you want me to go back right now? So that was the reason you were trying to pull me out all this time? Tayet Nian Hoa didn't hesitate to admit it. Being a mother like her must be tough. So Yanlang told her to get out, her face darkening as she said, There are students training here, so please leave and don't disturb them. Yanlang also warned her, This is Valhalla, not the Tayet family or the Bachlian Guild, so don't even think about causing trouble. Do you know why I came here alone, without any bodyguards? Xiu Ranhua's face darkened. It was to take her daughter away without being noticed. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her hand and struck Yanlang with a palm strike. She braced herself to resist but was still knocked back, a large patch of her arm turning red. What are you doing? Didn't I make it clear to you? I won't go easy on you. Oh, is that so? If that's the case, Yanlang also declares she won't be holding back either. With that said, she immediately lunged forward at lightning speed. You remember, don't you? Even the last time you challenged me, I still defeated you. Yanlang jumped up, using all her strength to throw a punch aimed right at Shui Ranhua. She stood still and, with a completely emotionless face, effortlessly blocked Yanlang's heavy blow. Shui Ranhua had to admit that Yanlang had gotten stronger. She definitely wasn't just playing around at the White Lotus Palace. Yanlang shouted that she had trained hard because she didn't want to be left behind by the Shu family in a place with nothing. Shui Ranhua said that if that was the case, then Yanlang should return to the Shui family and study properly. As she finished speaking, with a single twist of her wrist, she pulled Yanlang's entire body off balance. Yanlang's eyes widened in surprise, since when were her mother's skills this good? She landed heavily on the ground, hastily pulling her hand away from Shui Ranhua and followed up with a kick. Shui Ranhua was kicked backward, nodding in acknowledgement that it was indeed a powerful attack. This compliment only irritated Yanlang, so she snapped at her to shut up. Just let me focus on winning. On the other side of the battlefield, Choi Aaron asked Kim Ju-huk if they should call a coach to stop them. But what would happen if they reported that the head of the Shu family was causing a scene at Valhalla without any guards, demanding to take her daughter away? It would surely cause chaos. But even so, Kim Ju-huk really couldn't stand that woman. Choi Aaron felt the same. She abandoned her own daughter and now suddenly comes to take her back just because she needs her now. Yanlang, she must be so disappointed. You can tell just by the way she's throwing punches as if she wants to crush her opponent. That much is understandable. Meanwhile, Shui Ranhua maintained her dignified demeanor, advising the girl to stop this meaningless ruckus and go home with her before she gets hurt. You should be saying that to yourself. Yanlang retorted and viciously landed a kick right on Shui Ranhua. Shui Ranhua clutched her stomach and staggered back while Yanlang looked triumphant. She had used a lot of power in that kick. Even if it was blocked, it would still cause damage. But just 2 seconds later, Yanlang was horrified to discover one of her legs had been completely frozen solid. Daughter, this must be the first time you've seen this, right? Shu Ranhua condensed a block of ice in her palm and formally introduced it. This is the power of our family's constellation, the king of the snow domain. Although not immediately, once you return to the Shu family, you will have the chance to train this ability through a contract with the constellation. Yan Lang also realized her dear mother had gotten stronger than before, so she had recklessly borrowed power from the constellation. But for the head of the Shu family, this wasn't reckless at all. It was a natural and common practice in the current world. If you are a member of a family protected by a constellation, this is something you would do as a matter of course. Surely you're not delusional enough to think I was fighting you with just my physical abilities. I wasn't just humoring you before, you know? You've probably had a change of heart, so I'll ask you one last time, are you coming back? Of course not. Seol Yeonhwa sighed at the naivety of her child. She then flashed in front of the girl and said bluntly that she shouldn't expect to return safely. Yan Rang could only curse internally, unable to react because her right leg was frozen, while Seol Yeonhwa was now aiming for Yeon Rang's right arm. She wanted to freeze and shatter that right arm, and then worry about the lost limb later, so that Yeon Rang would never dare to challenge the family and the constellation again. Of course, that plan was doomed to fail. Kim Ju-huk, with a stoic expression, rushed out to block Seol Yeonhwa, much to the wicked mother's astonishment. Kim Ju-hyuk's long leg blatantly blocked the path between mother and daughter, and he irritably asked if she really intended to sever her own daughter's arm. Seol Yeonhwa sneered, saying she was just disciplining her child as a mother and didn't think it was a matter Ju-hyuk needed to get involved in. This only annoyed Kim Ju-hyuk even more. Is this kind of education popular these days? He'd heard a similar line before. Seol Yeonhwa, however, had never heard it. Now she was wondering how he managed to block that attack without being frozen, and what's more, Kim Ju-hyuk's kick had actually injured Seol Yeonhwa. This meant only one thing, that the mana in Kim Ju-hyuk's counterattack was even stronger than hers. Choi Arin, get Yeon Rang out of here, Kim Ju-hyuk commanded, and Choi Arin immediately complied. Yeon Rang protested loudly that she could still fight, and besides, it was her personal business. Okay, your personal business, but take a look at your leg. Can you even feel it anymore to be talking about fighting? Before I could even teach you anything, if my disciple gets hurt, should I, as her master, just stand by and watch? Stand back. Yeon Rang was so moved by her master's words that she blushed and obediently followed his instructions. Seol Yeonhwa was also surprised. A high school student nowadays can take on a disciple? How interesting, but this should go no further. Seol Yeonhwa emphasized that she herself came only to take Yeon Rang away from here, but this ended up involving you. And what the hell is up with you acting like you're her master? Kim Ju-hyuk asserted to her that he wasn't affected at all. It's just that the two of them were on the same page. But Seol Yeonhwa couldn't understand what kind of master-disciple relationship would warrant such a fierce reaction. She charged forward once more to see just how skilled this master was. Kim Ju-hyuk silently assessed her. Despite her cold appearance, her temperament was just as aggressive as Yeon Rang's. Although he had managed to land a kick on her earlier, dealing with her head-on like this still consumed a fair amount of mana. For now, it was best to focus on dodging her attacks while aiming for her joints. Although Seol Yeonhwa was older, her movements were still incredibly swift. An attack had just grazed his shoulder when she immediately followed up with a horizontal slash, aiming for a finishing blow. Luckily, Kim Ju-hyuk wasn't slow either and dodged it with ease. However, this old woman was being too destructive with public property. It's one thing to fight, but why did she have to shoot out a bunch of ice and wreck the training room? Kim Ju-hyuk cursed internally. This attack didn't even hit the ground and it still caused so much damage. Moreover, old Lady Seol could also project frost. How freaking strong. But he had to remind her of something. The gym equipment is school property. You destroyed it, so remember to compensate for it before you return to China. Xu Ranhua said if you win, she might consider it. Hey, you can't just destroy public property and walk away like that, can you? Let's save the bickering for later. Right now, a hand was aimed straight for Kim Yoo-hyun's neck, and dodging was pointless. It would only make this woman unleash more frost, but blocking it, even a small damaging attack like this, would still cost a lot of mana. In that case, he'd just break her technique directly, so Kim Yoo-hyun took a wide stance. He kicked Seol Yeonhwa's wrist, sending her attack flying into the ceiling, and while she was wincing from the misdirected mana, Kim Yoo-hyun rushed in front of her, gave a dark smile, and threw a damaging punch. Right through her. It was an overwhelming victory without much fuss. Yeon Rang couldn't believe it. Yoo-hyun could so overwhelmingly defeat someone who wielded the power of a constellation. Seol Yeonhwa had to praise him for the good fight. Of course it was. How could borrowed power compare to a martial god of millions? Besides, that was the very reason Yeon Rang came all this way to become his disciple. However, even if I acknowledge you, I'm still taking the girl. Are you kidding me, lady? This is the will of our patron constellation. Even if I fail, thousands of others under the constellation's command will come to take her back. What kind of nonsense is this? Yeon Rang was indignant that her opinion was being ignored, carrying no more weight than a grain of sand. Seol Yeonhwa reaffirmed that the constellation's will was absolute. That was the very purpose of the Seol family's existence. Yeon Rang's face paled in fear. Did she have to fight her own family again? Even if it was something she didn't want, stop, that's enough. Seeing his newly accepted disciple in such a predicament, Kim Yu-hyun frowned and asked, "How do I meet your constellation?" Seo Yanhua was so surprised she couldn't react to his question in time. Kim Yu-hyun irritably repeated, "Didn't you say it was because of the constellation's command? They'll keep coming here to capture Yanrang, right? Then all I have to do is defeat them." This time, Seo Yanhua was truly horrified. Does this kid even know what he's saying? The only way for a human to meet a constellation face-to-face is when it appears in the sanctuary, but since that consumes a vast amount of mana, it doesn't happen often. And besides, for someone who could harm our family, I dare not deceive my constellation, the one who will cause the sanctification. Seo Yanhua explained, but Yu Hyun believed there was another way, by touching the holy relic and entering the mental world. Seo Yanhua was completely shocked to hear this. She never expected him to know about that. If Kim Yu-hyun were to touch the Seo family's holy relic, he would meet the deep-eyed king. But unlike this world, where its original power is suppressed, the mental world is the constellation's own domain. When ordinary people enter, they are crushed by the constellation's pressure. Seo Yanhua asked him, "Even so, you still want to fight it?" "Of course I'll fight. What's there to be afraid of?" "This matter is settled then. But it can't be done right now. Letting an outsider touch the holy relic isn't something Seo Yanhua can decide on her own. The matter of taking Yeonrang back will be postponed for 1 week, and until then, no one will attack you or Yeonrang. Kim Yu-hyun, sweet, that's even better. But the head of the Seo family still had a condition. If you are defeated in the mental world and return here, what will you do then? After all, I'm creating an unconditional opportunity for you to meet the constellation. We're the ones at a disadvantage." Yanla felt disgusted, thinking what a ridiculous woman she was. Kim Ju-huk didn't hesitate to take responsibility, regardless of whether he won or lost. "If I win, you are not to touch Yen Lang for the rest of your life. I will take care of her as my disciple." Kim Ju-hyuk also stated his condition. Seo Yanhua agreed and returned to her family to prepare, but she inwardly cursed him for being an arrogant man. 1 week later, Kim Ju-hyuk had an audience with the Deep-Eye King, the constellation patron of the Seo family. A few days earlier, in the Valhalla dormitory, Kim Ju-hyuk had taken his unused VIP room and arranged for Yen Lang to stay there. This VIP dorm was as spacious as a 100 square meter apartment, probably worth 10 billion. Yen Lang was also shocked that the dorm room looked like the home of a well-off family. Even more shocking was that she would be staying here alone. Kim Ju-hyuk explained that this was originally his high-class dorm room, but because he had requested to stay in another room, this one was vacant. Yen Lang blushed for a moment before timidly asking, "Hey Kim Ju-hyuk, why are you so good to me? Whether it's Seo Yanhua or others, it's still my family's business. You could have just turned a blind eye to it. Are you really doing this because I'm your disciple?" Well, that's part of it. But to be honest, Ju-huk doesn't like such things. He hates it when people use their authority to oppress others, saying things like, "My status is higher than yours, so you must obey me," which is why he acted like he was meddling. Did that make Yen Lang uncomfortable? Of course not. It's just that this is the first time someone has cared for me so much. I just wanted to thank you. Kim Ju-hyuk smiled. "If you train with me and find it both painful and arduous, will this gratitude of yours disappear?" The talk about favors ended there for now. Kim Ju-hyuk had something else to ask. "Is your family's constellation the Deep Mountain King?" "It's the Seoul Deep King." Kim Ju-hyuk wanted to know what the personality of this patron constellation was like. Yen Lang hadn't been close to her family for a long time, so she didn't know. But even when her family members used his power, she heard that he didn't interfere much with the Seoul family's affairs, so it seems some family members didn't even know which constellation he was. Is that so? Did that Seoul Deep King order for Yen Lang to be dragged back then? Yen Lang didn't understand why either, because she and him clearly had no connection at all. Yen Lang wasn't even protected by the constellation, like the other members of her family, so in short, she had no idea about the details of the story. Kim Ju-hyuk had his own way of dealing with it. He told her to just rest, and that when they went to the Seoul household, she would have to be his guide. After saying that, Kim Ju-hyuk left. Yen Lang couldn't stop blushing. Returning to his room, Ju-hyuk called Adilia to ask for a favor, first telling her that he had just had an intense fight with the head of the Seoul family. Adilia was completely shocked and worriedly asked why. Ju-hyuk said that they came to take their daughter back, but he refused, so they had a brawl. As a result, some of the school's gym equipment was damaged, so he had to ask Adilia to handle it. This was something she could resolve, as it was just a matter of replacing the equipment with new ones. In addition, Ju-hyuk wanted to ask for more information about the Seoul family's constellation to see if Adilia knew anything. The head of the Ventric family also only knew that the constellation was the Seoul Deep King, and that he didn't meddle in the family's affairs. The Seoul family also acted very discreetly, so she didn't know anything more. Ju-hyuk remembered Moron and asked if that girl had woken up yet. Not yet, there's still no reaction from her. Adilia said with disappointment, Kim Ju-hee replied that he understood, then fell silent in thought. Just then, Adilia hesitantly added, "Could you possibly check on your constellation disciple and put in a good word for me quickly?" Kim Ju-huk scoffed, "You've gotten quite comfortable talking to me lately, haven't you? In that case, I'm hanging up." Adilia hurriedly shouted an apology, but Kim Ju-hyuk had already ended the call. Even Baekchio found it strange, wondering what the hell the Deep Snow King was that no one knew anything about him. But it wasn't the Deep Snow King who was strange, it was Kim Ju-hyuk. Kim Ju-hyuk himself didn't know what was so strange about him. "Normally, you just fight any opponent, wouldn't you, master?" Baekchio said. Kim Ju-hyuk admitted this was true, but even though he had grown stronger, Ju-hyuk knew his current strength couldn't compare to what it was before his rebirth. Confronting an enemy without knowing their power seemed incredibly foolish. Besides, the mental realm is a constellation's home turf, where they can unleash their full power. But why did Baekchio become weaker inside the mental realm? Furthermore, with Baekchio's normal abilities, his authority should have been as powerful as any other constellations. But if Ju-hyuk wanted to fight in the mental realm, Baekchio could reveal a few secrets. The power within the mental realm is actually completely unrelated to physical strength. What are you talking about? I don't get it at all. You can use your power, and if it's based on your physical body, then it's physical strength. Are you messing with me? Kim Ju-hyuk started to get irritated. A normal person would see it that way, whether inside or outside the mental realm. But you are no ordinary person, master. Remember that. I see. Ju-hyuk roughly understood what Baekchio was getting at. Now, there was only one thing left to do, which was to go to the temple and defeat the constellation. 1 week later, Ju-hyuk brought Yan Lang to the Shu household, where the family members were lined up as if welcoming a prime minister. Shu Ranhua stood at the head of the welcoming party and scoffed when she saw the two of them. "I actually thought you would run away. I'm not that irresponsible. Now, am I allowed to touch the sacred artifact?" But Kim Ju-hyuk wasn't the type of person to be affected by such remarks, because usually, it was his own sharp tongue that drove other people mad. A grimacing Shu Ranhua told him to follow her, and Ju-hyuk patted Yan Lang's shoulder, telling her he'd be right back. Shu Ranhua led Kim Ju-hyuk to a room that was a white expanse of snow and ice. Yan Lang's precious stepmother thrust her hand beneath the snow and pulled out a chest. As she opened it, she said that after returning to the Shu family, she wondered what would happen if the constellation were to lose to him. Then she thought about what it would be like to make Ju-hyuk a servant of the Shu family if he lost. Whatever you think is your own business. Kim Ju-hyuk just wanted to get this fight over with quickly so he could go home and sleep. Just hand over the gauntlet. The moment he touched it, Kim Ju-hyuk was transported before the Deep Snow King. He sat on a throne made of ice, one leg propped up, looking like a total boss. He asked Ju-hyuk who he was. Kim Ju-hyuk raised his fist and said, "You tell me your name first, and then I'll tell you mine." Kim Ju-hyuk knew this man wasn't his disciple, but he looked incredibly familiar, though he couldn't for the life of him remember where they had met. The Deep Snow King never expected that one fine day, some random nobody would appear out of nowhere, shouting about killing him. As for how they should address each other, they could discuss that later, provided Kim Ju-hyuk was still alive. For now, the Deep Snow King had already prepared a fist, accompanied by countless sharp arrows of ice. Kim Ju-hyuk smirked. It was a long-range attack. Ju-hyuk leaned back like Michael Jackson to dodge the blocks of ice. The ice blocks crashed to the ground with a loud bang, but Ju-hyuk was completely unscathed, even taking the chance to jump onto the pile of ice for a higher vantage point. "You managed to dodge that? Impressive," the Deep Snow King remarked with admiration. "You should know that. The last attack couldn't be dodged with a simple jump." Kim Ju-hyuk must have used magic to leap further, and he knew. The person standing before him was no small fry. "I was going to tell you my esteemed name, but being stuck here for so long has made me forget it. So I'll tell you my title instead," he said as he stepped down and approached. "Outside, they call me the Deep Snow King." Kim Ju-hyuk couldn't help but wince as a snowstorm suddenly kicked up. "But those who worship me call me Chaotic Sky, while those who fear me call me the Snow Demon. Combining these two nicknames, I am called the Chaotic Snow God." Geez, so many names, what a mouthful. "Is that so? Well, I'm Kim Ju-hyuk." The Chaotic Snow God said he would remember that name, then raised his hand. Large pillars of ice immediately appeared around Ju-hyuk, surrounding him to block his escape route. At that moment, the Chaotic Snow God threw a punch, sending a barrage of ice pillars to crush him. Whoa, blocking these things with bare hands would hurt like hell. So Ju-hyuk immediately drew his treasured sword. The Deep Snow King found the weapon somewhat familiar. Kim Ju-hyuk powerfully used his sword to shatter the approaching ice block. The two streams of power clashed violently, and a moment later, the Deep Snow King himself was being pushed back by his own ice pillars. He found it ridiculous that Kim Ju-hyuk would use this method, when all the ice and snow here was under his control. "Is that so?" Kim Ju-hyuk, who had closed the distance in an instant, gave a sinister smile and swung his sword upwards from the ground. The The Deep Snow King effortlessly blocked it with his bare hand. So you use the ice pillars as a diversion to get close to me? A good idea, but you're still too weak. Really? Are you sure I'm weak when your hand is trembling like that, buddy? Then try this on for size and see if I'm still weak. Kim Ju-huk twisted his wrist. In a flash, a brilliant red flame appeared, and his fist shot straight into the chaotic snow god's chest. Kim Ju-huk laughed like a demon, watching the massive constellation get sent flying as easily as pie. The chaotic snow god was slammed right into his throne. It's probably been a while since you've taken a punch like that, huh? Damn it, that hurt, you bastard. The attack was filled with magic, and that sword too. I see now, you're a martial god, aren't you? Ah, it's just a title my disciples gave me, but yes, that's right. The name of a martial god, Kim Hyuno, was still vivid in the chaotic snow god's memory, although he didn't know the man personally. But the chaotic snow god had witnessed Kim Hyuno's power with his own eyes, 300 years ago, also in an icy mountain region. The chaotic snow god was being attacked by a horde of monsters. Although he did everything he could, it was an entire army of monsters that he couldn't handle alone. Just as the chaotic snow god was about to take them all down with him, the martial god suddenly appeared. At that time, he was about to ask why Kim Hyuno had appeared and was standing in front of the monsters. But as soon as that jet black sword was swung, Kim Hyuno wiped out the entire monster army in an instant. All of the chaotic snow god's questions vanished along with the monsters, leaving only pure astonishment. The magic that just struck him felt exactly the same. Although his appearance is very different, it's him, the martial god. Aren't you going to attack? Kim Ju-huk asked, shall I make my move then? But then he decided for himself anyway, why bother asking? Fine, martial god. I've been wanting to have a proper fight with you for a long time. I will fight you with all my strength. At the same time, in the reception room, Yan Lang was given a very warm welcome by the Shu family's atmosphere, where she could see dark shadows. They were swarming outside the door along with many unfriendly gazes, and this was the very reason why she never wanted to return to the Shu family. Remembering that Yushi had told her to get some rest at the Shu family, Yan Lang blushed. If it hadn't been for his request for her to be a guide, Yan Lang would have probably wrecked the place. Just then, the eldest daughter of the Shu family, Shu Shilin, along with the second daughter of the Shu family, Shu Pierre, entered the room. Yan Lang emotionlessly spat out, "What?" then asked if they were there to fight. Shu Pierre stammered no, they just came to see her. But they always started a fight whenever they met, so what did she mean by not being here to fight? Geez, ladies, if you just came here to stare at me, you could have just stood outside with that shady crowd, behind the door. Feeling called out, Shu Shilin scratched her head, as she herself felt there had been a misunderstanding and just wanted to apologize, thinking it was better to do so in person. Yan Lang was so surprised her eyes nearly popped out. An apology? That sounds completely unrealistic. Shu Pierre nodded in confirmation. You know, because you had to go to the White Lotus Palace right after our match, we never really had time to talk. So now, we want to talk to you, even if it's long overdue. I know it's late, but for isolating you from everyone else, I am sorry. Yan Lang was even more stunned. Were these two possessed or something? After all this time, they came here just to say sorry? You can say whatever you want. Are you just saying this because you're scared of me now that I am here? Yan Lang's accusation made Shui Pear start to cry. Seeing this, Shu Shilin quickly intervened. I know it looks like we are just apologizing for show, but we had no other choice. We tried to see you, but our mother stopped us every time. She did, and that is not all. Even removing you from training was her order. Wait, did not you guys isolate me because you were jealous? Yan Lang had always believed that. Shu Pierre admitted that part of it was true, but honestly, they felt more pride than jealousy because it was great for the Shu family to have someone so powerful. But just as they were thinking that, Shu Ranhua summoned them and told them, from now on, do not let Yan Lang participate in training. She said that you, Yan Lang, would be a threat to us in the competition to become the next family head. She said that even with her, the family head, backing us, all the other elders would choose you. After that, whether we wanted to or not, we had no choice but to agree with our mother and join forces with the rest of the clan to isolate you. However, their dear mother miscalculated one thing. Neither of her daughters had any interest in becoming the family head. In fact, it is more accurate to say they should not have been interested. Just as Yan Lang was wondering why, Shui Yun opened the door and entered. Let me tell you about that. While the sisters were having their discussion, Hung Shu Shen was attacking with all his might. A shower of razor-sharp ice pillars rained down on Jin Yuxiao, but he swiftly dashed away to evade them, then leaped through the air toward Hung Shu Shen. Hung Shu Shen launched a massive fist made of solid ice into the sky. Sharp ice spikes erupted from the sphere surrounding Yu Xiao. Annoyed, he shattered it with a single swing of his arm and charged forward again. Are you trying to distract me with weak attacks? And then this? So you want to go for a big attack? Okay, I get it. A big attack is coming right up. as a giant ice magic circle immediately appeared in front of Kim Ju-hyuk. It then exploded with a boom like a bomb. Kim Ju-hyuk hadn't expected the chaotic snow god to have skills like this. That's quite surprising. The chaotic snow god even intended to freeze Ju-hyuk completely, but unexpectedly, Kim Ju-hyuk managed to escape. He was only hit by a tiny bit of snow, as expected of the martial god. Don't spout such unreliable praise. You're embarrassing me, but I have to admit this guy is a bit different. If he were this strong in my past life. Ju-hyuk couldn't believe he wouldn't remember him clearly. This guy must have trained here. He has gained new insights and made great strides in his ice techniques. This must be the reason he's stronger than he was in my previous life. How interesting. Wouldn't it have been better if I had met you sooner? Kim Ju-hyuk sighed. The chaotic snow god didn't understand his meaning. Ju-hyuk said it was a compliment to his strength. Because he had forced him to draw his sword, the chaotic snow god gave a rare smile, instead of just feeling satisfied with your praise. He left the sentence unfinished, using magic to create a giant ice fist before continuing. I will surpass you. The chaotic snow god readied his fist. Kim Ju-hyuk gave a devilish smile and swung his sword forward. The two passed each other like a gust of wind. The chaotic snow god laughed bitterly. Forget about surpassing you. I'm not even close to your level. He knelt on the ground in submission, while Kim Ju-hyuk stood there majestically smiling. Outside, the white gauntlet continuously emitted a mysterious blue light. Shu Ranhua had been standing guard the whole time. This match took more time than she had imagined. Shu Ranhua even thought Kim Ju-hyuk was using some strange magic, so the Shu family's patron star was just toying with him just then. She saw the blue light flickering. This was a sign that a consciousness had been damaged in the mental world. But Kim Ju-hyuk looked completely unharmed. Shu Ranhua stammered his name. Kim Ju-hyuk immediately replied, I have defeated your constellation. Of course, Shui Ranhua didn't believe his words, but soon a system message appeared on the information panel. The Deep Snow King expresses his respect for Kim Ju-hyuk. This sent Shui Ranhua into a state of shock. It was unbelievable. A high school student managed to defeat a constellation. She couldn't accept this reality. If you don't believe me, then go ask that patron star yourself. Shu Ranhua was so shocked she collapsed to the ground. Kim Ju-hyuk came over and patted her on the shoulder. Ah, you said before that if I won, you wouldn't bother Yan Lang anymore, right? He flashed a dark smile. I think we need to change that condition a little. Soon after, Ju-hyuk went to the living room to pick up Yan Lang. As soon as he entered, he told her let's go without a care for anyone. Only after speaking did he notice how many people were there. What are you all gathered here for? Shu Yun's face lit up at being able to see Kim Ju-hyuk again like this. She never thought he would come here. Kim Ju-hyuk remembered Shu Yun was the leader of the White Lotus Society, so he thought she wouldn't be here. Yan Lang asked if he was finished with his business. Ju-hyuk said he would tell her on the way because this place has way too many eyes and ears. It wasn't just Yan Lang, even Kim Ju-hyuk was annoyed by the prying gazes, waiting for others to meet with misfortune. That afternoon, Kim Ju-hyuk and Yan Lang left the Shu family estate. Could what this girl is doing be considered running away from home with a boy? You're back so quickly, you must have lost, right? Ju-hyuk almost fell over from that question. Yan Lang continued to overthink. He must have had a tough time, facing the constellation alone without the protection of holy power. Well, that was true. Yan Lang was very curious about what conditions her dear stepmother had proposed. If he lost, Ju-hyuk said, she wanted him to become a slave to the Shu family. Yan Lang was stunned. So, did that mean he would have to serve the Shu family from now on? Kim Ju-hyuk felt the urge to tease the young girl, finding it quite amusing and wondering if he should tell her the truth. I should have stopped you. I heard everything from my sister and aunt. Yan Lang looked extremely guilty. Shu Ranhua is a madwoman. She was willing to bet her own life to seize the position of family head. Ever since she was young, she had her eyes on that position. That's why my aunt, Shu Yun, advised her to give up her greed. But after becoming the family head, her greed became bottomless. She wanted to hold that position for life, being wary of the elders while treating her own children as obstacles that threatened her status. That's why she monitored us so closely, to prevent anything from happening. She was jealous of my talent, so she used the clan members and my sisters to isolate me from everyone. Not only that, for some reason, even the family's guardian constellation shared that sentiment. Sounds ironic, doesn't it? I never had any intention of becoming the head of this family in the first place. That hag is truly insane. Kim Ju-hyuk then admitted that he had intended to let Yan Lang's imagination run a little wilder, but it seemed to have no end, so he had to tell the truth, that he had already defeated their constellation. Yan Lang thought he was joking, but no, this wasn't something to joke about. This whole mess started when that constellation summoned you back after you left the White Lotus Palace, right? But that's not entirely correct. From what you said, it seemed like that constellation had no interest in ruling this family, so I asked him myself. Back then, in his consciousness, Ju-hyuk didn't leave immediately after winning, but instead woke the chaotic snow god from his daze, telling him to get up so he could ask some questions. The chaotic snow god asked him what he wanted. I heard you called Yan Lang back to the family. Why would you do that? The current head of the Shu family asked me to do it. She said her youngest daughter needed the protection of my holy power, so she thought the girl would listen to me, a constellation with authority in the family. So I ordered her to call the girl back. So that's how it was, and here I thought. He was the one who abandoned Yan Lang first. The chaotic snow god grimaced, saying this was the first time he'd ever heard of that. Furthermore, he had only just learned that the family head's youngest daughter was named Yan Lang. So you just went along with it. Does that mean you were also used by the family head? This also means that Manhwa had deceived everyone around her, spouting nonsense to confuse people. The family head had used the constellation for her own purposes, to achieve her goals. Yan Lang trembled with anger she never expected. Her stepmother had deceived everyone in the Shu family, from top to bottom, and even the constellation, just for her own benefit. On top of that, she ruined her life to remain the family head forever. How disgusting. So I told that constellation to cancel the contract, the one between him and the family head. At the same time, Tuyet Nien Hoa received a notification that the Snow God King had reclaimed all the power he had granted her. The pact with the Snow God King was broken, and Tuyet Nien Hoa's face twisted in despair. Not only her position as the family head, she would lose everything, so she wouldn't have to get her hands dirty. Yan Lang blushed and thanked him, and Kim Ju-huk said the family matter was now settled. Now it was time for the main event, so it was back to physical training. What the two of them didn't know was that a guy in a skull mask had been watching them for a long time. He asked his master if he should continue surveillance, but the two-horned dude instructed him not to. Instead, he ordered him to find out who that person's enemies were. In his secret lair, all the members were summoned back just to sit and stare at each other. This lair was full of eccentric-looking people. A purple-haired individual with a jawbone mask asked why everyone was gathered. The white-haired, blindfolded guy said it was because of the Star-Lord's summons, which, everyone already knew. But didn't the constellation order them to kill Kim Ju-huk first? Why the sudden command to find this guy's enemies instead? It was simply because that constellation had changed his mind. The purple-haired one then asked who had received and carried out the initial order. The man in the skull mask immediately spoke up. She asked what kind of person Kim Ju-huk was, and Skull Mask replied that he was a strange one. He had tailed Kim Ju-huk and investigated him, but surprisingly, he couldn't find any useful information. The only clear piece of information was that Kim Ju-huk grew up in an orphanage and no one knew who his parents were, and it just stopped there. After that, he continued to tail Kim Ju-huk and awaited the execution order from the constellation. But then he witnessed the kid defeat both a member and the brains of the Tuyet family, and after that, even the family's patron constellation. The order was rescinded and changed to finding Kim Ju-huk's enemies. Hearing that he had handily defeated the Tuyet family's guardian constellation, Skull Mask was about to continue his report. But then a message came from the constellation asking if the holy stones were ready. They were all ready. The constellation then asked if they had found Kim Ju-huk's enemies yet. Skull Mask immediately listed 3 names: the Ventric family, Yusinza, and the EU sect. The blindfolded guy recognized Yusinza and AU John. They are an evil organization, while Ventric is a large, prestigious family from England. However, Ventric has suddenly become friendly with Ju-huk. Right now, they aren't sure if the two are friends or foes. Additionally, the purple-haired one had heard through the grapevine that a group of assassins called Barang is targeting Kim Ju-huk, although they haven't made any official moves yet. The blindfolded guy thinks this group is just trying to make a name for themselves. The new order is to kill all of his enemies. The next morning, as soon as he arrived at the training room, Kim Ju-huk received 3 messages from Choi Arin, all of them just repeating his name. She said she was skipping training today to go back to her hometown to get something. Sounds important? What could it be? It would be great if she came back with an achievement, because it's very likely that Choi Ginga's constellation is also his disciple. After fighting the Tuyet family's constellation, he also checked the artifacts they had obtained. But there was nothing special. Considering the impending disaster and the Tower of Destruction, every disciple is important. But now, everything has been delayed quite a bit. They say the White Lotus Guild has a fair number of holy relics. He seriously considered whether he should pay them a visit. While he was thinking, someone approached him. A man wearing a Black Panther mask. Kim Ju-huk vaguely recognized this guy was from the black market. The man suggested they talk outside to avoid drawing attention. Kim Ju-huk told Yan Lang and Ju So-jian to wait for him to return. Yan Lang didn't object, as she found this to be a piece of cake, but Ju So-jian wondered why they had to do that. Kim Ju-huk said nothing more and just walked away, leaving the 2 girls in a heated, but verbal, fight. The man in the Black Panther mask introduced himself as being from the market, which Kim Ju-huk had already guessed from his mask and outfit. But that market is supposed to keep its visitors' identities confidential, isn't it? Brazenly coming to the school and calling someone out like this is very bad for your reputation. The man in the Black Panther mask told him to calm down because he was only there to deliver a message, a letter sent from the true owner of the market, the constellation, known as the ruler behind the scenes, Read the letter and come to the market if you can answer it. What does he mean by if you can answer it? The man in the Black Panther mask said that the letter was also sent to a few others besides him, and the constellation is looking for someone who can read it. The man in the Black Panther mask said he didn't know the contents or meaning of the letter, so if you can understand it and wish to respond, then come to the market. The master constellation is waiting for you there. After finishing his business, the man bowed and left immediately. Bake Chio immediately appeared, eager for gossip, and asked what was in the letter. Since I can't read it, I guess I should go to the market. Huh? Why did you decide so quickly? The characters used to write this letter or something I created, Kim Ju-huk chuckled with amusement. At this moment, Kim Ju-huk was walking down the street stealthily. Bake Chio popped up to chat with him. It seems you've been going out often lately without needing to report it. You're not wrong. Ju-huk explained that it was because he had negotiated with that white-haired teacher. Good grief, her name is Lily. He won't call her by such a pretty name. Miss Lily said that because the previous results were quite good, he only needs to report information about the monsters and how to defeat them. Bake Chio was still curious, but didn't you say you created the characters that were written in the letter that was just delivered? That's right. Why do you want to go there so badly? Those characters are from 300 years ago, and quite a few of them still exist today. Ju-huk thought, should I tell Bake Chio that it's part of my training? And by going there, maybe I can find out some things I don't know? Something like that, but let's not talk about it. Anyway, that's all there is to it. Let's talk about something else before I enter my mindscape and give you a beating. Bake Chio sighed, agreeing to this unreasonable request to change the subject. The sky was pitch black. Ju-huk pushed through a gate and walked up to an iron door. Ju-huk pushed it open. He thought he would never return to this black market, yet here he was again. Ju-huk guessed the reason the sky here was purple was because of the so-called constellation he was about to meet. Here, 300 years ago, the sky also had a similar purple hue. As soon as he arrived, Kim Ju-huk was greeted at the door. Are you here because of the letter? That's right. Where should I go now? Please follow me. I will lead the way. Do I have to wear a mask like you? It's not necessary. I will take you through a detour instead of the market's main street. The sector, 7 Market, inside a towering skyscraper. Ju-huk admired the view outside and wondered, is Black Cat here? Bake Chio reminded him, Master, look outside. Huh? The yellow part of the building, it's all paper money. Was there a building like this last time you were here, Master? Was there? I don't really remember. Just as he was pondering, the leader of the market arrived. There you are, Kim Ju-huk. Did you bring the answer to the letter? He got straight to the point as soon as they met. To be blunt and not waste time, I have it, but that letter isn't something you can just answer normally. What? So what do you want? Let me see what it says. Give me your pen and paper. Thanks. The Black Cat felt like this young man was toying with it. Out of the 3 people who said they would answer the letter, they were all frauds, and what they brought only fueled the deity's anger even more. This young man, however, wrote and drew for a moment, then said, here. The Black Cat saw that it looked similar to the description its constellation mentioned, but what does it mean? It also means no. Immediately, the Black Cat's constellation reacted, after receiving the answer, with a violent reaction. Mr. Ju-huk, you have been confirmed. Perhaps you should go meet her as soon as possible. All right? Ju-huk agreed without hesitation, and the Black Cat immediately took out the holy relic to guide him. If you touch this, you will be teleported to the mental scape. Okay. In the blink of an eye, in front of Ju-huk was a girl with long purple hair. Ah, this magical power. Even though you've changed your appearance, I can sense your magic. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Luminous, the red-eyed girl, clutched her cheeks and screamed with joy. Ah, Master, your disciple is so happy to see you again. Master. Luminous knelt to greet Ju-huk. Why are you kneeling? Get up. Ju-huk lowered his head and winked at her. Yes, but Master, do you still remember these letters? You haven't forgotten them either, have you? I created them. However, the 2 recalled the past, back when Luminous had just been rescued by Ju-huk and Moron. After I took you in as my disciple, I realized you didn't know any language or letters at all. You could only express your feelings and thoughts by nodding. You refused to learn all the alphabets I tried to teach you. By creating a new language together with you, I thought that if you liked it, you would be more interested in learning. So that's what I did, so I could later teach you many things, like martial arts. Hey, thank you. Thanks to that, this disciple learned how to speak and write, all thanks to you, Master. So you also understand the hidden meaning within, right? Yes. I missed you so much, Master. If we meet again, will you marry me? That's why I answered no. Why? Why? Why are you asking why? I don't have time for things like that. We'll talk about it later. But right now, this world is in great danger, just like it was 300 years ago. Yes, I understand. Luminous lowered her head looking sad, then trailed off. Now, huh? But Master, do you see that building outside? Ah, you mean the building covered in money? I saw it. Why? That building is all for you, Master. You can live in it from now on. What? I don't want to. Ju-huk flatly refused. Luminous immediately went berserk, asking a million whys, and Kim Ju-huk felt like he was going crazy with this girl. Seeing her like this, Ju-huk recalled the reason he had given the girl the name Luminous, meaning shining. It was because there was nothing he could do about her. While Luminous was still frantically asking why, Ju-huk reached out and flicked her on the forehead. Calm down, he reminded her. Don't get so overexcited. Luminous clutched her forehead mournfully. Master, don't you like my gift? It's what you needed, Master. Did I ever say I wanted you to build a building out of money? Yes. Luminous confirmed with certainty. She clearly remembered someone saying, I really want to live in a building covered with money. Back then, she asked again, a building made of money? That's right, it has to be as big as a mountain. Is that your dream, Master? Should I call it a dream? Well, isn't it? Later, when there's peace, I want to live in a building completely covered in money. That wish is still very far away. Then hurry up, study, and become talented. Yes, end the catastrophe as if it never happened. At that time, I'll be able to do what I like. If you understand, then you too should continue your training. Yes. From that moment on, Luminous told herself, I must become stronger at any cost. I will fulfill Master's dream, even though he couldn't achieve it while he was alive. Now, 300 years later, when peace has been restored, I have built a building completely covered in money. Is that so? Wait a minute. So you knew I would be reincarnated and had that building constructed? That's right. Although I didn't know who Master would become, I received a notification that Master would be reincarnated. If it weren't for that notification window, Yu-hyo was stunned. Hey, I'm going to go crazy. Luminous gave a wry smile. Damn it, I couldn't stop it in time. But you're already pretty crazy now, Luminous. Isn't it time yet? Right now, peace is still very far away. After a heartfelt conversation, Luminous bit her nails, agreeing with Yu-hyo's point. The Tower of Destruction will soon return, and the catastrophe will also strike. The Tower of Destruction will soon return, and the catastrophe will also strike. This time, Master is reincarnated, you should be able to rest. After that came a tirade of curses worthy of 1,000 deaths. By the way, I'm currently living in the dorms of Valhalla Academy. I refuse to stay here. Ah, all right, Master. Luminous looked very disappointed. I can't do anything about it. Master, could you lend me your hand for a moment? Huh. Yu-hyo didn't understand what was happening but still held out his hand, and Luminous immediately pulled out a ring. She said, This is the owner's ring I got from the marketplace. With it, you can move freely within the market without fear of being disturbed. You can also make transactions and withdraw money from financial institutions in the market, and it also helps you move around here easily. It will always be effective. Please accept it, Master. All right, thank you. Yu-hyo felt like he'd been fated to receive rings lately. If I wear them all over my hands someday, people might think I'm crazy. Well then, I'll be leaving today. Yes, Master. A bright purple moon shone outside the door, and a black cat standing in the moonlight received a question from the constellation. The ruler of the underworld asked, has he left yet? The black cat found the way he was addressed a bit odd but didn't dare to comment. It just obediently replied, yes. He has returned to Valhalla Academy. The other side was silent for a moment, then the ruler of the underworld spoke. We should buy Valhalla Academy. The black cat almost fainted on the spot. Valhalla Academy? He wondered why it had to be Valhalla. Does it have something to do with that Kim Yu-hyo guy? The constellation easily handed over the marketplace owner's ring to him. What is that Kim Yu-hyo planning? What connection does a 17-year-old like him have with a constellation? About that Kim, Yu-hyo, what is his relationship with you? The black cat couldn't help but ask. A single word appeared on the other side, sky. Don't misunderstand. Luminous said, he is my sky. On some mountaintop, a white-haired guy took a hit, and a blonde guy also took a palm strike. Both were hit straight in the face. No one was lucky here. After taking down the two of them, the person advanced, putting the entire 5-person gang on high alert. Who is it? Yusin, you bastard, how dare you touch my son? This man is the one and only destroyer. Rogan, he was extremely furious, raising a fist overflowing with mana. There you are, die. The fist flew straight at the faces of the other 5. Boom, the whole group was blown to smithereens. While Rogan was still striking a pose, the members of the skeletal gang stood watching and wondering why that person was here, surmising he wanted to avenge his son. Let him handle this mob, we'll go find the leader. Snap, Rogan coldly turned around. Is anyone else there? But he couldn't see anyone. At this moment, the leader, Yushin, the Dragon King Hannibal, was standing in the middle of a black void, wondering where he was. He had heard there was an intruder, then suddenly heard an explosion, and the next thing he knew, he was here. This is definitely not my office. Was I teleported somewhere else? How troublesome. A pair of red eyes flashed, your heartbeat, and just like that, a hole was gouged in Yushin's chest. With a hole in his chest, Yushin let out a horrified scream for the first time in a long while as the formless monster held his heart in its hand. "Don't worry, in this space, you can't die unless I allow it, but it still hurts like hell." Yushin was in great pain but still had the presence of mind to assess the situation. This space is strange, plus this absurdly overwhelming power. He realized this was the mental world of a constellation. Besides that, this terrifying and unpleasant magical power, and that goat mask. "Are you the constellation of the Yu-Gi-Oh! 2G clan? You figured it out sooner than I expected." "Correct, I am 2G, the guardian constellation of the Yu-Gi-Oh! 2G clan, aka the guy who scares people with his iron armor and mountain goat mask combo. I hear a loud fight outside. Are the people of your clan attacking us? But why us? That must be the Supreme One fighting loudly out there, because he found out that you attacked his child." Yushin recalled Rogan's obnoxious face and was horrified. Now, with enemies both in front of and behind him, the guy didn't know what to do to escape this predicament. Even if you weren't the one who did it from the start, he will still take out all of you. Yushin was stunned by 2G's words. "But why? You and they are also targeting Kim Do-hee-yu, right? Don't we have the same goal?" At first, that was true. He was our target from the very beginning. But do you know what our criteria for choosing a target is? I don't know. The strongest. I only eliminate those who boast about being the strongest. It doesn't matter if they are truly strong or not. What? Then why did you go after the Supreme One before? Because he boasted that he was the strongest, and trash like him is unworthy of that title. In that case, I'm not involved. I've never declared myself the strongest. True, but you all made a mistake. You tried to harm the one who is worthy of the title of the strongest. As he finished speaking, red flames blazed fiercely behind 2G, as if ready to incinerate any insolent fool. Immediately, Yushin couldn't believe things had come to this, and he also couldn't understand what tried to harm the one worthy of the title of the strongest meant. He just thought that if he didn't make a move now, he would surely die at the hands of this insane constellation. If that's the case, then no matter how powerful a constellation's mental world is, he should be able to fight back using the relics and magic of his own constellation. With that thought, Yushin bit his lip and prepared to attack, thinking that after taking care of this constellation, he could find a way out of this godforsaken place. So he attacked without holding back. Toji sat leisurely and remarked, "A sacred achievement. You must carry it with you at all times, huh? Because the concepts have already been passed down to the mindscape." Yushin didn't listen to the nonsense, focusing all his strength into his dark tentacle punch. With a loud bang, purple smoke billowed out, and when the smoke cleared, the attack was seen to have gone straight into the wall. He couldn't help but curse internally upon seeing Toji successfully dodge the attack. He thought his back was now exposed, so he immediately turned his head with vigilance. But surprisingly, his back was also clear. He started to get confused. What's going on? Where did that constellation disappear to? Moreover, forget his magic, I can't even feel his presence anymore. Is this even possible in that constellation's mindscape? Hiding even that surging magical power? Damn it, where did he go? He's behind you. Well, my strongest, my master, you dare lay a hand on him? Toji curved his hand and pierced through Yushin's body. So I won't destroy you so gently. The next morning, at the Valhalla dormitory, Ju-huk was floored while reading the news. Baekchio immediately poked his head out to see what was going on. Yushin's and Yu-Gi-Oh's guilds have both been wiped out, so suddenly, come to think of it, you fought with both families before, right? That's right. I was planning to eliminate them one day when I leave Valhalla, but it seems I don't have to worry about that anymore. I see. Wait a minute, you're planning to leave Valhalla? Aren't you going to graduate? Yeah, it's because the status window told me to enter this school in the beginning, so I did. Now I've fulfilled all the conditions of the status window, so there's no reason for me to stay at this school anymore. It's not like I'm leaving right away though. I can only leave after the Great Calamity ends. Baekchio wanted to stop him, but couldn't. The Valhalla director's office, the director of Valhalla Academy, Sim Deo-gun, looked in surprise at the person before him. Who are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Black Cat, the master of the black market. Black Cat maintained his business-like style, getting straight to the point after the introduction. Let's not beat around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. Sell this school to me. Mr. Director, is your heart okay? What? Director Sim was shocked beyond belief, but he quickly calmed down. Wait, did you just say you're the head of the black market? That's right. So you know about it? I do, but I've never set foot there. Everyone says that the first time. Regardless, I can't sell Valhalla Academy to such a suspicious place. Is that so? As soon as Black Cat finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. A suitcase full of money appeared right before Sim Deo-gun's eyes. How about this? I don't need money. If you think I'll sell this school so easily, you're mistaken. Do you know what I was thinking when I founded this academy? When I was a hunter, South Korea was too weak against the dungeons and monsters. When humans commit crimes, they can be easily arrested by the police, but what about monsters? When there were monster invasions, the government would send letters to the guilds, requesting the guild's hunters to deal with them. The government also created an army of contractors to retaliate against the monsters, but they recruited people haphazardly, so they eventually fell apart, proving even less effective than the other guild members. So I decided I would build an academy myself to train hunters and contractors, to become strong enough to rival other world powers. And now, here I am, managing it. The outstanding contractors who graduated from Valhalla are now working as hunters in various guilds and in other fields as well. Thanks to them, the monsters in South Korea were pushed back at a dizzying pace, setting a world record for the fastest clearance. So, do you understand why I won't sell it? Yes, that's a wonderful story, sir. I'm not saying I'll change anything. Your educational methods as the principal, the school's educational policies will remain the same, but the true owner of this place will be me. How can I trust your words? Well then, Hackmuse snapped his fingers again. The suitcase of money doubled in size. More money should do it, right? No, I've already told you. Money isn't the issue. But it was as if the more Hackmew heard, the less he understood, continuously snapping his fingers to add more money. There was so much money that Mr. Simd was left speechless. Suitcases full of cash had covered his desk, and of course, who wouldn't give in to that much money? Please take good care of this school. This old man is officially retiring now. Hackmew quickly changed the nameplate. The school has a new owner, sir. I have acquired Valhalla Academy as you commanded. Immediately, Luminous issued a new order. The ruler of the underworld said, create a gate between the building and Valhalla Academy. The building? Do you mean the central tower of the market district, sir? The ruler of the underworld said, and install cameras everywhere. Cameras? I thought they were already installed at the academy. The ruler of the underworld said, just install more. Very well, sir. So now I can monitor the guys who are tailing my master. Luminous let out a very dangerous smile. After school, Bach waited, and suddenly commented, the school seems a bit chaotic today, don't you think, teacher? Really, I didn't notice. It seems the teachers are busy with something. Actually, the self-study period was longer than usual today. You even noticed that? You're starting to scare me a little, Ju-huk. Just then, someone called out to him. It was Choi Aaron. What is it? Are you back from your family visit? Yeah, I've been in class all day. Didn't you see me? I don't know. I was sleeping the whole time. Are you heading to the gym now? Uh-huh, that's right. Then I'll go with you. I have something I want to show you. What's with all the mystery? The four superstars gathered in the gym to see what Choi Aaron wanted to show them, only to see her slowly assembling a sword. What is this? That's not the sword I've seen before, is it? Correct. I actually went back to my family clan to retrieve this sword. Ju-huk was quite surprised. That sword is emitting a powerful stream of mana. Exactly. This is my family's heirloom. Hearing this, Du Sojin exclaimed loudly. What? Is that the Blue Moon sword? The relic of Choi Jinga? That's right. How do you have it? After successfully passing the clan selection test, I became the rightful heir to this sword. Even so, isn't it a bit much for a high school student to carry around something so precious? The head of the family gave his permission, so it's fine. Ju-huk, are you okay with me training with this Blue Moon sword? If that's what you want, then it's fine. There's nothing Ju-huk can't handle. Anything he gets his hands on is completely mastered. Before that, can I hold that sword for a moment? Du Sojin jumped up. That's someone else's family heirloom. It holds the power of an entire constellation, and you're asking to hold it? Ju-huk's face darkened with anger as he cursed. This girl is so damn annoying. Fine, here. Aaron handed it over to Ju-huk, causing Sojin to loudly scold her for being too easy. As Ju-huk held the sword, he felt something strange, the flow of mana radiating from this thing, which gave him a strangely familiar feeling. Just then, his surroundings transformed, and before Ju-huk's eyes was an ancient arena. Standing there was a tall, shirtless man. Long time no see, Hyo Hyung. That person was Choi Ginga, the patron constellation of Dao Kwang. To run into an acquaintance in a place like this, Kim Ju-huk was doubtful at first, but then he suddenly remembered, ah, it's you, kid? How much longer are you going to call me kid? As you can see, I'm all grown up now. Wait, let me think. Did I ever tell you my name? All you ever did was grab a sword and charge at me, so there was no time for names. Well, I'd like to now, but I forgot my own name right after becoming a constellation. Ginga looked quite regretful. Even if you told me your name, I'd still just call you kid. Get serious, man. Ju-huk couldn't believe Ginga had also become a constellation, while the boy grimaced, forcing himself to accept it. In his eyes, the boy would always be a kid. Ju-huk looked at him thoughtfully and wondered. For a kid to become a constellation like this is truly interesting. Flashing back to their meeting from 300 years ago, Ginga was truly just a kid, only half as tall as Hyuno. Even back then, the Sword King was demanding a fight with him. Fight me. What are you talking about, you brat? Aren't you the strongest adult around here? So fight me. Moron's face darkened. Master is still young, and this brat is already calling him Mister. Should I take care of him, Master? Calm down. Hyun-oh stopped Moron and turned to Ginga. but why are you trying so hard to fight? Do you love fighting that much? I want to create the strongest swordsmanship, a swordsmanship so powerful it can make anyone, whether old or young, man or woman, become stronger when monsters attack their family. My entire family died because none of them knew how to use a sword. That's why I want to create the strongest swordsmanship so that no one else has to experience what I have. So please, fight me, because the swordsmanship that can defeat you will soon become the strongest swordsmanship. Hyuno cracked his neck and laughed. What a brave kid. But you can't even hold a sword properly, let alone talk about swordsmanship. If you call me big brother just once, I'll be your opponent. Morin's face twisted, sensing that his master was tricking a child. Ginga, however, had no idea he was being lured in, was so focused on fighting that he shouted, "All right, fight me, big brother. Game on." Ju-huk grinned without a hint of shame, immediately lunging at the small boy with his fist. You were a real pain back then, demanding a fight every single week. If you had lost just once, that wouldn't have happened, right? Ju-hyuk bared his teeth in frustration. For someone who wants to be the strongest swordsman, is that any way to talk? Ah, well, I should thank you for guiding me after every loss. Thanks to that I was able to create my own swordsmanship. Are you talking about the invincible sword? That's right. If you had become my disciple back then, I could have trained you more closely, don't you think? I thought so too at the time, but if I became your disciple, then even if I perfected my swordsmanship, it would still be your swordsmanship, not mine, right? That's what I thought, so I had to give up on the idea. That's pretty gutsy, kid. Ju-huk praised him with a laugh. It made me wonder why Choi Aaron's swordsmanship looks so familiar. Now I understand. Jinga boasted proudly. You know, after becoming a constellation, I tried my best to teach my contractor my swordsmanship, but it's very different from the swordsmanship you once knew. Ah, about that? As you already know, people nowadays prioritize training their magical power over physical conditioning. If they were to learn my swordsmanship in its true form, their bodies would be under too much strain, so I made some improvements so they could learn it more easily, but it's still a long way from being the strongest swordsmanship. Is that so? But I never expected you to be reincarnated into the body of a high school student like this. Ju-huk suddenly remembered something and asked Ginga, before you met me, did you receive a notification window or anything like that? I didn't? Why do you ask? That's so weird. Luminous said she knew about her reincarnation through a notification window. I couldn't ask Moron, but Batcher also knew he would be reincarnated. So does that mean the notification is only sent to those who have a direct connection with me? That makes sense then. Hyun-oh, this could be considered fate. How about we have a fight? All right, let's see how much stronger you've gotten. Okay, it's been a while since I've felt this excited. Hyuno charged forward with his sword and his familiar killer expression, and Ginga was no less formidable. When they returned to reality, Hyuno had a smile on his face. I had a lot of fun. Ju-huk returned the sword to Aaron and added, your constellation is a good person, so you should train and talk with him often. Okay, Aaron was really obedient to Ju-hyuk. Meanwhile, her constellation had been beaten to a pulp by him, lying in a crater and complaining, seriously, this makes no sense at all. At that moment, at the Shu family's residence in China, all the senior elders of the Shu family had gathered for a roundtable conference. Shu Yun was the first to speak. Esteemed elders, why have you summoned me? The three great elders of the Shui family were seated there, and the old woman said, as you know, the position of matriarch is still vacant. We called you here because it seems we need to choose a new matriarch as soon as possible. The old man wearing a turban also spoke. We are considering asking you, the president of the White Lotus Society, to become the matriarch, but according to our traditions, the president of the White Lotus Society cannot become the matriarch. Can you think of any other candidates, President? The old man with the long beard and hair also voiced his opinion. Whoever it is, we must choose a better candidate than Shu Ling, the previous matriarch. She was a cunning woman who used the family's guardian constellation as a tool to protect her position as matriarch. Shu Yun thought for a moment, then said, I understand. The candidate I wish to nominate is... Who that is remains unknown. We only know that over here, Yan Lang is preparing for a fierce battle with Aaron. The two girls were both in position, ready to fight. Kim Yu-hyu stood with his arms crossed and reminded them, I've said this before, when you fight, limit your use of magical power to a minimum and use only your physical strength. Also, that sword is a sacred artifact, so when you fight, keep it in its sheath the whole time. I get it. Aaron agreed right away. She can draw her sword if she wants, I don't mind. Yan Lang was very confident in herself. Ju-hyuk immediately scolded her. It's a bare-handed fight. What if you get cut? An accident during a sparring match would be a huge pain. Oh, by the way, why are you here? Ju-hyuk turned to corner. So, Ji-hyun, the last time I saw you and Yan Lang spar, you didn't say anything. Why are you asking now? Actually, she was also curious about Yan Lang, the one who overwhelmingly defeated her in their last sparring match. And now she was going to fight Aaron. Although Choi Aaron had gotten stronger thanks to Kim Ju-hyuk's guidance and the Holy Relic, so Ji-hyun still wasn't sure if she could defeat Yen Lang. Listen to Ju-hyuk. Kitty, if I draw my sword, you'll definitely get hurt. Aaron didn't want Blades to be merciless with a fellow trainee. Hearing this, Yen Lang trembled with anger. Don't call me Kitty anymore. After saying that, she immediately rushed forward. Aaron wasn't flustered by this. She took a solid stance, turning the hilt of her sword outward. Yen Lang's fist collided with the sword hilt. The two clashed head-on, and the resulting force made even so Ji-hyun feel overwhelmed. But Du-hyuk's face remained completely unfazed. Yen Lang gritted her teeth, realizing that punching a sword wasn't a smart choice. But Aaron was still pushed back, and Yen Lang fiercely attacked again, this time with her knee aiming straight for Aaron's face. With such a pretty face, Aaron wasn't stupid enough to meet Yen Lang's knee head-on, so she quickly dodged and took the opportunity to swing her sword at Yen Lang's exposed abdomen. Seeing this, Yen Lang hurriedly moved to block, which resulted in her taking a painful blow. Seeing Yen Lang fall back a bit, Aaron also switched to the offensive, slashing horizontally. Yen Lang ducked to avoid it. No mana was used, but the sword aura alone was enough to crack the wall behind her. Yen Lang thought to herself, this spiky-haired girl is pretty strong. But Yen Lang was no pushover either, and she leaped up on her toes. She wondered when the girl had gotten so strong. Just as she thought that, Yen Lang's arm clashed directly with Aaron's scabbard. Yen Lang didn't know what skills Aaron had, but now it was time to take a direct punch from me. Aaron took the hit, and it was painful, but the holy sword absorbed some of the impact. Yen Lang had seen Aaron spar with Ju-hyuk a few times, but she was never this strong back then. The way she moved was also completely different from before. While Yen Lang was lost in thought, Aaron had already closed the distance with her sword, slashing at Yen Lang's stomach. Luckily, she was agile enough to dodge, or she would have been done for, but she still got a large welt. You're good at dodging, Kitty. Already in pain and now being called by the name she hated most, Yen Lang retorted, you'll never hit me with an attack like that. But even as she said it, Yen Lang knew Aaron had already seen through all of her direct attacks, and her own strength was limited. If I keep attacking her like this, I'll run out of stamina first, and this will become a one-sided battle. I have to brace myself to take one of her hits and then counterattack. Yen Lang and Aaron returned to their defensive stances. This time, Aaron moved first, bringing her sword down in a vertical slash. Yen Lang gritted her teeth and blocked it, then used the opportunity to close in on Aaron and deliver a powerful uppercut to her chin. Aaron fell to the ground with a thud, her jaw crooked, while Yen Lang panted heavily. Although it was very painful, Aaron quickly grabbed her sword and sat up. Just then, Ju-hyuk spoke up. That's enough. The sparring match is over. You're both injured, so go get treated. I'll give you both my feedback later. Okay. Aaron obeyed Ju-hyuk without question. He could see that this girl wasn't joking around at all. After making a contract with the constellation and the sword, it seems she talks to that kid quite often. Her skills have improved in such a short time. Ju-hyuk glanced over at Yeon-rang, who was sitting and panting heavily. Are you okay over there? Yeah. Yeon-rang looked at the hand she used to block the sword and mused, no risk, no reward. Luckily, I deliberately moved deeper into her sword's path. If it had been the tip of the blade, I couldn't have even blocked it. I might have collapsed before I could even block it, because when someone swings a sword, the furthest point near the tip is what generates the most damaging force. I only managed to block it because I got closer, and the area around the hilt that I blocked generates less force. Could the reason she suddenly got stronger have something to do with that holy relic? Yeon-rang suddenly thought of her family's gauntlets. It seems my family has a holy relic too. Anyway, that's enough for today. Alright. A few days later, Ju-hyuk and the witch had a chance to meet again. I've found the exact location of the great disaster. Seeing the witch's smug expression, Ju-hyuk simply asked, where is it? It's in Sidong City. That's the name of the place. Do you know the exact date? 3 weeks from now. Last time, it happened in about 3 months. So that sounds accurate. What you said this time is to clear the maze as quickly as possible, right? That's right. What should I do about the monsters that escape while I'm in the maze? I told you to form a team last time. Have you found anyone useful? Ju-hyuk thought of the 2 disciples he had recently reunited with, along with their underlings in Yeon-rang's group. He reluctantly said, I think there are people who can help. Really? Why not hire some contractors for that area? That sounds good. However, you are the only one who needs to defeat the boss in the maze. Remember that. Alright, with the strategy settled, Ju-hyuk summarized the mission as follows. I'll place the ring inside and clear the maze quickly instead of just smashing through it. We'll go straight through it and take care of the boss, right? Yes, let's do that. What should I do after that? The witch chuckled, conjured a purple stone, and said, use this. What is this? This is a teleportation crystal for one-time use. If you infuse mana into it, it will teleport you here. Here, Ju-hyuk was surprised. Doesn't she usually just snap her fingers and bring me here? Can't you just summon me yourself? Of course I can, but there's a limit to how much outsiders can know about the situation inside. I plan to carefully observe the boss's actions when the disaster occurs, so you should leave as soon as the maze is cleared. All right, then get ready. We'll meet again in 3 weeks. The red-haired witch finished speaking and snapped her fingers. Ju-huk walked down the street, thinking about his battle plan. First, I'll contact Adilia and tell some contractors from the Ventric family to get ready. The kids I'm training don't seem like they'll be a hindrance right now, so I can bring them along easily, because 3 weeks from now also falls on a weekend. I should ask them to hang out. First, I'll ask Lily. I'm calling because I want to ask you out. Ju-huk, I'm in trouble. A shrill cry came from the other end of the line, making Ju-huk pull the phone away from his ear. What's wrong? I got fired from Valhalla. Lily was crying a river of tears. Ju-huk was indifferent, as if her getting fired was no surprise at all. Is that so? Is that what you mean? What are you talking about? Isn't that too heartless? You were fired because you deserved it, as expected of the sharp-tongued Ju-huk. No way. I might seem a bit foolish in front of Ju-huk, but as a trainer, I was still doing a good job. Even though I didn't rank first in the evaluation and wrote a report about monsters outside of class, Ju-huk listened in silence. Actually, this is a bit strange. Do they normally fire a regular trainer in the middle of a semester and not during a break? Lily sobbed. Even if the chairman changed, this is too sudden. What? The chairman changed? This is a secret from the students. I don't know why, but I was told to keep my mouth shut, so there aren't any articles about it. Ju-huk found this incredibly suspicious. What could be so important that they had to change the chairman in secret? So if Lily is fired, I can't use my authority to go out freely anymore? Is it time to drop out of school? I think I'll go to the chairman's office for a bit. While I'm there, I'll try to ask what happened. Ju-huk, you don't have to. He didn't listen anymore and just hung up directly. Right at that moment, Ju-huk also received a message from Yan Lang. Hey, I heard I was expelled from Valhalla. What for? Ju-huk was completely flabbergasted. What's this now? Why was she suddenly expelled too? Why is all of this happening so suddenly? Furthermore, it's too strange. So many events are happening around me. Whatever is going on, I should meet the chairman quickly. When he arrived, he saw the current chairman was Black Cat. I had a hunch, so it turned out to be true. Black Cat, you became the academy's chairman? Not exactly. I'm just the chairman on the surface. The real chairman is the holy constellation I serve. So Yan Lang and Lily, you fired them because of Luminous? That's right. Why? I have made my decision and will free my master from those vixens. They dared to challenge the master, so they must be expelled immediately and without hesitation. That's what he said. I also wanted to expel the student named Choi Aaron. Do you think that's okay? He said no, rein it in and rescind the expulsion order for those people. I don't care about any of them. I'm just teaching and using them. But I'm not happy knowing they were fired because of me. A notification panel appeared in front of Black Cat. The master of the underworld has replied with an extremely disappointed tone. Very well. He said it's fine, but why did you buy Valhalla? It was an order from the Holy Constellation. Black Cat then said, I heard you refused to live in the building at the market. Because I'm still living in the dormitory, so if we buy Valhalla, the master can live in that building. That's what he said when I bought it. Just for that? And I've connected a room in Valhalla. To the building in the market, only permitted individuals can enter that room, so you can use it freely. Alright? Do you need anything else? So, you can do whatever you want with the academy, right? I have no intention of interfering with the training, but I can, so you can do me a favor. 3 weeks later, Zerong City. This white-haired young man stared in shock at the horrifying scene before him. What is this? Monsters of all kinds invaded from the sky to the ground. Smoke and fire filled the heavens, and the crazed monsters destroyed everything and slaughtered people. The white-haired guy was still in shock. He had only come here because it was related to his family. But what's with all these monsters? Just then, a piercing scream rang out. A girl was being chased by a monster. The monster held her handbag in one hand and swung a large blade with the other to strike her. The white-haired guy hurriedly enveloped his body in mana to block the attack for the girl. His other hand was already charged with a thunderous punch, and he swung it straight into the monster's face, taking it down. He told the girl that more goblins were coming, so she should run quickly. Thank you, sir. After his heroic rescue, he gulped and thought to himself that these monsters were completely different from the virtual ones he fought in the simulations. The heavy impact on his fist from each blow gave him goosebumps, but at least he had managed to take down one goblin. But could he handle this entire horde? The white-haired guy cursed under his breath. Damn it, I have to take out at least half of them. While he was still lost in thought, Yan Lang and Choi Aaron zipped past him like a gust of wind, leaving the young man completely stunned. Yan Lang rushed forward, punching a goblin square in the face, while Choi Aaron's single slash sent several more to their graves. With just one attack, the entire horde was taken down. Sojian arrived just in time to complain, "What? They've already finished." The white-haired guy recognized her. As the two girls turned around, he recognized them as well. "Why are you guys here? I think you should be asking the person over there." "What?" He looked back and saw Kim Ju-huk casually strolling over with his hands in his pockets. Flashing back to 2 weeks ago, Ju-huk and Hakmu had summoned Yen, Lang, Aaron, and Sozion to Vanhalla's conference room. Yen Lang was quick to ask, "Why did you call us here? Haven't we already finished our physical training?" "I called you because I have something private to discuss. But before that, you can see the cat over there, can't you?" Hakmu cried out. "Ouch, right in the heart. That is the current chairman of Vanhalla." "What?" Sozion was incredibly surprised and asked, "What about the previous chairman, Riemet?" Hakmu immediately replied, "The headmaster has retired, and he has passed the position of new chairman of the board to me. However, we personally haven't heard any news about a change in the academy's chairman. Please understand that this was conducted secretly for a reason. In any case, this will be announced to the students in due time, and you are all simply finding out a little bit earlier. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hakmu, and I look forward to working with you." Sozion was dazed. "Hakmu?" Ju-huk then continued. "Anyway, the reason the new chairman is here is because I proposed the creation of a new department, and he has approved it. This is a special class where students have the autonomy to participate in extracurricular activities without needing to attend tradition. Would you all like to join this class?" Yen Lang pointed to herself and wondered. "So I guess not much will change for me, right?" "That's correct, but I called you here to join. You will still be training. But now you will also have the chance to go out and hunt monsters. This will help you get stronger, so what do you think?" Yen Lang couldn't have been happier, nodding eagerly. "Is that right? Then I'll join. Of course, I'll participate if that's what Ju-huk wants." Choi Aaron also agreed in an instant. Only Sojin was left feeling awkward. "Wait a minute, I'm having a little trouble following this. First, about the new chairman. Isn't he the owner of the Black Cat Night Market?" "Yes, you know about the black market?" "At first, I thought the black market was just some nonsense from the internet. I had no idea it was real. How can the owner of an underground market be so publicly known and even become the academy's chairman? Well, that's just how it is. It's not that strange. I dabble in many fields. Then how could Kim Ju-huk's proposal for a special class possibly get approved? Or perhaps you knew the new chairman from before." Sojin claimed she couldn't keep up, but in reality, she was the most rational one there, and Ju-huk didn't seem to mind. "I knew Black Cat from before, which always made Sojin wonder. I know he's ridiculously strong, but is he also close with the owner of the black market? This is no longer on the level of a normal student." Yu-hee noticed her staring at him but paid it no mind, simply asking if she would participate too. Of course, who would refuse to join the class when they don't have to? Black Cat then turned to remind them. Of course, there are conditions attached to being exempt from basic classes and written exams. You guys will have to participate in events like debates or practical exams that require public exposure." "Is that what they said?" "I thought so at first too, but after further consideration, I realized I'm also in a position that needs to be considered. In a way, the students receiving the highest privileges need to have something, right, to convince the other students and instructors. First of all, the first students of this special class must be strong enough to be recognized by other students and instructors, so there won't be any problem in that regard. But from the school's perspective, having Vanhalla's strongest student in a special class without showing anything would be a shortcoming. Therefore, I hope you can actively participate in extracurricular activities to raise Vanhalla's status. You can't just go around catching monsters outside, right? Okay, that's good then. But if you could show off your strength in front of the other students, that would be great. This isn't a request from Black Cat, but rather from the chairman of Vanhalla." Yu-hee couldn't help but think, what nerve did this guy hit to suddenly become so responsible about his chairman position? I thought he just bought the academy for fun. Fun, my foot. He's loaded with cash. If he mismanages it and it goes under, he'd lose a fortune, wouldn't he? Yu-hee couldn't argue with Black Cat, so he could only reluctantly agree. Anyway, those are the conditions. Has anyone changed their mind? Yu Rang immediately said, "Well, nothing really changes for me, so I'm still in. But it seems they share my thoughts." Yes, that's right. Both Aaron and Sozion were determined to seize this opportunity. Yu-hee was overjoyed. "Great. Then the first extracurricular activity for this class will be, what else? Herding people to the labyrinth, of course." He just didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. "Huh, Seyuk, what are you doing here?" "I should be the one asking that. I came down for the weekend because my parents' house is here, and then this whole mess happened." "Why did you guys show up here?" "Why, you ask?" Yu-hee lowered his sword and commanded, "Choi Arin, Yeon Ring, get ready." "Yes, sir." The monster trio charged forward aggressively, facing a horde of stone-armored and winged goblins of all kinds. Yu-hee smirked and drew his sword, saying, "We came here to do this." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword in a single slash, taking out a whole bunch of goblins. Yu-hee confidently plowed right into the goblins' faces and with a single swing of his arm, the entire horde, from big to small, collapsed. Ju-huk rolled his shoulders and remarked, "Not too shabby." The people behind him, especially Se-yuk, who was witnessing Ju-huk's terrifying power for the first time, had their jaws on the floor. Se-yuk wondered to himself, is this guy always such a monster? Among them were even high-level demons they had never fought before in mock exams, and he really cut them all down with just one strike? Just then, a man appeared like a shadow next to Ju-huk. "I've discovered a dungeon. It seems to be the source of this disaster. It's 5 kilometers from here and the area is swarming with monsters. What about the agents from the Ventric family? They're each evacuating civilians while trying to contain the damage caused by the monsters. Moron, has your constellation not awakened yet?" He still hasn't responded. Ju-huk fell silent for a moment. It's been 3 months since that girl went on vacation, and there's still no sign of her. Anyway, catching monsters isn't that hard. I guess she's only capable of fighting small fry enemies. Understood. Tell those Ventric guys to stop playing dress-up with their cloaks and help the evacuation by healing the people. What? The newcomer seems stunned by the criticism. It was so harsh. That would be more helpful in restoring your family's tarnished image, wouldn't it? Fine. Even though he's got a sharp tongue, his reasoning is persuasive, so I'll go with it. So, can we head to the center of the disaster now? Before that, Aaron, Yen Lang, you two go eliminate the monsters attacking the civilians and evacuate them along with the others. The 2 girls accepted the order without hesitation. Ju So-zeon, clear a path to your family's estate with Se-yuk. So-zeon was displeased upon hearing this. Why are you pairing me up with this muscle-brained idiot? Yeah. Se-yuk shot her a death glare. I can already tell this squad is going to get along just great. But that wasn't what Ju-huk was concerned about. So, shall we go? Let's head to the center of the disaster. A formidable squad of monsters stood guard in front of a tiny gate. The guy from the Ventric family looked into the distance and pointed it out to Ju-huk. That slightly raised area over there looks like the entrance to the dungeon. The 2 of them were standing on a rooftop, looking down. The monsters were positioned below. There were fewer high-level monsters, but overall, their numbers were still massive. I think a strategy where all our family's agents gather and break through a single point, with you, Ju-huk, following behind, could be effective. This Ventric guy was very eager to play the role of strategist, but his plan didn't convince Ju-huk. That strategy is completely ordinary, and it would take too much time. However, that does seem to be the best option, but do you have any other suggestions? Ju-huk gave a very sinister smile. I do. The guy flinched when he saw Ju-huk climb onto the railing, and of course, Ju-huk leaped down in a flash before the guy could stop him. The goblins below looked a bit dumb, but they were quick to smell an enemy. They spotted Ju-huk before he even landed, but while their senses were sharp, their reactions were still slow, so they took the full force of Ju-huk's direct sword strike. The guy on the rooftop watched with his jaw dropped. What the heck? He took down all those monsters in a single blow? Now, the rumors about a powerful contractor being a high school student are starting to make sense. A power on par with the constellation, Kim. Ju-huk was unaware of his thoughts, merely looked at the pile of monster corpses at his feet and remarked, "Nice." Earlier, Ju-huk had signed a contract with Luminous to use her abilities, which are quite useful, aren't they? Well then, let's hurry into that dungeon. Oh, right, she told me to wear this ring to defeat the dungeon boss, right? Ju-huk remembered the witch's advice and immediately put on the ring. With the preparations complete, he was eager to clear this maze. Meanwhile, in England, on Ventric Street, the lights were still on in the Ventric's family castle, as Adilia had not yet gone to sleep. Information about the disaster had just surfaced, and it seemed the South Korean government had only just gotten a handle on the situation. According to the latest update she received, about 50% of the residents there had evacuated to a safe location, and I heard that Kim Ju-huk also guided a group to the center of the disaster. Everything is going smoothly. Is he planning to go to the center alone? Does Ju-huk really intend to single-handedly destroy the maze, the source of this disaster? As Adilia was thinking, a yellow window appeared beside her. The constellation asked how much time had passed. Adilia was overjoyed. Oh my goodness. Constellation, are you awake? It's been almost 3 months. The constellation was pondering. Then it asked where its master was. What else could he be doing? Ju-huk is out there furiously slaying monsters. The Watcher started hyping him up again, saying it might look like the master is just swinging his sword normally, but he's actually slaughtering them without mercy. A martial arts sect. What is this? You've been quiet for a while and now you're suddenly spouting nonsense. So where did you hear that? It seems that your disciples, the ones who once climbed the Tower of Destruction, called it that back when you were the master of the tower. My disciples? It's just a name they arbitrarily gave to their monster-hunting swordsmanship. Does the name martial arts sect sound that lame? Ju-huk thought to himself that the maze was bigger than he expected. If he fought the monsters one by one, he would be too late, so he had no choice but to use his ultimate skill. Mana radiated from his body across the ground. The watcher asked in confusion, "Master, what did you do?" "Shut up. I'm searching for this maze's core by detecting mana." Normally, a maze's boss is generated in a specific location much like a core. So, wherever there is a large concentration of mana, that's where the boss will be. Found it, it's at the very bottom of the maze. From what I know, the interior of a maze isn't easily destroyed. Yeah, that's why I'm going to borrow the power of my disciple. A sword slash radiating a dark purple aura struck down, and immediately, signs of cracking appeared. Very quickly, the ground shattered and caved in. Ju-huk rode the momentum and plunged down. "You're the one, aren't you? The boss." In front of Ju-huk stood a figure that looked like an ant knight. The ant knight held a spear, wore medieval-style armor, and swiftly took a combat stance. Ju-huk looked at him with great interest. A boss that uses a spear as a weapon? In terms of weapon reach, I'm at a slight disadvantage. But if I use my sword skills or my abilities, it should be fine. However, the most important thing is to destroy the maze's core. The maze core stone is probably behind this guy. The best way to deal with him is to counter, rather than foolishly swinging my sword horizontally. The boss wound up significantly and thrust its spearhead toward Ju-huk with immense force, but he wasn't just going to stand there and let it hit him. Ju-huk dodged the attack as swiftly as the wind, exposing the boss's plan in the process. You're closing in to maximize the power of your strike. Seeing this, the knight-like boss immediately countered with a sharp sweep of its spear. "Whoa," Ju-huk exclaimed as he leaned back to dodge. The attack range of this spear is no joke. It's like strapping a magic sword to a pole to increase its reach. The boss backed up slightly to gain momentum before lunging forward again, this time unleashing a combo of thrusts. Wanting to riddle Ju-huk with holes, with a stone-cold expression, Ju-huk flawlessly parried every blow, cursing inwardly. "How annoying. Even while attacking, this guy maintains just enough distance so I can't counterattack." The general-like boss gathered its strength for another thrust, plowing up the ground beneath Ju-huk's feet. He quickly leaped away to dodge. The boss used the force of the blow to launch rocks at him. While Ju-huk was busy dealing with the projectiles, it leaped into the air with a triumphant smirk. The boss confidently swung its spear in a fierce arc. Ju-huk, his expression still ice-cold, spun his sword to parry, and the force of their clash was immense. The boss was somewhat staggered by the impact, but it ultimately managed to send Ju-huk flying. Baekshio started with his endless questions again. "Master, are you getting pushed back?" Ju-huk thought to himself, "This idiot, can't he see I'm doing this on purpose? The thing I'm actually targeting is that blue stone right behind this creature. The real purpose is to lure this guy away from the maze's core stone. There, that's perfect. In a case like this, instead of using the power of a constellation, maybe I should handle you my own way." Provoked by Ju-huk, the boss charged again to show him who was the true master here. This time, the distance was perfect, so Ju-huk unleashed a flurry of sword strikes to give his opponent a little show before dashing behind it and struck a pose. The boss seethed with rage, grinding its teeth, but that only lasted for 5 seconds, as it was torn to shreds. The ring on Ju-huk's finger, which normally remained dormant, suddenly showed a reaction. The ring emitted a blue light and sucked in a plume of thick, dark smoke. Baekshio said, "It feels like the ring just absorbed something. Master, see what it is." Ju-huk figured it must have absorbed something, just like the name that the guide had mentioned. Even if he said it, Baekshio wouldn't be able to hear this, but now. "Wait, what did you say just now? What? That I was being pushed back? It's been a while since you got a beating. Are you itching for one?" Ju-huk's creepy smile made Baekshio hastily take back his words. I'm sorry. Just drop it. Let's get out of here before this place collapses." But just then, his attention was caught by the spear the boss had been using, now lying on the ground. This item was dropped. Why wasn't it absorbed into the ring earlier? Should I pick it up and take it with me? The spear on the ground silently emanated a sinister red stream of mana. Meanwhile, at the base of a giant, ancient tree, inside a space resembling a grand hall, a shadowy figure sat enthroned as if ruling from behind the scenes. A black-robed, hooded figure stood bowing respectfully. "Master, the disaster maze has concluded. Is that so? How many days did this disaster last?" "Only 2 hours." 2 hours? How long did the previous one last?" "For 5 days, Master." The shadowy figure was speechless for a moment, then mused, "The time was shortened that drastically? I thought the overall difficulty level of the disaster had been increased, thanks to the creation of beings who bear the names of the constellations and copy their powers." "That is correct. Did anyone play a particularly significant role in clearing the disaster maze this time?" "To be honest, the maze vanished too quickly before I even had a chance to react." "Very well. We will investigate that later. For now, we must accelerate our plans. We shall scatter the names far and wide throughout this place. That will make the next disasters even more spectacular. By gathering the names of the strongest constellations, we will deploy them using a completely different method compared to before, so the Awakened Association won't be able to keep up. Therefore, get ready. Yes, Master. The Master of the Labyrinth is greatly looking forward to it, the day he gets to savor the taste of the strongest. The news of Ju-huk quickly defeating the disaster made the headlines, naturally attracting the attention of many people, including this platinum-haired young man with phlegm in his eyes. Oops. I mean, with this strange mark. He stared intently at the news on the screen and muttered. So right after this guy dealt with the assassination squad, he also ended this dungeon disaster. Wonderful. The white-haired man flashed a sinister smile. He's the perfect target, very suitable for raising our guild's reputation. This guy is Ruby, the leader of the Alchemist John Guild. He turned to the person beside him with excitement. I think we can make a huge score if we can take him out. What do you think? The person sitting with Ruby was a figure in a black, hooded cloak, wearing a broken mask with only a single hole. The man replied, You're right. However, it will be quite risky if we don't prepare thoroughly. Of course, this guy is definitely on his guard ever since we first took notice of him. If Kim Ju-huk reached A rank during the festival and school competition, then he must be close to reaching S rank by now. You're not wrong. I guess I'll have to take matters into my own hands for this mission. Ruby's words stunned the masked man, but Ruby excitedly continued to give orders, gather the guild members. We will begin the plan to eliminate Kim Ju-huk. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla dormitory, Kim Ju-huk finally managed to drag his body home, letting out a sigh of relief. He immediately flopped onto the bed and whined, I'm dead tired. After complaining, Ju-huk thought, I've completely absorbed the power inside that stone, and now my strength has increased quite a bit since I first entered the academy. But it's still too far from my peak. My small magic reserve limits my energy output whenever I cast a skill. This is why I get exhausted so quickly, even after dealing with just a single dungeon disaster. I still have a long way to go. Dealing with the Labyrinth boss, this disaster was easier than expected. I wonder if he was one of the beings named by the Labyrinth Lord. He seemed rather weak. But anyway, thanks to the help from my disciples' abilities, no major problems have occurred. I think I now understand why people of this era are willing to pay such a high price to make a contract with a constellation. When a name is bestowed upon someone, that being can possess power like a constellation. You seem troubled, teacher. Just then, Batro appeared and asked, It's because of these things called constellations and names. I'm guessing you went straight to the guide right after you took down the boss. What did she say? Kim Ju-huk silently recalled that moment. After resolving the disaster, he immediately flash-stepped to the guide's location. The young woman's face lit up when she saw him. There you are. Did you take care of that disaster? That's right. I defeated the boss quite easily and completed it properly. Ju-huk looked over at the slowly fading stone and let out a sound of surprise. The witch chuckled and explained, It's all right. Anyway, that stone was just a one-time use item. But what about that spear? This spear? It dropped from the dungeon boss. For some reason, the ring didn't absorb it, so I brought it with me. Really? That's strange. The witch also found this hard to believe, but she quickly changed the subject. Can I see that ring? Ju-huk took off the ring and gave it to the guide. She inspected the ring, which was emitting purple mana, for a moment and then said, Very good. It seems to have absorbed the right name. Here, take it back. She added, This is just the beginning. As I said before, the names might be passed on to different individuals. There's a high chance that high-level names will be used by the Labyrinth Lord from now on. Many strong opponents will appear then. I'll try to find out exactly who they are, but it's likely they come from the Tower of Destruction, the place you've been through before. It's those bastards. Just thinking about it made Ju-huk feel incredibly annoyed, and now I'll have to clash with them a lot. He clutched his head, thinking about that bunch. It's driving me crazy. Hang in there, you can do it. All right, we'll meet again soon. Before the names are passed on too far, I hope you'll weaken their forces. Now he was lying here and grumbling. Well, she said that the stronger, higher-level names might be passed on again. Batcher replied, I understand. The people from the Tower of Destruction? I was in that tower once, but for some reason I don't remember anyone there. Well, on the first floor, there were only basic monsters. That's right, those people probably didn't have any names to lose. It's highly likely that bunch will come from the second floor or higher. That's right, from now on, the number of annoying bastards will increase as they are granted names. Wait a minute, if those guys from the Tower of Destruction come down, won't you turn back into a labyrinth insect like them? Batcher was so shocked his interface glitched. What? No, no way. Didn't I tell you, Master, that I was forced to become a member of that tower? Damn it, that stuttering just makes me more suspicious. Try saying that damned Labyrinth Lord. Batcher nearly used all his life force to curse that phrase twice. Ju-huk gave a wry smile. You don't have to repeat it a second time. But all right, you pass. Batcher let out an unconcealed sigh of relief. However, Ju-huk still felt that something wasn't quite right. Even if he was forced, why didn't Batcher have that power? Looking at all his disciples and the other constellations, even if they couldn't directly affect this world, they could still provide a portion of their power to the person who made a contract with them. right? But this disciple was the only constellation who had no power whatsoever. Come to think of it, I heard that my name wasn't stolen by the Labyrinth Lord. That's why I was reincarnated instead of starting out as a constellation, and the people who knew me before still call me by my old name. Whatever. Anyway, this problem can't be solved just by thinking randomly about it. For now, training is the top priority. Until my strength returns to the level of my past life, I will find the answer to this mess. The next day, after school, at Valhalla Gym. Oh, Se-hyu had brought his gear to work out. He was thinking about Kim Ju-huk, the one who cut down monsters like they were grass that time. The more he thought about it, the stronger he seemed, but even so, I still don't want to acknowledge that strength. However, after witnessing what he did in the disaster dungeon, even though I couldn't help him, but I had to admit he was too good. And not just Kim Ju-huk, but even the 3 people he trained could easily take down the monsters. If I could also be taught by Kim Ju-huk thinking that. He burst into the training room calling out for Kim Ju-huk, but only Arin was there, wiping her sweat and blushing, and the 2 of them just stared at each other, frozen awkwardly. Half an hour earlier, Arin was running breathlessly when Ju-huk spoke up. "You can stop here." Arin immediately sighed in relief and stopped. Ju-huk thoughtfully handed her a towel. "Here you go." "Ah, thank you. So, are you done complaining about not keeping up with the pace now?" "Of course, I'm ready for the next, higher level of training. You complained quite a bit when you first started." "That's because I didn't know the results would be this amazing." Arin chimed in, "I don't like this. But it looks like the nagging kitten has finally caught up, huh?" While the newcomer, Sojun, doesn't seem to be doing too well. The girl lay on the floor panting heavily. "This is some insane training, but it's wonderfully exciting. When you were watching our training session, didn't you know what it would be like? I didn't think it would be this exhausting. If you can't handle it, you should just give up and go back where you came from." Sojun's face darkened upon hearing that. Then she scoffed and said, "No matter how hard it is, this place is much better, and I'll do my best to keep up with everyone." Seeing her like that, Arin could only discreetly click her tongue. Who knew Sojun had such sharp ears and heard it? She even asked back, "Did you just click your tongue at me?" "I heard that." Under Ju-huk's amused gaze, Sojun yelled, "Just you wait, I'll be leaving you in the dust soon." Ju-huk quickly stepped in. "I was originally going to help you review your fighting style after a sparring match, but the accumulated fatigue from when you broke out of that state is still lingering. Therefore, it's best to maintain your current training level and combine it with rest." Arin agreed that this was the right plan, and Sojun didn't object either. Ju-huk then turned to Arin. "I'm going back to the dorm to practice my magic. Then I will too." Arin watched the 2 of them talk intently. "You don't always have to copy me, just do what you want to do. I'm about to start my upper body workout now, so I think everyone should just train on their own for now. Is that okay? Besides, we're the only ones using the gym, so you all can just keep training, and when I have a moment, I'll observe and point out things you can improve on. All right? I think I should get going too." Sojun also decided to retreat. Noticing Arin had been quiet, Sojun asked her, "Are you staying to train some more?" "Yes, I'm not too tired yet. I think I'll continue for a bit." "That's great, but don't push yourself too hard. See you tomorrow." "Okay." Everyone quickly left, leaving Arin alone, lost in thought. I can feel one thing for certain. I've become much stronger since I started training under Kim Ju-huk, especially while in the focused state. The monsters that I used to struggle to defeat now seem incredibly weak compared to me. But Kim Ju-huk, he's still on a completely different level than me. I've never seen anyone take down monsters so cleanly and swiftly. He's become much stronger since our match. His progress is simply astonishing. As she thought about this, Arin suddenly froze. Wait a minute, why am I acting like Kim Ju-huk's disciple instead of trying to surpass him? I admit he's very strong. To be honest, I can even feel an intimidating pressure from him. Fighting against him makes it too difficult to train by myself, to become stronger than him. That's why I became his disciple. I wanted him to teach me, and thinking back to when he blocked a blow for me, and when my mother hit me, Yan-lang blushed. She continued to think, after all, he was the one who helped me solve the family heir issue. He even helped me find a place to hide before, keeping me safe from my family's control. And thanks to this special training class, I've achieved results in just a few days, which is why I'm continuing as Kim Yu-heo's disciple. At this thought, Yan-lang's hands trembled so much she dropped the towel. She thought she wasn't okay. Her heart was racing whenever she thought about him. And when it beats like this, I want to see Kim Yu-heo. It's not that I'm not serious about training when I'm alone, but I just want to train with Kim Yu-heo. Calm down, we'll continue to train together, right? I'm not a pervert, so I should stop these weird thoughts. That's what I tell myself, but then an image of that handsome guy drying his hair pops into my head. I must be going crazy. Yan-lang tremblingly warned herself, "You idiot! I told you to stop. So why do you keep having these weird thoughts?" She repeatedly punched herself on the head, but she couldn't stop blushing. Seeing the towel Yu-heo left behind, her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Yan-lang thought, I just want to take his towel to wash it. With that thought, She snatched the towel and continued to think. I bet no one else would think to wash his towel for him. I'm just helping Kim Yoo-hyo out. The more she thought, the more embarrassed she felt looking at the towel. She panted and ran off. But even running couldn't stop her from thinking about Krat. There's no one here, right? So I'll just wipe my face a little. With that thought, she brought the towel to her nose to smell Krat's scent. And just then, Yoo-hyo jumped in and caught her in the act. Of course, he didn't know what Yen Lang was thinking, so he was just surprised to see her there alone. But Yen Lang thought he had seen her sniffing his scent and became murderous. Did you see my dark secret? My shameful act? A shameful act? Yoo-hyo asked, confused. You saw it? Yen Lang's face was beet red, her eyes welling up with tears, and she swung her fist straight into Yoo-hyo's stomach. The young man looked tough, but this blow nearly knocked him out, causing him to throw up everything before collapsing on the floor. Yen Lang was still sobbing, "Oh my God." She screamed and ran away. That evening, at the Van Hala dormitory, Kim Yoo-hyo was training diligently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, wondering who would call at this ungodly hour. Why are you calling at this time, Adilia? My apologies. It must be late at night in Korea right now. But I have something urgent. Your disciple's constellation has awakened. That's good news. Are you free today? I am. I can make time if you need me, Mr. Yoo-hyo. Then take the holy relic and wait for me. My apologies. It has been a long time since I've met my disciples. Elsewhere, things weren't so exciting. A continuous stream of warning messages appeared, making even Black Cat panic. My constellation, did that CCTV footage from earlier make you that angry? The answer was still a flood of spam-like notifications. Black Cat couldn't help but curse inwardly. He shouldn't have shown it on the screen back then. Rewind to 10 minutes ago, the chairman's office at Van Hala. After finishing his work, Black Cat realized it was already night. Being the chairman of an academy is truly exhausting. Well then, let's check the school's facilities one more time and then go home. That's what his master had said right after acquiring the school. Luminous had requested frequent checks of the CCTV, so Black Cat understood that she meant he had to monitor the movements of the woman who was stalking Kim Ju-hyuk. She's probably just overreacting. Just then, he saw someone in the gym, so he clicked on the recording, thinking Ju-hyuk was still there. But no, what he saw was Oh Seo-hyuk still unconscious there. Black Cat immediately panicked. A dead body? No. It seems he just fainted. Zooming in closer, he panicked even more. Isn't that Oh Seo-hyuk? At that moment, Luminous appeared again. The ruler of the underworld said, "Replay the CCTV footage." All right, Black Cat knew how to please his constellation. He immediately replayed the recording, and when he got to the part where Oh Seo-hyuk was standing there, he let out a sigh of relief. Let's see what happened. Luminous spoke again. The ruler of the underworld said, "I see." The footage showed the scene where Yeon Rang was standing opposite Oh Seo-hyuk with a menacing expression. Right after that was the scene of Oh Seo-hyuk being beaten unconscious for the whole day. Then Yeon Rang ran away. Black Cat was bewildered. Why did Yeon Rang suddenly attack Oh Seo-hyuk? There's no audio, so I don't know what happened. But Luminous was there. The ruler of the underworld said, "Replay the part where Yeon Rang leaves." Okay, the more Luminous watched, the more furious she became. So that wench dared to steal Master's sweat-drenched towel and secretly sniff it when no one was looking? Yes, it seems she was caught by Oh Seo-hyuk and felt insulted, and that's how we got the spam messages from before. The ruler of the underworld angrily said, "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Black Cat held his forehead. Here we go again. Her anger was becoming more and more frequent. In the past, she had gotten angry for no reason many times. Recently, she got angry even more easily when it came to matters involving Kim Ju-hyuk. But wait, didn't she say she knew Kim Ju-hyuk very well? And she even called him master. Is Kim Ju-hyuk really her master? But didn't she exist long before the student Kim Ju-hyuk was even born? No. The important thing now is I have to find a way to stop her anger. Just then, a voice called from outside the door, "Mr. Black Cat, are you still here?" His will to survive kicked in, and he immediately replied, "Someone's here." It was none other than Kim Ju-hyuk. He asked, "Sorry to bother you at this hour, but could we go for a walk for a bit?" Ju-hyuk was a bit surprised when he saw the situation inside and asked again, "What's going on? Were you talking to someone?" "Yeah, but never mind." "Okay, then use your skill and take me through here for a bit. Where are you planning to go?" Meanwhile, in another place, Ruby's group had gathered quite a few people to discuss their plan to take out Kim Ju-hyuk. How's the plan coming along? This guy, whose Korean name is Baek Rang, is the leader of the John Alchemy Guild. The man in the mask with square holes replied, "There are about 200 magic circles protecting against intruders into Valhalla. About 100 of them are placed in Kim Ju-hyuk's dormitory." Really? Baek Rang was a bit surprised but didn't give up on his original plan. It's fine, anyway. They'll become useless against the power of the constellation. Yes, the leader's constellation, the immutable alchemist, is essential for magical and defensive abilities. Once the leader neutralizes all the magic circles, you and the four of us will head straight for Kim Ju-huk and then we'll cast a spell to conceal our attacks, and the remaining members will take care of Kim Ju-huk's friends. You mean the students who participated in stopping that dungeon disaster? Yes, not only will we deal with Kim Ju-huk, but we will also eliminate those guys, and our names will be known throughout the world. Man, we'll be labeled as cowards for only daring to target high school students, but for villains like us, that's a compliment, so shall we begin? This guy is truly cold-blooded, sparing neither the young nor the old. The operation to assassinate Kim Ju-huk and his companions. Just then, someone interjected. I knew it. White Fang and his lackeys were stunned. I was planning to watch a bit longer and wait for the right moment, but now you're saying you're going to assassinate him? You've arrived as a very familiar group of four. We should have dealt with you a long time ago. Forget about the surveillance and all that stuff. Well, we were planning to deal with you as the constellation said anyway, so let's just move the plan to today. These words shocked White Fang to his core. He stammered, unable to form a sentence. Why? Don't you understand just by looking? Purple hair brushed their hair aside, revealing a mark on their neck like a tattoo of the character One. White Fang looked on in horror. The one-horned god? It can't be that guild. Purple hair scoffed. What's wrong with this guy? Is he really that stupid? Then there's no other way. As soon as the blind one finished speaking, Skull Mask lunged down from above White Fang. Die! A red light slashed down, a golden light flashed, and a blade from Skull Mask was blocked by White Fang's golden shield. He stood there, grim as a hidden rock, and Skull Mask couldn't help but think, should my attack have easily pierced through such a mediocre defense? I don't know why you want to kill me. White Fang unleashed his mana, knocking Skull Mask back. Skull Mask had to use his blade to stop himself, or he would have skidded across the floor and ripped his pants. I'll show you how different the power of an S-rank constellation is. White Fang flew into a rage after being ambushed. Bait Kang was seething with anger, unleashing a torrent of mana. Purple Hair was also surprised. An S-rank constellation? That's right. The blind one affirmed while covering his face. The constellation he made a pact with is the immutable alchemist. Bait Kang was surprised they knew so much. Are you surprised that we know about the constellations? But whether we know or not, you're still a pretty famous person. You see, what? The sacred artifact you're currently equipped with, it's a sacred artifact from the Age of Decline, isn't it? So the S-rank constellation I was looking for and all the work I did were for nothing? Purple Hair was indignant, and the cloaked figure also commented. That's right, after all, the sacred artifacts from the Age of Decline are all famous for having powerful constellations residing within them. In addition, that alchemist named John accidentally became famous because he happened to obtain a sacred artifact and became an S-rank constellation. As a result, the demand for sacred artifacts from the Age of Decline skyrocketed on the market. But, despite receiving such a powerful constellation, all he does is basic stuff like creating a villainous guild. It'd be strange if that didn't sting. White Fang raised a hand glowing with mana. I don't want to hear that kind of talk from you bastards. Like you people. He threw a punch, and 5 magic circles appeared over his head. The 4 fugitive reapers saw spear-tipped chains shooting down. What is that? Magic circles? How could he have set up something like this in his own base? Bai raised his hand, and a magic circle shot towards the back of the purple-haired woman's head, but it failed to shatter her head. Damn it, just dodge it. This attack is dangerous, that bastard. Just how many magic circles did he set up in his own lair? This is such a pain. The purple-haired woman cursed non-stop, while Bai knew that monsters like them could sense incoming attacks. He didn't know what skills they possessed or what constellation granted them power, but he was still confident he had the upper hand. Bai had personally set up approximately 1,200 magic circles in this mansion, and he was confident they couldn't dodge them all. And with the absolute defense skill of the immutable alchemist, with this power, Bai was certain he wouldn't lose to their magic or die at their hands. He wouldn't have used this if it wasn't a critical situation, but that no longer matters. Bai swung his arm for another punch and shouted, "Die!" But this time, the group stood as still as statues. Are you trying to kill us with those magic circles? Then why don't I feel any pressure at all? That purple-haired woman has a seriously foul mouth. No wonder she has to cover it. It's probably been cursed 7,749 times. Meanwhile, Bai was on the verge of an existential crisis. I'm sure I activated the magic circles. We detected one of your magic circles the moment we stepped inside. The blind man explained, there are about 1,200 small magic circles containing a simple spell, Blood Chain. And I've already blocked and neutralized all 1,200 of those magic circles. What are you even talking about? If all the magic circles were neutralized, I would have known. It's not that they're neutralized, they're just being blocked from activating. Well then, shall we get warmed up a bit? The moment she finished speaking, the purple-haired woman lunged into action, giving him no time to think. She slammed an axe into the floor, forcing Bai to retreat from the sharp shards of light about to pierce him. A shockwave of this level should be blockable with absolute defense, but, oh wow, Bai was still injured by the shockwave. The purple-haired woman clicked her tongue in disappointment. Damn, it lacked a bit of power. I guess it needed a little more force. Bai wondered, what just happened? Did my absolute defense fail? While he was lost in thought, a sword tip lunged at him. He dodged quickly but still got a cut on his cheek. The attacker was the cloaked man. Bai gathered his strength for a counterpunch, but the cloaked man blocked it with his sword, saying, he's better at fighting with pure physical strength than I expected. I thought he only relied on the power of his constellation. Bai cursed inwardly. These bastards are too strong. I almost landed a hit, but they retreated to defend just in time. Besides, if my absolute defense isn't working now, I have nothing left to deal with them. Don't you think I've endured long enough? What? I don't know the exact reason why you're targeting us, but isn't this enough? You've already slaughtered too many people. Furthermore, all 100 members of the white group have lost their lives. If you're unhappy with me becoming a villain, then I will stop. I have nothing left now. What do you all think? You seem to be misunderstanding something, but whether you become a villain or not is irrelevant. We came here because you targeted the one person you should never have touched. Baekrang gritted his teeth in anger. His most recent plan was to assassinate Kim Yu-hyo today, so they came here because he dared to touch that kid? The worst criminal organization came all this way just for some high school brat? It's useless. They aren't the type to be swayed by words. This is the only way to survive. What is this insane amount of magical power? It seems to be an urgent prayer. An unchanging alchemist has responded to your plea. Using a massive amount of magical power to create a holy ground and summon a constellation is something I can actually do. There's no other choice now. The unchanging alchemist will be summoned by permanently taking your magical power and life force, even if it means sacrificing my life and magical power. I must summon the constellation right here, if I want any chance of winning. The skull-masked man calmly replied, I apologize for bothering you while you are so busy. Sir Alchemist, there is a message from our holy constellation. Hey, Alchemist! That bastard tried to harm that person. Hearing this, the alchemist nearly froze and immediately turned around. The unchanging alchemist asks, is this true? No, revered holy constellation. I only plan to assassinate a student from Valhalla Academy named Kim Yu-hyo. This is so unfair. Ah, this fool. After cursing, the alchemist vanished, canceling his contract with Baekrang and taking back the abilities he had granted him. Congratulations, Alchemist John. Just now, this holy constellation has declared that he will deal with you personally, and that person is none other than Toji. What? Kim Ju-huk seemed unable to believe what he just heard. As I said before, there's no way to meet the constellations when they are in their own domains. Ju-huk clutched his head. So, in short, the only way to meet multiple constellations at the same time is through sanctification? That is the most widely known method. However, sanctification alone doesn't solve everything. That's because the contractors for each constellation are required to perform the sanctification on their own without any assistance. This process consumes a great deal of the practitioner's mana. Of course, there is a way for a contractor with a true holy contract to summon a constellation by sacrificing their own spiritual power, but that method is unorthodox and rarely used. Is that so? Then what if I hold two artifacts at the same time? Wouldn't that allow me to meet both constellations at once? Adilia expressed her concern. That would be rather difficult. First, holding an artifact to meet a constellation means that your mind is transported to the constellation's realm of thought. This realm of thought is a sacred space inside the artifact, which is the unique holy ground of that specific constellation. Therefore, the spaces of two sacred artifacts cannot overlap. Furthermore, while the constellations possess immense power and can bestow it upon their disciples, however, fundamentally, they are still bound to their container, which is the artifact and its power. So as long as the constellation inside the artifact doesn't disappear, it cannot move to another one. Ultimately, even if you were to hold two artifacts at the same time, Kim Ju-huk's soul is singular, so it can only go to one thoughtscape within the constellation's domain. The more Ju-huk listened, the more confused he became. Baekchio also appeared and commented, yes, I thought you already knew, sir, since it's part of the class curriculum. Yu Hee-yoon flew into a rage. Then you should have told me before I came here. Just get ready to get beaten up in the spiritual world. Baekchio whined, but it was ineffective. Yu Hee-yoon turned and asked again, anyway, if meeting both of them is impossible, I can still have a conversation with them, right? Adilia and Black Meow said in unison, actually, many notifications have popped up since you arrived. Next to them were notification boards as long as scrolls. Black Meow relayed Luminos's words, long time no see, kid. Adilia also spoke for Moron, it's been a while for me too, you crazy wench. After that, Black Meow and Adilia started relaying their constellation's argument. Yu Hee-yoon got a headache, remembering these two didn't like each other very much. He thought he had disciplined them properly, but apparently not. Stop bickering and listen to me for a moment. You both know a little about Mojiri and Ban Wang, but but the one who did this to everyone is now planning to manipulate this world. I've discussed this with everyone before. The recent disasters were also caused by that bastard. Now, something even worse might happen. So far, it's all been just a prelude. He hasn't even truly started to wreak havoc yet. So, until I regain my original power, I will borrow everyone's strength for a while. Is that all right? Adilia replied immediately. Our holy constellation says, of course, master. That's what she said. My holy constellation says the same. Of course, master. This humble disciple will always be ready to help. That's what they said. All right. It's only at times like these that these two get along. Now, Ju-huk was still separated from 3 more disciples before the Labyrinth Lord could attack again. I'll have to find the remaining disciples too. Black Cat, you've linked the academy and this place with a spatial passage, right? I might have to come here often in the future. All right, the passage we used to get here is still open, right? Yes, it's still connected to the entrance. Then I'll return to Valhalla first. You two can get to know each other in the meantime. You are the contractors of my disciples, so you'll be seeing each other often. All right, I understand. Adilia spoke first, asking Black Meow, aren't you the owner of the market? That's right, but in the current situation, I am the director of the Valhalla Academy's center. I heard about that from my secretary, but why the director of Valhalla? Probably for the same reason a member of the Ventric family is serving Sir Kim Yu-hyo. I see. That's a convincing reason. Basically, it's for the sake of the constellations we serve. Thank you for understanding. Late at night, the 4 great beastmen gathered in a house, looking at the pile of magic stones on the table. I suppose most of the enemies have been dealt with now. Yes, sir. Baek Gang has also completely disappeared. Then this is the next order. You must protect him. This is an order. So the order is for us to protect the target while staying close to him? It's tricky to show ourselves now without him getting suspicious of us. It's not necessary. Just appear and act when protection is needed. So we just continue to hide our presence and follow from behind? Is that all we have to do? You can reveal your identities if that person says one word, ooh, ooh, ooh. Are you sure about that word, sir? Because no one here understands it. But Toji was adamant that was it. The next day, at the Valhalla gym, what the hell? Huh, Ju-huk, don't worry about that. Instead, please accept me as your disciple. What's this now with Ju-huk and his bruised face asking Ju-huk to take him as a disciple? I don't want to. You don't want to? Yes, just as I thought, the rumor is true. What rumor? There's a rumor that you're trying to build a harem by only accepting female disciples. Huh. Which bastard spread that ridiculous rumor? Ju-huk, pissed off, immediately explained, from the very beginning. These two came to me asking to be taught. Yeonrang is the only one I've accepted as a disciple. That's why, if you don't want to die, don't say I'm building a harem. I just heard about it. Besides, I'm busy enough taking care of these 3. Do you think I have time to take care of you too? Is that so? But Ju-huk felt extremely regretful. He only refused because he had to prioritize these 3, but having more people to fight against the monsters would also be good, because our side would become stronger. Suddenly, Ju-huk had an idea. Yeonrang, you teach him. Me? Using your whole body and synergistic combat power is good, so you need more practical combat experience. Yes, I know that. For now, I'll go train first. You two discuss what you need to. Okay, Ju-huk was happy. Let's get to know each other, then our training will be effective. Ju-huk and Yeonrang faced each other, full of tension. What? What do you want to say? You stepped on my face while I was unconscious. You probably did it because you were embarrassed. Were you embarrassed about wiping your sweat? If that's the case, I'll be more careful from now on. Yeonrang realized she had wrongly accused him, but she only felt relieved. Because her dark past wasn't exposed? Covering it up, that's right. Be careful from now on. Just talk, don't hit me. Okay, girl? With that settled, Yeonrang cheerfully took Ju-huk to train. Ju-huk also felt relieved. Just when he thought he could breathe, the girl Aaron next to him asked, next week is a holiday. Are you planning to go anywhere? It's already the holidays. We still haven't taken our final exams, right? I think we only did a multiple choice test or something, didn't we? That was the final exam. Usually, the final exams focus on practical combat skills, so the written test was a bit too simple. Besides, we're not in a real combat situation right now. Ju-huk also didn't expect that to be the final exam. In addition, they didn't have to do a practical test because they had already cleared a dungeon. But that doesn't change anything, does it? I'll still come here and train. I want to train a little more. Hearing that, Aaron insisted on doing the same. Ju-huk told her to stop clinging to him and do something else, but Aaron said she was doing it because she wanted to. I want to train and get stronger like you, that's all. Besides, she still had to go home for her air training classes, so Xian also insisted on staying to train. A week later, at the American Hero Academy, Beck, the Academy's president, stared thoughtfully at the blazing red sword on his desk. Not long ago, Logan, the Destroyer, had come here. Beck thought he had come to see his child, but no. He came to announce that he had taken care of all the guys who had bothered his kid. Beck had already heard about that. Logan commented that they were nothing special. The leader was even torn to pieces before he got there. Beck believed they had an internal conflict, but Logan doesn't know the real reason either. He regrets not finishing him off himself, but there's another matter. I attacked to see if I could find any clues about Blood and Boy, but there was nothing. Blood and Boy, a mysterious villain organization, was the one that finished off Logan's father. And what about that sword? I brought it along because I like the look of it. It's called the Berserker Sword. The sword that made its users slaughter the entire Blood Moon Guild? I thought it had disappeared. For some reason it appeared at those bastards' place. Anyway, it seems this sword has been psychically linking with me a lot lately, it seems. Don't tell me you've been enchanted by it. If that were the case, the school would have been destroyed by now. I'm still perfectly lucid, it's just that it keeps talking, so it's a bit annoying. Teesk, that's why I came here to ask. Can I store it in this academy's holy relic vault? Of course, but I have one question. What did that sword say to you? Logan said it plainly, find my master. And now Beth is looking at it. Because the constellations within the holy relics are reacting violently, the sword can't be kept in there. Now Beth is thinking about that message to find its master. Does that mean the constellation inside the mad sword has a master? Just then, an explosion occurred in a classroom over by the garden. Bach was stunned, thinking, was that an accident? But it's currently vacation and there are no students there. A young man with white hair and red skin crashed onto Bach's desk, or more accurately, he looked like a demon. Looking at the blood-red and ferocious demon before him, Bach panicked. Who are you? Are you the leader of the group that attacked this academy? The demon stuck out its tongue and asked back innocently. Huh, what group? I came here alone. But Bach understood it as, this demon attacked the Hero Academy all by himself. He got past the security and all the protective magic circles. Furthermore, his appearance is not human. What are you? Me? Are you asking for my name? Well, normally I would have dealt with you just for asking that question. But since I'm in a good mood today because I just got my name back, I wonder if I should tell you. Bach wondered. Got his name back? The demon continued. If this body is the reincarnation of Lester. Bach was stunned. Reincarnation? I've heard about that group of demons before. My real name is the Red Demon. You said Red Demon? That's not a common name around here. If that's the case, allow me to introduce myself as well. Bach straightened his clothes in front of the Red Demon's confused face and said, I am Bach, the principal of the Hero Academy, and in my prime. It felt like he was about to lose his mind. As soon as Bach finished speaking, he flash-stepped toward the Red Demon, using his eerily colored fist to punch a hole straight through him. That's truly surprising. You've made a pact with a constellation that has explosive power? Bach was deeply shocked to hear the Red Demon say that. You even know my ability. The Red Demon sneered, looking at Bach as if he were a fly. Bach was still in shock that he was unharmed, when that last blow was a powerful one, not some weak little jab. He's truly no ordinary foe. While he was lost in thought, the Red Demon finished warming up his arm muscles and returned a blow to Bach. The Red Demon's hand touched his flesh, causing it to burn, and a deafening explosion shattered the academy's walls. Bach was hit so hard he was knocked rigid. I'm really enjoying this feeling of losing my mind, like in my youth. The Red Demon chased Bach all the way outside and kicked him straight down, planting him into the ground. Damn, I want to just crawl into a hole and die. Bach staggered to his feet, thinking, this guy is seriously strong. What kind of demonic power is this? Ho, you haven't kicked the bucket yet? You're quite durable. You're different from the trash lying over there. Bach looked to the side. Could the reason no one had arrived despite such a major incident be because they had all been murdered by that guy? Bach gritted his teeth in anger, his body radiating green mana. You bastard! Bach slammed his two fists together, channeled his power, and then punched straight into the ground. Seeing the sharp green spikes aimed at him, the Red Demon just sneered. A terrifying explosion erupted, but Bach believed he was likely unharmed by that attack. But his goal was to block the man's line of sight. Then Bach quickly launched another attack. This was the real one. The punch unleashed a shower of shockwaves, and after delivering it, Bach was panting heavily. Not bad, but if you want to satisfy me, you'll need a much bigger explosion than that. The Red Demon swung his hand to slap Bach's head off, but it was no use. Bach hurriedly raised his arm to block. But the skin that came into contact with the Red Demon's hand quickly broke out in a cluster of blisters. Then, that part of his arm exploded. This arm wants to retire. Bach also felt like retiring, not wanting to be a principal or anything anymore. But luckily, he had only fallen and wasn't dead yet. You're still alive? Even when I was a constellation of rebirth, I've never met a contractor this strong. How interesting. What? You're a constellation? Yes, I am a constellation under the name Tyrant King. A notification panel appeared before Bach. The one who loves explosive art is in shock. The one who loves explosive art is in shock. Important things are repeated multiple times. Bach wondered about the constellation's reaction. What did this mean? Don't tell me he's actually a constellation? The red demon laughed with glee. Since I have nothing to play with now, die. He reached out to grab Bach's head. Just then, hey, you with the horns, stop bullying the old man and play with me instead. Ju-huk appeared out of nowhere, carrying a sword over his shoulder with a hand in his pocket, wearing a very punchable smile. Ju-huk's sudden appearance left both the red demon and Bach completely stunned. Bach struggled to sit up and squinted at the young man before him. Who is that young man? He looked so familiar. Suddenly, a name popped into his head. Wait, don't tell me. When he saw Ju-huk's face clearly, Bach couldn't hide his astonishment. He silently uttered a name, Ju-huk of Valhalla Academy. In contrast to Bach's surprise, the red demon smirked, looking at him with contemptuous eyes as he asked, Who are you? Did you come here to die too? Ju-huk casually retorted, his tone full of provocation. Cut the crap, I'm here to defeat you. He looked confidently at the red demon, then let out a little "oh" and said, By the way, I think I know who you are. The red demon was momentarily irritated, frowning in confusion. Ju-huk glanced at his horns and said, Those oversized horns. He continued to observe, his eyes scanning every detail before giving a faint smile and saying, Those jagged teeth and that red skin. Ju-huk stated confidently, You're the red demon, the failure from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction, right? Upon hearing the word failure, the red demon angrily shouted, Failure? Who the hell are you? He laughed, his eyes full of provocation, and said, You fool. A blue aura of mana enveloped Ju-huk's body. He said arrogantly, Just take a hit from me, and you'll soon remember who I am. When he saw that blue mana, the red demon instinctively frowned and said, That mana feels strangely familiar, but his anger quickly made the red ogre charge and attack him, shouting, I don't care, just die. Facing his attack, Ju-huk calmly raised his sword to counter. The red ogre never expected that his powerful punch would be blocked by a flimsy sword, and he let out a gasp of surprise. But then, he suddenly became excited and advanced to attack. Ju-huk swung his sword and slashed his arm. After this strike, the red ogre clutched his arm in pain. It was then that he suddenly realized something and said, This feeling, now I remember. The oppressive feeling from him made the red ogre realize, and he spoke, You're the martial god? He looked at him in utter amazement and said, I never thought you'd be reborn in a new body. Ju-huk calmly replied with a cold gaze, Is that so? I also never thought the bastards who were once defeated by me would be running around pretending to be constellations. But the red ogre retorted defiantly, You're the one calling it pretending to be constellations. After we lost our names and bodies, people just started calling us that and worshipping us. At that moment, the red ogre smiled confidently and said, But now I have both, so things aren't the same as before. He pointed directly at Ju-huk and said, After taking your hit, I've realized it. The red ogre laughed mockingly. Compared to back then, you've gotten weaker now, martial god. Facing his words, Ju-huk calmly replied, You're just stating the obvious, aren't you? I'm still a high school student, didn't you know? The red ogre smirked and said softly, I see. In an instant, he channeled magical power into his hand and said, If that's the case. The red ogre quickly rushed forward, yelling, This is my chance to take your life. Ju-huk immediately blocked the blow with his sword. After observing this punch, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Countless sparks of fire appeared in his hand, and a loud explosion rang out, its destructive force sending smoke flying everywhere. Ju-huk quickly backed away to dodge. At that moment, the red ogre seized the opportunity to charge, yet he faced him with a calm expression. The red ogre advanced to attack, the force of his blow cracking the ground all around. After this attack, the red ogre, thinking he had landed a hit, burst into laughter. He approached Ju-huk and asked, Are you going to keep running? Faced with his provocation, Ju-huk frowned and thought, It'll be a long time before I'm as strong as I used to be. He recalled the past and thought to himself, When I fought the Snow Clan's constellation in the mental world, I was able to hold my own because I had nearly all of my former power there. But fighting a constellation that has manifested in reality is a bit difficult. He watched the red ogre's frenzied attacks and couldn't help but ponder, putting everything else aside, if a loser from the second floor can give me this much trouble, dealing with the rest will probably be even more troublesome. His silent demeanor made the red ogre think he was scared. He laughed and shouted, Running is useless. The distance between the attack and Ju-huk closed in, and the red ogre said menacingly, I'm putting my all into this one. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted, sending thick smoke everywhere. Its destructive power astonished Becky, who quietly wondered, just how big was the scale of that explosion? Was he not fighting me with his full strength earlier? He secretly felt worried for Ju-huk. He's been dodging until now, but that attack will be hard to avoid. Just then, a powerful voice spoke up. I guess I should stop being stubborn and rely on my disciple for a bit. A powerful sword strike was unleashed. Much to his astonishment, That sword strike sliced right through the red demon's arm. In the blink of an eye, his arm was severed and fell straight to the ground. The red demon let out a pained groan, immediately collapsing to his knees in agony, followed by a series of writhing sounds. Ju-huk stood there calmly, raising his slightly blood-stained sword. The red demon clutched his arm in pain and asked, "How were you not caught in that explosion? You shouldn't have been able to dodge that." Ju-huk smiled and replied, "Well, I didn't dodge it," he continued, "I just slashed it away." His calm voice made the red demon extremely horrified. He gritted his teeth and thought, "I can suddenly feel a different kind of magical power. Did he borrow someone else's power?" The red demon began to look at Ju-huk warily, and as soon as he realized he couldn't win, he immediately turned and fled. The red demon silently decided, "I have to run. It took a long time to get my name back. I can't die before I've accomplished anything." His face darkened as he tried to encourage himself. It's better to live in shame than to die in glory. As long as there's life, there's hope. Seeing the red demon's fearful retreat, Ju-huk spoke up in annoyance, "You're pretty clear-headed. What a strange bastard. After destroying the school and killing almost everyone, you're running away just because you feel like you're about to die?" Ju-huk channeled his mana into the sword and continued, "That's why you're a loser." His bloodshot eyes stared at the man as he cursed, "You damn red demon." Ju-huk excitedly swung his sword towards him. The red demon hadn't gotten far before he was hit by the attack, his face split in two by the slash. The red demon angrily cursed, "Damn it." In an instant, the red demon's body was sliced in half. Ju-huk, however, calmly turned away. After a single fatal slash, the red demon was completely defeated. Ju-huk happily walked over and held out the ring in his hand. In just a moment, the red demon was absorbed into his ring. A moment later, the red demon's entire large body had completely vanished. Ju-huk looked at the ring curiously and wondered, "It can even absorb this guy?" Suddenly, a pained groan was heard. Ju-huk was startled, only then remembering Beck, and he rushed over to check on him. "I was so focused on that guy that I couldn't protect you. Are you okay?" Beck let out a pained sound and replied, "I'm still alive." Ju-huk took out his phone and said, "My healing abilities are still weak, so let me call for emergency services." Beck replied gratefully, "Thank you." Suddenly, Beck asked curiously, "You're Ju-huk from Valhalla Academy, right?" Hearing this, he moved the phone slightly away and answered, "That's right. Even the teachers at this school know my name." Beck struggled to sit up and said, "You're that famous." Ju-huk spoke up worriedly, suggesting, "It'll take a while for the ambulance to arrive, so please lie down, okay?" Beck looked at him and quietly introduced himself. "It's all right. Although my introduction is a bit delayed due to the commotion, my name is Beck. I'm the chairman of the board for this hero academy." He bowed his head slightly, sincerely expressing his thanks, and I should have said this sooner. "Thank you for taking care of that guy." Ju-huk shook his head and replied, "No, if anything, I arrived a bit late." Suddenly, Ju-huk stood up, looked at his phone and said, "They said help will be here soon, so please rest assured." Beck smiled and replied, "Thank you." Seeing that he seemed to be okay, Ju-huk quickly said his goodbyes. "Well then, I'll be taking my leave." Beck was stunned. "You're leaving already?" Ju-huk quickly opened a portal, and before leaving, he left a message. "I have no more business here. So long." With that said, he turned his back, stepped into the portal, and disappeared. He left Beck with a contemplative look, as if pondering something. Suddenly, a voice called out to Beck. The person who spoke was Rogan, who rushed over and asked, "What the hell happened here?" Seeing Beck sitting on the ground panicked him, and he had to step forward to check on him. "I rushed here as soon as I heard that the Hero Academy was attacked. Are you okay, Beck?" Suddenly, calling out to Rogan, Beck looked at the newly arrived ambulance and said hesitantly, "Since the ambulance has arrived, I'll tell you the details about this later." That afternoon, at the hospital, the members of the Hero Academy were seriously injured and would require a long period of treatment. Compared to them, Beth couldn't help but feel lucky. Everyone was seriously injured, but fortunately, most of them survived, all thanks to Ju-huk for dealing with that guy quickly and calling for an ambulance in time. Rogan walked over to his hospital bed, crossed his arms, and ordered, "Now, tell me what happened." Beck quickly recounted the entire incident. After a long while, Rogan was so shocked that he exclaimed, "Ju-huk from Valhalla Academy showed up and took down an official constellation?" Beck nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I don't know if he's a true constellation, but he possesses an incredibly sharp intellect and an overflowing source of mana." Rogan then hesitated, looked at him, and said, "Well, it's true that powerful pseudo-contractors can handle low-level official constellations, but isn't he only 17? Beck replied, "That's right. Do you know him?" Rogan recalled Ju-huk's face and answered, "He's the one who defeated my kid in the duel, isn't he? What else? He's also captured many villains. Perhaps all the top-tier contractors know his name." Suddenly, Rogan remembered something and asked, "Also, the difference between a villain and a constellation is like heaven and earth, so what happened?" Beck casually said, "Ah," and replied, "About that." A few seconds later, Beck slowly spoke in an uncertain tone. "I could feel a very strange flow of magical energy from that boy right before he finished off that constellation. I think it might belong to the constellation he has a contract with." Rogan said doubtfully, "A 17-year-old student can already sign a contract with a constellation? Isn't that a bit too young?" However, Beck answered with certainty, "It's true, and that powerful mana felt quite familiar." Rogan asked, "Familiar?" Suddenly, Beck let out a sigh before slowly speaking, "If I'm not mistaken." He recalled the scene at that moment and said, "It was exactly like the mana I felt at the market." Hearing about the market, Rogan said, "I heard the constellation who created that place is called the Anonymous Leader. Does that mean he has signed a contract with her?" Beck shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but it was the same source of mana I felt." Rogan pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is he now?" Beck replied in a not-so-certain tone, "He must have returned to Valhalla Academy." Rogan's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "He went back?" Then he asked again in disbelief, "Isn't Valhalla Academy located in South Korea? How could he come and go so quickly?" Beck hesitated for a long time. After a moment, he spoke up, "I think he used instant teleportation." Rogan was even more shocked to hear that. Instant teleportation? Beck quietly nodded. "That's right. The moment Ju-huk returned, a linear space opened up and he stepped into it. He gently looked up and said, 'Perhaps he can teleport through space thanks to the ability of his constellation.'" Suddenly, the killing intent emanating from Rogan greatly astonished Beck. He called out, "Rogan!" Rogan was startled and withdrew his killing intent, saying, "There are very few contractors who can use instant teleportation." Beck replied, "I know, because not many constellations possess this ability." Rogan's hand clenched tighter and tighter. A deep voice rang out as he said angrily, "Don't tell me that Ju-huk is involved with the organization I'm looking for. I have to investigate immediately." That night, at Valhalla Academy, in a certain room, Black Cat stood perfectly still, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, at that moment, a spatial gate opened, and Ju-huk stepped out from the space-time portal with a sigh. Seeing Black Cat there, he was startled and asked, "What the? Are you waiting for me?" Black Cat replied solemnly, "Yes, sir." He stared at Ju-huk and said, "The constellation has ordered me to support you with everything I can, so I watched your battle just in case anything went wrong." Black Cat's words surprised Ju-huk endlessly. He walked over and asked, "You watched my battle?" Black Cat replied, "Yes. I created a linked spatial hole and watched you fight through it." Hearing that, Ju-huk clicked his tongue and said, "Damn it. To think you can do something like that, that's terrifying." He immediately panicked and explained, "We can quickly detect attacks from other constellations on the market or this academy, thanks to that ability." Ju-huk remembered the guide's words and nodded in agreement. Well, that's true. He suddenly recalled that the guide had said, "Next week, someone with a title will appear there." Hearing this, Ju-huk asked, "Someone with a title? Do you mean those who come from the Tower of Destruction?" But the guide replied vaguely, "Yes, that's a possibility." Her answer made him wonder, and he asked, "A possibility? Compared to last time, your answer is a bit more vague." The guide smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. The surveillance from the Lord of the Labyrinth has become stricter." She continued, "Although he hasn't detected my existence yet, it seems he's been very cautious about information leaks recently." The seriousness of the situation made Ju-huk exclaim in alarm. "Really?" Next, the guide hesitantly gave the next hint. "That person will appear at the Hero Academy in the US. You know that place, right?" He replied, "I've heard of it, but I can't look up the location once I leave here." The guide reminded him, "Just keep an eye on that place, and if a constellation appears, just take it down quickly, like last time." Ju-huk replied with interest, "Got it." At this point, the guide suddenly said hesitantly, "And, after today, it might be a little difficult for us to meet." He asked, "Because of the surveillance you mentioned?" She smiled, hummed softly, and said, "You must hide yourself well so you can continue scheming when needed." She said, "In return, I will teach you how to use the ring I gave you. Were you able to take it off last time?" Ju-huk quickly took the ring out and gave it to her as the stern guide began to instruct him. "The ring has two uses," she said. "The first is to convert a constellation's title into a stream of energy and turn it into your own power. The second is to utilize the skills converted from that title." After explaining the ring's uses, the guide added that each method has its limitations. With the first method, you can't make the entire power of the title your own because we are not labyrinth lords who can fully absorb a title. We can only obtain the residual power from those titles when we defeat evil constellations. She raised her second finger and said, "The limitation of the second method is that you cannot improve the skills you acquire." Hearing this, Ju-huk asked curiously, "Even you can't do it?" She replied, "That's right. For example, if you absorb the title of a constellation with the water jet ability, when you use that constellation's ability, no matter how strong you are or what your abilities are, the power and pressure from the shot will still only be equivalent to when the constellation used it." The guide said sternly, It all depends on how effectively you utilize this ring. Perhaps later you'll be able to break that limit. Back in the present, Ju-huk suddenly stared intently at the ring on his hand. His eyes sharpened. My goal is to quickly achieve ultimate power. Ju-huk silently made his resolve. That's why I will absorb all the power from the constellation's title and make it my own. Just then, the ring on Ju-huk's hand suddenly emitted a surge of energy. But in just a moment, the energy vanished as if it had never existed. Ju-huk frowned, observing the ring curiously and wondering to himself, that's it? He quietly sensed his own power, a thought flashing through his mind. Have I really gotten stronger? Nothing's changed at all. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Excuse me, Mr. Ju-huk. Only then was he startled into remembering that Black Cat was still in the room. He said, sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't notice. Black Cat replied politely, it's all right. After a moment of silence, Ju-huk broke the awkward atmosphere by asking, so, why did you call for me? He quickly got straight to the point. You defeated the Red Demon at the Hero Academy, correct? Black Cat spoke, recalling each of his attacks. The technique you used to defeat the Red Demon was the spatial slash, wasn't it? Ju-huk admitted without hesitation, yes, that's it. Black Cat thought to himself that it was just as he expected. Then he suddenly made a request. Could you demonstrate it for me? The sudden request made Ju-huk pause for a few seconds, and finding it strange, he asked, you also have a contract with the same constellation. Can't you do it? Black Cat answered hesitantly, yes, that's true, but... Black Cat said embarrassedly, it's shameful, but to be honest, I'm not as skilled at using the spatial slash as you are. If it's not too much trouble, could you teach me that technique? Ju-huk looked bewildered and scratched his head, saying, you'd be better off asking the constellation, but whatever. Hearing that he had accepted the request, he bowed respectfully and thanked him. That night, the two of them, Ju-huk and Black Cat, were crossing a mountain. To find a suitable place to perform the spatial slash, he suddenly stopped in a secluded area and said, this place will do. In a small clearing deep within the forest, Ju-huk took out his sword to perform the spatial slash. His silence left Black Cat utterly confused. Ju-huk channeled mana into his sword and began to instruct seriously. First, focus your mana into the sword. When you've accumulated enough mana, he said, swinging his sword, then swing and simultaneously release the power as you slash. A massive slash appeared, tearing through space to this quiet place. The wind howled where the slash passed, and an ancient tree directly in its path took the full brunt of the attack. The tree's trunk was severed in the blink of an eye. After executing the attack, Ju-huk lowered his sword and said nonchalantly, well, that's the gist of it. Ju-huk turned back, asking with a faint smile, easy, right? Behind him, the tree had collapsed. The mark of its terrifying destructive power still scarred the ground. Black Cat was stunned for a few seconds, remembering the mechanical voice of the constellation. When the constellation taught him the spatial slash in a vague, disjointed manner with no specific guidance, with the ruler of the lower world just saying, rotate your hips a bit, the ruler of the lower world would say, why can't you do it? That was exactly why he had asked Ju-huk, his constellation's master, for guidance, but his unbelievably concise and simple teaching method made Black Cat skeptical, but he supposed it was a case of like master, like student. His quiet demeanor made Ju-huk raise an eyebrow curiously and ask, what's wrong? Do you need me to demonstrate again? Black Cat hastily shook his head. No, I'm fine. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, catching Ju-huk's attention. Oh, in the distance, a mountain range suddenly began to shake violently, as his slash had cut right through it. In the next moment, the entire mountaintop broke in two, collapsing with a tremendous roar. Seeing this, Ju-huk stood frozen, completely speechless. Black Cat turned to him in alarm and asked, did you slash through the space of the mountain behind us too? He numbly nodded. Yeah. But an unbelievable thought couldn't help but cross his mind. I only meant to slash across the forest, and I even adjusted my mana, so how was the mountain still split in two? He looked suspiciously at the ring on his finger. Is it because I absorbed the title from the ring? This thought made Ju-huk incredibly excited. Am I this strong just from absorbing the remnants of its power? He turned and said, let's call it a day. Next time, I'll definitely teach you the proper stance. Black Cat nodded in agreement. All right, let's head back. He began clearing branches out of their path, muttering a complaint. Next time, I'm definitely clearing out these bushes. But by now, Ju-huk was completely lost in his own thoughts. Although he had been skeptical at first, I've definitely gotten a lot stronger, haven't I? Awesome. His eyes grew sharper. Those bastards from the Tower of Destruction, I'll absorb every last one of you if you dare to set foot down here. At the same time, in a desolate forest, under a giant ancient tree, an old house was hidden within a mystical fog. A white-haired man was staring intently at a strange object, known as the Gear of Reincarnation. This subordinate of the Master of the Labyrinth stared at the Gear of Reincarnation with a pensive look. Tiny motes of light emanated endlessly from the gear of reincarnation, and his expression grew colder by the second. Just then, a low voice suddenly broke the silence. Spilot. A man in a hooded cloak stepped out from the shadows. It seemed to be their signal. The master of the labyrinth subordinate replied. The red-haired man across from him lowered his cloak and asked, "Have you finished sorting the titles?" The white-haired man replied nonchalantly, "Yes." The red-haired man then stepped closer, glanced at the gear of reincarnation, and remarked, "You've distributed the second-rate ones pretty evenly, huh?" Suddenly, he noticed the spear in the white-haired man's hand, and the red-haired man asked, "Is that why you're clutching that spear so tightly?" After getting no response, he angrily yelled, "Aren't you going to answer?" Just then, the white-haired man slowly spoke. "You don't need to know the reason. You have a weapon too." The red-haired man touched the sword at his hip and retorted, "Carrying a weapon is different from clutching it in your hand." The white-haired man replied defiantly, "To me, they're both the same." His cold reply infuriated the red-haired man. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, rage boiling inside him. He was just chosen by the Labyrinth Lord 300 years ago, and he dares to speak to me as an equal just because we share the same position? This disrespectful bastard. The red-haired man's eyes blazed with ferocity. If it weren't for the Labyrinth Lord's favor, I would have killed you long ago. But just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared from the gear of reincarnation, catching the red-haired man's attention. The red-haired man exclaimed in shock, "Huh? A title suddenly vanished?" The white-haired man slowly nodded and replied, "Yes, it seems to have come from the direction of America." The red-haired man yelled angrily, "Are you sure you arranged the titles correctly?" But the white-haired man replied with a calm expression, "I followed the Labyrinth Lord's instructions exactly." The red-haired man frowned in confusion and asked, "While it's true that some would disappear, isn't this a bit too soon?" The red-haired man pulled his cloak up sharply, turning to leave, his voice filled with annoyance. "I have to report this to the Labyrinth Lord first. I'll deal with you later." The white-haired man nodded, his voice still calm as he replied, "Go ahead." With that, the red-haired man left without another word, leaving the white-haired man to gaze thoughtfully at the gear of reincarnation. In the darkness, the hand gripping the weapon suddenly tightened. That evening, after returning from the forest, Black Cat wearily plopped down in the chairman's seat and spoke. He looked towards Rogan and asked, "How can I help you?" And so, a tense atmosphere filled the chairman's office. Rogan stood there, staring intently at Black Cat with a serious face, and Black Cat could feel the weight of his gaze. Not wanting to prolong the silence, he took the initiative to speak. "What brings you here? The one and only, Rogan?" A few seconds later, Rogan, maintaining his solemn expression, said, "I came here because I have something to ask a student at this school." With just that sentence, Black Cat had a vague idea of who Rogan was looking for. Was the reason he came here because that student Ju-huk had defeated that constellation at the Hero Academy? I thought I had managed to control that information to some extent, but it seems it has already reached Rogan's ears. Black Cat stood up and said politely, "It seems our conversation will be a long one, so why don't we sit down first?" Rogan readily agreed, "All right," and so, the two of them sat down facing each other seriously. Without beating around the bush, Rogan spoke in a low voice. "Let me get straight to the point. A student named Ju-huk from this school went to the Hero Academy before, correct?" he said with a tone of certainty. "And he defeated the constellation that attacked that place." Black Cat hesitantly replied, "Yes." Hearing the answer, Rogan's face grew colder. He said, "I have many things I want to ask, but there are two things I want to know most of all." Seemingly with Black Cat's approval, Rogan asked, 1. How did Ju-huk know about that constellation and how to deal with the attack of that constellation? On this matter, Black Cat seemed unable to answer. Rogan continued, raising his voice, 2. How was he able to travel directly from here to America? It was as if he was afraid Black Cat would evade the question. So Rogan spoke first to get ahead of him. "Don't even think about changing the subject. I heard from Beck beforehand that he sensed the black market's magical power at that time. Answer me, Black Cat, master of the black market." Finally, Black Cat had no choice but to respond. "I understand. Since Mr. Beck sensed the magical power beforehand and told you, I'm sure you've already figured some things out. It's true that the Constellation Master used her power at that time." Hearing this, Rogan narrowed his eyes, his tone full of suspicion. "The puppeteer, right?" Black Cat nodded in confirmation, "Yes." Rogan continued to press him. "So, did the puppeteer and the student Ju-huk have a contract together?" He calmly replied, "Not exactly, because that contract was only a temporary one." Black Cat cleverly added, "I can't tell you the details, due to personal circumstances, but I know what you're most curious about." At this point, he slowly began to speak, his eyes boring into Rogan. "You must be wondering if Ju-huk is a member of the Blood Messengers, right?" Black Cat's words seemed to hit the mark with Rogan. He paused for a few seconds, then quietly grunted in agreement and said, "If you understand that, then our conversation will be much easier." Black Cat continued, "I also investigated the Blood Messengers in the past, because it was related to the market's business. At first, I thought they were just another group of villains like any other. but it turns out they are indirectly related to you. Hearing this, Rogan said agitatedly, "That's right, those bastards killed my father." Rogan explained that before, after gaining some power, I went all out to eliminate all the villains to find them, but I couldn't find a single ringleader. It was as if they had vanished overnight. He said helplessly, "The only thing I could find was..." But right after that, Rogan's eyes suddenly became sharper, and he said in a cold tone, "All members of the Blood Messengers are contractors who can use teleportation." Black Cat agreed, "That's what I found out as well. Just like you, I couldn't find their whereabouts either." Then he said with certainty, "But Ju-huk is not a member of the Blood Messengers. It's true that he can travel to America quickly and come back, but that is merely a power of the Constellation Master whom I serve." Hearing that, Rogan asked with a surprised look on his face, "A power of the puppeteer?" Black Cat nodded and replied, "Yes." He calmly explained, "To be precise, it's a part of her ability. One of her abilities is to detect an attack from a constellation, faster than anyone else." Rogan relaxed, relieved, "So that's how it is." Black Cat simply replied, "Yes." Suddenly, his voice turned stern again. "Do you think I'll let you off the hook just because you said that?" Rogan pointed at Black Cat and questioned him. "It's also possible that your market is a part of the Blood Messengers, isn't it?" Black Cat immediately refuted, his tone much firmer. "That assumption is a bit much. Even though we run a black market, we're different from those villains who kill for a living." Rogan raised an eyebrow and said, without backing down, "An assumption is just a reasonable suspicion, isn't it?" With that, Rogan picked up his glass of water and continued, "I'm sure you understand that in this world, contractors, very few people can do things like teleportation." Black Cat acknowledged with a hum, while Rogan calmly took a sip of water and said in a composed voice, "So it's only natural for me to be suspicious." He then suddenly slammed his glass on the table and said, "Furthermore," he pointed directly at him and said sternly, "It seems the master of the black market is backing one of his students. I can't think of any reason more plausible for you to help him than that you are both members of the Blood Messengers." Black Cat calmly retorted, "If that's what you suspect, then you can hire a private detective agency to investigate. Our relationship is indeed special, but as I've said before, we are not the Blood Messengers." His eyes grew sharper as he warned, "And besides, I think you're crossing the line." Rogan frowned in annoyance and clicked his tongue. "What now?" Black Cat said coldly, his every word laced with seriousness, "I am trying to answer your questions politely, Rogan. I even went into great detail about the abilities of the Lord of the Constellation, but if you continue to corner us based solely on your suspicions, things will get messy." Black Cat bowed his head, his calm and gentle voice carrying a subtle hint of dismissal. "I would appreciate it if we could stop here for today. Let's talk again next time, when all of your suspicions have been cleared." Black Cat stood up and said, "And I would appreciate it if you refrain from mentioning the information I've revealed here today, especially anything related to the abilities of the Lord of the Constellation." Rogan angrily ground his teeth, cursing under his breath, "You suspicious bastard. I went through so much trouble to get here, and he's just going to leave?" he stubbornly asked, his tone defiant. "And what if I refuse?" Black Cat tilted his head slightly, his gaze shifting away. His voice was nonchalant, yet chillingly cold. "Then naturally, we will have no other choice but to kill you." His response was like adding fuel to the fire of Rogan's anger, successfully agitating him. He burst out laughing as he shot to his feet, his eyes challenging as he said, "You want to kill me? I like your audacity, so if you can, then go ahead and try." Black Cat calmly replied, "Of course I can't kill you, because you are the Supreme One, the strongest of all contractors." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, if you continue to overstep your bounds, the Lord of the Constellation will personally kill you." Rogan's eyes were filled with doubt as he said, "What?" Suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the space, "If you've gotten your answer, then go." The atmosphere grew heavier as Luminous spoke threateningly, "If you cause any more trouble, I will not spare you. Manage your contractor better, you damn bastard." Black Cat said softly, "That is what she said." Rogan cursed in frustration, "What nonsense," but before he could finish his sentence, a system notification appeared. It said that the destroyer of all things says to go back and stop causing trouble. He froze, realizing in that moment that he could no longer act rashly. In the end, Rogan could only wave his hand away and say in frustration, "Fine, I'll leave for today." He swore that next time he wouldn't return empty-handed like this. After Rogan left, Black Cat let out a quiet sigh of relief. Though he felt a sense of panic internally, "I'll have to manage information better next time. I should tell Adilia just to be safe." Thinking about the day's events, as evening arrived, a cool breeze wafted through every corner of the city. In a quiet apartment complex, Ju-huk was sitting cross-legged in his room, focusing on regulating his mana. After finishing his training, he let out a sigh of relief. Ju-huk watched with interest as the energy flowed in his hand. "After using a cultivation technique to regulate my mana flow, I can feel just how much stronger I've become. Just by cultivating mana correctly, I've instantly gained 30 days worth of experience compared to before." He moved his shoulders slightly, but my physical strength is only a little bit greater than my mana. That's why it's hard to feel the change in my body. His will to train flared up once more, and he resolved to himself. I need to focus on training my physical strength again to achieve the best balance between mana and physical power in my body. If only one aspect becomes stronger, I'll have a harder time fighting against tough opponents. Suddenly, Batre answered helplessly, "No. Are you still suspicious, Master?" Ju-huk closed his eyes and explained, I'm just asking in case the Labyrinth Lord's brainwashing magic suddenly relapses and you might become the Tower Master again." Batre immediately retorted, "I don't have any power now, so I don't feel anything at all." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Anyway, did you sense anything at the Hero Academy, Master?" Ju-huk grunted and then frowned, asking, "Besides the red demon, was there something else?" Batre nodded and replied, "Yes. I felt a very familiar magical scent inside that school." Ju-huk became much more serious, his sharp gaze asking, "Familiar?" Batre stated firmly, "I share some senses with you, Master, so I'm quite certain about it." Suddenly, Ju-huk flashed an eerie smile, his eyes glinting with interest. "Well now, in that case," he relaxed his body and continued, "It seems we'll have to return to those hero academies soon." On a full moon night, on a mountain set amidst a rushing river, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Inside a dilapidated building, darkness reigned, with only moonlight filtering through the shattered windows. The constellations had gathered in full. Catfish scanned his surroundings and asked in a low voice, "Is everyone here? Those with names?" Hugrop quietly replied, "It seems everyone is here, except for a few." Catfish frowned and asked, "How many are missing?" The vampire gave a faint sneer and answered slowly, "The red demon is missing, the one who caused the recent chaos." At the mention of the red demon, Catfish's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, "That foolish bastard. After staying quiet for 300 years, why did he suddenly decide to cause trouble like that?" Catfish's eyes were filled with rage as he continued, "And he got himself killed?" The vampire smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. He must have underestimated his opponent and let his guard down. How pathetic. Hugrub crossed his arms coldly. Pointing upwards, he said in a cryptic tone, "If we die here, we'll return up there and have to wander for another 300 years as just a name." The vampire, unconvinced, retorted in a harsh voice, "Of course, we were sent to wreak havoc. We could have done that easily, but that idiot went overboard." Catfish squinted and asked, besides him, "Is there anyone else with special circumstances who we can't contact?" The air suddenly seemed to freeze. Croc slowly uttered a name, Watcha. Catfish raised an eyebrow and asked, "Watcha, that guy who's into corpses?" Croc nodded and confirmed, "That's him." Catfish scoffed, his voice dripping with ridicule. "I hope he doesn't meet an early end from being too busy showing off like that red devil." But at that moment, Croc's expression suddenly turned serious and he said, "We just got word from Watcha." Catfish immediately turned and hastily asked, "What did he say?" Watcha's voice echoed. He confidently declared, "The global competition. I'm going to cause a stir there." The next morning, at the Valhalla gym, the air was buzzing with energy. Ju-huk diligently lifted weights, working to improve his physical strength. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he trained, sneaking glances at the others in the gym. All three of them, Choi Arin, Oz-hyuk, and Jo Soyeon, were there. Ju-hyuk looked around and thought to himself, "Everyone's here except for Yen Lang." Earlier, Yen Lang had sent him a message that said, "Ju-hyuk, I'm going home to visit my family. I'll be staying for a few days." He had cheerfully agreed, but he couldn't help but wonder, isn't her relationship with her family a bad one? Well, she'll come back when she's ready. After some training, Ju-hyuk told everyone it was time for a break. The three of them stopped at once and replied, "Okay, yes." Ju-hyuk quickly grabbed a towel to wipe away his sweat. Just as he was about to take a break, someone approached and called out to him. He turned around, and Choi Arin asked curiously, "Where's Yen Lang?" He replied simply, "She went home for a few days to handle a personal matter." Hearing this, Choi Arin said with a pout, "We promised to train together, but she just disappeared. Shouldn't she have given me a heads up?" Ju-hyuk chuckled and defended Yen Lang. "Haven't you done the same thing? Skipping practice to go home for a few days?" Choi Arin stammered awkwardly. Well. Not wanting to drag out the conversation, Ju-huk said, "We're going to spar, so let's get ready." She immediately agreed. "Okay." Choi Arin quickly went to inform the other two people, and at that moment, Batre suddenly asked, "Why do you look so proud all of a sudden?" He smiled, amused, thinking, "Isn't this hilarious?" Ju-huk looked joyfully at the three of them. "Even after being reincarnated, I'm still training disciples." Batre gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes." But immediately after, the smile on Ju-huk's face began to fade. His eyes held a trace of regret as he said, "However, I'm still a bit disappointed." Batre asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He answered in a deep voice, "I wish my former disciples could gather and chat comfortably like this, but sadly, the constellations cannot meet one another." After a few moments of contemplation, Ba Tre suddenly said, "Actually, the constellations were able to gather together in the past." Ju-huk was stunned. "What?" Ba Tre recounted in a low voice. "It happened a very long time ago. A door suddenly opened in the abyss." His gaze grew distant, as if remembering a long-buried memory. "Back then, when I was trapped in hopelessness, I wondered what that door could be." Ba Tre's voice was somewhat quiet, so, out of curiosity, I opened it. Ju-huk listened attentively before asking, "Were all the constellations there?" Ba Tre answered, "Yes." He continued, "I left that place right away, for fear that someone would recognize you as the tower's previous master. It seems the constellations there all passed through the door that appeared in their illusionary domain. It wasn't just you. Everyone there had a shocked expression." Du-yu thought deeply, his gaze growing profound. "But what happened to that door?" Ba Tre shook his head and said, "It disappeared after about 2 days. Perhaps that space disappeared along with it." Du-yu suddenly spoke up. "That's quite useful information, thank you, Ba." Tre blinked in confusion and asked, "Huh?" Du-yu chuckled in amusement, thinking, "A door? Huh. It seems I'll have to investigate this further." That afternoon at the White Lotus Guild in China, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall was filled with leisure and elegance. Xue Lian, the guild master of the White Lotus Guild, couldn't hide her joy upon seeing Yan Lang and said, "What a surprise." She looked at Yan Lang and told him, "I never expected you to proactively contact me for a meeting first." Yan Lang greeted Xue Lian with some hesitation. "No, aunt, I wish to see the Xue family's sacred relic." Xue Lian replied gently, "That's simple enough. Let's return to the Xue family estate." With that said, the two of them quickly set off for the Xue family estate. A short while later on their way, Yan Lang's face suddenly darkened as he asked what happened to Shu Ranhua. Xue Lian calmly replied, "As you probably know, she was forced to step down from her position as family head because the contract between her and her constellation was nullified." She paused for a moment before continuing, "And she was exiled from the Shu family." Yan Lang's eyes widened in shock, and he yelled, "She was exiled?" Xue Lian nodded lightly, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes, saying, "Shui Ranhua became the family head by deceiving the constellation and oppressing others with force, and everyone in the Shui family found out about it." She chuckled lightly and continued, "Thanks to Du, a student who met the constellation directly, it was revealed that Shui Ranhua had manipulated the constellation. Thanks to him, the elders of the Shui family agreed to exile Shui Ranhua. Upon hearing his name, Yan Lang couldn't stop blushing. "I understand, Du." Xue Lian continued in a low voice. "Ever since that incident, the position of family head has remained vacant." Yan Lang asked in confusion. "It still is?" He tilted his head slightly and asked, "Aren't you taking that position, aunt?" Xue Lian laughed and shook her head, replying, "Oh dear, in the Shui family, once you become the guild master of the White Lotus Guild, you're no longer allowed to be the family head." She continued slowly, her voice gradually becoming serious. "In any case, we need to find a new family head quickly, if we delay any longer." Suddenly, a tremor shook the entire ground. Yan Lang was startled, pointed ahead, and frantically told his aunt, "Over there, the Shu family building." A massive fire was engulfing the entire Shu family building. Without a moment's hesitation, a shocked Xue Lian ran forward, her expression tense as she said, "It seems my worries have become a reality. Let's go." "Yan Lang," he replied with a yes, and ran after her. As they ran, Yan Lang asked, "What happened?" "It seems like you know something, aunt." Xue Lian was silent for a moment before replying, "You probably know that our family is the most powerful clan in China, right?" she explained. "However, because Zhu Ranhua used to oppress other families when she was the family head, when they heard the news of her exile, I heard that a few families have started making their move to seize the #1 position in China." Xue Lian gritted her teeth slightly, her voice cold as she said, "I thought they would attack our family members, just as Shu Ranhua once did." Yan Lang cursed angrily. "So that's what's happening? Damn it." When the two of them arrived in front of the building, the gate was locked. The two of them immediately kicked the door down and rushed in without hesitation. But as soon as they were inside, Yan Lang's eyes widened in horror. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere, blood stained the ground, and masked figures stood scattered among the corpses. Their swords were still stained with blood, and as soon as they heard the noise, they immediately turned and fixed their cold, sharp eyes on Xue Lian and Yan Lang. It seemed that both Xue Lian and Yan Lang were terrified by the horrifying scene before them. A group of completely masked people held blood-stained weapons, their eyes staring intently at the two of them, while countless corpses lay scattered on the ground. Blood stained the entire area red, and the masked people quickly raised their weapons, aiming at the two of them. Yan Lang was stunned speechless, while Xue Lian exclaimed in fear, "You cruel monsters." Seeing the two of them appear, the masked man sneered, "So there are still a few left?" Suddenly, he paused and began to observe them carefully. "Wait, that hairstyle." The person behind him suddenly spoke up. "That's from the main line of the Shui family." The leader asked in a deep voice, the main line, does that mean they're related to Shui Ranhua, the one who sabotaged us? After receiving a response from his comrades, the masked man said excitedly, good, make them drop dead just like these guys. At that moment, Yan Lang suddenly spoke softly, hey, did the Shu family make other families surrender by killing their people? Xu Lian shook her head and replied firmly, no. She single-handedly attacked and took down some people from the families with her bare hands, making them surrender, but no one died. Hearing this, Yan Lang's fists clenched tightly. Her voice trembled as if suppressing immense rage. Really? I thought I wouldn't care about the people of my family anymore, because I don't like them. But this is going too far. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Lang charged forward like a whirlwind, and Shui Lian called out in alarm, Yan Lang. The moment he saw her charge, the masked man was utterly panicked. But immediately after, he quickly regained his composure and coldly swung his sword, slashing at her and angrily shouting, you wench. The sword sliced through the air as it came down, yet Yan Lang blocked the sharp sword with her bare fist. The masked man was terrified. She blocked the blade with her bare hands. As if provoked, Yan Lang's eyes blazed with fury, and she frantically rushed in to attack. Before the masked man could recover from his shock, Yan Lang landed a punch on him, so powerful that it sent him flying and knocking down the person behind him. The long-haired man and the bald man nearby exclaimed in fear, what? She took down two of our guys with one hit? But before he could regain his senses, a chilling gust of wind swept past, and Yan Lang appeared behind them. She leaped powerfully into the air, delivering a mighty kick to the two of them, sending them flying in agony. They writhed in pain before collapsing. Xu Lian stood still, watching the scene unfold in utter astonishment. She's become so much stronger than when she was here. Shui Lian couldn't help but wonder to herself, what kind of training did she undergo with Du Xiao? Shui Lian was completely lost in her thoughts. I don't know why she suddenly came back to check on the situation. But she was completely oblivious to the man beside her swinging his sword in her direction, and it seemed as though Shui Lian wouldn't be able to dodge it. But just a second later, she casually flicked her hand, sending him flying away in agony after dealing with that guy. Xu Lian told herself that once this matter was resolved, she would immediately appoint him as the family head, just as originally planned. Meanwhile, inside the building, the battle was still raging fiercely. The eldest daughter of the Shui family, Shui Shilin, was starting to get tired from facing countless masked men. The second daughter, Shui Pear, was not much different. She clutched the wound on her shoulder, panting heavily. Xu Shilin quietly observed the group, her mind racing. Because they launched a surprise attack, we were caught completely off guard. At a glance, it seems like they are members of different families. Could it be that they know we don't have a leader right now, so they came to attack us? Her worried gaze shifted to Shu Pear. Although the elders managed to escape to safety while we were buying time, it looks like Pear is exhausted. Shui Shilin gritted her teeth in frustration. Her eyes showed a mix of helplessness and anger. Damn it, I don't want to die like this. Suddenly, a noise nearby caught her attention. Over there, Yan Lang was fiercely throwing her punches, attacking each of the masked men. Alongside Yan Lang, Shui Lian was just as formidable as each of her ice techniques was incredibly sharp. The terrified screams of the masked men rang out continuously, leaving Xu Shilin and Xu Pear completely stunned. Upon seeing Yan Lang and Shui Lian, Shui Pear couldn't help but burst into tears, sorrowfully calling out to her aunt and Yan Lang. Yan Lang glanced over the battlefield and said with a serious expression, I'm sure you have a lot you want to say, but save it for after we've crushed these bastards first. Pear immediately nodded and quickly wiped the tears streaming down her face. Beside her, Xu Shilin joked cheerfully. Who would have thought the two strongest members of the Shui family would come to our rescue? What a relief. Seeing them arrive, Xu Shilin felt a surge of new strength. She charged forward excitedly, saying, let's give it our all too. Her sudden burst of power caught a masked man off guard, and he took a direct punch before he could dodge. Pear agreed. That's right. She coldly swung her sword, attacking two masked men who were struck by the blade, crying out in pain. Xu Pear attacked relentlessly, her sword strike swift and cold, giving them no chance to counterattack. But just then, a man suddenly appeared behind her. He viciously raised his sword, but before he could swing it down, a foot appeared and kicked him right in the face. In midair, Yan Lang leaped majestically, landing a blow to his face. Then she quickly landed behind Xu Pear, standing firm like a protective shield. Yan Lang was too shy to face Xu Pear. She stammered, Are you okay, Pear? I mean, are you all right? Shui Pear was moved to tears, and she replied while wiping them away, I'm fine, thank you. The remaining masked men began to panic at the strength of the Shui family when suddenly, a cold voice rang out. What are you doing? Scared already? A rough hand appeared, gripping a masked man's head tightly. A bald man looked at him with sharp eyes and asked, Are you all just going to stand there and watch instead of attacking? The masked man screamed, his face pale and his body trembling in fear. My apologies, subordinate. The bald man said in a low voice, each word a warning to those around him. Those wretches are running wild because you all are acting so weakly. He brutally grabbed his head, yanking it up as if it were a useless object. He snarled, "You pathetic bastard." With his bare hands, he crushed the masked man's head, splattering blood everywhere in an instant, shocking the four onlookers. They couldn't hide their astonishment. The scene before them was too brutal. At that moment, Xu Lian suddenly spoke up. Although he's wearing a mask, considering his size and strength, I think I know who he is. Xu Lian looked at the bald man and said, "He is the head of the Qian family, Qian Huanghao." After being identified, Qian Huanghao took off his mask, laughed, and cursed. "Damn it, so that means wearing a mask is useless now, right?" The head of the Qian family, Qian Huanghao, admitted frankly. "That's right, I am the head of the Qian family," he said confidently. "As you might have noticed, all these people are members of the Qian family. We have gathered here today to reclaim our position as the supreme family in China." Immediately, Yan Lang retorted, "You didn't just gather here, you've been causing chaos and slaughtering people everywhere." Qian Huanghao smirked and said nonchalantly, "We are only doing what your family head did to us. Don't like it?" He raised his blood-stained hands, his voice casual. "But since I admire your fighting spirit, I will make the four of you an offer," he said, looking at them with contemptuous eyes. "If you become slaves to our family, we will stop and withdraw." His offer made Yan Lang furious. She immediately objected. "After our family head scared you so badly you couldn't even lift a finger. You come back to do this now? Have you no shame? Get lost, Baldy." Qian Huanghao laughed and cursed. "You arrogant wench. You're right, your family head certainly made me suffer a lot." His eyes looked sharply at Yan Lang, his voice full of contempt. "But now, without your family head." His eyes filled with brutality as he screamed, "You're absolutely nothing." As soon as the words left his mouth, he viciously swung a fist at Yan Lang, but she didn't back down. She quickly launched a counterattack. Behind her, Xu Lian suddenly smirked contemptuously and said, "How foolish." She softly uttered, "Let me tell you, that girl is stronger than the previous head of the Shui family, by a lot." Qian Huanghao powerfully swung a flaming fist towards Yan Lang. Yan Lang met his attack without hesitation. Just when it seemed they were about to clash, Yan Lang suddenly let out a gasp. In her eyes, Qian Huanghao's body suddenly became motionless. She wondered in confusion. What? He's standing still like a statue? But then, Yan Lang immediately realized something. No, it was just that her opponent was moving in super slow motion in her eyes. I can see through my opponent's movements. To a certain extent, but not to the point where it's this slow, right? She suddenly thought of Du Xiao and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Is this the result of training with Du Xiao? This is awesome. Yan Lang immediately took advantage of the situation, dodging the attack while throwing a counter punch. After landing the blow, Yan Lang coldly turned away, her eyes filled with disdain, not even bothering to look at him. Qian Huanghao was hit, his body staggering as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. A look of disbelief flashed across his face as if he couldn't believe his eyes, and a second later, Qian Huanghao collapsed to the ground. His subordinates behind him stared wide-eyed in terror. She defeated the clan leader. They immediately scattered in all directions. "Everyone, run! Hurry!" Yan Lang trembled with anger, furiously cursing the trash. "Are you running because you can't beat me?" When the Qian family members had all fled, Yan Lang turned back to her eldest sister. "Second sister, let's go help those who have fallen." Xu Shulin replied subconsciously, "Okay." She smiled and said to Xu Lian, "Aunt, now I understand why you recommended Yan Lang to be our clan's leader." Xu Shulin looked at Xu Lian and voiced her approval, "And I agree with it." She gently pointed towards Shui Pear and asked, "You must think so too, right, Pear?" Xu Pear replied with a yes without any hesitation. Xu Lian was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "I understand." Her gaze suddenly became more serious. Meanwhile, Yan Lang was busy helping the injured. After the fierce battle at the Shui family's estate, Xu Lian suddenly took Yan Lang to a place filled with ice and cold. Yan Lang looked around bewildered and asked, "Where is this place? Didn't we just go inside the house?" Xu Lian replied softly, "This must be your first time here, Yan Lang." Xu Lian stopped walking and began to introduce the place. "This is the Constellation Room, where the sacred artifacts of our Shui family are kept. This snow plane is a one-of-a-kind barrier to protect those sacred artifacts." Yan Lang took it in seriously. "I understand." Xu Lian glanced ahead and said, "Anyway, it seems we've arrived." Suddenly, she thrust her hand forcefully into the snowdrift in front of them. The white snow seemed to be hiding something underneath, and a treasure box was unexpectedly pulled out. Xu Lian opened the box and said, "This is the sacred artifact of the Constellation Lord, Shen Shu Fang." Yan Lang stepped forward in amazement to observe it, asking blankly, "This is it? But it looks just like an ordinary gauntlet." Yan Lang looked at the gauntlet and couldn't help but wonder, if I had this sacred artifact, could I become stronger and faster, like Choi Aaron? Suddenly, she blushed with embarrassment at the thought. And once I get stronger, Du Xiao will watch me train more. And he and I could be in the special training class together, right? Seeing the expression on Yan Lang's face, Shui Lian gave a faint smile, then suddenly asked Yan Lang, "You like this sacred artifact, don't you?" Yan Lang subconsciously replied with a yes. Shui Lian spoke slowly. "I know you didn't contact me just because you wanted to see this sacred artifact. You must have sought it out because you need it." Yan Lang was too embarrassed to answer, and a few seconds later she shook her head in denial. "No, I really just wanted to see it. I'll be returning to South Korea now." Shui Lian interrupted her. "Yan Lang." She gave a fleeting smile, looking at Yan Lang with a gentle gaze. "Your face has already said what you want to say, so you don't need to lie to me. Besides, I have no intention of scolding you." Shui Lian asked bluntly, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Yan Lang had to admit, "You're right, Aunt." The energy emanating from the gauntlet was incredibly powerful. Yan Lang said, "This may sound sudden, but I want to make a contract with the constellation within this sacred artifact. I don't know the details, but I know it's the only way for me to become stronger." Hearing this, Shui Lian asked in confusion, "Haven't you already become strong enough while training with Du Xiao?" Yan Lang replied, "That's right, but I'm talking about a different kind of power, and that's all I can tell you, Auntie." Shui Lian was silent for a moment before softly calling out to Yan Lang, "I have a method I'd like to suggest to you. Would you like to try it? Will you become the head of the Shui clan?" Yan Lang was completely startled. Her eyes widened as she shouted, "What?" This suggestion made Yan Lang quickly respond, "What are you suddenly talking about, Auntie? I've never thought about becoming the clan head." Shui Lian calmly asked Yan Lang, "Do you know what kind of promises you can make with a constellation?" Yan Lang answered seriously, "Blessings and contracts, right?" Shui Lian nodded in agreement. "That's right." She continued in a soft voice, "As for contracts, there are two types, a common contract and a true contract, exactly three." Yan Lang let out a sound of understanding and said, "I've heard about that in Valhalla. Unlike a common pact which can be made with many people, a true pact can only be made with one person, right?" Tuyet Lian nodded and replied, "Correct." She looked at Yan Lang and continued, "And you can possess an unparalleled power, one that no common pact's power can ever match." This new information made Yan Lang skeptical. "Really?" Tuyet Lian asked seriously, "So if a clan has a guardian constellation, then usually that guardian constellation will form a pact with the head of the clan. You said you wanted to become stronger, didn't you?" She offered her advice. Then becoming the clan head and forming a pact with the constellation's lord is the fastest way to become stronger. Although the offer moved Yan Lang, she tried to deflect, "But it's still too early for that now, isn't it? I'm only 17 years old." Tuyet Lian replied somberly, "Perhaps you think so." She thought back to the recent battle with a sad expression and said, "However, the Shu family is currently facing several threats, as the position of family head is vacant. Today's attack was one of them." Shui Lian gently began to persuade her, saying, "As a member of the Shui family, I can no longer stand by and watch this situation continue, which is why I wish to nominate you as the family head, Yan Lang." She then mentioned Shu Shilin and Shu Pear, adding that all of your sisters have also agreed with me. Yan Lang asked in confusion, "My sisters?" Shui Lian reassured her, "If you're worried about the family's affairs, you don't have to be. A 17-year-old should be enjoying their youth, not necessarily shouldering all the family's responsibilities. I will help you with that," she said with a serious tone. "However, I want you to attain the qualities and strength worthy of a family head, which is why I'm suggesting you become the family head." Immediately, Yan Lang fell silent in thought, and after a moment, she quickly made her decision. Yan Lang confidently pointed to herself and said, "I'll do it. I will become the head of the Shui family." Her wish granted, Shui Lian smiled happily and said, "What could be more perfect?" She reverently presented the holy artifact in her hand and said, "Please take this artifact, go to the spiritual realm and receive the acknowledgement of the constellation's sovereign." Yan Lang took a deep breath and nodded, "Okay." She quickly stepped forward, reaching out to touch the gauntlet, and the moment she made contact, a surge of power suddenly appeared. It transported Yan Lang to a strange place. She was surrounded by an endless, icy expanse, and the Chaos Snow God sat arrogantly on a throne of ice, gazing down at her. Upon seeing the deity, Yan Lang was startled and took a step back in fear. Suddenly, the Chaos Snow God flashed a bizarre smile. Outside that dimension, Shui Lian was watching Yan Lang intently, not taking her eyes off her for a single second, her heart filled with constant worry. Finally, her eyes shot wide open, the corners of her lips curled up into a happy smile. Just then, Yan Lang slowly emerged from that dimension and took the gauntlet. Yan Lang turned around, giving Shui Lian a gentle nod. Seeing this, Shui Lian let out a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally settling down. Several weeks later, in the United States, at the towering Hero Academy building, two people, Ju-huk and Choi Aaron, suddenly appeared in front of the Hero Academy. Inside the Academy Stadium, the atmosphere was more vibrant than ever. The crowd was cheering excitedly without end, everyone wearing expressions of eager anticipation for the upcoming match. Down in the arena, countless students from various schools had gathered, creating an incredibly crowded scene. Ju-huk silently observed it all, his eyes showing a hint of boredom as he inwardly complained about them. What a hassle! Who would have thought they'd hold a world championship, he mused indifferently, right at the start of the school year. A few days prior, Black Cat had suddenly called Ju-huk for a private meeting in the chairman's office. He frowned in confusion and asked, "What's going on, Black Cat?" "It's the holidays right now, and I'm busy with my training. Why did you summon me?" Black Cat apologized with a serious expression. "Sorry to call you when you're busy, but I have a favor to ask." Hearing that, Ju-huk asked in surprise, "A favor from me?" He nodded and replied, "That's right." Black Cat then asked, "Do you know that the school year starts next week?" Ju-huk scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Is that so? I forgot to check the date." So Black Cat leaned back in his chair and continued, "Actually, the World Championship will also be held that week." At this, Ju-huk started to get more serious. He said, "The World Championship? I think I've heard about it before." Black Cat explained, "It's similar to the competition you participated in before I took this position." He looked at him with serious eyes and said, "But since it's a World Championship, in addition to the 3 major academies, academies from all over the world will also select students to participate." But fearing Ju-huk wouldn't understand, Black Cat offered a simple example. "It's quite similar to the academy competition for selecting representatives from among the first-year students." He asked curiously, "First-year students? Not second or third years?" Black Cat replied helplessly, "I only found out about this after becoming the director. But it seems they've decided not to select second and third-year students, because those students are often at guilds participating in hunter training." Ju-huk was startled, as he then realized. "That's right, this is an academy for training hunters after all." Black Cat gently propped his arm on the table and nodded. "Yeah," he replied. "After all, the academy's purpose is for students to become hunters and graduate. So if they're chosen as representatives too often, it would be a distraction. But first-year students, as possible to participate in multiple competitions to attract hunter recruiters from guilds or companies." Finally, Black Cat made an offer. "So, are you planning to participate in the World Championship I just mentioned, as a representative of Valhalla?" Ju-huk asked with a cold expression, "Is that what you wanted to ask me?" After thinking for a moment, Ju-huk asked, "Where is this tournament being held?" When he heard the question, Black Cat cheerfully replied, "At the Hero Academy in America." Ju-huk was completely shocked to hear that. "It's there? Wasn't that place attacked and completely destroyed just a short while ago?" Black Cat looked at him and said, "I heard that thanks to you, it didn't suffer any major damage. After that, the academy was rebuilt." Then, Black Cat switched back to the topic of the competition. "It seems they're going to hold the World Championship on a set date in America. It's a long-standing tradition, even if it means they had to race against time." Ju-huk slowly spoke, "Is that so?" His indifferent attitude made Black Cat say dejectedly, "Fine. If you don't want to be the representative, I'll ask another student from the special class." But before he could finish, Ju-huk cut in, "I'll participate." Black Cat was so stunned he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Ju-huk said calmly, "I agree to participate, since I also want to visit the Hero Academy." Just then, Batra suddenly appeared and asked, "Is it because of that familiar magical power you sensed earlier?" He nodded and replied, "That's right. It might also be related to my disciple." At that moment, Black Cat suddenly spoke up, "I see. So do you want to bring another student with you?" Ju-huk grew pensive. "Another student?" Black Cat nodded and began to explain, "At the World Championship, each academy sends 2 representatives. If you weren't going, I was planning to choose students from the special class. Will you consider it?" After careful consideration, Ju-huk said, "In that case, can we send Yan Lang?" "Other than me, she's probably the strongest one there is," Black Cat reminded him. "Even though she is in the special class, she isn't a student at our Valhalla." Only then did Ju-huk remember with a start. "Ah, that's right." After thinking for a moment, Ju-huk made his final decision. "Then I'll go with Choi Erin. During our battles these past few days, she has maintained excellent performance." He nodded and said, "I understand." Suddenly, Ju-huk recalled the guide's words and thought to himself, "Besides that, there are a few things I'm still worried about, so maybe I should bring Moji's ability as well." Ju-huk remembered a previous time when the guide suddenly appeared and said in a rush, "We're in trouble." He had been sitting and thinking in his room when she appeared and said that. He asked in alarm, What happened that made you call me so suddenly?" Ju-huk walked over to inquire, "Didn't you say that for the time being, it would be difficult for us to meet?" "Were you mistaken?" The guide replied hastily. "This is urgent, so I had no other choice. I apologize for showing up so abruptly," she said, panting for breath. "The Red Demon wasn't the only one who appeared last time," she stated coldly. "All of them from the 2nd floor of the Tower of Destruction have appeared." Hearing this, Ju-huk's expression turned serious. He rolled his shoulders and said, "If this were before my reincarnation, It wouldn't be a big problem even if those bastards showed up, but now it's a bit difficult. The guide said with concern. Perhaps they won't cause trouble all at the same time. The Labyrinth Lord must have ordered them not to do that, because killing people indiscriminately would only tarnish their reputation. The human guide, out of fear, spoke hesitantly. But all of them have already arrived here, so I can't predict what they'll do next. It will be hard for me to warn you, like before, so please be careful. Ju-huk smirked confidently and said, "Be careful? I don't think you should be saying that to me." He warned her seriously. "You're the one who should be careful, guide. Don't overexert yourself and get caught by the Labyrinth Lord." The guide let out a light laugh and said, "It's been a while since someone cared about me like this." She smiled and accepted his warning. "All right, I'll be careful. See you later." Back in the present, Ju-huk stood in the middle of the arena, feeling uneasy. "After all, I managed to quickly sign a temporary contract with Moji and gain some extra abilities before coming here, but was I worrying too much?" Suddenly, a voice called out to Ju-huk. He turned to look at Choi Aaron and asked, "What is it?" Choi Aaron blushed and said, "I heard from the director that you recommended me to be the representative for Valhalla Academy along with you." She smiled and said, "Thank you, Ju-huk. I'll do my best not to be a burden to you." Ju-huk grunted in response, "It's not that difficult, so just relax, we're going to win anyway." Choi Aaron smiled and nodded. At that moment, two people were watching Ju-huk intently. The brown-haired man among them was Logan Jr., a first year from the Hero Academy. He looked at him and thought, "Ju-huk, just as I expected, he's here." Watching the two of them whispering happily, Logan Jr. said to himself, "If he's here, then Valhalla will be a strong contender for the championship." He suddenly spoke up, "We still have an unsettled score with him." The blonde girl beside him nodded in agreement. "That's right. That blonde girl was a first year from the Hero Academy, Melissa." She looked at Ju-huk and said, "I'm just grateful that he rescued us in the Great Forest Eye. Otherwise, we would have died at the hands of that villain." Hearing that, Logan Jr. awkwardly adjusted his clothes a few times and said, "Actually, me too. I just want to use this tournament as an excuse to talk to him." He asked curiously, "I want to know how he became so strong." Just then, a solemn voice suddenly spoke up. "Greetings." Bach stood on the podium, looked at everyone, and introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to see all the students and spectators who have come to attend the World Championship. I am Bach, the chairman of the Hero Academy's council." Seeing that everyone had gathered, Bach said, "Before this tournament, our academy was attacked, so I understand that many of you are feeling anxious. Of course, my current appearance is also a result of this attack." He spoke in a reassuring tone. However, the main culprit of the recent incident has been dealt with, and the damaged buildings have been rebuilt. Furthermore, during the tournament, we have made security our top priority, so the number of security personnel has been increased to over 200. Bach said confidently, "Therefore, please rest assured." After briefly talking about the Hero Academy's situation, Bach began to speak about the competition. "Now, I would like to explain the details of this tournament." He began the introduction. "The World Championship will take place over 2 days and 1 night. The mission on the first day will be to clear the labyrinth." At this moment, Rogan was watching the screen intently from a distance. Rogan stared grimly at the projection screen. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. "Well, Rogan." This white-haired woman who just entered was none other than the renowned Lenia from the Contractors Association. She asked gently, "Why are you here?" Rogan turned with a stern expression and questioned, "I should be the one asking you that." "What are you doing here, Lenia?" Lenia frowned and retorted, "I'm working. What do you think?" Lenia then calmed down and said, "I heard the Hero Academy was attacked by a suspicious individual a few days ago, so of course, they can't let a similar incident happen, especially with so many students gathered here, so they hired security companies." Lenia spoke nonchalantly. "We won that contract, which is why we're here." Rogan asked doubtfully, "Is that so?" Hearing her out, Rogan then explained his reason for being there. "I'm here because among the participants, there's one person who has caught my eye." Lenia asked curiously, "Is it your son?" Rogan shook his head, denying it. "No, the one I'm interested in." Rogan slowly uttered a name, "Is Kim." But as he spoke, a strange noise rang out, interrupting everything. Rogan asked in shock, "What was that sound?" Lenia quickly rushed out. It was coming from outside the stadium. The two of them immediately rushed out to take a look, and as soon as they were outside, she was stunned by the sight before her. What is this? Countless zombies were swarming toward them. The horde of zombies suddenly appeared, roaring as if ready to attack Lenia and the others. Lenia's eyes widened in terror as she asked, "What in the world are those things?" At that very moment, her radio suddenly crackled. "Captain! Captain!" Lenia quickly grabbed the radio and yelled angrily, "Hey, didn't I tell you to keep watch? You were supposed to report this sooner." The person on the other end stammered, "Well, the thing is." The blonde man looked at the horde of zombies before him, and then said hesitantly, "These things." He panicked as he suddenly saw a zombie burst out, shouting, "They just burst up from the ground." Hearing this, Lenia's face went pale. "What? The next second, Lenia suddenly leaped over the railing and told Rogan, "I'll deal with these zombies." Rogan nodded and replied, "Understood." With that, Lenia quickly jumped down, coming face to face with the horde of zombies. She activated her aura and ordered, "Everyone, don't panic. We must stop these monsters at all costs, so they can't harm the students." Everyone shouted back in unison, "Yes." Sensing the danger from Lenia, the zombies roared and attacked immediately. Lenia didn't hesitate and swiftly retaliated. After observing them, Lenia reassured everyone, "These monsters have extremely low endurance, so don't be afraid." The people behind her replied, "Understood." Watching the zombies endlessly crawling up from the ground, Lenia thought in frustration. Even though their stamina is weak, there's just no end to them. Has a catastrophe occurred? In the middle of the fight, Lenia suddenly turned to ask the girl with glasses on her team, "Have you seen anything that looks like a labyrinth around here?" The girl replied while fighting, "No, ma'am." Lenia, unconvinced, muttered to herself, "Impossible. How can this many monsters appear without a catastrophe?" She couldn't help but worry about the students inside the stadium. They came from underground, so the situation inside the stadium must be very dangerous. Meanwhile, inside the stadium, a wisp of smoke appeared against the blood-red sky. When the students in the stadium saw the horde of zombies, they panicked and fled in chaos. Ju-huk frowned as he looked at them and wondered, "What the hell?" He calmly watched the zombies continuously emerging and asked, "What's with these monsters?" Just then, an alarm rang out, announcing that the competition was canceled and all students and spectators should evacuate immediately. Standing on the podium, Bake shouted, "The guides from the Hero Academy will lead you to the emergency exits. Please evacuate quickly." Bake's mind reeled. What is happening? Last time it was a constellation attack, and this time it's a catastrophe? Seeing everything unfold before his eyes, he couldn't help but feel guilty. "I stubbornly pushed for this competition when it should have been postponed. This is all my fault." Just then, an instructor from the Hero Academy, Jack Rover, looked at Beck with concern and said, "Chairman, you need to get out of here. Please come down." Suddenly, Beck said calmly, "Go to the entrance and help the students evacuate, Jack Rover." Jack was taken aback, unconsciously mumbling a confused yes. Beck rolled up his sleeves and stared grimly at the horde of zombies, saying, "I will eliminate these monsters until all the students and spectators have evacuated." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly punched his fist, creating a powerful blue energy, and then shot forward. A zombie cried out in surprise, seeing Beck appear and frantically raise its fist at him. Beck threw a punch forward, and an explosion sent 3 zombies flying. Ju-huk watched silently from the side. Explosive power, now I see how he could fight the Red Demon. His expression turned grim. He glanced at the zombies behind him and thought, this whole situation feels familiar. It feels like there's no way to end them if we keep fighting them like this. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. I remember now. On another side, the zombies roared as they charged forward. Choi Erin readied her weapon to face them. She quickly drew her sword and, in a single slash, cut down all the zombies in her path. The overwhelming power made the zombies shriek in chaos, their bodies dismembered by Choi Erin's slash, torn to pieces. The audience seized the opportunity to escape, watching as the zombies continued to charge forward in waves. Choi Erin thought in bewilderment, I've handled quite a few, but there are still this many? Suddenly, Ju-huk appeared and said, Don't waste your strength needlessly. These bastards will just keep appearing endlessly anyway. Choi Erin softly called out, Ju-huk. He smirked, took out his weapon, and said coldly, All the corpses buried in this land will be returned to where they belong. Ju-huk suddenly plunged his energy-filled sword into the ground and flashed a demonic smile as he faced them. He suddenly thought of Moron and whispered, just as expected of that fool's ability, this is the best way to deal with this mob. Meanwhile, on Bok's side, he was diligently taking care of the zombie horde with his powerful punches. Suddenly, the sight before him made Bok's eyes widen in shock as the horde of zombies in front of him began to melt away. Bok lowered his fist and stared blankly at them. What is this? The monsters are melting. Witnessing this immense power, he frantically looked around. None of the guides possessed this kind of power. Who could have done this? Then he saw Ju-huk, weapon in hand, and Bok wondered to himself, Don't tell me, it's Ju-huk again? After dealing with this wave of zombies, Ju-huk turned to Choi Erin and said, This is actually just a temporary solution. They will reappear soon enough. So don't overuse it and just handle them in moderation. Choi Erin softly hummed in agreement. She asked curiously, What about you? What are you going to do next? Ju-huk let out a breath and excitedly touched his ring. Shouldn't we catch the bastard who caused this incident? At that moment, in a pitch-black room, a cloaked figure was intently watching everything unfold. Watcher suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and slowly uttered a few words. How strange. He nervously placed his hand on the table and stammered, I can't sense the demons inside the stadium. We had enough materials, so there shouldn't be a shortage. Huh? Watcher anxiously wondered, Is there a powerful contractor there? but dealing with that number should still be difficult. He slowly spoke, if he dies. Suddenly, Watcha laughed excitedly and said, before he becomes the one whose name is called, I'll make him insanely beautiful and cute. Just then, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. You perverted mutt, so you've been hiding here all along, huh? Ju-huk casually smashed through the wall, charging in from behind Watcha. Hearing the strange noise, Watcha was terrified and turned to look at him with eyes full of surprise. Seeing him, Ju-huk flashed a wicked grin. Ju-huk's sudden appearance left Watcha completely stunned. He was so horrified he could barely get the words out. What? How did you get here? Ju-huk, weapon in hand, began to raise his knee and asked him back, is there any other way? He delivered a powerful kick and answered, your own disgusting magic led me right here. Watcha took a kick from him, causing him to clutch his body and stumble back while screaming in pain. Watcha looked up at him and cursed, you bastard. He placed his hand on the ground, summoned a horde of zombies, and shouted arrogantly, hey. Faced with this massive army, Ju-huk laughed, raised his sword, and cursed under his breath, you dirty bastard. With just a single slash, he sent countless zombies flying, and he said in a contemptuous tone, you're trying to overwhelm me with numbers because you can't fight me yourself, can you? Seeing his massive army get wiped out in an instant left Watcha completely astonished. Before he could even recover, the tip of a sword was pointed straight at his face. Watcha retreated in fear, but instead of striking him, he turned and attacked Watcha's constructed fortress. Ju-huk rested the sword on his shoulder and said with a smile, still as good at dodging as ever, huh? He called out coldly, Watcha. Just hearing his name was enough to make him turn pale. Watcha asked in a panic, the nickname of a constellation, no. How do you know my real name? Don't tell me. He trembled as he pointed at him and said, now I remember. That way of speaking, that mana. Watcha finally realized who was standing before him. It's the war god. Ju-huk grinned and replied, that's right, you necrophiliac. He charged forward excitedly, swinging his sword at his neck, saying, took you a while to figure it out, huh? Fortunately, Watcha was quick enough to block the sword. Suddenly, his eyes became sharper than ever, but his hands were coldly severed by the sword. A flash of light and blood splattered everywhere. Watcha screamed in agony, looking at his half-severed hand. Immediately after, before he could recover from the first shock, he was horrified by his opponent's next move. Ju-huk quickly closed in and aimed the sword straight at Watcha's face. The distance was so close he could feel the aura from the blade. One downward slash, a precise strike, landed right on Watcha's shoulder. He cried out in pain and had to sacrifice a shoulder to save his own life. After dodging that slash, Watcha exhaustedly clutched his wound, gasping for air. Ju-huk cursed in frustration, damn it, how long are you going to keep dodging like that? He glared at him with cold eyes, warning, if you insist on dodging, your arm will be chopped off just like that red demon's. Watcha panted heavily. That's when he suddenly realized about the red demon. Could it be that the reason we couldn't contact the red demon, the first one to come down here, was because you defeated him? Ju-huk casually admitted, that's right, he suddenly appeared and started causing trouble. So, I killed him. Hearing that, Watcha gritted his teeth in anger. You! He screamed in anguish and summoned another giant zombie. This zombie was twice, even 3 times the size of Ju-huk. Watcha hid behind the zombie, saying in a broken voice, we came down here under orders. The zombie was now ready, raising its fist for a fatal blow. He sneered and spoke arrogantly. Kill us! Watcha shouted, it's just a waste of your effort. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie brought its fist down toward Ju-huk. He easily dodged to the side, the fist grazing past him and slamming straight into the wall behind. Ju-huk channeled mana into his sword again and asked, a waste of effort? He calmly stabbed straight into the zombie's heart, and it screamed in pain. Just then, the mana suddenly turned blue. Watcha whispered in astonishment, what? A type of mana completely different from the martial gods was pouring out and being absorbed back. Watcha grunted in confusion and stared blankly as the zombie melted before his eyes. At this point, seeing the zombie completely melt away, he was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. What? My lovely ghoul is dead? Could it be that the others died this way too? Watcha was still in shock, so he didn't realize that Ju-huk was pointing his sword at him. With just a single slash, Watcha's head was severed and went rolling away. He cried out in pain, just as I thought, you're very strong, but not as strong as you used to be. Ju-huk crouched down amusedly in front of Watcha's head and said, you're a tough one to kill. In the past, you always made a huge fuss whenever I cut you down. Still the same now, huh? Hearing that, he immediately retorted, but there's a limit to this kind of resignation. This body will soon disappear, Watcha said calmly, but it doesn't matter, my title will once again make it to the outside. Suddenly, he started shouting excitedly, and then one day I will return along with the red demon, the first one you killed when you came here. Ju-huk suddenly went, ah, and slowly stood up. Is that why you said what I'm doing is a waste of effort? A menacing aura began to envelop Ju-huk's body. He asked curiously, So where do you think the red demon is right now? Watcha, though a bit surprised, still answered honestly. What? He must have gone back up. He raised the ring in his hand and coldly uttered 2 words. Right here. In an instant, Watch's eyes filled with terror, and he stammered. What do you mean? Don't tell me. He exclaimed in panic. You've absorbed the title? Ju-huk smiled as he looked at the ring and said, I heard this thing mimics the absorption method that the Lord of the Labyrinth uses, but to be honest, I don't really know how it works myself. But who cares? He stated ruthlessly. Your fate will be the same as that red demon's anyway. Watcha screamed in fear. What? Seeing him hold out the ring, he begged frantically, No, please don't absorb me. His pleas were useless. Watcha was completely absorbed by the ring. After absorbing Watcha, Ju-huk looked at the ring on his hand with interest, but meanwhile, Black Cat and Adilia Ventric were intently watching his every move through the screen in front of them. Black Cat quietly turned to ask, What do you think? Adilia Ventric exclaimed in amazement, It's truly. With eyes full of admiration for Ju-huk, she said it was unbelievable. Adilia Ventric exclaimed in amazement, unable to believe it. Black Cat turned to look at her and asked, What part are you referring to, Miss Ventric? Adilia Ventric looked at him and said, You can just call me Adilia. More importantly, Black Cat was still standing still, listening to her. Adilia Ventric then voiced her question, Did you just see Ju-huk use our skill? You mean how the monsters melted? Adilia Ventric continued. Normally, the ability of our constellation is not revealed to outsiders. But since we are allies, I'll tell you. Our constellation's power is poison. There was a hint of surprise in Black Cat's voice as he turned to ask her. You said poison? Adilia Ventric immediately replied, That's right. As a flaming yellow sword was shown, she immediately explained to Black Cat, It actually converts mana into poison, and can be used either directly or by applying it to an object for ranged attacks. The poison's strength varies depending on the contractor. Black Cat asked confusedly, If a normal contractor uses that power, what would happen? Adilia Ventric explained, Their opponent would be poisoned and collapse, or experience extreme pain but wouldn't die instantly. It's usually used as a supplementary attack. Adilia Ventric continued with a worried expression, Even I, the direct contractor, have to land a direct hit to make them melt from the inside. Black Cat replied, I see. Ju-huk is still inside the spatial circle. Adilia Ventric spoke up. That's why making monsters completely melt with poison is on a whole different level. Black Cat asked in amazement, Is that so? An image of Ju-huk fighting the monsters alone flashed in his mind. Adilia Ventric, with a somber look in her eyes, continued. Besides, he only has a temporary contract, yet he can still melt all his enemies without even touching them. Adilia Ventric continued with a satisfied look. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen Ju-huk in action, and I'm very impressed. Black Cat, standing beside her, replied, Me too. The screen in front of them displayed a question from the constellation. Isn't it obvious yet? Adilia Ventric looked a little surprised after reading it. She looked confused as the constellation, a mysterious figure in a plague doctor mask, said, Although poison is my specialty, it was the master who helped me improve its application. He is definitely on another level. Adilia Ventric looked at the screen, smiled, and said to herself, You're right, I was the one who couldn't see it clearly. She then said to Black Cat, When Ju-huk returns, I want to ask him for a favor. He turned his head in surprise to look at Adilia Ventric and asked, A favor? Adilia Ventric smiled and said to Black Cat, I want to ask Ju-huk to be my master. The scene shifts to the desolate ruins, somewhere in the city. A gloomy atmosphere hung in the air as Lenia sat in silence. Behind her, 2 soldiers were supporting each other. She shouted an order, All uninjured personnel, tend to the rest and make a preliminary assessment of the damage. A man wearing glasses immediately replied, Understood. Lenia wiped a wound on her face, thinking to herself in confusion, What just happened? She looked into the distance, frowning as she thought, There haven't been any dungeons nearby recently, yet hordes of undead kept pouring in, and then they suddenly stopped. She recalled Ju-huk's smug smile, remembering the moment he appeared. Terrifying monsters with hideous teeth charged to attack her. She bravely rushed forward to fight them off. One by one, Lenia took them down with her powerful punches, the monsters falling to the ground in succession as a hand reached out to close their eyes. Seeing their kind being taken down, the monsters became even more frenzied, charging forward more ferociously. She panted heavily, cursing under her breath. Damn it. Lenia frowned and gritted her teeth at the monsters, thinking, no matter how many we take down, their numbers don't seem to change. She gritted her teeth, her hands clenched into fists. To make matters worse, the Godspeed Punch skill isn't suited for dealing with large numbers of enemies because it consumes too much mana with each use. Lenia frowned in frustration, thinking, these creatures must be coming from somewhere, but where could it be? Her eyes widened in surprise as a student in a school uniform suddenly appeared before her. She thought to herself, what the hell? Where did he come from? A school uniform? No way. Is he a student? Seeing the monsters rushing towards the student, Lenya yelled in alarm, "Hey you student, get out of there." But contrary to her worries, Ju-huk smirked, pulling out his sharp dagger. With a gleeful smile, he forcefully stabbed the dagger into the ground. A strange blue light radiated from the ground as it shattered. All the monsters surrounding him froze in place, and the body of one began to slowly melt. The other monsters started showing similar signs. The girl watching from behind was utterly astonished by this scene. She put a hand on her hip and frowned, thinking, "At first I was confused about who it was, but it turns out to be Ju-huk, the guy who's been getting famous recently. He finished everything in a single blow." Lenya couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, is this really happening? The invading horde of monsters vanished as soon as Ju-huk made his move. Rogan called out, "Lenya, are you all right?" Startled, Lenya turned and exclaimed, "Rogan." She asked him, "Is everything okay inside?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Rogan told her, "By the time I got inside, the students from Valhalla and Beck had already handled everything." Lenya frowned at him and asked, "You mentioned you were interested in one of the members, didn't you?" Rogan replied, "That's right." Lenya then asked, "Is that person Ju-huk?" He looked slightly surprised and replied, "You're right." She continued, "Would you believe me if I told you he was the one who finished this whole mess?" He asked in astonishment, "What?" She frowned and said loudly, "He charged right into the middle of the Andes horde by himself, stabbed his sword into the ground, and made the entire horde of monsters melt. After that, the Andes completely stopped their attack." Rogan stroked his chin and thought, "Melted, you say? The ruler of the underworld, who is said to have a contract with Juju, doesn't possess that kind of power." He then recalled Black Cat's warning. "I hope you won't reveal this information to anyone. Please be especially careful with our constellation's power." Rogan asked Lenya, "Where did Ju-huk go afterwards?" Lenya replied, "I don't know." Rogan crossed his arms and said, "I guess it can't be helped. I wanted to take this opportunity to ask him a few things, but it'll have to wait. I'm going inside now. Make sure to tell Beck and head back, Lenya." Hearing that, she was completely shocked and yelled, "Where are you going? Weren't you looking for Ju-huk?" Rogan explained, "I was curious about how this incident was resolved, but I have no intention of digging any deeper." "That's not what I'm trying to find out," Lenya retorted. "But isn't it still unclear? We need to investigate his connection to the Annets." Rogan reminded her in a serious tone, "Lenya, I don't normally interfere in other people's business." However, his eyes were filled with killing intent, and he spoke word by word in a cold tone. "Don't try to go any further, you'll lose your life." Lenya was extremely shocked to hear him say that. She asked in astonishment, "What?" Rogan walked away, and Lenya chased after him, asking loudly, "Father, what are you talking about? Make it clear, Rogan." Meanwhile, on a certain island at night, Hukrip exclaimed in surprise, "This is?" He said to Catfish and Vampire, "Watcha has been captured." Catfish asked in shock, "Captured already? Isn't that too fast? Just like how Hung-Hu failed." Vampire spoke up. Perhaps it's because he was too arrogant, relying only on the Andes. Catfish said, "I don't care if that pervert dies or not, but both Hung-Hui and Watcha failed too quickly. At this rate, our purpose for coming down here will become meaningless." Bitch Hui and Huck Hui said, "Things have gotten messy because we keep acting separately." "That's right," Bitch Hui suggested, "Let's act together." Huck Hai continued, "Let's make sure those bastards get defeated." Ju-huk was now walking down the street with Choi Arin. She spoke to him. In the end, the tournament was cancelled due to the monster attack. It's a shame to go back without having done anything, after all the trouble of coming to America. Ju-huk said to her, "Well, there wasn't anything that could help us here anyway. So coming back this quickly can be considered lucky, right? Was there anything unusual at the stadium?" Choi Arin replied, "Some monsters did appear afterwards, but we handled it without any serious damage. They stopped appearing shortly after that too." Ju-huk said, "Really? That's a relief." Choi Arin asked him in surprise, "Ju-huk, did you stop them?" He answered nonchalantly, "Yeah, you could say that. When I saw that monster, it looked quite familiar, so I thought it might be what I was looking for and went to catch it." Choi Arin asked him in surprise, "Familiar?" Ju-huk replied, "Ah, it's nothing important. Don't worry about it," he thought to himself. "I just told her everything so casually." Choi Arin asked Ju-hyuk, "Where are we going, Ju-huk? If we're going to the airport, we should wait for the bus right in front." Ju-huk explained, "They said that because the tournament was suddenly cancelled today, it's very difficult to find a direct flight back. Therefore, they said it will take us longer to get back to Korea than it did to get here." Hearing that, Choi Arin's face turned a little shy. She thought to herself, "I think this is actually better." Ju-huk pointed to another path, saying, "I know a faster way to get back, so follow me. I've received permission from the chairman to share this information with the students of the special class." Ju-hyuk said while looking around, "I think it's around here somewhere." Finally, they arrived in front of a door. He exclaimed happily, "Ah, found it." Ju-hyuk reached out and grabbed the doorknob. Ju-hyuk opened the door and stepped inside, with Choi Arin following behind with her suitcase. Choi Aron looked around and asked Ju-huk, "An old warehouse?" He replied, "The warehouse itself isn't what's important." Ju-huk recalled his conversation with Black Cat. "We can get to the market from any country, right?" Black Cat replied, "That's right, there are entrances to the market all over the world." Ju-huk asked Black Cat, "So can we use these entrances as teleportation gates?" He replied, "It's possible, but the distance between the entrances is quite far, so it's difficult to go directly to another country." Black Cat then suggested a solution to him. "The method I propose is to enter the market and go to the central tower in Sector 7. From there, you can go to the gate to connect with other nations through the tower again." Black Cat continued, "If we use that method, there will be no problem for the special class students. When using it, we will use a secret passage to enter and leave the tower, so the normal market users won't feel uneasy." Seeing the school uniform, Ju-huk replied, "I understand." Chairman Bridget reminded him, "If you want to come back here, you can do it directly from the tower." "Chairman Bridget, you said last time that you connected the tower and in Hala, right?" "Then I understand." In the warehouse, Ju-huk noticed something. He pointed to a door and said to Choi Aron, "This way." She exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The door was gradually opened by Ju-huk, and light shone on Choi Aron's face. Ju-huk and she had just stepped out of the door into a strange city. At that moment, in a certain building, a door was about to slam shut. Ju-huk opened the door and entered, followed by Choi Aron. He turned back and told her, "You did a great job today. You go on ahead. I'm going to report on the special class's activities to the director." Choi Aron replied, "Got it." She smiled shyly and told him, "You worked hard too, Ju-huk. See you tomorrow." Ju-huk smiled happily as he watched her figure leave. He glanced at his pants pocket, and from it, Ju-huk took out a ring. He held the ring in his hand, smiling to himself and thinking, "With this one, this is the third time, including the master of the first labyrinth. Things at that level feel noticeably stronger each time I absorb one, so I'm kind of looking forward to it." He put the ring back in his pocket, thinking, "I'll check it later. For now, I should go see Black Cat, since I said I would wait for the report without sleeping." Bridget's office door was shut tight. Ju-huk walked up, pushed it open, and called out loudly, "Bridget." Bridget looked at him delightedly and said, "Ah, Mr. Ju-huk, welcome. Thank you for your hard work." Adilia Ventric bowed a full 90 degrees to greet him. Ju-huk was extremely surprised by this scene. He let out a huh when he recognized her. He asked in astonishment, "Isn't that Adilia Ventric? What are you doing here?" Adilia Ventric replied, "Just call me Adilia. I am bowing to ask a favor of you." Ju-huk, a bit confused, said to Adilia Ventric, Well, first, please raise your head. What is your request?" She replied, It's like this." Adilia Ventric smiled as she stated her request to him. "Could I ask for your guidance?" Ju-huk was completely shocked to hear her say that, and he asked Adilia Ventric, "Huh? So suddenly? What made you want to do that?" Adilia Ventric explained, "Actually, we have been monitoring Ju-huk's achievements." Hearing that, he replied, "Are you saying that you've been monitoring me?" He shifted his anger, and Ju-huk angrily shouted, "This was your idea again, wasn't it, Black Cat?" Being called out, Black Cat hurriedly explained, No, last time we saw, it was the constellation." Black Cat recalled what he had seen on the computer screen. The screen displayed, "The master of the netherworld will become enraged and kill you, leaving no trace if you speak of it." Ju-huk was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and asked Black Cat, "What is it?" Adilia Ventric immediately signaled for him to shut up. Black Cat replied, "It's nothing." Adilia Ventric spoke up, "Anyway, I saw Ju-huk use the constellation's unique skill to capture monsters, and I was truly impressed." She bowed again, pleading with him, "Can you teach me too?" Ju-huk scratched his head in confusion and said, "Last time it was Black Cat, and now it's you. Can't you learn from Luminous and Bangkwang? It wouldn't be any different if I taught you." Black Cat and Adilia Ventric stood still, listening to him speak. "Both you and Black Cat have already learned how to use your abilities by contracting with a constellation, so the way you draw out power is the same as mine." Ju-huk continued to explain, "The only difference is that I don't rely too much on borrowed mana. I enhance my abilities by adding my own mana when I activate them." He continued, "Kids these days only focus on increasing their own mana, so their mana control is very poor. Therefore, no matter what method I teach you, your low mana reserves will only make you tire out more easily." Hearing this, Adilia Ventric thought to herself, "Kids these days?" She then asked, "Even so, despite my low mana, you'll still teach me, right?" Black Cat added, "I'm also hoping for your help." Ju-huk scratched his head and replied, "Well, I've been busy lately and haven't been able to look after the kids I'm currently teaching. Since you two have contracted with my disciple, out of a sense of responsibility, I should consider helping a little." He continued, "First of all, the most urgent thing is to build up your physical stamina, so if you two have time, come to the training room tomorrow." Hearing this, they both said in unison, "Thank you." Ju-huk pointed at Black Cat and said, "Oh, Black Cat, after today, Let's discuss how to approach the constellation again. He immediately replied, "Oh, all right." Baeka asked Ju-huk, "Is it because of the familiar mana you felt from the building you mentioned?" Ju-huk suddenly remembered. "That's right. Things got chaotic this time because of the fire truck, so I just caught that guy and left. I didn't even get to go inside the school building." He frowned and smirked, thinking to himself, "Next time, I'll definitely find it, no matter what." Darkness enveloped the space. Only the bright moonlight illuminated the way. At that moment, at night in America, many floors of a large building were still lit up. This was the Contractor Association. A figure stood on one of the highest floors of the building. This person was Rogan, and he was looking at a tablet. Rogan stared at the tablet, deep in thought. On the tablet was Ju-huk's profile. He frowned and thought to himself, Ju-huk, who on earth is that guy? He sat on his desk, arms crossed, speaking to someone on the computer. "Lord of Constellations, do you know the Master of the Underworld? Because it seems the Master of the Underworld knows you. Lord of Constellations." The screen displayed, "The Destroyer of All, the one who pierces everything." Then the screen displayed again, "The Destroyer of All, the one who pierces everything. Warning. Be careful of the Moonlit Fanatics," Rogan exclaimed in shock, his brow furrowed. "The Moonlit Fanatics?" Rogan looked at the tablet in his hand, frowning in thought. "After that, I decided to look up the Moonlit Fanatics, just like I did with Ju-huk, but I couldn't find any information at all." He stood there, lost in thought. "The more I investigate Ju-huk, the more I feel like I'm falling into a maze. What the hell kind of guy is he? If he has no connection to the Blood Hunter, then there's really nothing left for me to find." Bichui, his whole body emanating a dark purple aura, was floating in the sky. Rogan said loudly, "Who are you? Why is a disgusting creature like you following me?" The creature looked at Rogan, laughed loudly, and said, "Aren't you even surprised?" He gripped the mace in his hand and said, "You really are Bichui." Swinging the mace full of sharp spikes to attack Rogan, he yelled and questioned him, "The top contractor, eh?" Rogan, with a blank expression, easily blocked his attack. Bichui swung his mace hard, sending Rogan flying as glass shattered everywhere. Rogan dug his hands into the ground to keep from being thrown further. He looked at Bichui, silently assessing, "This monster has pretty high intelligence. Is he the same type as the monster that attacked the Hero Academy alone last time?" Rogan clenched his hand into a fist. At that moment, his hand emitted a mystical golden aura. Rogan frowned and thought to himself, "I can't underestimate him." Bichui looked at Rogan with a contemptuous smile and said, "Are you gathering your mana?" He rushed towards Rogan, shouting, "Then try to block this." He swung his mace to attack, but Rogan on the other side was not to be outdone. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch in response, the mace with its dark purple aura clashing with Rogan's fist. Boom! A huge explosion erupted, sending Bichui flying. He only had time to let out a cry of pain. Bichui got up from the rubble, laughing loudly as he said, "You're pretty strong, aren't you?" Rogan looked at him with contempt and said, "I don't want to be praised by a monster like you." He continued to swing his fist towards Bichui. Crash! With a loud explosion, the ground cracked into many pieces. Even the outside of the building was affected by Rogan's punch. Meanwhile, at the Contractors Association, Lenya's office shook violently. Lenya shouted in surprise, "What was that? What was that tremor just now?" She looked around, thinking to herself, "An earthquake? No, that vibration came from the floor above." Lenya looked up at the floor above, frowning in astonishment as she thought, "Don't tell me something is happening in Rogan's room." The dust from the impact slowly cleared, revealing Rogan in a defensive stance. He looked at his own fist with an expression of disbelief. Rogan thought to himself, "I'm sure I landed a very powerful blow on him." He looked at the rubble at his feet and wondered, but where did he disappear to? Suddenly, the mace appeared behind Rogan's head. Although he was taken by surprise, Rogan luckily managed to raise his hand to block in time. Bichui swung his mace again, continuing his assault. Crash! Rogan was thrown backward forcefully. He coughed dryly and said angrily, "Damn it." He thought to himself, "He's too strong." Rogan looked at Bichui, assessing him. "At least I know now that he's no ordinary monster. If he were a low-level monster, I would have been able to deal with him already, even if he's an incarnation of a constellation." Bichui looked at Rogan with a scornful laugh, speaking in a condescending tone. "What's this? The top contractor? And this is all you can do?" Rogan frowned in anger, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Shut up. I haven't even used half of my strength yet." Bichui smirked at Rogan. He thought, "I need to make direct contact with him to activate it, but I can't even get close enough to touch him." Suddenly, a voice called out, grabbing Rogan's attention. "Rogan, what's going on?" Lenya approached, asking him worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I heard a really loud noise, so I brought the association's security with me." Rogan exclaimed in shock, "Lenya." Lenya looked ahead, frowning as she spoke. "Perhaps because it's early in the morning, I'm the only association member still in the building, that's why I ran over here myself." She screamed in shock when she saw Bichui. "What the hell is that?" He seemed extremely amused by her expression. Bachui said, I was planning to play with him slowly, but now there are pests crawling all over the place. But oh well, it doesn't matter. He suddenly charged forward to attack, taking Lenya's group completely by surprise. Bachui continued, I only need one move to take care of you all. Lenya loudly commanded everyone, you're no match for him, fall back. Everyone responded in unison, yes, ma'am. Bachui raised his mace, preparing to strike her. Lenya also prepared to counter, fiercely throwing a punch glowing with golden light at Bachui. Even though he was surrounded by streams of golden energy, Bachui still wore a bright smile, and Lenya frowned in astonishment. She wondered how he dodged her powerful blows. I aimed directly at his path, she clenched her fist again. She thought, then neither of us has a way out now. Lenya frowned, gritted her teeth, and charged at Bachui. His face took the full force of her fist, and Lenya thought, I hit him. Only a thick cloud of dust remained in front of Lenya, and she stared in shock, wondering, what is this? How can this be? Bachui suddenly ambushed her, raising his finger again to prepare an attack. Just as Lenya was about to raise her hand to endure the attack, Rogan rushed out of nowhere and took the hit for her. Lenya cried out in shock, Rogan! Rogan clenched his fist and reminded Lenya, that guy didn't dodge your attack earlier. He continued, while blocking Bachui's assault. He created an illusion and only reveals his true self when he attacks. He sneered. He wondered, did he see through my illusion eye? Bachui stepped back, thinking, if that's the case, I'll retreat and use an illusion to conceal my body, and then I'll just have to target them again. Suddenly, Bachui gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. A foot was pinning his neck down. Rogan smirked victoriously, and around him now, an ethereal golden light radiated. Rogan said, what's wrong? Can't run away anymore? Bachui struggled, trying to get free from under Rogan's foot. Rogan glared at him with murderous intent and said, try and take this one hit from me. Then, he raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and counted. 1. Rogan punched Bachui, yelling, my punch. But Bachui showed no reaction to Rogan's blow. Rogan trembled, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered, what is this? My body suddenly can't move. At that moment, Hyugi suddenly appeared behind Bachui and said, no matter how useless you are, you were far too careless this time, Bachui. Bachui exclaimed in surprise, Hyugi! A faint, mystical purple aura radiated from Hyugi's entire body. It gave a sinister smile and said, if it weren't for my stone fire eye, you'd have a hole in your stomach by now. Bachui laughed heartily, saying, it won't be that easy to kill me. Hyugi retorted scornfully, go ahead and take one of his punches and see how you feel. Lenya approached Rogan's side and asked in shock, another giant monster, just like him? Rogan replied, was he hiding nearby this whole time? Hyugi asked, so, who should we kill first? Bachui immediately replied, to be safe. I've already immobilized the woman standing next to him. You can kill whichever one you want. Lenya was enraged when she heard that. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Lenya yelled, since when? Bachui sneered, rubbing his chin. Is that so? Well then, he continued, allow me to go first. Suddenly, Ju-huk appeared out of nowhere, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He slashed Hyugi in two with his knife, saying contemptuously, good idea. Ju-huk forcefully plunged the blade into its head. Hyugi immediately spurted black blood, while both Lenya and Rogan were completely stunned by Ju-huk's sudden appearance. Seeing his companions slaughtered by Ju-huk, Bachui became enraged and shouted in disbelief, what the hell? Rogan, still in his attack stance, yelled out in shock, Ju-huk. Just then, his hand moved slightly, and Lenya rubbed her shoulder, speaking quietly to Rogan. Rogan, try to move. Rogan let out a soft grunt. Suddenly, Ju-huk cut in, drawing everyone's attention. Back then, you bastards always caused trouble whenever you were together. Hukwei always had the eyes of a killer, and you just used your fingers to fight me. He turned back to look at Bachui, sneering as he continued, that's why I killed Hukwei first back then. Do you remember Bachui? Hearing what Ju-huk said, Bachui was stunned and stood silent. Bachui looked at him questioningly, what are you rambling about? Wait, how do you know my name? And you even said you've killed us before. Rogan approached from behind and said, are you Ju-huk? I'm Rogan. I don't know how you got here, but thank you. Ju-huk immediately recalled Black Cat's warning. Someone's been looking for you lately, Ju-huk. It's Rogan, the #1 ranker of the Contractors Association. You might run into him if you charge into the building that was just attacked, so make sure to keep an eye out. He looked at Rogan, frowning as he thought to himself. So this is the person who's been looking for me? I hope I haven't made an enemy of him, have I? Bachui angrily swung his mace, shouting, it doesn't matter who you are. How dare you speak so insolently to me? He slammed his mace down where the two of them, Ju-huk and Rogan, were standing. Fortunately, they both reacted quickly and dodged Bachui's attack. He yelled, stop spouting nonsense. Rogan turned to ask him, based on what you said, you know these two monsters? Do you have a strategy to take them down? Ju-huk thought to himself. I spoke without thinking again. He said to Rogan, did I say that? A strategy? He looked at Bachui and thought, I remember that to defeat him, you have to react the moment he attacks and destroy him before he turns into an illusion. If I'm not mistaken, when Hukwei died, that guy. Bachui glared at him, cursing angrily, you bastard, could it be? Suddenly, he turned and left. Everyone was astonished, thinking, is he running away? Lenya exclaimed in surprise, what the hell? Are you running away? Rogan also asked in amazement, why is he running away? Is when he was overwhelming us all by himself? Shouldn't we go after him? Ju-huk watched Bachui's retreating figure and said, the thing that's running is just an illusion. His real body will be somewhere near this illusion. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a golden light that was mystical. He thought to himself, I just need to release the light to make that illusion disappear, but I can't use my disciple's power right now. I want to fight using only the power absorbed by the ring, so I didn't even make a temporary contract. Ju-huk frowned and thought, well, there's no other way. This will be a bit messy, but I'm going to slash through this entire building. Rogan shouted in shock, Constellation, what's happening all of a sudden? His words caught his attention. Rogan said in surprise, the martial god? Who is that? The screen displayed, the Constellation of Destruction exclaimed in surprise, the martial god? Ju-huk sighed and said with a smile, I was wondering why I felt a familiar magical power emanating from you, but now I understand. Rogan called out in astonishment, Ju-huk. Ju-huk spoke, long time no see, Jang. You're here too? I'm in a hurry, so let's make a temporary contract. Does your contractor have a holy relic? The screen displayed, the Constellation of Destruction says yes. The Constellation of Destruction urged, hand over the holy relic now. Lenya shouted, hurry up. Rogan said, it must be in here. Lenya frowned, urging loudly, hurry up, it must be in here. Bachui flew out of the building. Lenya added, that bastard escaped through the window. Ju-huk held out his hand and said, the holy relic? Hurry up. Rogan hurriedly placed the rosary in his hand. Ju-huk put the beads on his wrist, smirked, and said, all right then. Bachui hastily fled. He thought to himself, damn it, damn it. Now I know why Wacha and Hong Hui were taken out so quickly. He frowned and thought, the martial god has returned. Even though he seems to have been reincarnated as a kid, that magical power is definitely his. As Bachui fled, he thought, I can't transmit messages continuously like Wacha. I have to quickly inform the others about the martial god's return. Ju-huk was hot on Bachui's heels, his arm glowing with a mystical golden aura as he threw a punch at him. The golden light blinded Bachui. He let out a startled grunt, followed by a massive explosion. He was sent flying, his body covered in wounds. Bachui cried out in agony. Ju-huk looked down at him on the ground and smiled triumphantly. From inside the building, Lenya and Rogan were also completely stunned as they witnessed the scene. Lenya asked, Rogan, is that your constellation ability? He replied, are you asking if my constellation ability is powerful enough to blast away everything in its path like a cannon? Ah, no. Rogan frowned and added, but that attack definitely carried the power of a constellation. Is it possible for someone who just formed a contract to use their ability to this extent? He watched Ju-huk, saying, Ju-huk, he never ceases to amaze me and pique my curiosity. The sun began to rise in the east and at the base of the building. Many ambulances and police cars had appeared. Lenya was being taken to give her statement, while paramedics bandaged Rogan's wounds. Ju-huk spoke up. Well, I'll be taking my leave now. Rogan turned toward the voice and asked in surprise, you're leaving already? Ju-huk replied, yeah, I've accomplished what I came here for. Besides, I want to avoid media attention. Rogan asked in astonishment, accomplish your goal? Was stopping those monsters your goal? Ju-huk scratched his head and replied, well, you're not wrong. He sighed, what a pain. Ju-huk looked at Rogan and thought, if I just leave it like this, will he go and ask Vahana again? But I also want to wrap this up quickly and get going. A sharp glint flashed in Ju-huk's eyes as he thought, wait a minute. According to Black Cat, isn't he the association's #1 contractor? Getting him on my side will definitely be useful later. Ju-huk said, I'm tired today, so let's talk some other time. Rogan replied, all right, my apologies. Ju-huk told him, when the time is right, I'll come to the Hero Academy to answer your questions. Rogan said in surprise, is he not using formal speech? Ju-huk smiled and continued, I'll give you a specific time. I'm grateful, seeing as you're the contractor for Zhuangying. Well then, I'm off. With that, he turned to leave. Rogan reached out to stop him, shouting, wait, a screen suddenly appeared. On it, the Constellation of Destruction said, let him go. He wondered, the Constellation? The screen appeared again, and the Constellation continued, you should use honorifics with him as well. Rogan stammered, honorifics? Yes, sir. From behind, Lenya called out, Rogan, she said, I was about to hand this case over to the police, but I can't find the monsters' bodies anywhere. Do you know where they went? Rogan replied, You didn't see? They vanished into thin air a moment later. Lenya crossed her arms and sighed in frustration. Damn it. There really are all kinds of monsters. This is going to be a hassle to prove to the insurance company. I need to find the CCTV. She then turned to question Rogan. Is Ju-huk gone? And who is he anyway? The monsters we faced today were no joke. They were too strong for ordinary contractors. Rogan said with a pensive look, Who is he? We'll find out soon enough. He silently watched Ju-huk's departing figure. The next evening, in a certain forest, Ju-huk was wandering alone. He saw Ba-che in the distance and called out loudly, Ba-che. Ju-huk glanced at him and questioned, Do you think the magical energy I sense from the page is the same as what you sense from the heroes? He immediately replied, No, they're different. Ju-huk said joyfully, Really? What a relief. I was worried I'd have to go through the trouble of meeting that Rogan guy, but it seems it won't be a waste of time. Ba-che replied, Yes. Ju-huk thought to himself, It's still a bit disappointing that the person I met today was once taught by me, but he isn't my disciple. Suddenly, Ju-huk asked, I wonder where Sasimi is. Abruptly, a former guard approached and bowed to Ju-huk. Ju-huk, surprised to see him, asked, Who the hell are you? He immediately replied, I am from the Yu-Gi-Oh clan. It is a great honor to meet the clan leader. Ju-huk asked in shock, What? Me? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? The former guard said confidently, I am certain. He then explained, Our revered constellation, Tui, gave an instruction that if Lord Ju-huk mentioned that word, I was to reveal myself according to the plan. Ju-huk said in astonishment, That word? Don't tell me it's elsewhere. A girl wearing a mask said, When that person says a specific word, you are to show yourself and reveal your identity. 4 people sat at a table, a mystical purple fire burning between them. One person spoke up, What word is it? The masked person said coldly, Sosimi. Ju-huk took off his hat and smirked. Just then, 3 more people appeared next to the former guard. They looked at him, bowed, and shouted in unison, We are greatly honored to meet the clan leader. Ju-huk then asked, Did you bring the holy relic? The former guard replied, Yes, we did. Ju-huk said, Give it to me. The man respectfully presented it with both hands. Here it is. Ju-huk took the holy relic and smiled softly. Night gradually enveloped the area. Ju-huk surveyed his surroundings. In front of him were abandoned houses amidst piles of rubble. Everything here looked desolate and ruined. In front of a house hung a sign that read Divine Martial Arts Sect. Ju-huk smirked and said, The Divine Martial Arts Sect? Huh. It's been a long time since I've seen this sign. He continued, Long time no see, Sosimi. Ha! Ju-huk called out loudly, Sosimi, are you here? Stop hiding and come on out. Sosimi was still hiding shyly behind the door. She stepped out timidly. Sosimi immediately knelt and bowed to him. Ju-huk walked over to help her up, saying, You haven't changed a bit, have you? Stand up. Sosimi replied politely, Yes. Ju-huk remarked, Even your disposition is the same as in our dojo from 300 years ago. His words made Sosimi feel extremely shy. She said, To us, the Divine Martial Arts Sect isn't just a dojo, it's also our home. Ju-huk scratched his head and said with a laugh, Well, I didn't know you valued it that much. Ju-huk thought to himself, Compared to the present world, the world 300 years ago. Ju-huk recalled a memory from 300 years ago, when he stood arrogantly on a cliff. Looking down, he thought with a sigh, What a chaotic place. Below the cliff, 2 groups were preparing to clash. On one side were humans with sharp weapons, and on the other was a horde of hideous monsters. One man was so scared he started crying, but still had to grit his teeth and charge into battle. Swoosh! Ju-huk's group immediately jumped down to support the other group of people. The bodies of monsters lay scattered everywhere. Du-hai and his 2 disciples easily took down the horde. In such a chaotic world, a person like me who only knew how to hunt monsters could survive. The villagers were overjoyed. They even offered him gold as a thank you. By protecting merchant caravans, they would pay me in return, or I would take on quests as a hunter, setting out to hunt monsters or destroy labyrinths. The 3 of them entered a marketplace. The world back then was full of suffering, but I lived in that world, without having a single thing to complain about. He smiled as he watched his 2 disciples happily eating skewers. Ju-huk suddenly noticed something. A poor family was trying to sell their child to someone else. During that era, people bought and sold other people as slaves. The father happily handed over his daughter, and the buyer seemed very pleased with her. He reached out and brushed her hair back. By then, the little girl's eyes were brimming with tears. Although it was becoming rarer, human trafficking still occurred from time to time. Seeing this, he was extremely satisfied and immediately gave the girl's parents a large bag of money. They were overjoyed to see the money. The father coldly pushed his daughter away, and poor parents would sometimes sell their children, in hopes of receiving a large sum of money. They blissfully stared at the big bag of money in their hands. Du-hai watched this scene and remarked, I really hate that kind of thing, because I was a slave when I was a child. Despite himself, he glared at them with a menacing look, and the buyer, seeing this, raised a knife to threaten him. That action only angered Ju-huk more. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and rushed forward to land a punch right in the man's face. That's why I don't just attack slave traders. With my disciples, if we catch them, we kill them on the spot. His actions drew the attention of many people. Ju-huk turned to look at the father who was willing to sell his own flesh and blood, with eyes full of killing intent. The man, terrified, waved his hands and backed away, and the girl's parents quickly turned and fled. Ju-huk angrily furrowed his brows as he watched them go. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the little girl beside him, who was crying pitifully. She reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt, and in the process, I ended up taking in a few homeless children as my disciples. Ju-huk looked down at the little girl and smiled. That was also when a small problem started to arise in the life I had planned out. He stood with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, thinking, initially, I planned to work hard as a hunter while I was young and save up enough money, then retire and train just a few disciples to continue the fight against the slave traders, basically establishing an automated hunting system. However, although being a hunter was enough to support myself, my 3 disciples were all training diligently. But ever since I started raising disciples, I could barely save any money at all, and since I had taken in enough disciples, I decided to give them a stage to prove themselves. He rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. In those days, many noble families and martial arts schools vied for power. Competing for power, clans like the Jin Musin clan were all fighting amongst themselves. After discussing it with my disciples, we decided to first name our martial arts school. The abandoned little girl shouted, "The Divine Martial School." And so, we founded the Divine Martial School. Ju-huk carefully hung up the sign, and his disciples were overjoyed to see it. He looked up at the sign and remarked, "And so, we founded the Divine Martial School." He looked at the sign and smiled to himself. We established the Divine Martial School so that we could raise and train my disciples in a systematic way, and because I wanted to profit from my disciples. His disciples were extremely happy when the sign was hung up. Even though I was very strong, I started my journey and learned skills that weren't suitable for me. And I didn't have any innate talent either, so I quickly reached my limit, but my disciples were different. Under my guidance, they were able to learn skills that were suitable for them, and all of them were extremely talented. He looked at the little girl he had just taken in, so I decided to train my disciples to the point where they would no longer need my teachings, so that when they grew up and spread their schools, they could take on new disciples. Ju-huk secretly rejoiced thinking about the money he would make, and I would take a reasonable portion of the donations and the profits generated from the total of those donations. At that time, I thought I could just sit back and relax and enjoy my old age. Ju-huk looked up in frustration, but no. Just as my disciples had grown up and were about to expand their influence, the Tower of Destruction appeared. Before him was a massive, towering structure. With relentless thunderstorms raging outside, the Tower of Destruction was surrounded by bolts of lightning. Ju-huk looked at the tower with an angry frown, and his memory stopped there. Returning back to reality, Ju-huk and Sasami both silently looked up at the old sign. Suddenly, Ju-huk spoke up. I'm sorry for spacing out like that. It just reminded me of the old days." Sasami immediately replied, "It's all right, master." He asked her, "What did you do after becoming a constellation? And how did you find me?" Sasami answered, "I knew that you would be reincarnated, master." She continued, "Shortly after I became a constellation, a notification appeared. Hearing this, he thought to himself, just as I suspected, even Sasami." Sasami said, "So I chose a human who could become my subordinate as my first contractor. And then I established Yu-Gi-Oh! And continued to operate it with 4 members. I named the organization Yu-Gi-Oh! To signify that you, master, are the only one I recognize as the leader." Hearing this, Ju-huk said in astonishment, "What?" Sasami continued, "So I killed everyone who claimed to be the strongest, except for you, master." Ju-huk asked in shock, "You killed all of them?" Sasami replied softly, "Yes." She immediately explained, "Of course, I didn't just kill people indiscriminately. When someone received the title of the strongest, we would observe them very carefully, and as soon as they revealed that title, we would kill them." Ju-huk asked Sasami in confusion, "Then how did you find me?" She replied, "We used a similar method." Ju-huk rubbed his chin and smiled to himself. If I had said just one wrong word, I might have been killed by my own disciple. What a relief. Sasami then explained to him, "That's why we killed those who claimed to be the strongest swordsmen, like John Sin and an evil organization called the Blood Hunters, which specifically targeted strong contractors." Ju-huk exclaimed in amazement, "You've really killed a lot of people." She spoke up, "I believe it was because of this method that I was able to meet you again, master, after your reincarnation." Ju-huk asked in shock, "What?" She shyly stated her reason, "Among us, you are definitely the strongest, master, but you are also very humble and never boast about your strength." Hearing this, Ju-huk sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Well, I'm not really that humble. I just didn't want to say much because the truth always comes out in the end. Anyway, as I was saying, right now we have Moju and Luminos. Hearing this, Sosimi joyfully said, "Ah, you've met my other sisters?" Ju-huk said in surprise, "You didn't know? I thought you already knew, considering how much effort you put into finding me." She replied, "I knew that all four of us, sisters, became constellations, but we can only see through the eyes of our contractors. That's all." Sosimi continued, "So I knew that Master met people from the Ventric family and the black market, but I didn't know they were the contractors for my other sisters." He replied, "That's right." He smiled and said, "But you came at just the right time, Sosimi. I might need your help soon." Hearing this, she was overjoyed and softly answered yes. Ju-huk said to Sosimi, "That's all for today. I'm going to invite your contractor to meet with the other contractors, so let's talk later." With that, he waved and turned to leave. She watched his departing back, blushing shyly as she softly agreed. A few days later, at the Hero Academy, a large building located in the middle of the city. In the meeting room, Rogan was speechless with astonishment. Ju-huk smiled and said, "Oh, you're here." Rogan looked at him and stammered, No, I just arrived." He thought to himself, "Who are these people?" Rogan looked at Black Cat and immediately recognized the master of the black market and the director of Valhalla, Black Cat, the one he had met before. He looked over at Adilia Ventric. That was definitely the head of the Ventric family, Adilia Ventric. Next was the former guardian, whom Rogan also quickly recognized, and that mask. "Don't tell me," he exclaimed in shock internally. Ju-huk turned to look at the former guardian and said, "Aren't you going to sit down?" He replied, "There's no need. I'll stand in the back." Ju-huk then began, "So, where should I start?" He looked at everyone and asked, "Actually, none of you really know what I do you?" Adilia Ventric and Black Cat were a bit surprised by his question. Adilia Ventric asked in astonishment, "Aren't you the master of the constellations we serve?" Rogan thought in shock, "Master?" Ju-huk softly replied, "That's right." He rested his chin on his hand, glancing at Rogan's reaction as he spoke. "I've recently learned what happened after I died. To put it briefly, my story is, it was late at night." Adilia Ventric and Black Cat were both incredibly shocked, as was Rogan. The former guardian thought to himself, "It's exactly as the constellation said." Black Cat questioned him in astonishment. "Do you mean to say that you, Ju-huk, destroyed the Tower of Destruction and saved the world 300 years ago?" Ju-huk replied shyly, "It's a little embarrassing to put it that way, but yes, that's correct." Adilia Ventric's eyes widened in shock as she said, "The Age of Destruction did exist, which was also when the tower existed. It suddenly appeared and brought the world to ruin." Black Cat continued, "But the records only say that the tower collapsed after releasing monsters all over the world, so we didn't know that you, Ju-huk, were the one who destroyed it." Ju-huk was very surprised to hear this and said, "Didn't Moju and Luminous say anything about this?" Adilia Ventric immediately replied, "Actually, aside from being with you, Ju-huk, the constellations never communicate with anyone else." Black Cat said, "What about the ruler of the world?" He recalled that time. Luminous said with a blank expression, "The Tower of Destruction? I only remember going in there with my master." Brekket continued, "That's what he said." Ju-huk asked in surprise, "Is that so?" He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "It seems even his own disciple doesn't remember anything before becoming a constellation. Huh. Oh well, now that they've met me, they'll slowly regain their memories." Ju-huk continued, "By the way, all the people who were even a little famous back then have become constellations, which is why the constellations started appearing after the Age of Destruction." Hearing this, Adilia Ventric asked in shock, "Does that mean all the constellations died during that time?" Ju-huk replied, "Perhaps not all of them did, but most of them did." Brekket then said, "I see, so that's why the constellations react so strongly to artifacts from the Age of Destruction." Ju-huk continued, "And I've mentioned this before, but the one who created the Tower of Destruction is causing countless disasters and sending constellations here." Rogan remained silent the entire time. Ju-huk said with a confident expression, "So the Tower of Destruction will definitely appear again." Rogan's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "It will appear again?" He replied, "That's right, but we probably still have 4.5 years left." Ju-huk then revealed his plan. "I'm gathering my disciples to stop that from happening, and I'm also increasing my own power by dealing with the invading constellations that come here." He clenched his fist, his tone filled with determination. "This time, I will definitely eliminate the Tower of Destruction and minimize the damage, so that the name Age of Destruction will never be mentioned again." Rogan spoke up, "To be honest, I find this hard to believe." Ju-huk turned to reassure him. "Well, I can understand that." He said, "I was also told by my constellation that 300 years ago, you, Ju-huk, were known by the name Martial God." Rogan continued, "You also saved the constellations and passed on the first authority." Ju-huk scratched his head and replied shyly, "Is that so? I don't remember the details very well." Hearing this, Rogan fell into a thoughtful silence. Suddenly, he said, "Hey, Ju-huk." He let out a small hum. Rogan stood up, his eyes filled with determination, and asked him, "If you really are the martial god from 300 years ago, then could you have a match with me?" Ju-huk smiled casually and replied, "Of course." Outside, the sun had risen. Now, Rogan and Ju-huk were standing facing each other. Adilia Ventric spoke up, "I don't really understand what's happening right now." Brekket replied, "Rogan probably finds this whole situation absurd. To suddenly discover that a high school student is the hero from 300 years ago and the master of his own constellation, if there were solid proof, it would be easy to understand logically, but emotionally, it's very difficult to accept." Rogan had already taken an attack stance, and around him he was now surrounded by a golden aura of power. Adilia Ventric asked again, "So he wants to confront him directly right now?" Ju-huk also took an attack stance, a mysterious red aura enveloping him. Brekket remarked, "Let's see if Ju-huk is truly not just a strong high school student, but a person from that era." Rogan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. He rushed towards Ju-huk, throwing his steel-like fist, and Ju-huk enthusiastically fought back. When their two attacks collided, it caused a massive explosion. Rogan clenched his fist and gritted his teeth in anger, while Ju-huk also clenched his fist and smirked at him. The two fists clashed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere, forcing Adilia Ventric and Brekket to quickly cover their eyes. The former guard remained silent, observing secretly. At the Hero Academy, in the chairman's office, the chairman of the Hero Academy, Bach, widened his eyes in astonishment. He thought to himself, "Did that sound come from the stadium? We're not being attacked, are we?" Bach suddenly remembered something. "No, wait." He recalled what Rogan had told him, "Today I'll be inviting a guest to the Hero Academy." Bach asked in astonishment, "A guest? Who would that be?" Rogan replied, "That's still a secret." He advised, "And also, don't panic if you hear a loud noise, it's probably my fault." Bach glanced towards the stadium, thinking, "Rogan, I trust you, but who on earth did you bring here?" At that moment, an incredibly terrifying killing intent emanated from the stadium. Ju-huk took a stance and smirked, their fists trembling uncontrollably. Rogan was straining to fight back, thinking to himself, "Damn it." Ju-huk, on the other hand, looked completely at ease. Rogan lamented, "I'm being pushed back. This can't be the strength of a high school student." Rogan gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing in anger as he thought, "Doesn't he just borrow the power of the constellations to fight monsters?" Rogan was quickly knocked far back by Ju-huk. Rogan said to him, "Ju-huk." Ju-huk grunted, and Rogan continued, "Mind if I use magic?" Just then, a golden light began to radiate from around Rogan, like a great flame. Ju-huk thought to himself, "Oh ho, so he's been fighting without magic this whole time?" He smiled and said, "Sure, be my guest." He then added, "But I'll keep fighting without using magic." Rogan immediately replied, "Fine." The golden light around him crackled like fierce bolts of lightning. Rogan slammed his fist into the ground, causing it to shatter into countless pieces. He then raised his elbow high. Rogan's elbow was now glowing with light, and he used it to shove Ju-huk backward. Ju-huk quickly brought up both hands to defend. He smirked and said, "Whoa, intense." He thought to himself, "Maybe I was a bit too cocky about not using magic. I'm actually feeling a little pressure now." He continued thinking, "If I use magic, I'd be stronger thanks to absorbing the constellations. But my physical strength is still lacking because it develops along with my body, so there's nothing I can do about that." Ju-huk smirked as he watched Rogan charge at him with full force, thinking to himself, "But I'm up against a top-tier hunter, so fighting with the power of a single constellation is pretty good, isn't it?" Ju-huk said to Rogan, "Let's end this battle of pure strength here." Rogan stomped his foot hard on the ground, making it crack. He swung his arm, taking a stance to continue his assault. Ju-huk swiftly dodged Rogan's attack, much to the man's surprise. He looked at Rogan and praised, "Did the dojo teach you this?" Ju-huk then shouldered Rogan and reminded him, "But you need to put more power into it." He continued, "Because it's designed to finish an opponent in a single strike." Then, Ju-huk used his back to powerfully shove Rogan, sending him flying. Rogan's eyes widened in shock, and he only had time to let out a pained cry. Ju-huk smirked as he watched the man fall to the ground. The following afternoon, Rogan, who was lying in bed, began to show signs of waking up. He let out a few soft groans. Suddenly, Rogan's eyes shot open, and he bolted upright with a shout, startling everyone. Ju-huk, who was sitting nearby, asked softly, "Oh, you're awake?" He continued, "I thought you had passed out, so I brought you here, but I did think long and hard about whether I should take you to the infirmary." Rogan rubbed his stomach and replied, "I see. I'm fine. Thank you." Suddenly, Rogan became quiet and thoughtful. He struggled to ask, "Are you really a regressor?" Hearing this, Ju-huk exclaimed in shock, "What? Didn't I tell you?" Rogan, still clutching his stomach, told him, "I'm sorry, you did," but Ju-huk quickly comforted him. "Well, I understand." He continued, I know many people have to experience it for themselves to believe. Ju-huk praised him. Your patron constellation is very kind. Rogan asked him, you said you were looking for disciples to stop the Tower of Destruction, right? Ju-huk quietly replied, yes. Rogan then said, then I will help you with that goal. Ju-huk, hearing this, was overjoyed and said, really? Thank you. The former guard thought to himself, I know I have no right to speak up, but this is quite an interesting combination, isn't it? He looked over at Adilia Ventric, the head of the Ventric family. He then looked at Black Cat, the owner of the Black Cat Black Market, then at Rogan Runner, a top ranker from the Contractor Association, and finally at Ju-huk and everyone from Yu-Gi-Oh! Suddenly, Ju-huk spoke up. On second thought, I have a question, Rogan replied. Ah, sure. He continued, have you seen anything that resembles one of my disciples here? Rogan said in surprise, resembles one of your disciples? Ju-huk replied, like a sacred relic or something. He continued, the reason I wanted to meet today is, I previously sensed a familiar stream of magic, but now that I'm here, this place has so much magic that I can't pinpoint the location. He rested his chin on his hand and continued, because this is a school that produces many hunters. There are a lot of sacred relics here, so it's hard to identify. Rogan fell into deep thought. A voice transmitted to him, please find my master. Rogan's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately said, there is one. Rogan continued, there's a sacred relic that told me to find its master. Bach called out in surprise, Rogan. He looked at Rogan and asked, has your guest left yet? Rogan replied, not yet, we're still in a meeting. Bach worriedly asked who exactly that guest was. Rogan answered, it's Ju-huk. Bach continued, there was a loud explosion outside. What in the world are you guys discussing? Rogan replied, I'm sorry, but I can't go into detail. You can ask them later. Rogan made a request to Bach. Can you give me the Starlight Sword that I entrusted to you earlier? Bach scratched his head and said, ah, that sword. He continued, to be honest, it's been a real headache. Rogan asked in surprise, it's been a headache? Bach then pressed a control button, and the sound of a cabinet moving was heard as the display case slowly opened. Rogan and Bach went inside. With a serious expression, Bach said, the Starlight Sword can't be kept here. Inside was a sword emitting a terrifying red aura, and the wall clearly showed signs of destruction from something incredibly dreadful. A sword appeared, emanating an evil energy from its entire being. Looking at the sword, he was utterly shocked. What the hell? Did the light sword cause this? Bach, with a similarly startled expression, replied, it seems so. The two began to argue, but both of their faces were filled with worry. Rogan asked, his face beaded with sweat, didn't you say you were going to store it with the other sacred relics? That place should be secure enough to block magical power. Bach explained, of course I intended to store it there, but he recalled the time he went to store the sword, walking down the hallway, which was pitch black, to the locked room. He pressed the fingerprint scanner to store the sword, but when it opened, something surprising appeared inside. He said, I couldn't. Rogan asked, why not? Bach answered, the relic guardians released their magic to block the entrance. A vast amount of magic appeared in that room, an immense power that blocked his path, while a fearsome magical aura flared up from his body. He continued, and the light sword also began to emit unstable magic, as if it were reacting to that other magical power. He continued to explain, a look of reluctance on his face, so I had no choice but to bring it here. His eyes grew serious, a hint of fear in them as he continued. But even this place can't withstand the Kwang Kiem. The magical power, or more accurately, the dark energy on the sword hanging before them, seemed even more malevolent. As Bach spoke, the streams of dark energy were gathering more and more around the sword, radiating from it. It was even causing the storage room to slowly collapse, despite being enveloped in a magical sealing circle. He continued to explain, so I wanted to discuss with you how to deal with it, and you arrived just in time, while Rogan fell into deep thought. He seemed to be pondering something. He suddenly turned his head and asked, have you ever heard the phrase, find my master, that I mentioned before? Bach said, bewildered, ah, I've never heard anything like that, ever since the Kwang Kiem became like this. Rogan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He said, is that so? As his hands reached for the sword, Bach raised a hand to stop him. Rogan. The sword seemed to sense someone trying to take it, and it unleashed terrifying streams of dark energy. Rogan's hand touched the hilt, and an immense power enveloped his hand. He lifted the sword, feeling the sword's enormous magical energy. The blade was blood red, and the power surrounding the sword was diminishing. Bach watched in astonishment, his pupils shrinking. The Kwang Kiem's magic is fading? He thought for a moment, then asked Rogan, what is this? Holding the nearly powerless sword, Rogan pondered something before saying, I don't know either. He sheathed the sword at his hip and turned to Bach. Well then, I'll take it back with me. Bach asked, puzzled, right now? I thought you had a meeting? Rogan said seriously, that's right, I'll bring it to the meeting. Bach was shocked by his words. What? he asked uncertainly. What kind of meeting are you having? Rogan smirked, a calculating look on his face, as he pushed open the door and walked out of the crumbling room. Rogan's face no longer showed fear, but a calm expression instead as he said, "Sorry, Bach, you'll understand everything soon enough." Behind him, Bach's face was still frozen, unable to compose himself. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he still chuckled and said, "Good grief, he's still a lone wolf as always, but he always keeps his promises. I believe in you, Rogan." Cutting to another scene, he brought the sword to Ju-huk, saying, "I've brought it." He took the sword with both hands, sensing the power within it. His face was extremely serious as he said, "Something is very strange." He held the sword and announced to the meeting room, "I can't sense any magic from the sword," Rogan explained. "It became like this when I held it," he continued. "Actually, it was the same when I brought it back to the academy." Ju-huk raised an eyebrow and asked, "Really?" Rogan put on a thoughtful expression, placing a hand on his chin, and said, "That's right. But," Rogan continued, "I often hear a voice coming from it, saying, 'Find my master.'" Ju-huk pondered this, looking back at the sword in his hands. He closed his eyes, trying to concentrate and feel the sword he was gripping tightly. His eyes snapped open, his brow furrowed as he thought, "What is this?" Then he spoke up, "I can't enter its inner sanctum." Adilia said in surprise. "What?" he asked, puzzled. "I don't quite understand this. Is this normal?" She stammered. "That's right, entering the inner sanctum requires consent from the constellation," she continued. "So if the constellation refuses, you won't be able to enter." He stared at the sword, pondering. Refuses? He communicated with his sword through his thoughts, asking, "Hey Batcher, can you feel the magical power you mentioned from that sword?" Batcher replied, "It's a bit faint, but I can definitely feel it." He asked again, "So is there no other way to handle this?" Batcher stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Actually," he said, "Kim Huno, do you remember what I told you last time?" Confused by his words, he asked back, "What do you mean?" Batcher crossed his arms and continued. "A door once appeared in the illusionary domain." He suddenly remembered. "Ah, you mean that." It was an image of Batcher standing before a large door with intricate patterns. He asked again, "You said that behind the door is where the constellations gather, right?" Batcher recalled opening that door and replied, "That's right." Remembering the scene he saw, he continued. Thinking back, there wasn't just one door in there, but many different doors around it, and he saw all sorts of different people. He continued to describe what he saw. Behind the constellations were many doors leading to the illusionary domains where they live. He saw flashes of power emanating from the people who appeared behind those doors. Batcher voiced his own speculation. "If I'm not mistaken, when I stepped through the door to enter that place, I could also enter the illusionary domains of other constellations by using their doors." Ju-huk said, "That makes sense," but he suddenly thought of a problem. "But there's a problem." Batcher asked, "What problem?" He looked intently at the two people before him, telling them what he knew. "After learning about the door, I tried to gather information from those people, but the two in the meeting room seemed to have a hunch, and looked back at me with confusion." He continued, "They didn't know anything." Hearing this, Batcher said thoughtfully, "That's understandable, because it happened a very long time ago, and for a short period, so there are probably some constellations who don't know about it. Besides, no human of this era has ever experienced this." He stared intently at the sword in his hand and asked, "So is there anyone who might know about this?" Ju-huk's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, there is one person." In front of everyone, Ju-huk smiled and said, "Since there's nothing else to do today, let's head back." The three people in the meeting room said in unison, "All right." Ju-huk pointed to a person wearing a skull mask and a black cloak that covered their entire body and asked, "Hey you, the Yugo person, what's your name?" The person in the black cloak said, "We are just the master's nameless guards. You can call me whatever you wish, master." He suddenly remembered something, stroking his chin and saying, "No, wait." An image flashed in his mind of 4 people in black cloaks with 4 arrows, pointing in 4 different directions, saying in unison, "The Yugo greet the master." Ju-huk pointed at him and said, "Then from now on, you are the old guard." The man stood at attention and replied, "I understand." Ju-huk smiled and spoke, "You should also go back and talk to Adilia and Black Mew today. I'm sure Sosimi wants to talk to her other sisters too." Adilia and Black Mew both turned towards the masked person. He replied, "Yes, sir." Outside, the sun was setting. The last rays of sunlight glinted off the building's windows. Ju-huk's voice echoed, "Well then, let's go home." Everyone replied in unison, "All right." A few days later, in a simple house in a dense forest, the female guide was smiling and saying, "Long time no see, how have you been?" Ju-huk was talking with her under the flickering candlelight. He said, "Forget about that. I know the second-rate constellations have already descended, so I'm a bit worried. I'm trying to absorb everything I can find." Ju-huk continued to speak with a smile, staring intently at the small object in his hand. "But because of that, I became stronger, so I'm very grateful." Ju-huk said calmly, "We met at just the right time." She asked in surprise, "What?" His eyes locked firmly onto the guide's, and he asked with a slight smile, "Do you know about the door where the constellations gather?" In a flash, as the candlelight flickered, the guide rested her chin on her hands and said with a smile, "Ah, you mean the arena, don't you?" He wondered. "The arena," the guide explained, her eyes filled with confidence. "Right after creating the constellations, the Lord of the Labyrinth created a special space." The guide continued her explanation. "That space can be entered through doors that appear in the constellation's domains, and that is the arena." He placed his hands on the table, frowning slightly. Why was such a space created? She explained, "It was created for the constellations to fight one another, and even though they lost their original names, epithets were still bestowed upon them." He asked, "Like Lord of Hell, that kind of thing, right?" The guide replied, "Exactly, epithets are just like that." Her voice seemed to melt into the room's void. As she continued to share what she knew, they eventually become a part of their names, thus carrying power that varies with each constellation. And the Lord of the Labyrinth opened the arena to amplify the power held within those epithets. Ju-huk asked again, "But it seems the arena vanished rather quickly, didn't it?" The guide rested a finger on her cheek, recalling, and then spoke. "That's right, it seems the arena didn't go according to the Lord of the Labyrinth's plan, but I still don't know the exact reason why." Ju-huk crossed his arms, frowning as he asked, "If the Lord of the Labyrinth created the arena and then shut it down personally, that's a problem. I was about to ask if there's a way to reopen the arena, but it seems we'd have to face the Lord of the Labyrinth to do so, wouldn't we?" The guide smiled, raising her index finger. "Ah, that's not an issue, because the arena was opened by a constellation acting on the Lord of the Labyrinth's command by using their own power." Ju-huk exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" The guide continued, an imposing aura radiating from her. "And another thing, the reason I called you here today is because I've found that constellation, along with all the other second-rate constellations." Ju-huk said enthusiastically, "Everything is falling into place today. I want to hear all about it." Scene change. A dilapidated, ruined school emerges from the darkness, where a boy with saw-like teeth and a large lock on his chest appears. He shouted, "You bunch of stupid scumbags." Known as the Constellation, the Keykeeper, with his small frame and the giant key on his back, he sat with his fists clenched on his thighs. "Why are you all just standing there doing nothing? At this rate, we're all going to disappear," he muttered to himself in a panic. "Even if I die, I'll just return with the name I received from above, so it should be fine, right?" He recalled the monsters that had appeared before, continuing, "That's because they sometimes come down here." The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, trembling, as he bit his nails, whispering, "If I'm left with only my name and have to wander for hundreds of years, that would be truly terrifying. Don't they know that?" Long ago, in the pitch-black sky, there was only a flickering light within the trunk of a tree. He reminisced, "Because we don't have bodies, we can't feel anything but utter despair, drifting and circling around some tree, with only our minds conscious, and only able to see things for some reason from time to time. A floating fruit suddenly becomes a constellation fruit. This process repeats every day, and as memories flood back, he frowns in annoyance. Back then, I wasn't a fruit, and right after becoming a constellation, my body was taken away, leaving me to just float around. After materializing, I was finally able to come down here, but now I have to disappear?" The Keykeeper grumbled with a frown. If those two, Bitchwi and Hukwi, had succeeded, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Night turned to day, and a few days later, on an isolated island, the group of monsters gathered. Hugrop said hesitantly, "This is troublesome." Then he continued, "Bitchwi and Hukwi are dead." The catfish and the vampire exclaimed in shock. "What?" Catfish muttered. "Are those two dead?" His voice suddenly hardened, but they were not weak at all. With a serious expression and his arms crossed, Hugrop said, "Yeah, it seems that even in this modern era, there are still people who can defeat us. Moreover, their deaths make things even more difficult." The vampire asked curiously, "Why is that?" Hugrop asked them in a stern voice, "Do you know how we are able to exist?" The catfish pondered. The vampire replied, "Isn't it because of the names we received that we were able to materialize?" He answered, "That's right, but I'm asking about how we maintain our own existence." The catfish said calmly, "By using mana to fill these fragile and brittle bodies of ours." "What else could it be?" Hugrop replied, "Exactly." Hugrop then continued, "If we are alone and do nothing, we can maintain our existence through the mana we absorb. But because we've gathered like this for our plan, there naturally isn't enough mana to go around. That's why the Lord told us to gather on this island." Then he seriously explained the reason. "Because a large floating magic stone is buried here." Hearing this, they were astonished, and the green-hooded demon said, "No wonder I can sense a huge amount of mana." His companion next to him added, "So that's the reason." Hiding behind that demon was the Keykeeper, who looked at them in surprise. Another monster repeated, "A large floating magic stone?" The vampire frowned, "But what's the problem with that?" Hugrop answered, "The magic stone itself is the problem." The catfish exclaimed, "What?" Hugrop calmly explained, Originally, that magic stone would run out of mana in 2 months at the earliest. If we were to either infuse it with mana or just leave it alone, it would be able to absorb mana from nature, and its reserves would increase again. But based solely on the orders our Lord gave us, 2 months is an extremely short amount of time. Ju-huk continued. So our plan was to get another magic stone and place both of them on this island to help circulate the mana. And that role was to be handled by Bichwi and Hukwi. The vampire asked they were entrusted with that important task. Ju-huk replied, "That's right, I used my psychic powers to find out." The vampire then asked, "Do you know where they went?" Ju-huk said softly, "I don't know." The catfish said, "They went to the Contractors Association." Ju-huk said slowly, "Tracking information from humans isn't exactly pleasant, but recently." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "A company supposedly working with the association discovered a large floating magic stone. It caused a stir in the media." Then Hugo added, "So they went there to kill the association members and steal the magic stone, but they failed." Hearing that, the keykeeper's eyes widened in shock. Peeking through a gap, he saw Catfish and asked, "So what should we do now?" Hugo replied, "For now, we'll have to halt all activities until we find out where the new magic stone is." Hearing this, the keykeeper fell into thought. Suddenly turning around, the keykeeper dashed outside, and Hugo looked back in surprise. As he ran, he cursed, "You idiots! All of you are a bunch of idiots." After running for who knows how long, the sky seemed to be getting brighter. Sitting down in a deserted room, the keykeeper mumbled, "The magic stone is one thing, but the problem here is what happened to Bechui and Hokui. They were so strong and still got killed, so how can we not be in danger?" The keykeeper frowned in thought, his hand still gripping the strap, and continued to mutter, "If we just stay in one place, we'll run out of magic power and disappear. It's a good thing I left that place." Suddenly, a powerful source of magic appeared right beside him. The keykeeper looked in that direction with a wary gaze. It was none other than Ju-huk, with a slight smile and a sword in his hand. A powerful magical aura emanated from him. Ju-huk's eyes looked excitedly towards the keykeeper. Facing him, the keykeeper gritted his teeth. He looked back with a cautious gaze, stammering, "What is this? Who are you?" Ju-huk asked nonchalantly. "You're the keykeeper, aren't you?" He flinched, his face turning pale. Suddenly, the keykeeper turned around and ran as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Ju-huk stood still, one hand in his pocket, a slight smirk on his lips, his eyes looking at him like weak prey. The keykeeper thought in a panic, "It's that bastard. He's the one who defeated Bechui and Hokui. Otherwise, how could he have found me?" At that thought, he was so scared he could cry, and resolved in his heart, "I absolutely have to run away." A voice whispered right in his ear. Ju-huk said softly, "I've only said one sentence. Why are you already trying to run?" A hand blocked the keykeeper's path. He screamed in terror, "Spare me. I've never killed anyone since I became a constellation." A sword flashed right by the keykeeper's ear. His eyes shut tight, awaiting death. Ju-huk calmly looked at the keykeeper, thinking, "What's this? He's even more boring than I thought. I only scared him a little. I haven't even put on the ring to check what kind of constellation he is." Ju-huk thought, "I just placed the sword behind his neck, and his body is already trembling, with tears streaming down." Ju-huk lost interest, thinking, "But at this rate, maybe there's no need to absorb him." Ju-huk withdrew his sword and asked, "You said you've never killed anyone?" No longer feeling the cold object against his neck, he slowly opened his eyes, stammering, "That's right," and then continued, "Since becoming a constellation, I've only used my power once to open the gate to the spiritual space." He was surprised. Ju-huk said gently, "All right, I won't kill you, so do something for me." Wiping the corner of his eye, the keykeeper asked, "What is it?" Ju-huk said directly, "The gate you created led to the arena, didn't it?" The keykeeper's eyes widened in shock. Ju-huk smiled and asked in a threatening tone, "Can you open it again?" The dark clouds in the sky began to part. Down in the ruins, 2 people were discussing something. Ju-huk concluded, "So, in short, you can't open it by yourself, can you?" The keyholder hesitantly replied, "Yeah," then said softly, "You've probably realized it by now, but right now, I don't have enough mana." He replied, "Yeah, it seems so." The man stared at the ground beneath his feet and said, "With the small amount of mana I have, it's impossible to open the gate to the spiritual space of all the constellations and connect the virtual spaces." The keyholder continued to explain, "Thanks to the artifact, I was able to have the mana of my original self, expand my abilities, and strengthen myself to accomplish it." Ju-huk repeated, "An artifact?" He asked, "So that means you can't do it now, right?" The keyholder replied, Ju-huk furrowed his brow and thought, "Damn it, if that's the case, then even if I absorb him and use his ability with the ring, I still won't be able to do it, because the ring can only help me use the constellation's inherent abilities." The keyholder bit his thumb, frowning in thought, when his eyes suddenly lit up with realization. He asked directly, "We've never met before, so I don't know for sure, but you must be very strong, right? Ju-huk turned and replied, yeah. The key holder smiled and continued, then help me get something. Once everything is ready, I can open the arena's gate. Ju-huk immediately asked, get what? The man said with a bright smile. The artifact fell down here with me. Scene changed to China, on a mountain peak at an ancient estate. A sigh was heard. Yan Lang rubbed her bicep, smiled brightly, and said, it's been a while since I've gotten to stretch my legs like this, huh? Facing her were skeleton soldiers. They held shields in their hands. Yan Lang flashed a menacing smile, raised a powerful fist, and punched straight into the head of the skeleton in front of her. Its face immediately shattered, then its entire body exploded, causing the others to shatter along with it. Standing on the bone fragments, Yan Lang grinned, her eyes filled with excitement. She looked at her fist and thought, so making a contract with a constellation gives you this much power. Turning to look at the pile of dry bones on the ground, Yan Lang thought excitedly, I only used a little bit of my strength and they've already shattered, I can't believe it. She smiled and thought, it's just like Ju-huk said. Suddenly, her face flushed red. It would be nice if he were here. The clouds moved, revealing the dazzling Sunday. The Valhalla training room was surrounded by mountains and forests. Inside the training room, Yan Lang beamed and shouted, I'm back. As soon as she spoke, both sides turned to look at her. On one side were Ju-huk, Choi Aaron, Jo Soyeon, and Oz-huk, and on the other were Adilia, Huk, Mew, and Rogan. Yan Lang was surprised, huh? She looked at Ju-huk and asked, what's this? Why are there so many people? And what's with this weird atmosphere? Did I come at a bad time? He chuckled and said, no. You came at the perfect time, but what took you so long? Yan Lang stammered, I had some family business to take care of. Ju-huk said casually, I remember now, you became the head of the Xiu family, didn't you? Yan Lang was surprised. How did you know? He said slowly, I never miss any important information. She gave a small laugh, scratching her head shyly as she said, it's a long story. Yan Lang explained, my aunt told me to become the family head. Ju-huk asked with a blank expression, oh, the head of the White Lotus Guild? She replied, that's right. He asked again, but I'm curious. I thought you said that. You weren't interested in becoming the family head. Yan Lang fidgeted and stammered, well, it's normal for people to change. Suddenly, Yelena's gaze sharpened, and she turned to stare thoughtfully at Choi Aaron. Choi Aaron looked back with an indifferent gaze. What's this? Choi Aaron asked with a smirk. You want to fight? Yelena thought to herself. The truth is, I became the family head partly because of her. I never thought that making a pact with the family's constellation would make me this strong. Yelena's entire body radiated powerful streams of magic, her eyes flashing. Even though I can't use the constellation's power yet, I still believe I can beat her. Clenching her fist, she retorted, all right, it looks like you're itching for a beating, huh? Ju-huk interjected, both of you, stop right now. This isn't the time to be fighting. Yelena stammered an apology, and Choi Aaron replied, fine. Daniel looked at Yelena and asked, by the way, aren't you busy with anything? Yelena said, I'm not. She continued, because I just became the family head, my aunt is taking care of everything. I usually just focus on hunting monsters to enhance the family's reputation. Daniel smiled faintly, and with his hands in his pockets, he said, is that so? Yelena explained further, with her hands on her hips, as for all that paperwork and bookkeeping, my aunt will manage that for me too. He said gently, she's really kind. Suddenly, Yelena turned to look at Choi Aaron and asked, hey, what are you so worried about? Aaron quickly turned away and said it was nothing. He looked intently at Yelena and said, by the way, it's a good thing you're here. We need your help with something. Yelena repeated his words, the tips of her ears turning red. It's a good thing I'm here, Daniel said seriously. We're planning to conquer the labyrinths. With one hand in his pocket, he asked, have you tried using your skills after making the pact with the constellation yet? Her hands hanging loose at her sides, Yelena replied seriously, not yet. Daniel gently stroked his chin and said, my plan is, I intend to split us into groups of 2, because there are too many labyrinths to deal with, but with your current strength, you could probably handle one labyrinth by yourself. He looked at the power radiating from around Yelena and said, after making the pact with the constellation, your magical power has increased a lot. Yelena wondered, my magical power has increased? Staring at her own hand, she said, I didn't pay much attention, so I didn't know. He added, the weakness of the monsters inside the labyrinth is attacks infused with magical power, and magical power happens to be your strength. Besides, I've been having a headache over the labyrinths in China, so that's the most suitable place for you. Ju-huk pointed at Yelena and said, just use a lot of magical power while fighting to get used to it. She replied immediately, okay, crossing her arms. Ju-huk said seriously, there won't be a boss in the labyrinth, only a labyrinth crystal, and there might even be a holy relic inside. Yelena wondered, a holy relic? He chuckled and said, that's right, just get that holy relic and bring it back here. Her eyes filled with spirit, her gaze showing determination as Yelena stared at her hands thoughtfully. A random thought popped into her head. If it's groups of two, who will Daniel Kim be paired with? Her face flushed at the thought. Following that, images of Choi Aaron, Jojin, and Adelia appeared in her mind. Yelena shouted in embarrassment, "What the heck am I thinking?" Her power erupted, sharp spikes appeared on her fist, and Yelena dashed towards the nearest skeleton. The punch slammed into its face, shattering it, and a powerful shockwave sent the other skeletons flying backward. With an excited face, Yan Lang said with trembling hands and ragged breaths, "All right then." She continued, "Today I will crush all of you, you horrifying skeletons." Then, deafening noises echoed out. In the United States, on a Rocky Mountain ledge, Ju-huk walked calmly with a serious expression, while Os-hyuk panted beside him, and Rogan, taking off his sunglasses, looked at an old yellowed paper as he followed along. Ju-huk asked Rogan, "Are we there yet?" Rogan replied, "Not yet." Ju-huk said calmly, "Even with satellite coordinates and a map, it's still not as effective as the power of light, is it?" Rogan asked. "Light? You mean the ability of that master of the underworld?" He continued. "Only a few special organizations know its exact location, so the detailed location was never recorded." Rogan looked at him and said, "Right now, the public believes that the association is the only power that knows where that giant mana stone is, so this place is an absolute secret." Ju-huk smiled and said, "I feel sorry for them. They just gave up on it and pushed this difficult task onto me." Rogan retorted, "I doubt they feel that sorry. After all, it's just a reserved source of mana. With today's technology, they can create it themselves." Os-hyuk listened to them in silence. Ju-huk just smiled slightly and replied, "I see. Thank you for explaining." He recalled the words of the constellation's key holder, "Please find the artifacts that fell along with me." Back then, Ju-huk had asked, "Where are they now?" The constellation's key holder replied, "They have likely scattered throughout the various labyrinths." The constellation's key holder continued, "Unlike me, the artifacts give off a very powerful mana signature, so you should be able to find them easily." Ju-huk had agreed. The constellation's key holder frowned hesitantly. "Ah, one more thing, please find the giant mana stone for me as well," he asked. "Isn't that just a larger version of a normal mana stone when it's full of mana? It floats in the air and will explode if not handled correctly." The constellation's key holder replied softly, "You are correct." The constellation's key holder chuckled and said, "To create a gate in the illusionary domain, it requires a massive amount of mana, so much that it could cause me to disintegrate if I tried to do it." His eyes flickered with hesitation before he continued. The constellation's key holder said sadly, "I'm very scared." Ju-huk looked on thoughtfully, then suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry." Ju-huk recalled himself saying, "I will find them both for you." The constellation's key holder looked back at him in surprise, stammering, "Really?" Thinking back on it now, it was hard to understand. Why did I say something like that? It's already so hard to find even one. Rogan stopped in his tracks and said, "We're here." Ju-huk snapped out of his thoughts and looked ahead. Rogan said hesitantly, "We've arrived." All three of them stared forward in astonishment. Rogan said, "What the hell is that?" Before them was a giant stone figure in motion, the massive monster's glowing red eyes glancing behind it. The three men stood frozen to the spot, staring back at it. The stone monster slowly stood up straight, fine dust scattering everywhere as it fell from its body. Rogan watched it, unable to hold back his exclamation. "What is that thing, a golem?" Os-hyuk asked the other two doubtfully. "But this golem seems bigger than usual, and why is it here of all places?" Before his question could be answered, the so-called golem had already started to swing its fist. As the powerful fist crashed into the ground, all three of them quickly leaped to a safe spot nearby. With a worried expression, Os-hyuk's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The golem had missed its punch and was now pulling its hand out of the ground. The patch of ground that had taken the punch was now a deep crater. Os-hyuk quietly said, "It seems like size isn't the only thing this golem has going for it." Rogan, beside him, agreed while putting his glasses away. "Yeah, it sure looks that way." The golem retracted its arm, looking at its own fist thoughtfully. The next second, the fist swung out again, this time targeting the person standing closest to it, Rogan. A powerful golden light erupted from Rogan's body. He furrowed his brows and said, "You foolish monster." He then charged forward to face the golem. He yelled out a very cocky taunt, "You have any idea who you're messing with?" The fist of a man and a golem smashed directly into each other, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ju-huk raised a hand to shield his face, thinking to himself, "What was that? Was that Onpan?" Cracks began to appear on the stone hand that met Rogan's tiny fist. The very next second, the golem's left arm exploded into tiny pieces. With its arm destroyed, the giant monster crashed backward, much to the astonishment of the other two. Os-hyuk was amazed, thinking to himself, "That's insane." The stone monster lay motionless in front of him, and the young man couldn't help but think. He punched the golem just once, and its left arm completely shattered into pieces. Is this the power of destruction? Looking over at the middle-aged man, Ju-huk thought to himself, just as expected from a contractor like Rogan. He's truly in a league of his own. He quietly reassured himself, thank goodness, he's on our side. But what was even more surprising was that even Rogan spoke of Ju-huk with such immense respect. What in the world is their relationship? Ju-huk wondered, glancing over at Ju-huk and remembering when they were forming groups to enter the labyrinth. A drop of sweat trickled down his face as Ju-huk thought, I really thought I was a goner, but we actually pulled it off. Thanks to that, I get to witness the power of these living legends. Ju-huk was endlessly amazed. Rogan suddenly spoke up, something's a bit strange. The golem lying motionless in front of him made him suspicious. The shockwave from that blow should have completely shattered it, but it still looks surprisingly intact. Ju-huk spoke up to reassure him, maybe it's because it's so massive. So the force and shockwave weren't enough to destroy its core? Rogan replied, yeah, that's very likely the reason. Just then, Ju-huk suddenly dropped into a stance, then sprang forward, swinging his sword straight at the golem's chest. Clang! The sword slammed into the center of the golem's chest. Ju-huk was completely stunned, staring at his sword, which was now stuck. He wondered, even Lysos can't pierce it? The unconscious golem's eyes suddenly flew open. It raised its head, staring intently at the troublemaker on its chest. Ju-huk gasped in surprise. The empty space where its arm used to be began to shift as golden streaks of light flared up. The stone fragments that had been shattered earlier were now reassembling themselves. Ju-huk's eyes widened at the sight as he watched the giant fist swing out once again. But this time, the target was Ju-huk himself. He quickly raised the sword Lysos to block. The powerful force of the punch directly hit the sword, knocking him backward. Ju-huk forcefully stabbed his sword into the ground, stopping himself from flying further back. Once he had stopped completely, he said, ah, I see. Looking at the golem that was emitting a powerful light, Ju-huk calmly analyzed. That walking rock must have absorbed that massive floating magic stone. The other two were stunned and asked one after another, what? Ah, Ju-huk stood protectively in front of them and asked, you need to cast an anti-magic spell to block that stone pillar's existence, right? Rogan replied, yes, we have a contractor casting a spell on it. Ju-huk continued, but honestly, it would be extremely difficult to completely block the existence of that magic stone. The amount of magic it contains makes that nearly impossible. Hearing this, Rogan was very skeptical and retorted, but I can't feel any magical power at all? Ju-huk answered, that's because the contractors did their best to prevent humans from detecting it. This sentence directly silenced Rogan. Ju-huk continued, but it's different from creatures made of magic. Looking at the aggressive monster before him, Ju-huk stated firmly, it was able to come here because it can sense even the faintest remnants of magic. Ju-huk glanced at the golem in confusion and said, so when I saw it digging in the ground earlier, Ju-huk finished his sentence for him, it was actually trying to absorb the excess magic and channel it through the magic stone. That's also why the sharp decrease in the number of other monsters around here is definitely because it killed them all. After saying that, Ju-huk thought to himself, still, this is surprising. It got this big just by absorbing faint remnants of magic? Then that massive floating magic stone must contain an incredible amount and quality of magical power. Then, the young man looked at the golem with annoyance. If I had known it would come to this, I would have brought my disciple's skill with me. What a pain. Immediately after, he held out his hand to Rogan and asked, Rogan, let me borrow the holy relic. Hearing this, the man hurriedly searched his coat flap to give it to him. Ju-huk smirked with delight and said, I'll show you a real one punch. Meanwhile, in the labyrinth in England, a large stone cave had a dim light emanating from within. A tired breath was heard. Brad Cat asked with concern, Han, are you okay? The pale blonde girl hesitantly replied, accompanied by ragged breaths, yes, I'm fine. It's just been a while since I've used all my strength like this. That blonde girl was Adilia Ventric. She rested her hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath to continue. Usually, the servants of the family take care of monsters like these, so I'm a bit exhausted. Brad Cat replied, I see. After all, you are the head of a great family. He raised his hand to his black cat mask and said, I also broke a little sweat, since it's been a while since I've fought monsters too. Excuse me. After saying this, the black cat mask was removed from Brad Cat's face. A handsome face was revealed as the jet black mask no longer covered it. This action directly made Adilia Ventric blush in astonishment. Brad Cat let out a sigh of relief after taking off the mask. He was about to relax for a moment, but a movement beside him piqued his curiosity, looking at Adilia Ventric's dazed, speechless face, which made Black Cat suspicious. Thinking she was uncomfortable with him taking off his mask without permission, he proactively spoke up. Oh, sorry, I was a bit hot. I'll put my mask back on. Hearing this, the girl immediately stopped him. No, wait, she blushed and asked, is it okay to take off your mask? Although Black Cat was still confused, he replied, "It's fine. I just have a responsibility to hide my face as the owner of the black market. But today, I'm not the owner here." He gripped his magic staff tightly and continued, "Besides, in a way, we're fellow disciples, right? I think it's okay between fellow disciples." Adilia Ventric stammered in reply, "Oh, I see." She recalled the time Ju-huk assigned her the job and thought to herself, she had actually felt conflicted when Ju-huk told her to enter the maze, saying it was an extension of her combat training. But this moment washed all of that away. Thinking about it, she shyly touched her face and said to Black Cat, "Well then, from now on, could you show your face more often?" The hand that was about to put on the mask paused upon hearing her words, his cheeks slightly flushed. Black Cat replied, "All right, I'll keep that in mind." Just then, a yellow control panel appeared. The performer said, "Can't you two hurry it up a bit?" Another dark blue control panel appeared. Not to be outdone, the ruler of the underworld said angrily, "Shouldn't we be carrying out our master's orders instead of flirting, Adilia Ventric?" Startled by the content on the yellow screen, Black Cat also saw the angry message addressed to him and hesitated to retort. "When did I ever do that?" "All right," he shyly turned to his teammate and said, "I think we've been taking a break for a bit too long." Adilia Ventric also blushed and replied, "You're right." He put on his mask and said, "Then let's get going." Adilia Ventric agreed, and the two of them continued to dash forward. On the giant monster's side, at this moment, the golem bent its arm, its whole body radiating killing intent, and threw another punch at the ground, which Ju-huk managed to dodge by jumping. He leaped towards his two teammates with a serious expression. "Pay attention, Rogan." Ju-huk's call raised his spirits. Glancing at a string of beads worn on his ear, Ju-huk smirked and said, "This is how you use the one punch." The golem's powerful descending fists slowed down slightly, as it sensed the movement on this side. The stone monster frowned, turned to look at them, and swung a fist towards Ju-huk at high speed. A deafening sound echoed. Ju-huk was stunned, and Rogan was hardly any calmer than him. Ju-huk's swing sent the stone monster flying and even dented the space behind it. He retracted his arm, remarking amidst the astonishment of the man behind him, "Just as expected. The power of this fist art is truly immense. It's been a while since I've thrown some real punches." Rogan was astounded by this result. He couldn't help but think, was that the one punch? He completely destroyed the golem and the mountain behind it. So this is the true power of destruction? Ju-huk didn't let Rogan think any further, placing the beads in his hand and saying, "Here, it's quite useful." Rogan quickly accepted it and said, "My pleasure." Staring at the string of beads in his hand, Rogan was lost in thought. Could it be that I still haven't used my inherent power to its full potential? He quickly called out, "The young man who looks even younger than me, Mr. Ju-huk?" Ju-huk responded with a "huh?" And Rogan stood up straight and spoke in a serious tone. "If you're planning on coming back, could you teach me that one punch?" Ju-huk turned to stare at him for a moment. Then, as if he had found a kindred spirit, he smiled brightly and made a promise. "No problem. If we find one more giant magic stone, I'll teach you," Ju-huk said, then pointed forward. Rogan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Another one? Of course. The Association's alliance has one too, so we just need to take that one." Ju-huk quickly replied, "Good. If everything goes well, I'll return one." Rogan hesitantly repeated, "If everything goes well?" Without pausing for too long, Rogan continued, "I understand. As I said before, I think we can replace it with an artificial storage system." Ju-huk chuckled, pointed behind him, and said, "All right, let's continue digging the hole the golem dug earlier and find the magic stone." "I had a feeling this would happen, so I brought some people who can break a sweat." Rogan and Oziak replied in turn, "Understood. Okay." A few days later, in a dilapidated house from which purple light was constantly emanating, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey!" The constellation's keyholder couldn't help but gape at the sight before him. In front of him were 3 magic stones, along with a smirking Ju-huk, who said, "I've brought the treasures and the giant floating magic stone." The constellation's keyholder couldn't help but ask again, "You really brought all of them? And all 3 stones too?" Ju-huk calmly stated, "I brought 3 just in case," recalling the scene of the former guardian handing over his stone. Ju-huk thought to himself, "Yeah, 2 are from Rogan and 1 is thanks to Sosumi. They said that stone is used to receive orders from Sosumi, or something." The next second, he spoke and handed the bag he had been carrying on his shoulder to the kid in front of him. "Here, these treasures." The constellation's keyholder hesitated and replied, "Ah, right." Opening the bag to take a look, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Everything is here. I really didn't expect you to collect everything so quickly." "All right, this is enough to open the arena." Hearing the confirmation from the kid, Ju-huk happily asked back, "Really?" The constellation's keyholder clutched the cloth bag in his hand and continued. To be precise, the term arena was coined by the Lord of the Labyrinth. In reality, it's just a large tomb. "I'll prepare to open the door that connects the virtual realms." Looking over at the 3 magic stones, the kid said, somewhat at a loss for words, "And thank you for bringing spare stones." But looking at the amount of mana each stone contains, I think one is enough. However, Ju-huk refuted his words. Don't worry about them. They have their own uses. The keyholder asked doubtfully. Huh. Suddenly, Ju-huk turned to ask about something else. Huh. There are other constellations that have descended to conquer, on the Lord's orders, right? That question made the keyholder jump. He silently bowed his head without replying. Seeing this, Ju-huk casually continued. If you're being silent out of loyalty or something, don't bother. You think the only thing I know is your location? The keyholder's whole body began to tremble. He stammered. Well, Ju-huk cut him off. I'll use these to deal with them. He looked at the magic stone that was continuously emitting a purple light. The constellation keykeeper whispered, the giant magic stone is floating. What's next? Ju-huk commanded, then hurry up and connect the arena to the virtual realm. The keykeeper immediately complied. Ah, all right. Hearing his compliance, Ju-huk turned to call his man, former guardian. The former guardian in a black cloak immediately appeared and answered, yes. Ju-huk began to assign the mission, order the other guards to watch him until the gate is opened, and prepare Sasimi for me to make a preliminary contract. The former guardian listened in silence, then replied, understood. Ju-huk continued, but in a softer tone, if there's any sign he's communicating with other constellations, then take care of him immediately. The former guardian replied again, I understand. The scene then shifted to another dark area. A hand slammed down on the table as someone angrily shouted, damn it! The owner of that hand was Catfish, and the table he just struck shattered into two pieces, startling everyone around him. Catfish questioned in a low voice, when are we ever going to get out of this place? If this keeps up, we're all going to die for nothing. He then turned to ask Hugo, is there any news from the Lord of the Labyrinth? Hugo replied with his arms crossed. Not yet. There's been no word since we came down here. Veins bulged on Catfish's head in anger as he continued. All the others died for nothing. We can't let that happen to us. Just then, the vampire also spoke up. I agree with him. We can't just stand here waiting to die, can we? Getting some support, Catfish continued with his idea. I think we should go out there and slaughter a bunch of them right now. What do you think? Hugo remained silent. A moment later, a strange voice suddenly spoke up. I think your idea is incredibly stupid. Startled, Catfish whipped his head around, and the vampire also looked back in surprise. Standing beside them was a young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Ju-huk rested his staff on his shoulder, looking at the bewildered group. He calmly said, I've been standing here for a full 10 minutes, but you guys didn't even notice, and just kept rambling on. Ju-huk raised his eyes and said in a menacing tone, don't worry about disappearing on your own, because I'm going to personally make you all disappear very quickly. Catfish frowned at the newcomer. He asked irritably, who the hell are you and where did you come from? The vampire beside him also wondered aloud, I couldn't sense any mana from you. Is that why we didn't notice you? Seeing that the person before him remained completely unfazed, the vampire continued to press, who are you to speak so insolently? Are you looking to die before we even get to you? Just then, Ju-huk suddenly said something out of the blue. Sosimi's ability is excellent, but there's one problem. A faint light began to appear around his body, faint streams of light. Ju-huk said arrogantly, when I conceal my presence, you can't sense a single drop of mana. That's why you're all spouting nonsense, not even knowing who you're talking to. The sword he had resting on his shoulder was now poised to strike. Ju-huk said, you'll find out once I've taken you down, you low-life scumbags. His words instantly stunned the three creatures, Catfish, the vampire, and Hugro. Suddenly, Hugro screamed in a panic, get down. A blinding blast of power shot forward. That blast of power came from Ju-huk's sword. A single swing from him sent the heads of several nearby minions flying. Catfish was also standing nearby, but he managed to duck just in time and survived. After witnessing the man's brutal power, Hugro panted heavily and declared, even though his appearance has changed, I still recognize him. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he continued without a hint of doubt. That's the martial god. The space suddenly fell silent, and the group looked around, startled. The vampire asked blankly, where did he go? I can't sense him anymore. Hugrop immediately replied, that martial god said he'd conceal himself, so he must be somewhere in this building. After he erased his presence, the other creatures were completely stunned. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, slicing a deep gash across an unlucky victim's neck. The glint of a blade flashed, swiftly decapitating a few more. Fear spread, and Hugrop couldn't take it anymore. His body began to radiate mana as he said, damn it, that bastard is playing with us. Hugrop slammed his hand on the ground, creating a purple magic circle, which then formed a square-shaped barrier. The catfish monster asked in alarm, where did you just go? He replied with his head down. He used his ability to create a barrier around this building. Hearing this, the vampire immediately retorted, what good is a barrier against the martial god? Isn't that just trapping ourselves in? Hugrop rubbed his wrist and replied, it has to be effective. Glancing at the two helpless bodies on the other side, he said flatly, "You still don't get why these two died? The martial god killed them." Ju-huk continued to explain, "Of course, it doesn't matter if we die, because only our physical bodies will perish while we will be reborn. However, I won't be able to carry out the labyrinth plan anymore." The next second, a sharp blade suddenly appeared, aimed right between Ju-huk's eyes. A hand swiftly shot out and shattered the blade with a punch. While he was still stunned, the vampire pulled back his fist and asked him, "Are you okay, Ju-huk?" He jumped to a safe spot and replied, "I'm fine. It seems he hasn't gone anywhere. He's just invisible." Ju-huk continued to voice his speculations with a slight smile. "So even if he's concealed, the barrier will still be effective. Everyone can surely feel it, right? The martial god has gotten weaker." This surprising conclusion startled the nearby creatures, and the catfish monster spoke up in agreement with Ju-huk. "That's right. He's not in his original form, but in a new body. He must have been reincarnated or something and hasn't regained his full power yet." The vampire beside them also added, "Besides, if he were still as strong as before, we wouldn't even have the chance to be talking like this. Our heads would have been long gone." As the vampire was speaking, a blurry figure silently lunged forward. A razor-sharp blade slashed down on the vampire's head, sending blood splattering everywhere, as the attacker followed through with the swing. The blurry figure of Ju-huk fluidly readied his sword and swung with all his might, sending a shower of dark red liquid spraying out. The vampire, who was just slashed and thought to be dead, reappeared. "You've revealed yourself again for my clone, martial god." The creatures who were anxious just moments ago were now floating above. Ju-huk smiled triumphantly. Ju-huk reached out and called to his comrades, "It's time. Focus all your power on the clone." The whole group focused their power in one direction, believing in Ju-huk's words. "He's weakened, so we can stop him." A huge explosion erupted. Ju-huk reassured everyone, "I've created a barrier, so just make the ground explode." The flames gradually faded, and smoke billowed up endlessly. The ruins before him allowed Ju-huk to lower his hands, panting heavily. "Well done, you horned one." This voice, like that of a messenger from hell, made Ju-huk freeze. One of his horns was grabbed by Ju-huk, who was leaping up from behind. This time, he didn't rush to take him down, but asked cheerfully, "You said stop me, not kill me, right? I'm very impressed with your foolish little minds. You still knew you couldn't kill me, even though I'm weakened." Having his horns grabbed tightly made Ju-huk extremely uncomfortable. He ground his teeth in anger. At this point, Ju-huk was no longer playing around. He began to raise his sword high and said, "As a reward, I will grant you release." The blade thrust forward forcefully. A brutal scene unfolded in a blur. A scream was stuck in Ju-huk's throat as a powerful surge of energy crashed down, shattering the tiled floor. Ju-huk's comrades, floating in the air, stared blankly at the scene before them. A moment later, the catfish hesitantly spoke up. "Is Ju-huk dead?" The vampire said doubtfully, but he was clearly weaker. Or was it just an illusion? Ju-huk withdrew his sword, stood up straight, let out a breath, and said, "Actually, it's true that I'm weaker than I used to be. With one blow, I could have annihilated all four of you." As if sensing the approaching danger, none of the others dared to speak. Ju-huk toyed with his sword and said casually, "Besides, dealing with you one by one is a real hassle." So, he snapped his fingers with a loud crack. "I've prepared a gift for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a rift suddenly appeared on the ceiling above. The vampire turned back in confusion to look, then said, "What the hell is that? Why is it suddenly glowing up there?" And when he saw clearly what was within that glowing rift, the vampire's eyes widened in disbelief. Two magic stones slowly descended from the rift. Ju-huk stood below, calling up to the creatures. "Pretty cool, right? Giant floating magic stones." He continued, as the two magic stones slowly radiated a surging magical power. They were very common in the old days because you could easily channel mana through them, but I hear they're not used anymore, which makes sense. Seeing the group above, silent and afraid to move, Ju-huk spoke again in a mocking tone. "When it's charged with enough magical power and the core is impacted, it explodes." The catfish couldn't help but ask upon hearing this, "Martial god?" Ju-huk didn't answer the question directly and instead said, "It's been a while. You bastards are a real pain. Let's not meet again." As he finished speaking, he clenched his hand into a fist, and the magic stones, as if on command, began to plummet. As they neared where the group was, they shot right past them and continued downward. The magic stones slammed into the ground. The very next second, the entire area erupted in a massive explosion, shaking the very fabric of space. Scene change: a massive, ancient tree, perhaps over 1,000 years old, had a wooden door at the base of its trunk. Inside was a globe, emitting a flickering, bright red light. A figure was peeking stealthily from behind the doorframe. It was the red-haired female guide. She hesitantly observed the scene inside, as the reddish glow gradually turned pitch black. Her mind flashed back to the cabin in the woods. The hesitant voices of the guide and Ju-huk were heard one after another. "So, to sum it up, that's right. except for the key keeper. Everyone else is gathered on the final island. The guide concluded. From what I know, that's correct. She placed her 2 hands on the table, speaking thoughtfully. I can't assess the situation down there in real time, but the location probably hasn't changed much. Hearing this, Ju-huk stood up and said, "All right, I'll go right away." The moment Ju-huk turned to leave, the guide reached out to stop him. Wait, she asked. Can I borrow the names you've absorbed? Ju-huk asked in confusion. Lend you the names I've absorbed? What? I absorbed them immediately to become stronger, so I'm not sure if there are any left. As he spoke, he began to search his storage ring. Ju-huk handed the ring to the guide. She held out her hand to receive it and said, "Thank you, I believe it's still good." Ju-huk responded and then asked, "But what are you planning to do?" He just saw the girl across from him holding the ring he had just given her. Her entire body emitted a faint blue light. The light vanished, and the guide opened her eyes and said to Ju-huk, "You're planning to confront all the constellations, right?" Ju-huk replied, "Right." The guide continued, "It would be very troublesome if too many constellations suddenly disappeared." She dropped the ring back into Ju-huk's hand, a slender finger raised to the corner of her lips. The guide explained with a faint smile, "I will use the names I've absorbed to deceive the Lord of the Labyrinth." Space and time shifted again, returning to the present with the glowing red globe. The guide gently stepped closer to that red sphere. Then she raised her hand and blew a breath. A thick black aura flew forward, the dark energy from the guide growing more and more. Finally, those streams of energy swirled around, enveloping the red globe. The guide looked at the result and whispered a sigh of relief. She quietly thought, "Good. With this we can avoid surveillance for a while, although there will be signs after the constellations are captured." Suddenly, someone shouted, startling the guide. "Who are you?" The sharp tip of the newcomer's spear was pointed directly at her throat. This young man was a subordinate of the Lord of the Labyrinth. He maintained his stance with the spear and began to question her. "I've never seen you before. What are you doing?" The guide froze, thinking anxiously, "No way. I can't believe I got caught." However, being quite experienced, the guide raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Calm down, I'm not doing anything. Look, nothing has changed at all." The seemingly weak voice of the girl in front of him made him hesitate, but this subordinate still didn't lower his spear. But he began to speak to the guide in a softer tone. "I don't know how you got here, but this isn't a place just anyone can enter. First, I'll have to take you before the Lord of the Labyrinth." The hand holding the weapon wavered slightly as he continued. "Go and explain your identity and purpose to him. The Lord will decide your fate." The female guide raised her hand to block the spear tip. She thought anxiously, "This is bad. My actions will be restricted if I go see the Lord now." She glanced lightly at the young man and decided she had to get out of this situation. The guide turned to face him directly and began to plead. "Can't you just go back and pretend you never saw me? I'm just a nameless constellation who happened to wander in here." But no matter what she said, the young man stuck to his original stance. "My duty is to guard this place and report any irregularities. Stop pretending and come with me." The guide smiled gently with a friendly intention, negotiating. "All right, your loyalty is truly admirable. Why don't you put down the spear first?" Hearing those words, the subordinate of the Labyrinth Lord suddenly frowned. He asked back, annoyed, "Loyalty? I don't have such a thing," he said angrily, then slammed the butt of his spear hard onto the ground, tightening his grip on the weapon. He frowned deeply and told the guide, "Don't make assumptions about me. I'm not doing this willingly. This is just a duty since I was granted this title 300 years ago, without any of my memories." The female guide listened to him silently and thought to herself, 300 years ago, the subordinate of the Lord of the Laby. Kung looked at the spearhead in his hand and continued, "But the truth is, I'm not strong enough to refuse this mission. Therefore, I am just holding on to it." But at this point, he stopped talking, silently conflicted with himself. Holding the weapon, this phrase kept replaying in his mind. Afterward, the Labyrinth Master's subordinate dismissed his thoughts and ordered the girl before him. "Never mind, forget what I just said and follow me." Just then, the guide spoke nonchalantly. "You're confused about who you are, aren't you?" The young man asked back in astonishment. "Did you just read my mind?" The guide replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I have a talent for that." She extended her hand and said invitingly, "Don't you want to know who you truly are?" The young man opposite her asked hesitantly, "Who do you say I am?" Seizing the opportunity, the guide continued, "You said you suddenly received this mission 300 years ago, correct? I can introduce you to someone who might know your identity." Hearing this, the Labyrinth Master's subordinate bowed his head and pondered for a moment. He silently watched the guide state her condition, but in return, "You are not to tell the Lord about what happened today." The guide asked, "What do you say?" The young man remained silent, his mind quietly weighing the options. A few days later, at that same old warehouse, the three of them, Ju-huk, Break Cat, and Adilia Ventric, stared wide-eyed ahead as the keyholder's voice rang out, "It is finally done." A brand new door appeared before them. The keyholder pointed to it and said, "This is the door to the arena." Ju-huk replied in a skeptical tone, "It just looks like an ordinary door." "Does opening it really lead to the arena?" The keykeeper answered him, "No, not exactly." He touched the door and said, "This door leads to another door, which can open up to the arena." Ju-huk asked doubtfully, "It's a passage?" The constellation's keykeeper nodded and said, "I discovered it during my research. There is no direct connection to the arena at all." Hearing this, Ju-huk's group began to seethe with anger. Ju-huk raised his fist threateningly and asked again, "Hey, does this mean everything we did was useless?" The keykeeper immediately waved his hands in protest. "No, let me finish." He raised his hand with a serious expression and said, "There is still a space that the Labyrinth Lord calls the arena. It hasn't disappeared, but its location isn't here. It's above." Ju-huk wondered, "Above?" The keykeeper explained to him, "Simply put, it's where the Lord resides." Thinking of the models he had studied, the keykeeper said, "Remember when I told you the arena only connects to the abyss and the constellations? I believe I was up there too, and the constellation's abyss is also above, which makes a direct connection possible. But after descending, the constellations and I had to use a passage to get to the main hall." He clutched the large key in his hand and said, "But thanks to the items and the giant magic stone, I've enhanced my abilities. When we open the door to the passage, a door to the main hall will also open in the constellation's abyss." Hearing this, Ju-huk casually waved his hand and said, "Is that so? Great, then let's go." However, the keykeeper hesitated. About that." He suppressed his hesitation and said, "It's a passage that twists time and space, so there are many monsters scattered along the way. So what I mean is, Ju-huk pursed his lips, waiting for him to finish the sentence, but after those few fragmented words, he let out a light laugh and told him, "All right, I get it. You want me to escort you, right? I'll do it, so open the door." Hearing what he wanted to hear, the keykeeper immediately returned to his excited state and replied, "Thank you." Ju-huk turned to call the two people behind him, Adilia, Break Cat. They both answered in unison, "Yes." He commanded, "If a door opens in the abyss, tell your constellations not to enter." Adilia and Break Cat quickly bowed and replied, "Understood." Ju-huk then turned to the former guardian, "Tell So Simi as well, former guardian." The masked man immediately knelt to receive the order, "Understood." With everything settled, Ju-huk turned to the keykeeper, opened the door. He raised the key, which was almost as big as his body, and replied, "Yes." The key turned. The large door swung open, and the air from inside rushed out. Ju-huk observed the situation and exclaimed, "It looks intense in there." Then, Ju-huk called the keykeeper again, who replied wearily, "Yes." Ju-huk's handsome face tilted up. He said, "If you don't want to lose your life, stay close to me." The man replied with a start, "Okay." With that, Ju-huk took the lead, "Let's go." Both of them dashed forward at once. Just as they entered the gate, two ferocious monsters charged at them, the large, hairy hand of one slamming down in front of Ju-huk, and the keykeeper, causing the ground to shatter. Ju-huk was not afraid at all. He smirked, raised his sword, and with a single slash, easily cut the first two monsters in half. The two monster heads fell at their feet, leaving the keykeeper speechless with panic. At that moment, Ju-huk called to him from ahead, "Don't just stand there spacing out. If you don't want to die, follow me." The keykeeper snapped back to his senses and replied, "Ah, right." Ju-huk rested his sword on his shoulder and continued the journey. A horde of monsters appeared one after another, only to be swiftly dealt with by his gentle sword strokes, their severed pieces falling one by one, clearing a path for Ju-huk. He smirked and said to the person behind him, "All done, let's run." The keykeeper quickly replied, "All right." Suddenly, Ju-huk's eyes widened in surprise as a new door appeared. On it were several stationary, inactive gears. Ju-huk hesitated. "That door?" The keykeeper immediately answered him, "Yes, that's the door leading to the Great Hall." The next second, the constellation keykeeper looked up in shock as a hairy body fell from above. It was a giant creature with a form that seemed to be a combination of many different animals, and it stood blocking the way between the door and the two newcomers. Its mouth, full of sharp fangs, opened wide, growling incessantly. Ju-huk frowned and wondered, "What is this thing? I've never seen a monster like this before." The constellation keykeeper clutched the large key to their chest. They said in a frightened voice, "It's because this tunnel distorts space-time, so it mutated accordingly." In contrast to the other's timidness, Ju-huk scoffed and said, "And here I was worried that my disciple's ability would collapse this tunnel, so I didn't prepare anything, but it seems destroying it could be fun too." "Step back." The monster didn't let him say any more and began to attack, its giant, veiny hand punching down hard. Ju-huk leaped up, successfully dodging the deadly fist, raised his sword, and let out a slight smirk. The razor-sharp blade slashed forward once more, and the monster's left arm immediately spewed black blood, causing it to let out a loud roar. Its severed arm regenerated quickly and swung towards Ju-huk, who easily dodged to the side, even cheerfully taunting it. "Your regeneration is pretty good. I thought a few slashes would be enough to dice you into 100 pieces." At this moment, Ju-huk's sword flared with a dark red aura, and he said, "Well, that's not enough." His entire demeanor suddenly became serious. The sword swung above his head once more, aiming straight for the monster's arm, as several blinding flashes of light erupted. This time, the monster's arm was severed into multiple pieces, while its mouth gaped open and it began to shriek. Ju-huk seized the opportunity and leaped high into the air, his blade moving in a brilliant streak of light that passed through the hairy monster's open mouth. With a swish, as Ju-huk landed on the ground, the monster's body was sliced into two halves, its massive corpse collapsing and shaking the earth. The Constellation Keykeeper standing behind Ju-huk gritted his teeth warily, thinking that he had easily defeated a creature stronger than any he had ever destroyed. Staring at the man straight back, he wondered to himself, is this guy even stronger than the Constellations? Just then, Ju-huk turned and called to him. "Hey, Keykeeper, it's your turn, open it." Receiving the command, the Keykeeper instinctively became serious again. He let out a quiet in response, holding the large key as he walked step by step towards the gate. Magical power was channeled into the key, causing it to glow with a green flame, and the key was inserted into the lock. The Keykeeper turned it with his hand, biting his lip as he felt the slow change of the door, and then he said, "It's opening." In the domain of Moros, the performing constellation Moros, the bird-masked figure sensed the disturbance and looked up. A door suddenly descended before their eyes, and another door appeared in the same way in the realm of the underworld master constellation, Luminous. Yet another door abruptly fell from mid-air in the domain of the warrior soul constellation, Sosim, and at this very moment, in the realm of the constellation Trefoil, he strode quickly towards the newly appeared gate with a rather joyful expression. It's finally open. The scene shifts to another time and space, as Ju-huk's thoughts begin to surface, along with sensational newspaper headlines. After returning from the tunnel, the world had descended into chaos. My disciples and acquaintances all knew what happened. The door had opened, so they weren't too surprised, but the other constellations were astonished because the Great Hall suddenly opened. As if to prove this, a scene appeared showing the constellations gathered together with bewildered expressions. Ju-huk gripped his weapon, the sword in his hand. The train of thought in his head continued. I tried to enter the illusionary realm with the Sword of Light afterwards, but I failed for some reason. Even when I managed to get into the illusionary realm, the door would disappear the moment I stepped inside. Ju-huk's face was absent-minded as he looked around, thinking of his disciples. While my disciples used the door to enter the Great Hall and gather in a single illusionary realm, I couldn't even get into the illusionary realm, let alone the Great Hall. I even asked the Keykeeper. Ju-huk recalled the short man's hesitant reply. Could it be that the Great Hall won't accept you because it was created by the Labyrinth Lord? Then, he quickly decided, but to find out more, I'll have to ask for guidance. Looking at the red sword in his hand, Ju-huk cursed inwardly. Thanks to that damn Labyrinth Lord, the biggest obstacle of my life, I can't even gather with my disciples in one place. I don't even know who is inside the Sword of Light. Ju-huk stood still on the spot, continuing to ponder. Even someone as stoic as me isn't allowed to meet all my disciples. The dark red sword began to emit a glow. Surrounded by billowing auras of the same color, he continued to think to himself, besides, I was planning on entering the Great Hall anyway, to find the door leading to the constellation's illusionary realm inside the sword, to see if he was his disciple or not. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, causing Yu-hee to widen his eyes. Wait, all the disciples can enter the Great Hall, can't they? Then I'll try taking a detour. At that thought, Yu-hee curled his lips into a cunning smile. In the Great Hall, a few constellations were busy bustling about when the teleportation gate opened. Moron walked in wearing a cold mask when a questioning voice caught her attention. Why are you so late, kid? The owner of that voice was Luminous, and she continued, We're all here already. Beside her, Sosimi stood timidly and greeted, Senior. Just then, Moron and Luminous started bickering nonstop. Hey kid, is that how you talk to a senior? Are you crazy? Senior my ass. You only became a disciple a few weeks before me, so what? Do you want to get a taste of the skills of the first disciple, who was just a few weeks ahead of you? I dare you. I'll slash through space and make you a little shorter. Sosimi stood to the side, awkwardly unsure of what to do. Watching the two of them bicker endlessly in front of her, she struggled to say, Please stop. This isn't the time to be fighting. We have to carry out our master's orders. At the mention of their master, both Moron and Luminous froze simultaneously. Moron was the first to speak. She's right. She does have a point. The other constellations who had been listening to the argument glanced over hesitantly. Luminous chuckled in response to Moron. I think so too. Another one of Yu-hee's disciples then said, By the master's command, the sneakers will take one step forward. Following that statement, Moron casually added, Should we tear all of these guys to shreds? This time, Luminous didn't argue with her, but instead enthusiastically agreed. Great idea. Flashing back a few days ago, Ju-huk stood with his arms crossed and a serious expression, asking, How are things? Is Sosimi okay? On the other side, Moron gazed at the teleportation gate as it opened and a blinding light spread everywhere. Suddenly, the gate slammed shut, and then a voice rang out, "I think I'm okay," but Moran was slightly surprised and didn't answer. Sosimi's figure slowly emerged from the mystical mist as she let out a long, tired sigh. Sosimi bowed her head and clasped her hands. "Senior, it's been a long time." "It has been a while," Moran replied. Meanwhile, on the main character's side, Adilia received a notification that she had arrived. She said to him, "It looks like she's here." He replied, I know." Moran was a bit curious, "But how did you find your way here?" "It's very difficult to get here just by using the teleportation gates." Sosimi explained, "Well, it wasn't that difficult. I concealed my presence, so I could move around the Great Hall easily. And besides, I know the scent of everyone's magical energy." Moran found it hard to believe, letting out a simple "oh." Sosimi continued, "Once the command reaches a certain state, I get the feeling that all 4 siblings will become constellations. So I used the other members to search for them. I couldn't find everyone, but I was able to locate your sacred artifact, Senior." As she spoke, a sword and a scepter appeared one after the other. "I memorized the scent of its magical energy and searched the Great Hall, and that scent led me here." Moran, now understanding the situation, replied, "So that's how it was." Back with Ju-huk, he spoke up. "So Sosimi is in the illusionary realm with Moran, correct? Adilia, let me borrow your sacred artifact." Adilia replied, "All right." She drew her sword and handed it to him, and Ju-huk took it and began to use it. His magical power enveloped the entire sword. A moment later, everything around them remained the same, with no changes occurring. He looked at the sword in front of him, thinking, "What is this? Why can't I enter the virtual domain?" He asked Moran, "Are you refusing my request?" Moran answered in confusion, "Huh? No, I would never." A notification appeared on the screen next to Adilia. "Even if I wanted to, I can't." Moran continued, "There's something strange here, like something is preventing me from summoning you." "There wasn't a problem last time, was there?" The screen displayed an icon, seemingly indicating that some immense power was interfering. "Are you suspecting that some great power is trying to stop me?" Ju-huk said to Sosimi. "Sosimi, you said you couldn't sense the presence of the others, right?" She denied it. No, I believe they will become constellations, but I can't find them on my own. If they were in an active and influential constellation, I would definitely find them. But that's not the case. It's like they're hiding. So I don't know anything. I've searched for sacred artifacts similar to the weapons they used, but with no results." He asked, "So have you checked my light sword?" A notification appeared. "The War Demon's light sword is a sacred artifact that was once very influential. But no one uses a long sword, so I couldn't find anything. Even if I wanted to check now, I can't, because I can't sense the light sword's magical power." He replied, "I see." Ju-huk said, "Even though I don't know who is hiding in the light sword, if there's a chance to find something new, we should check again. Perhaps that would be helpful." Sosimi replied hesitantly, "But Master, the Grand Hall has countless constellation gates leading to virtual domains. How can we find the light sword's gate when we can't even sense its magical power?" Ju-huk gave a confident smile and said, "There is a way." His determined eyes looked straight ahead, his voice filled with authority. "Defeat all the constellations in the Grand Hall, then we can enter any gate we want. You all can do that, right?" Moran, Sosimi, and Luminous received the order and replied in unison, "Understood." The 3 of them appeared in the Grand Hall where the constellations gathered. Moran said, "Let's take them all down." Luminous, full of excitement, replied, "Sounds great." As the 2 moved forward, a voice rang out making them stop. Sosimi said, "Wait, seniors. First, we need to let them know whose disciples we are." She placed her hand on the ground. Then, a strong tremor occurred, and a building slowly rose from beneath the earth and rock. The building had a large sign in front, "School of the Martial God." Luminous's eyes filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh my, you can do that even in the Grand Hall." "Ah, our memories with Master are flooding back." In his memory, Sosimi said, "Once when I came to the Grand Hall, I tried to create a territory. Just like in the virtual domains, I used my magical power in the same way, and it succeeded. That sign makes me feel nostalgic." "Well then, the first constellation we have to deal with is..." Her slow voice and powerful tone made Luminous and Moran curious. Sosimi said in a cold voice, "Ever since I became a constellation, I have recorded all the constellations that dared to speak ill of our master, whether through contracts directly or secretly in the Grand Hall. When the constellation's contract is no more, but to this day I still haven't been able to get my hands on the constellation itself." The other 2 looked at her in silence. Moran smiled lightly and nodded in agreement. "That's right, you're very timid, but you're the only one who pays attention to everything around you," Luminous said with a deathly glare. "Then shall we destroy the first constellation?" The constellations were bewildered by the sight before them, chattering amongst themselves. "Wait, do you see that?" The constellation next to them hesitated. "Yes, that's the Gate of the Martial God, right? When did that building appear?" One of them burst out laughing. "The The martial god died 300 years ago. Why would they still build something for him? I really don't get it. He had just finished speaking when he received a devastating kick to the face, Moron pinning him to the ground with her foot. Behind her were Luminous and Sosimi. The three of them faced the constellations, and the battle officially began. One of them frowned and said, "What? How are you?" "Wait, I know you. You're the fanatics of the martial god." Luminous replied with a murderous aura. "Come on, fanatics? That sounds so creepy. We're just his best disciples, that's all." Power from her palm pierced through their heads one by one. They cried out, some dying before they even understood what was happening. Sosimi praised, "That's a variation of a space-cutting spell, right? That's amazing." Luminous smiled, "Thanks." Sosimi dashed straight ahead. In a perfect zigzag, she created cuts on the necks of each constellation, so fast that they couldn't even react. Moron thought to herself, "I can't let them get ahead of me." She knelt down, a sword in her hand. Her hand tightened on the sword, and she plunged it into the ground. Luminous asked, "Is that poison? Are you trying to kill us too?" Moron said, "Just watch." At that moment, the constellations before them were in agony, some standing, some collapsed. The entire scene was utter chaos. Luminous said, "So you can even choose a target for the poison attack?" Moron replied, "That's right, but it's a bit difficult. And also, look at the guy you just took down." Luminous looked over. Moron continued, "Their wounds are healing. It seems like the constellations can't kill each other." Indeed, the wound on the guy from before was gradually closing. Luminous said, "It seems so." Moron suggested, "Well, that's fine. We can still crush their morale, make them terrified." Luminous smiled, "Sounds good." A series of continuous attacks ensued. Accompanied by countless screams, a young man stared blankly at the scene before him, wondering, what in the world is going on? Aren't they the disciples of Han-Oh? Are they fighting other constellations? The one who spoke was the guardian constellation of the Chojin family, the Blade King. A hand rested on his shoulder, and a voice said, "I suppose so." The Blade King looked to his side in surprise. "Huh?" The other person was the guardian constellation of the Osan family, the Fist King. He said, "It's been a long time since I've seen your true form, Blade King." The Blade King replied, "Yeah, long time no see. It feels a bit strange for you to call me Blade King." The Fist King looked helpless. "Well, what can you do? We've forgotten our names and only have these titles." The Blade King said, "But it's a bit embarrassing." The Fist King looked at the battle before them, wondering, "By the way, who are those constellations causing a ruckus over there?" The Blade King answered, They're the disciples of Han-Oh. You don't know them? Probably not. You've never met them before. Have you heard of the martial god sect? The Fist King replied, "Yes, I've heard of it. Isn't that the sect founded by the martial god?" The Blade King explained, "The martial god you're talking about is Han-Oh, and they are his disciples." The Fist King replied, "Ah, I see." He rubbed his chin and said, "I've definitely heard stories about the martial god. They say he was the strongest in our time, right? I heard he single-handedly dealt with most of the disasters, and all his disciples are also very strong. But this is the first time I've seen them with my own eyes." The Blade King realized something and said, "All right, you were stuck in the countryside back then. That makes sense." The Blade King looked at the sword in his hand, reminiscing a little, his face unable to hide his joy. "The one who taught me basic swordsmanship was none other than the martial god himself. Thanks to him, I was able to create my own techniques and travel everywhere to prove myself. And that's how I met that fist-wielding fool in the countryside." As he spoke, he glanced to the side, and the Fist King replied irritably, "I don't want to hear that from someone who only knows how to use a sword." The Blade King continued, "I was really surprised back then. While I was traveling around teaching people how to protect themselves from monsters, you had already established a dojo and were teaching martial artists. And on top of that, you even taught them unarmed self-defense techniques, right?" The Fist King, receiving an unexpected compliment, felt a bit shy. He scratched his head and said, "Come on, that's really embarrassing to hear." Suddenly, the Fist King frowned, his voice turning cold. "Thinking back, we failed when the Great Annihilation occurred. Monsters poured out everywhere like crazy. All we could do was evacuate those under our protection." An image of the two of them fighting fiercely was recalled. The Fist King's voice was filled with anger. "Somehow, we managed to face the endless waves, but in the end, we ran out of strength and died." The Blade King listened in silence. The Fist King continued, "The martial arts we were taught were to help people fight against monsters and protect their lives. But since we both died, doesn't that mean we failed?" The Blade King nodded, "I agree. That's why even as a constellation, I still dedicate myself to training, to create the perfect swordsmanship." The Fist King replied, "Me too. I discovered that after becoming a constellation, we can become stronger. Furthermore," as he said this, his expression changed and he broke into a smile, looking at the disciples of the martial god fighting before him. He uttered a sentence, "I'm interested in them." The Sword King was astonished. "You're interested in them? Are you crazy?" The Fist King growled, "Not in that way. You idiot. I mean, I want to fight. Even so, it's better not to get involved with them. They're completely insane." The Fist King didn't listen, leaving with the words, "I'm going," before leaping up. He landed hard on the ground, drawing the attention of the three people. An excited voice rang out, "I've heard the stories. You're the disciples of the martial god, right?" He shouted, "Let's fight." Luminous said indifferently, "What's with that hot-blooded idiot?" Moron replied, "I don't know." Sosimi spoke up from behind. "He is the Fist King, one of the protector constellations for the 5 Korean families." Luminous said, "So what?" Sosimi explained, "We've never crossed paths, because he had nothing to do with us. But after becoming a constellation, he grew stronger and became the protector of the Osan family, helping them secure a position as one of the 5 great families." Luminous asked doubtfully, "We were planning to suppress all the constellations anyway, but why did you come here on your own?" The Fist King pointed and said, "As disciples of the martial god, I heard you became very strong after becoming constellations. I don't get many chances to fight strong opponents, so I thought this might be my chance." Luminous said, "Compared to our master, our skills aren't even worth the dust on his fingernail." Sosimi, her eyes filled with a sharp glint, replied, "Exactly. The word strong can only be offered up and used to describe our master." The King of Fists was surprised. "Well now, this is the first time I've seen someone get mad for being called strong. So, will you ladies fight me? Show me what the disciples of the martial god are capable of." His challenging demeanor angered Luminous. She frowned. "How impudent. We should split him in 2. Before she could finish, Moron said, "Wait, I'll handle him." A sword materialized in her palm. Luminous was surprised. "What?" Moron said calmly. "He's not one of the martial god sect fanatics. He knows we are the master's disciples. If we avoid him or deal with him half-heartedly, it will tarnish our master's reputation. Of course, with the master's teachings I will win, but I will show him something, because I am his disciple." Her entire body began to radiate an incredibly fierce power, the martial god style. The King of Fists also got into his stance. He replied, "All right, now that's more like it." The two of them stared each other down. Luminous remarked, "Against a brute like him, we could just hit him with poison from a distance and win without lifting a finger. She's being too kind, taking this so seriously." Then Sosimi timidly said, "To be honest, I'm a little worried. I don't doubt her abilities, but we can't ignore the weight difference. Since I'm used to fighting without weapons, it would have been better if I had stepped up." Luminous crossed her arms and replied, "Don't worry. I may not like her, but that kid is still strong even without a weapon." Moron got into a ready stance. This time, she wouldn't use a weapon. She would fight barehanded. Her feet stomped hard on the ground, sending pebbles flying. Moron initiated the fight, throwing a punch toward the King of Fists. He thought, a power punch from a defensive stance, but with her small frame, even if she uses that stance, the punch won't be strong enough. Moron kept her eyes fixed on the King of Fists, thinking further. "Come on. There's almost no magic infused in this technique. I should try taking it head on." He crossed his arms in front of his chest, ready to receive Moron's punch. Her fist made contact with his arms. The King of Fists smirked and thought, "What's this? This is nothing." Suddenly, his own arms slammed into his face, and he screamed. Moron's blow was truly powerful. You could see that the punch had caused an explosion. The King of Fists was sent flying. He thought to himself, "I was careless. It was clearly a power punch, but the moment it reached me, it became a close-range fist." Instead of using her forward leg for the power punch, she shifted the power to her other leg. She didn't just use her own body weight, but also used the ground as support to amplify her power. Her martial arts sense is insane. Below, Moron stood as steady as a mountain. The King of Fists laughed. "Good. Now that's more like it. I've grasped your power, so I'll go all out too." He gathered his strength, aimed at her position, and struck down. "Take this." An explosion erupted below, and the entire scene was covered in a thick cloud of dust. Sosimi and Luminous, standing nearby, had to cover their faces. Sosimi analyzed carefully. "I think he really is the patron constellation of one of the 5 great families. Even a single punch from him can cause an explosion like that." Luminous said, "However, Master once said this. The bigger the technique, the bigger the opening it leaves." On the other side, Moron had already gotten behind the King of Fists. She raised her leg high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to him. A powerful strike came down. The King of Fists hadn't even regained his bearings and could only scream in pain. Before his vision went completely black, he thought, "Damn it, the back of the neck. The size difference doesn't matter." With a small body, all she had to do was aim for the vital points. Moron's strength was terrifying. That kick slammed the King of Fists' entire body into the ground. Debris flew from where the Fist King was, beaten unconscious, his body covered in wounds, sprawled out on the ground. Luminous crossed her arms and said coolly, "Just as expected, he's nothing special." Moron, who had just landed, also agreed, "That's right." Moron continued, "Now that the nuisance is gone, let's get moving." Luminous replied, sounds good. Behind a portal, the faint figure of a person could be seen silently watching everything. That person was Ba Tre. Witnessing everything, he broke out in a cold sweat. Ba Tre fearfully closed the portal, hesitating on whether he should open it again. Suddenly, Ju-huk's voice rang out. Ba Tre, how are my disciples? Startled, he stammered, I haven't checked yet. Ju-huk said angrily, I had to ask you because I couldn't watch them myself. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ba Tre's face darkened, and he said nothing. He hesitated, reaching for the portal, perhaps feeling the immense power radiating from beyond it. His arm trembled as he thought, so scary, Master Huno's disciples have already started wreaking havoc in the Great Hall. They won't see me as an enemy, will they? The image of them made Ba Tre's inner self tremble. He thought back on how everything he did as the supervisor of the Tower of Destruction was because he was forced. Regardless, those were still crimes, and unlike before, I have no power now. Ju-huk's voice rang out again, aren't you going to check yet? Ba Tre quickly replied, I'm on it. He grabbed the portal's handle, slowly pushed the large gate open, and peeked his head out to observe. The intense battle left Ba Tre astonished. Ju-huk asked, so, how are they? Ba Tre replied, they are as powerful as always. I can hardly see the battle clearly. It seems most of the constellations have already been taken down. Ju-huk replied, oh, so they're doing quite well then. Ba Tre thought, and if I'm not mistaken, they've gotten stronger again. I know that constellations can become stronger through training, but that's a rare occurrence. This is incredible. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Oh, that's Luminous's voice. With a terrifying expression on her face, she looked at Ba Tre and said, long time no see, you piece of trash. So see me worried? It seems our two senior sisters have. Moron said, oh no, she's found Ba Tre. Moron thought, Master gave us specific instructions. We're not supposed to touch Ba Tre for now. Does she even know that? Ba Tre feigned surprise and asked, you know me. I've never met you before. Luminous, brimming with killing intent, replied, is that so? Lord Ba Tre, the supervisor of the Tower of Destruction. I, however, remember very clearly how you looked down on us from the top of the tower as if we were just ants. Isn't that right? Ba Tre recalls that moment. His mouth hesitates as he says, did I do that? Luminous approaches menacingly. I really want to deal with you just like the constellations behind me, but Master ordered us to restrain ourselves. So just go hide in your tiny little room. Finishing her words, she kicks Ba Tre hard, sending him flying back behind the gate. His body slammed hard onto the floor, making him cry out. Luminous warned, we'll remember this door and make sure never to enter it. But if you dare come out, even if I can't kill you, I'll make you wish you were dead. After saying that, she closed the portal. Ba Tre, having yet to regain his composure, sat motionlessly on the floor. On a gloomy and extremely remote island, Ju-huk contacted Ba Tre telepathically. He called out, Ba Tre, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Have you met my disciples yet? Suddenly, a voice called out, hey. Yen Lang asked, why did you summon just us to this island? Behind her were Choi Arin and Break Cat. Yen Lang looked around and asked, also, what happened here? The buildings are destroyed. The ground is shattered. Was there a war here or something? He looked at the ruins in front of him and replied, well, something like that. Ju-huk said seriously, the reason I called you here is to teach you the next step. Aaron replied, the next step? He pointed and gave a command. Break Cat, I called you here for a different reason, so just stand by and watch. Break Cat acknowledged the order. Understood. He turned to the other two and continued, you two have one thing in common, which is that you've both made a sacred contract, and now you're both keeping up with my training regimen. At this level, I think it's time to make better use of the constellation's power, so I'm going to set a goal. Choi Aaron, you're carrying a Wundo sword, right? Let me see it. She replied, okay. Aaron handed her sword to Ju-huk. Here. He took it and said, all right. Ju-huk walked straight ahead with the sword, leading them to a more open area with less vegetation. Ju-huk closed his eyes to concentrate, saying seriously, it's not my style to swing a sword, but a demonstration must be taken seriously. As he finished speaking, he opened his eyes and got into a ready stance, power flowing from his hand into the sword, which emitted a powerful light. Aaron was blinded by the light. She squinted one eye and thought, this is my family's attribute, lightning. I guess Ju-huk can do that with just a contract. He quickly drew the sword from its sheath, decisively slashing towards the mountain in front of them, splitting it in two as the peak came crashing down. As the mountaintop fell, it sent the seawater below splashing up violently. Ju-huk smiled faintly. It's a bit different from Luminous's ability, so it's not very smooth, but you should make that your goal. The three who witnessed the scene were stunned. Break Cat thought, the entire mountaintop just collapsed. Has he gotten stronger since he performed that spatial slash? Ju-huk instructed, all right, calculate the necessary amount of mana along with the perfect timing. Use your constellation and practice in that forest. Aaron replied, okay. He turned to Yen Lang and said, Yen Lang, you also have a sacred relic. right? Let me see it. She answered, okay. She handed him the ice gauntlet. Here. He reached out and said, thanks. He put on the gauntlet and asked, your constellation uses ice. It's a bit tricky to use, isn't it? Let's go to this building. Yen Lang replied, okay. The two arrived at the base of an abandoned building. Yen Lang wondered, the ground here is a real mess. Is this the scene of an explosion? He replied, well, don't worry about that. Watch closely. With that, he raised his fist and slammed it powerfully into the ground, causing ice shards to jut out like thousands of sharp spears. Yen Lang was speechless with amazement. There are icicles here and more icicles over there. In an instant, the entire large building was covered in a layer of frost. Ju-huk said, this is your goal. Yen Lang stared intently, seeming not to have heard him. She thought, forget about creating a few ice cubes. He covered the entire building in snow and ice. It's even snowing, just like winter. After a moment, she finally exclaimed, that's amazing, Ju-huk. He took off the gauntlet and returned it to her. What are you so surprised about? This is the power of your constellation. With enough practice, you'll be able to do this soon enough. She asked happily. Really? He replied, it's possible, if you set your standards a little high. Ju-huk thought, all right, it's time to ask Bray Cat about that matter. Time passed, and in another place, Sosumi looked up, having discovered something. She said, Senior, I think I've found it. The sorcerer's virtual space. Before her was a gruesome scene. Ruined buildings, with blood staining a vast area. Everything in sight was a desolate ruin, with not a single person around. It looked incredibly desolate. Luminous asked if that guy had found the illusionary domain, and Moron wondered as well. Really? The three of them stared thoughtfully at the building. Luminous spoke up. Yeah, he likes things that are red and black. Moro said, even the scent of this illusionary domain is very familiar, but we still need to confirm it to be sure. In that case, we'll have to get through this wall. That should be fine. Let's go. They crouched low and went deeper inside one by one. Luminous was getting a little winded, her breathing quickening, but even though she was tired, Luminous still made a random comment. If I knew we'd have to crouch this low, I would have just blasted a hole from the beginning, but it looks like someone isn't bothered at all. Moron shot her a look and said, wanna die? Suddenly, Moron, who was in the lead, discovered something. They had passed through the narrow passage into a room. All around them were piles of scrap stacked up into mountains big and small, with a powerfully built man sitting right in the middle. His entire body radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Sosumi said softly, Senior sister, that red outfit. Moron replied, yeah, it's our junior brother. He turned around and spoke. What's this? Have the disciples of Ju-huk all gathered. Luminous spoke up. Long time no see, junior brother. What's the deal with this illusionary domain? It's all red and black. He replied, someone like you shouldn't be saying that, my two senior sisters. With that, he stood up. Luminous angrily yelled, what did you say? The eyes of their so-called junior brother grew serious as he asked, how did you all get here? Didn't you all become constellations? Moron answered, the Great Hall opened. We came through there. He scratched his head, thinking, then said, the Great Hall? The arena? It's been a very long time. I don't want to see anyone. Moron was surprised. He said, I fell into despair after becoming a constellation, but when I learned that Master had been reborn, I was overjoyed, yet I couldn't find Master for 300 years. As he said this, he angrily clenched his jaw. Because it's extremely difficult to search for Master in the real world when you're a constellation, I tried to find a way through the relic I was inhabiting. I ordered my keepers, but instead of listening, they were just mesmerized by my power. Moron said, that's probably because your will and strength are too powerful. You should have just kept quiet for a while. He continued, but just as I was starting to feel hopeful, because someone appeared who could handle this power, he abandoned me in a basement. So I gave up and decided to just rot away in silence. Go back. Moron said calmly, in that case, you'll be surprised to learn why we came here. He looked at her in confusion. Moron removed her mask, smiling faintly. We came because Master ordered us to find you. The holy relic is already in Master's hands. He froze, uttering a single word. What? His body started to tremble. So Master has really returned? Moron replied. Yes. Luminous said with concern, calm down. He fell to his knees on the ground and yelled, Master. He then began to kowtow, slamming his head forcefully onto the floor. Sosumi was confused. Is he always like this? Moron replied, yes. She then added, that's why Master calls him by the nickname the Eccentric. He raised his head, revealing a large wound on his forehead with blood streaming down. But this guy felt no pain. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Moron glanced at Luminous and made a sarcastic remark, I still don't get why he didn't give you that nickname, junior sister. Luminous said, shut up. What do I have to do with this? Time slowly passed. He finally stopped, blood dripping down as he panted for breath. Moron asked, are you done? He replied, yeah. That was so refreshing. Thanks. Senior sister, I'll clean up and get ready to see Master. He raised a hand to the wound on his forehead. Moron said her goodbyes. All right, we're leaving now. See you later, junior brother. The three of them turned and left. Elsewhere, the high blue sky was filled with gently drifting white clouds. At the Contractor Association, inside a room, Rogan's eyes widened in surprise. This is. Ju-huk spoke up. I told you, didn't I? If things went smoothly, I would return it. Behind him were Black Cat and a giant magic stone, and he handed the stone over to Rogan. Here. Rogan was impressed by the stone. He stared at it intently, asking, Thank you, but it's twice the size of the one you received. He replied, Well, what's done is done. I suggest you just take it. Ju-huk smiled knowingly, just as I thought. Back on the island from before, Black Cat asked Ju-huk, Did you call? He answered, Yeah, come with me. Ju-huk thought, If I'm right, this island has a giant magic stone buried on it. Thinking about the characteristics of the constellations that had descended upon the real world, it was obvious. They were all overflowing with mana. If entities with physical forms continuously emitted mana like that, they should have vanished by now. The forms of the vampire, the catfish, and a few other creatures raised his suspicions. Yet they had all gathered here without dissipating. He reached out to use his magic. There could only be one reason. Somewhere on this island, there had to be a giant, floating magic stone that was providing a stable flow of mana to the constellations. It's here. An image of the stone, surrounded by mana, appeared. He was surprised. It's here. Ju-huk ordered, Black Cat, move this mass of earth that's radiating mana. Black Cat replied, Understood. He didn't forget to remind him, Be careful. You know what happens when a magic stone is handled roughly, right? Black Cat remembered, That's right, it could explode. Back in the present, Rogan looked at the stone before him, thinking it had been moved safely and was still intact. How did he bring it here? A system window appeared. Black Cat quickly read the notification. Black Cat called out to Ju-huk. He turned and said, It seems the constellations have found your disciple. He smiled, as expected. So it's the one from the Sword of Light? Black Cat replied, That's right, it's your disciple. Ju-huk said, All right, don't tell me who it is just yet. Since there are no other disciples who use a sword, I want to confirm it myself. Black Cat replied, Understood. Shall we go back? Ju-huk said to Rogan, Rogan, we're leaving now. Visit Valhalla if you want to learn how to throw a punch. He replied, Yeah, thanks. Ju-huk and Bridget stepped into the spatial gate, then they both disappeared. A flash of light appeared in a room at Valhalla Academy. In the middle of the room was Bridget's nameplate. The spatial gate appeared, and the two stepped out. Ju-huk let out a tired sigh. Bridget noticed something strange and spoke up. Who are you? The man in front of them remained silent. Ju-huk and Bridget stared at the strange man in front of them. Bridget spoke up, asking, Who are you? Strangers aren't welcome here, he replied. My apologies, I should have introduced myself sooner. Just then, he continued, My name is Frank Rodmiller, and I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Order. His information was updated. Commander-in-Chief of the Night Order, 5th rank contractor. Frank Rodmiller. He continued to speak. Even the contractors of Europe are awaiting instructions from the constellations. Unlike in England, the great families are the ones who truly hold the power, especially regarding the movements of those families' patron constellations. According to my information, the 9 great families of Europe have contacted each other and formed an alliance. They have also organized a very large force, enough to compete with the United States or our association. The leader of that alliance is my Rodmiller family, which serves the King of Night's constellation, and that is why we established the Night Order. The Ventric family in England has refused to join the organization. Ju-huk and Black Cat listened patiently as Frank spoke. I understand the alliance's background, but I don't understand why you're here. The man replied, That's right. The truth is, I didn't come here just because of the alliance. I came to find a holy sword on the orders of my constellation. Black Cat asked, A holy sword? Fran explained, As I said, most of the members of my family work for the King of Night's constellation, so we are all accustomed to offering a fine sword to him as part of our duty. We have collected swords from all over the world, and I previously received some intelligence stating that there is a sword. At this point, his expression became serious, that can make its wielder obsessed with killing. This is something no one wants. Both of them seemed to understand, and he continued, And that sword is in the hands of the fallen tyrant, Rogan. He recalled the past. We trusted the American Contractors Association, and we also trusted that #1 contractor. However, he disappointed us by carelessly handing the sword over to someone else. It was then passed to the chairman of Valhalla Academy, who is also the master of the black market, you, Black Cat. Fran pointed at Black Cat and said loudly. His eyes radiated killing intent, and his voice was unreserved. I cannot sit idly by while the sword is in the hands of someone like you, so I propose you hand the sword over to us. The knightly order, how about it? Breck's indignation was obvious, even while he was wearing a mask. He said, I've tried to be respectful to everyone, but it seems you've crossed the line. Ju-huk, who was beside him, stopped him. "Don't, Black Cat." Black Cat turned to him in surprise. Ju-huk then stepped closer to French, coming face to face with him. His aura was just as intense. He smirked and said, "Hey old man, you're looking for the wrong person. I'm the one holding that sword." French said, "So you're Ju-huk? I've heard a lot about you. Your achievements are quite admirable. You've caught several criminals, prevented disasters, and you even played a crucial role in stopping the monster invasion." He put both hands in his pockets and replied, "You sure know a lot. Are you stalking me?" French's tone suddenly changed. He said with a trembling voice, "Is South Korea that short on manpower?" He looked at him, confused. French, with angry tears in his eyes, raised his voice. "Why would they let a young boy do so much? It's a national tragedy. I now understand why you have to use that cursed sword." He showed sympathy, placing a comforting hand on Ju-huk's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, son. From now on, I will help you." Ju-huk was so angry that the veins on his face popped. He thought he had met many idiots, but this guy was on another level. He gritted his teeth, staring at the man in front of him, thinking, "I really want to slash him. What should I do? Should I keep my distance? Of course." Meanwhile, French wiped away his sorrowful tears. Ju-huk knocked French's hand away and said bluntly, "Hey old man, if you want to take it, you'll have to defeat me first." Fran hesitated. "As a knight, I cannot bring myself to fight a young boy." Outside the building, darkness blanketed the silent surroundings, while inside, Ju-huk and Frank prepared to face off. Frank made a suggestion. "Student Ju-huk, I'll hold back and won't use my sword. How's that?" His words were clearly looking down on him. Ju-huk said confidently, "Don't regret this, because I won't be holding back." Before this, he called for Black Cat. Black Cat replied, "What is it?" Ju-huk's voice and expression slowly turned menacing. "Take a few of your followers and teach that Night King a lesson for me." Seeing that expression, Black Cat broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, "Understood." Frank made the first move. He gripped the sword at his side and stepped forward. "I'll go easy on you, so try not to lose too quickly." Ju-huk, holding a sword, replied, "I'll go easy on you too." Meanwhile, Black Cat in the background began the task he was just given. Ju-huk gripped his sword tightly and said coldly, "Because I don't forgive those who mess with me." He raised his sword. Without even drawing his blade, he slammed the scabbard directly into Frank's sword, and Frank exclaimed, "Such power." Frank thought, "He's just using a wando, and he hasn't even unsheathed it, yet he's this powerful." Ju-huk, holding the sword with one hand, said, "You actually blocked that, as expected of the commander-in-chief." Frank assessed, "What an arrogant brat." Angrily, he swung his sword down and roared, "I am the commander-in-chief of the Night Order, Frank Rod Miller." The ground where his sword struck cracked, and he said, "Did you think the vanguard of a great family would be this weak?" Realizing Ju-huk's formidable power, he began to use his mana, and Frank firmly gripped his sword and charged forward. He unleashed a flurry of strikes at him, and Ju-huk thought to himself, "Sword intent? That's a lot of mana, a whole lot." With that thought, a contemptuous smile spread across his face. Ju-huk, still holding his sheathed sword, leaped into the air and said, "Of all the people I have ever met," the slash from his sword created a trail of white light. A charismatic afterimage of Ju-huk appeared behind him as a series of explosions erupted, and he continued, "You are the most despicable one." He moved swiftly toward Frank's position, and Ju-huk looked down on him with contempt. "You talk so much about the Knight's Code, or that duty to save the world, or whatever. But the moment you're about to lose, you unleash a mana-filled attack on a worthless kid." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword fiercely at Frank, and Ju-huk grinned with delight as mana radiated from his entire body. With just a bit of force, he sent Frank flying, and his sword was knocked from his grasp as Frank slammed into the wall behind him. He winced and said, "Damn it, his mana blew me away." He collapsed to his knees. His face showed disbelief at encountering a young man who wielded such extraordinary power, and he thought to himself, "What? This is truly surprising. It'll be hard to get my sword back now. I need to contact my constellation." Frank's status window appeared. He stared in confusion as the words "The King of Knights" appeared and then quickly vanished. "You crazy bastard." The window glitched. Frank couldn't contact the King of Knights constellation, and his mouth fell open and his pupils widened, too stunned to speak. The constellation sent a short message to Frank Rod Miller. "You useless oaf." The moment he saw those words, he was stunned. Agape and speechless, Frank Rod Miller cautiously asked, "Venerable constellation, what do you mean by that?" But before he could get an answer, a voice suddenly cut in, "Looks like you found him." Frank Rod Miller looked up just in time to see Ju-huk lunging at him with a knee strike. A powerful strike grazed Frank Rod Miller's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain as Ju-huk calmly retracted his leg. He stopped at knee level, leaving a deep crater in the wall. He chuckled, "Don't bother dodging. It's only a matter of time." Frank Rod Miller was completely stunned, staring in shock at the ruined wall beside him. He thought to himself, "He shattered the wall with a single kick. It would have been dangerous if that had hit me. But then Frank Rod Miller suddenly grew suspicious. What did you mean when you said you found him? Ju-huk nonchalantly slung his weapon over his shoulder and smirked. Who knows? I'd normally explain things in detail, but for someone like you, I have nothing to say. The next second, he attacked directly. Ju-huk's attack was so sudden that Frank Rod Miller couldn't react in time and could only brace himself to block. His entire body was thrown backwards, his heavy feet scraping a long line across the ground. A sense of danger welled up inside Frank Rod Miller. He had not only barely managed to block the attack, but he couldn't even land a hit on him. If only I could borrow my constellation's power. His expression gradually turned grim, but ever since that message, his constellation had stopped responding. What is happening? I can't understand it. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the entire body of the King of Nights constellation was trembling violently, his lips quivering as he whimpered. Grotesque was pinning his head to the ground, using all his muscular strength. To recount what had happened earlier, Luminous was off to one side, biting her nails and pacing impatiently around the room. She was deep in thought. Master ordered us to give the constellation named King of Nights a good thrashing. Could he be one of the ones who already got beaten? Moron looked skeptical upon hearing this. The King of Nights? The other person confirmed, yes. Moron stated, he wasn't among the bunch we dealt with before. Luminous crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow slightly. You know that constellation? The person opposite her nodded. He's the patron constellation of the Rod Miller family in Germany. Based on what Moron knew about the King of Nights constellation, the wielder of the sword-shaped sacred artifact, which contains the loyal knights who have become his constellations, and commands them as his subordinates. Hearing this, Luminous was surprised and exclaimed. Moron explained, although I'm not directly involved, I've always kept tabs on all the famous European constellations. She mumbled, come to think of it, a guy named Frank, who serves that constellation, stopped by recently. He talked about forming an alliance led by his constellation and told me to join. Moron suddenly grew curious. But why are you bringing him up? Luminous simply replied with 2 words, Master's orders. She relayed the order, beat the constellation known as the King of Nights to a pulp. After gathering all the disciples, Moron asked no further questions. She urged, all right, let's head to the Phantom Realm. Soon after, the 2 of them quickly went to find Sasimi. They explained the situation once more. After listening for a moment, she understood the gist of it and nodded slightly. I understand. The 3 of them quickly regrouped and set off to find the next person. This time it was Kwai Dan. After hearing them out, he was a bit stunned, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, what? Time passed. The scene shifts to the Great Void, the Sanctuary of Nights. In a certain room, an enraged shout rang out, I told you, I don't want to be in the same guild as this guy. The bald man across from him yelled back, looking displeased. Same here. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. A sharp retort came back at him. If you had delivered the weapons on time, my family would still be alive. The bald man roared, screw you. If you hadn't betrayed us, the weapons would have been delivered on time. You just shot to his feet. Cut the crap. Then why did you join the alliance? The bald man slammed the table, retorting, because I didn't know you would be here. Suddenly, another man spoke up, stopping their argument. Silence. You are in the presence of the king. Ayeston shot back disrespectfully. King my ass? You think we came here to play knight like you people? The bald man agreed. Exactly. We came here to form an alliance, not to become your lackeys. Both of them suddenly went quiet, as they felt an overwhelming presence emanating from the person in the head seat. The King of Nights constellation's eyes flashed as he spoke in a cold voice. You're being too loud. Just then, a massive crash echoed as the ceiling behind him collapsed. The King of Nights constellation turned around in a daze, only to see a burly figure standing there. Kwai Dan lowered his head, his entire body radiating an intense killing aura as he slowly uttered, you. His face was a mask of insanity as he ground out each word through clenched teeth. You piece of trash dared to defy my master. Everyone present shot to their feet, gripping the hilts of their swords. Who are you? Wait, that aura and those clothes. Thinking of a certain possibility, the man was struck with terror, unable to believe it. It can't be. Looking at the man before her, she stammered out a name in horror. The berserker of the martial god sect. The butcher. The words had barely left her mouth when a massive hand suddenly clamped down on her face. Kwai Dan had lost all composure. His body shot forward with a low growl. He slammed the woman's head into a nearby wall, the immense force shattering the concrete. Kwai Dan showed no mercy, pinning her with such force that she could only struggle in agony, letting out muffled groans. A baseless rage surged within Kwai Dan, and he savagely swung his arm with all his might. In the next instant, everyone present could only watch as the woman's body was sent flying through the air. Kwai Dan turned around. He swung his arm and threw the opponent's entire body into a corner. The thud of a heavy body hitting the ground echoed clearly. After dealing with him, he stood there panting heavily. The Constellation King of Nights witnessed this frenzied outburst with his own eyes and could only stand there in silence, Grotesque wiped the drool from the corner. "Are you the King of Knights?" The man across from him was silent for a moment, before hesitantly replying, "I am." But before the King of Knights constellation could finish, Kwai Dan lunged at him. He slammed a powerful blow down on the back of his head, roaring, "Don't you know how to manage your own contractor?" The King of Knights constellation had no time to react as Kwai Dan slammed his head onto the table. His monstrous strength quickly destroyed the entire table, shattering it into pieces. Kwai Dan aggressively launched himself towards the King of Knights constellation. He unleashed a powerful attack, growling, "Didn't your master teach his dog not to bite recklessly?" The lightning-fast attack caught the King of Knights constellation off guard. Kwai Dan grabbed his head and slammed his entire body onto the table. He had complete control over his opponent. The King of Knights constellation could only lie there flattened, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Luminous and the other two stood outside the Knight's Great Void Sanctuary, quietly observing the situation. She remarked with awe, "Amazing, a structure like that is sitting right in the middle of this vast space." "Really?" Moron pondered for a moment before speculating, "This thing wasn't here when we came to negotiate with the other constellations. The one residing inside must have recruited and formed an entire alliance by now." Susimi, standing nearby, added, "I guess. This building seems to have been erected in the same way I created the martial god cult, judging by its size. It must have taken a whole group of people to build this." She was getting a bit impatient, "So when are we going in?" "Right now, it is likely that only our junior brother is inside." Luminous spoke nonchalantly. "He is probably still worked up. It is best to wait until things calm down before we go in." As she said this, she suddenly felt wronged, biting her nails and muttering, "I did not do anything to Master, yet I am the one being called a mad dog. How infuriating. That guy is even more twisted than I am." Morin found that ridiculously funny. She suddenly stopped, focusing on the sounds around her. "It seems quieter now. Let's go." With that, Moron led the group of three forward. They quickly landed in the target room. Kwai Dan noticed their arrival and spoke up, "Oh, you are here, senior sister." He is almost done talking. He put more force into his arm, coldly questioning the King of Knights. "Why did you order the seizure of the Berserker sword?" The nearby knights were thrown into confusion, one of them muttering, "Is she really the one who formed an entire alliance of martial god cult fanatics?" These words reached Moron's ears. She instantly rushed forward. There are still a few rats left. In the next second, before the knight could even react, a sharp blade was at his throat. The knight next to him did not fare any better. Both were restrained simultaneously. Sosimi had appeared in a flash behind two others nearby, who jumped in terror, their hair standing on end. She warned, "I know you two are not knights, but if you dare stick your noses in our business, I cannot guarantee you will leave with your lives intact." The bald man and the one next to him, their faces pale, moved their lips to reply, "Understood." In a nearby corner, the King of Knights looked bewildered, demanding, "Wait, what do you mean by seizure? Are not you here to crush our alliance?" Luminous did not deny it. "That is partly true, but you were the one who ordered your contractor to find the sword, were not you?" The other party stammered a reply, "Yes." Kwai Dan's brows furrowed deeply, "And right now, that guy is trying to steal my red fang. How ridiculous. Why go through all this trouble as if it is actually yours?" The King of Knights was stunned. "Red fang? So that is the name of the Berserker sword, but you mentioned an order of seizure. I never gave such a command." Kwai Dan leaned in close to his opponent, his face dark as he questioned him. "Then what exactly is that contractor of yours trying to do?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes, his tone carrying a hidden threat. "He is provoking the martial god cult just for a Berserker sword." The scene shifts to Ju-huk's situation. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he took an offensive stance. Immediately after, Ju-huk launched a powerful kick, aiming straight for Frank Rodmuller's stomach. The man could not dodge, taking the full, painful blow. Ju-huk watched with amusement as his opponent fell backward, his heavy body crashing onto the cold ground. Frank Rodmuller hissed in pain, panic beginning to set in. Damn it, the King of Knights is not responding. The unusual signs made him secretly worried. Moreover, he had suddenly cursed right before the connection was cut. A majestic being, how could he utter such vulgar words? Just then, the translucent screen suddenly reappeared. Frank Rodmuller cheered internally. "Oh, my king." On it, the enraged King of Knights was displayed, exclaiming, "When did I order a seizure? I originally wanted both sides to sit down and negotiate." A line of text hit Frank Rodmuller right in the eyes. "Give up the Berserker sword and surrender." He could not believe his eyes. "What is this? What about our pride as knights?" On the other side, Freak continued to forcefully press the King of Knights' head to the ground. As a threat, he roared out a command. "Shut up, apologize to us, and surrender." Frank Rodmuller couldn't resist, smashing his head against the ground and screaming, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Ju-huk scoffed. "What's this? An order from your constellation?" The man, still face down on the ground, helplessly admitted, "Yes." Ju-huk crouched down to look closely at Frank Rodmuller. his voice dripping with sarcasm. How humiliating. You surrendered the moment you were told. He slowly stood up. Forget it. I wanted to fight at first, but this isn't fun anymore. Get up. Frank Rodmuller scrambled to his feet and stammered out a thank you, but was caught off guard by the next words. But you'll have to take one hit first. He was stunned. What? Ju-huk smirked and muttered, if people like you keep causing trouble like this, it's going to be extremely annoying. Immediately after, streams of energy swirled around his fist. Ju-huk chuckled. So you'll have to take this punch, he kindly added, and after this is over, remember to deal with those on your side, who are thinking of messing with me. Frank Rodmuller backed away in fear, waving his hands frantically. I can talk to them about that. Ju-huk didn't bother listening to his excuse, letting his fist do the talking instead. I've had enough of this. The next second, he lunged forward and landed a memorable punch on Frank Rodmuller. Pain shot up his spine. Frank Rodmuller gasped, his face pale. His body went limp and collapsed with a thud, his head hitting the ground once more. Ju-huk pulled his hand back, like a satisfied look on his face. Black Cat. The other party immediately replied, I am here, sir. He gave an order, send that scumbag back where he came from. I'm going to check on the Berserker's sword. Black Cat respectfully obeyed, as you command. Time passed, and night fell upon a secluded forest. A sword was carefully displayed in the middle of the room, surrounded by intense streams of energy. Ju-huk quietly examined it. The corners of his lips curved up slightly. The flow of magic has been restored. Now I know what it is. He slowly touched the hilt of the sword. The thing residing in this sword is. Soon after, Ju-huk gave a faint smile and spoke softly. It's been a while, hasn't it, Freak? Freak was prostrated before him, bowing his head deeply to show respect. When he looked up, his forehead was bleeding, yet Freak's expression was one of pure excitement. Master, Master, it's been so long since I've seen you. Ju-huk laughed. Still have that habit of slamming your head on the ground like before? You're bleeding. Wipe it off. The other man obediently did as he was told. After a moment, Ju-huk looked down at him, hesitating on how to begin. Well, he sighed to himself. This is bad. This is a big problem. It seems this guy doesn't remember his real name after becoming a constellation. Ju-huk hesitated, feeling a bit awkward about using his nickname. But why did I even give him the nickname Blockhead? I mean, he really is a blockhead, but still. Freak noticed the discomfort in his eyes. Are you troubled because you don't want to use my nickname? Just call me Blockhead like before, it's fine, he suggested eagerly. Or you can call me by my constellation name, Butcher, for example. Ju-huk sighed. I'll call you Blockhead, now stand up. He suddenly grew curious. But why suddenly choose a sword as a sacred relic? Haven't you always fought barehanded? Kwaidan smiled. Ah, are you talking about the Red Fang? He enthusiastically explained the reason. In the beginning, you also primarily fought with a sword, didn't you? So I also wanted to choose the Red Fang as a trophy in my life. Ju-huk didn't expect this, staying silent for a few seconds before curling his lips into a slight smile. I see. He shyly rubbed the back of his neck. If this sword can help me find a withered sword, then that's fine. I'll use it when the opportunity arises. Ju-huk softly uttered a sentence. Thanks. Hearing these words, Kwaidan was so moved he was on the verge of tears. Master, I'm the one who is eternally grateful to you. The large man just buried his face and sobbed, his muscular back trembling slightly. Recalling a time over 300 years ago, Kwaidan had also stood before the previous incarnation of Ju-huk with his head bowed just like this. Back then, he had asked with concern, "What's wrong, kid?" Kwaidan used to be very scrawny, his bangs obscuring his face. He mumbled, "Please, sir." His body was covered in all sorts of injuries, yet his eyes were filled with determination. I beg you, please teach me martial arts, so that one day I can make my bullies regret it. Luminous timidly peeked her head out the door. Master, the meal is ready. Her words suddenly stopped. She frowned slightly at the scene before her. Kwaidan was pleading earnestly with Ju-huk. Please teach me martial arts, so I can get revenge on those who bullied me. Moron and Sosimi came out, and seeing Luminous just standing there, they curiously asked, Junior sister, what are you doing? We're ready to eat. Why haven't you called Master yet? She stammered in reply. That kid came to see Master. Moron looked doubtful about the kid. In front of them, Ju-huk stood with his arms crossed, his face expressing refusal. I don't know what you're talking about. You want me to teach you martial arts? That's impossible. Kwaidan pointed behind him and pressed. Then what about that sign? Isn't this a dojo? Ju sighed helplessly. No. The disciples put it up on their own without asking first. He added, of course I'll open a real dojo later, but I can't accept any disciples right now. Kwaidan lowered his eyes, his face filled with disappointment. It can't be. So what should I do? His fist trembled as he muttered in a low voice. I've knocked on the doors of so many dojos because I want to learn martial arts, but everyone just took one look and wanted nothing to do with me. Kwaidan unconsciously exclaimed loudly. Only this place had a master who came out. Ju scratched his head awkwardly. That's because I haven't received any hunting or escort requests lately, so I've been pretty free. The moment he finished speaking, the kid in front of him dropped to his knees. Begging you, sir. Kwai Dan squeezed his eyes shut and tilted his head to the sky, his voice nearly choking as he pleaded, "Please teach me martial arts." He braced himself and slammed his head hard against the ground. Kwai Dan continued to kowtow repeatedly while pleading desperately, "Please accept me, please teach me." Not knowing what to do, Ju-huk could only exclaim, "Hey, hey." In the end, he had no choice but to give in. "All right, I'll teach you. Stop kowtowing." Hearing this, Kwai Dan beamed. "Really?" Luminous bit her finger and muttered, "If you ask Master while kowtowing like that, he'll agree. Maybe I should try that too." Moron grimaced at her. "Are you crazy?" Ju-huk helplessly ruffled his hair. "Just a moment ago, another kid came saying he wanted to fight me to create a sword technique. Now it's a kid who wants to learn martial arts. This isn't something I can teach in 1 or 2 days." He lowered his gaze and spoke softly. "Well, I can give you a little peek anyway." Ju-huk suddenly asked a question. "Do you know where the guys who beat you up are?" The oddball, holding his forehead, answered dazedly. Yes." After hearing that, Ju-huk immediately started rolling his shoulders. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, lead the way. Not long after, the scene changes to a secluded alley. A few guys holding a bag were gathered around, chatting. The one with the buzz cut looked down, carefully trying to open the bag in his hands. The next second, a pile of sparkling gold coins caught his eye. His buddies leaned in to look as well. The bald one exclaimed in awe, "We're loaded." The buzz-cut guy laughed gleefully. "That's right. That kid looked like a beggar, but he had so much money." The bald one recalled with a sigh, "I don't know what kind of bag that brat was carrying. Who knew we'd hit such a jackpot? If he has so much money, he should share it with people who can't afford to live comfortably like us, right?" The buzz-cut guy chuckled. "That kid really put up a fierce fight. Didn't you guys go a little too hard on him?" The long-haired guy smirked mockingly and agreed. Yeah, they were lost in their chatter. They were completely unaware of Ju-huk and the oddball getting closer. Ju-huk inquired, "Are those the guys over there?" The oddball nodded in confirmation. "Yes." The man beside him asked doubtfully, "So what is that they're holding?" The oddball immediately replied, "My entire fortune, the money I saved up by doing odd jobs." The movement from their direction quickly caught the attention of the 3 guys. The buzz-cut one was surprised. "What? Isn't that the kid we beat up? Did he bring an adult with him because he's mad about losing his money?" The oddball angrily pointed and yelled right at the group. "You cowards ganged up on me to steal my money. Have you no shame?" The buzz-cut guy frowned, looking annoyed. "What a damn little brat." He was about to charge forward, but was stopped by the long-haired guy. Wait. He felt a little uneasy. That guy next to the kid looks familiar. In just a few seconds, the long-haired guy's eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed in alarm, "I remember now." He pointed at Ju-huk and said, "He's the sect master of the martial god sect." The bald one mumbled, "I've heard of it too. Isn't it located nearby?" Ju-huk listened to their comments in silence. A vein popped on his forehead. The sign is still up, but they don't accept disciples, and the few disciples they do have are all female. Plus, they all look very strange and are very young. The bald one sneered, "I heard they're strong, but that's all just rumors." The buzz-cut guy got into a fighting stance. "So he's nothing special then, huh?" He mockingly started a conversation with Ju-huk. "Hey mister, you can tell how miserable we are just by looking at our clothes, right? We have to mug people to survive." There wasn't the slightest hint of remorse in his voice. "So, please go easy on us growing kids. That's an adult's job, after all." Ju-huk smirked and replied, "That's if you were actually decent kids." He leisurely began his story. "When I was young, I was very, very poor, completely broke. Even so, I still managed to survive by doing all sorts of menial jobs, whether it was running errands, farming, chopping wood, or even hunting." As he continued to speak, Ju-huk's gaze grew colder. "But I never took advantage of anyone," he stated. "Of course, I also wanted to make easy money. I've wanted to take from others, but in that moment, I'm afraid the time I've spent struggling will become meaningless," Ju-huk remarked cryptically. "If my words don't make you leave that money and walk away," he warned them one last time, "otherwise I'll teach you a lesson, one by one." The long-haired guy backed away in fear, stammering out his words. "I want to back out." The buzz-cut guy frowned and demanded, "What?" Before the other two could figure out what was going on, their accomplice had already taken off. Ju-huk warmed up his muscles, a slight smile playing on his lips. "That kid catches on fast." The freak stared at him in a daze. Ju-huk told him, "Hey kid, watch carefully." As he spoke, he clenched his hand into a fist. Powerful streams of energy were unleashed. This is martial arts. The buzz-cut guy was still stubborn. He swung his fist for a preemptive strike, quit showing off. His fist was easily stopped with a single touch from Ju-huk. The buzz-cut guy was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the man in front of him. Ju-huk casually flicked his hand, sending the man tumbling through the air in a full spin, but he wasn't done yet. He pulled back his fist, preparing for the next attack. A punch landed squarely in the buzz-cut guy's stomach, making him scream in agony. The bald guy froze as he watched his comrade get sent flying backward, slamming hard into a wall. Before the man could even worry about his partner, Ju-huk instantly appeared behind him, flashing a chilling smile. "Where are you looking?" Before the guy could react, Ju-huk delivered a powerful, direct punch, planting his feet firmly on the ground. The impact shattered the ground beneath him. Ju-huk's one punch sent a searing pain through the bald guy's back. The man's face went pale as cold sweat poured down. The bald guy's mouth hung open as he howled in pain. Ju-huk executed a perfect finishing blow. The bald guy was thrown far away, his body crashing into a wall and kicking up a cloud of dust, which slowly began to settle. The bald guy was left lying in the rubble, and not far away, the buzzcut guy shared the same fate, completely unconscious. Ju-huk smiled at the freak. That was just a small demonstration, but this is martial arts. The way to defeat an opponent efficiently with minimal strength. The boy's eyes widened in admiration. Amazing. So this is what martial arts is? The freak mumbled to himself, and you make it look so easy. His next action left Ju-huk stunned. The freak dropped to his knees and pleaded, "I don't need revenge anymore, but please, I'm begging you." He slammed his forehead to the ground with force, begging, "Please teach me martial arts. No, please accept me as your disciple." Ju-huk could only sigh in resignation. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. "I haven't even properly taught you anything and you're already calling me master? All right." At that moment, he declared to the freak, "From this moment on, you are my disciple." Back in the present, Ju-huk closed his eyes tightly, taking a deep breath to achieve a state of intense focus. He slowly opened his eyes, his intense gaze fixed on the item below him. A flow of magic from the sword enveloped the palm of his hand. He thought to himself, what a ridiculous kid. Thinking back on it, the corners of Ju-huk's mouth turned up in a slight smile. I can't believe he chose a holy relic as his sword just because I use one. He thought to himself, it's not an issue for me, since I already have the sword devourer, but I'll make good use of it. Just then, Brock suddenly appeared, surrounded by a faint aura of energy. He reported the situation, "Sir Du-hugh, I have returned after taking French back to Germany." The other person immediately asked, "Good, were there any problems?" Burke honestly recounted, "Not on the way. However, after we arrived, it seems his guardian constellation has stripped him of his power." Du-hugh didn't seem too surprised and asked further, "What about the enemy knights he commanded?" Burke speculated, "They will probably remain quiet." In response to Du-hugh's doubt, the man explained that because the king of knights, their master, is subservient to your disciples. He asserted, even if you told them to work for you now, it wouldn't be a problem. Du-hugh smiled in satisfaction. All right. He silently calculated, if that's the case, then I'm only short one disciple. The scene shifts to another location, where a subordinate of the labyrinth master gently closed his eyes, and not long after, he opened them, looking ahead with a serious expression. Another subordinate was also in the room, and both respectfully bowed to the labyrinth master, who was behind a curtain. He inquired, "How are the ones we sent down doing?" The red-haired man immediately reported, "Only half remain, but their numbers are dwindling. According to his assessment, it seems their levels have indeed increased. But the titled ones we sent were second-rate." As he continued, the red-haired man hesitated. The worrying part is, the ones who returned are titled. The white-haired man standing beside him remained silent as he suddenly recalled something. The guide had once said, "Since we've reached an agreement, I'll let you in on a little something. I am the one blinding the labyrinth lord." Back then, the white-haired man had been completely shocked, unable to believe his ears. "What?" The other person had spoken nonchalantly. "Right now, the labyrinth lord can't see the labyrinth clearly, can he? I'm certain he has glanced at that object or hear about it from you." The white-haired guy was silent for a moment, then continued. "Because there was originally a constellation that reported on the labyrinth, but not anymore." The guide shrugged, gently finishing the sentence. "That's because the name of the constellation sent down as an intermediary of the disaster, right?" The white-haired guy was stunned. "How do you know that?" The other person didn't give a clear answer, only replying with a vague statement, "I'll tell you later. And the reason I'm blinding him is simple." From what she knew, the second-class titles of the Tower of Destruction would. The white-haired man frowned slightly. "Eliminate them all at once? Are you going to send an army of elite contractors to do that?" His reaction made the guide laugh. "What's this? Have you misunderstood?" The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she raised one finger, softly said, "There's only one person." Hearing this, the pupils of the white-haired man contracted. He moved his lips, murmuring, "What?" The guide continued slowly. "In short, that's why I don't want the fact that the titles will disappear at the same time to be revealed, because if they all vanish at once without a clear reason, he will immediately send down a swarm of higher-ranked constellations." She concluded, "Therefore, I will make those marks disappear gradually." The other person nodded slightly, showing they understood. "So, he couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you telling me this in such detail?" The guide looked at him, chuckled softly, and then slowly revealed, "There are 2 reasons." The very first sentence startled the white-haired man. "First, it's because you also hold a grudge against the Labyrinth Lord," she continued. "And the other reason is that the person who knows your identity is one of the individuals I just mentioned." The guide stated frankly, "I'm telling you this early so you can continue to help with the things he does in the future, because I feel like we've become comrades." Hearing this, the white-haired man frowned, clearly annoyed. He decisively swung his spear forward. "Don't play games with me. This is different from what you said before. When you said you would deceive him." The tip of the spear was pointed directly at the guide. She waved her hands and forced a smile. All right, I won't bother you anymore." The guide quickly composed herself and spoke softly. "However, I want to ask you for one last favor." The flashback ends, returning to the present. The maze master looked suspicious. "How strange," he muttered. "If the dispatched constellations were eliminated, then they should have returned as skeletal threads, but I can't sense them." The red-haired man replied blankly, "Yes." The white-haired man recalled the guide's words. "The maze master must be confused, because the titles cannot be retrieved, as we are currently absorbing the constellation titles ourselves." She had asked the white-haired man, "So, please cover for us." He was silent for a long time before finally making a decision and speaking up immediately. "I think they might have gotten lost." The maze master listened silently as the white-haired man explained, "Hasn't this happened a few times before? Sometimes it takes them a while to return after getting lost on the way back from the labyrinth." The master finally seemed convinced, nodding in agreement. "You're right. Although if I searched for them myself, I'd find them instantly. They will surely return here eventually." I was worried for nothing. Immediately after, the maze master gave an order. "All right, I will postpone the deployment of the 3rd rank. You are dismissed." The 2 subordinates bowed and replied in unison, "Understood." After leaving the room, they walked side by side down the hallway, both silent. The red-haired man spoke first, his face full of disbelief. "That was surprising. I didn't expect you to suddenly voice an opinion when you're usually so quiet." The man beside him replied nonchalantly, "What's so surprising about it? I was just answering the maze master's question." He then explained, "Besides, managing the titles is my job, so I was just giving him information he didn't have, based on my experience." The red-haired man frowned and pressed, "So you plan to interfere in this way?" In response, he gave a sarcastic reply, "Don't worry, I won't lose titles like you did." The red-haired man was bitter but couldn't retort. He gritted his teeth and drew his sword, ready to attack. "You bastard." His opponent walked right past him, continuing on nonchalantly, "I'm going to drop by the rebirth sector to check for errors. You should stop getting agitated and do your job." The red-haired man furiously shouted, "Get back here." Not long after, the white-haired man shook off his companion and cautiously looked around, then stealthily entered a room. He walked in slowly, approaching a brilliant red orb, placed in the center of the room. The white-haired man silently observed the points of light on the orb before him for a long time. He reached out and performed a series of operations on a nearby keyboard full of ancient characters. The next second, the entire orb suddenly trembled. The red light flashed continuously for just a few seconds before going out, and the orb suddenly vanished, making way for something else to appear. Immediately after, a large tree rose up, standing tall before the white-haired man. Its branches were heavy with fruit, each one carved with a name, glowing with a faint blue light. The white-haired man's intense gaze fixed on one particular fruit hanging from the tree, and he pressed his lips together. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze intently, his thoughts unreadable throughout the process. The white-haired man tightened his grip on the spear, refusing to let go. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a few days later at Valhalla Gym. Ju-huk looked at the scene before him, ruffling his hair in exasperation. "Although I said I would help, I didn't think everyone would come at once." Black Cat and the 2 people beside him remained silent, their intense gazes fixed on him, speaking volumes. Ju-huk faced the 3 people's eager stares. Black Cat and the 2 beside him were silent for a moment before one of them spoke up, breaking the silence. First was Contractor Alias 1, the one and only, Rogan. He stated seriously, "You promised to teach me the ultimate punch, so I came." Standing next to him was the master of the black market and chairman of Valhalla Academy, Black Cat. He explained, "I remember you said you'd take a look at my stance for using the space / so that's why I came." The last person was the vice head of the Ventric family, Adilia Ventric. Her cheeks were flushed as she spoke hesitantly. "I also came for a similar reason. I once saw you, Ju-huk, use the poisoning ability of the constellation, a protector during the World Championship, so I came here to ask for your guidance." Ju-huk had no choice but to accept all 3, a slight smile playing on his lips. "All right, I'm free today. Follow me to the training room." He led the way with the other 3 following closely behind, while curious onlookers watched them. So Jian rested her chin on her hand and grumbled with a puzzled expression. "What's the deal with Kim Ju-huk? Those 3 are always so formal with him." It was the same way last time. Ju-huk sighed and expressed, I don't even want to try and figure it out anymore. His intense gaze rested on Ju-huk as he muttered in a low voice, but one thing is for sure. He's overwhelmingly strong, stronger than anyone else here, Ju-huk affirmed with certainty. Not long after, Ju-huk led the other three into the training room. They lined up neatly in front of him. Ju-huk got straight to the point, I can't talk much today, so I'll just focus on the essentials. But first, he pointed at the person opposite him, Black Cat. Wouldn't it be easier if you took off your mask? You're going to be sweating buckets under that thing. The other man was a bit surprised but obediently agreed. All right. He raised his hands and removed the mask from his face. The two people beside him curiously watched Black Cat's every move as a stunningly handsome face was revealed. He smiled and asked, Is this better? Ju-huk nodded slightly and thought to himself, and just as I thought, he's annoyingly good-looking. Adilia, standing beside them, stared at Black Cat, mesmerized. Rogan wondered, Is it okay to show your face to us? The other man replied calmly, We're not at the market, so it's fine. Besides, Miss Adilia has already seen my face before. Ju-huk was confused by Adelia's reaction. What's wrong? Adilia. She blushed, her eyes darting to the side as she stammered her reply. It's nothing. But inwardly, she was cheering with joy. I'm so glad I came. Ju-huk began his preliminary assessment, starting with Black Cat. Your physical strength is quite good. The other man was surprised. Is that so? But I'm still not on your level, Ju-huk. He couldn't finish his sentence before Ju-huk cut him off. I've never seen you fight a monster directly, but we've worked together before, right? I can tell just from the way you move. He commented, You'll easily be able to keep up with me if you follow my training regimen. Black Cat blurted out, You're being too generous. He thought to himself, I worked so hard to destroy the labyrinth and eliminate the potential threats to help Ju-huk after his rebirth. It seems all the complaints I had to listen to. That's actually quite useful, isn't it? Ju-huk crossed his arms and assessed him seriously. Your skills are fine, but you're just having trouble applying them. That's all, right? Brackett couldn't deny it, replying softly, Yes, that's right. Ju-huk stroked his chin, lost in thought. Your constellation, Luminous, is one of the more capable ones, so it probably overlooked a few details. I've done the same thing, so I can't really say much. With that said, he suggested, using both martial arts and swordsmanship like Luminous is too difficult, so why don't you just choose one of the two? Brackett seriously considered Ju-huk's suggestion. Lowering his gaze thoughtfully, he said, If I have to choose one. He quickly made his decision. I'll choose swordsmanship, since I usually turn my holy relic into a sword. Ju-huk praised him. Good choice. It's more suitable for spatial slash. Later, we'll spar with wooden swords, and I'll observe you. He then turned to the next person. Adilia, your problem is clearly stamina. She became flustered and stammered, I'm too caught up with my duties as the family head, so I've been quite busy. But Ju-huk cut her off. I knew you'd say that. He reminded her seriously, You're Moji's contractor, so you must know that poison is very difficult to apply. As far as Ju-huk knew, causing paralysis over a certain area or from a distance might be easy, but lethal poisoning usually requires direct contact. Adilia nodded slightly. That's right. He then asked, Have you ever melted an enemy from a distance using poison? Adelia's lips parted as she answered, No, never. Ju-huk made his decision. Good. Let's make that your goal. Physical training is essential to achieving it. So let's start with your physical fitness. What he said next took Adilia completely by surprise. It will take time, so I want you to follow a specific training regimen. Today, let's test the extent of your martial arts skills. She repeated doubtfully, Martial arts? Ju-huk analyzed thoroughly. Do you think Moji could assimilate enemies the moment it awakened? Right? Furthermore, you might know about its sacred artifact, but in the end, it specializes in using finger techniques. He also added that, with its small frame, martial arts are an essential factor. She seemed surprised by this remark. Small frame? Ju-huk pressed. Have you ever learned martial arts before? Adilia answered honestly, Yes, I have learned it before. She explained that one of the former heads of the House of Venice also learned how to use abilities. After this, he entered the constellation's illusionary domain and learned the martial arts that allowed him to use poison. According to Adelia's explanation, those martial arts became the foundation of our family. I heard the application is a bit different these days, but of course, I've learned it too. Hearing this, Ju-huk nodded in understanding. I get the picture. He suddenly made a request. You two, fight each other. Adilia and Rogan's eyes widened in bewilderment. Huh? Adilia panicked, her face on the verge of tears as she whined, Master Ju-huk, you know who he is, right? My opponent is Rogan, the #1 ranker. But to her surprise, he calmly replied, I know, don't be afraid. Ju-huk clarified, there's a huge gap in physical strength and stamina between you two. So Rogan, you can't use mana. As for Adilia, she could use 20% of her mana. Now fight. Knowing it was useless to protest, Adilia could only hold back her tears and agree. Rogan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Ju-huk, Is this match related to my one-punch training? The corners of Ju-huk's lips curled up slightly as he answered slowly. Of course, after this match, you'll realize your own shortcomings too. Ju-huk watched them get into their fighting stances, silently confident. Beckett looked bewildered and curiously asked the person next to him, "Is this really going to be okay?" He was anxious, even with the mana handicap to match their physical levels. Can Rogan and Adilia really fight on equal footing? Ju-huk keenly noticed something. What's this? Are you worried about her? Is there something between you and Adilia? The other person's cheeks flushed red as they stammered a denial. No, I was just asking. He didn't intend to press the issue, just smirking lightly as he decided to watch. Rogan clenched his hand into a fist. His eyes were focused on the opponent in front of him. Adilia seemed a bit more tense. She pressed her lips into a thin line. The very next second, Rogan suddenly lunged forward, intending to land the first strike. He swung his arm high, his eyes glinting with a vicious look. He clearly had no intention of holding back. Adilia, of course, wasn't going to just stand there and take it. She reacted very quickly, successfully blocking her opponent's blow. Not stopping there, Adilia decisively prepared a counterattack. A lightning-fast move was unleashed. Rogan couldn't react in time, and his entire body was pushed back. Witnessing this scene, Ju-huk curled his lips into a slight smile and thought to himself, just as expected. Rogan seemed not to have anticipated this development and was momentarily flustered. How unexpected, he thought, looking deeply at Adilia. He couldn't help but feel impressed. Her martial arts are better than I thought. Rogan calmed down. His body, which had been airborne, suddenly landed steadily on the ground. His expression grew more serious as he lowered his stance, focusing on planning a counterattack. Rogan stomped his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum, and a terrifying pressure was suddenly released. In the blink of an eye, he had already flash-stepped right in front of Adilia. Her mind immediately fell into chaos. He's too fast. I can't block this attack. Rogan threw a punch aimed straight at Adelia's stomach, putting her on the defensive with no choice but to try and block. However, the force of the blow was too strong, causing Adelia's body to be thrown backward, slamming hard against the wall. She let out a pained hiss. Against the wall, Adilia hadn't even regained her footing when she looked up. Her eyes immediately widened, full of shock and horror. Rogan had closely followed her movements, leaping forward to land right in front of her. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself and using all his strength to throw a powerful punch. Adilia couldn't react in time, her face pale, able only to watch as the fist closed in on her. In that hair-raising moment, she quickly composed herself, squinted, and took a deep breath. Rogan, who thought he had already secured victory, was suddenly hit by a full-blown counterattack from his opponent. Adilia swung her leg high and delivered a kick full of power, sending Rogan flying into the air. Not stopping there, she suddenly spun around, preparing a strike with one hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Adilia landed a palm strike directly on Rogan's stomach. The heavy sound of the impact rang out clearly. A sudden wave of pain washed over him, his face turned pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth with a hiss. Rogan hurriedly retreated, putting distance between himself and Adilia. He clutched his stomach, a look of disbelief on his face. Just as they were in a heated struggle, Ju-huk suddenly spoke up to stop them. "That's enough." He smiled brightly at Rogan and dropped a cryptic remark. "You must realize it by now, right?" The other guy was still bewildered and asked back, "What?" Ju-huk had no choice but to expose him directly. "Until now, you've just been putting on a show, relying solely on your ability, Rogan." Ju-huk pointed directly at Rogan. "You've been depending on that ability and just showing off." Rogan, his blunt remarks left you speechless. The mana was adjusted to account for the difference in physical endurance, yet you were still overwhelmed in pure physical combat. Ju-huk smiled faintly. Of course, endurance can be increased through training, so the conditions were a bit unfair. But aren't you curious why you couldn't gain the upper hand against an Adilia who matched your strength? Ju-huk posed the question. Rogan still couldn't understand, but he wondered, is there another reason? In response, he received a confirmation, yes. He then suddenly asked a question, "You've practiced martial arts, haven't you?" Rogan nodded slightly. "I learned it through communing with my constellation." Ju-huk stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I had a feeling after seeing the way you move." To be honest, his next words made Rogan freeze. "You lost because of the martial arts from your constellation's grandmaster." He exclaimed in shock. "What?" Ju-huk closed his eyes and began to speak slowly. "Let me tell you a story. A long time ago, about 300 years in the past, a crowd gathered around a figure. Come on, everyone. This isn't an opportunity you get every day." He enthusiastically pointed behind him. "If you look behind me, you'll see a large boulder," Monk Cobra said, then performed some kind of gesture toward it. "You can all test it for yourselves. It's not fake, and it's not hollow on the inside, so it's a real rock." The commotion quickly drew the attention of Ju-huk and his disciples. He then heard the man's voice ring out, full of pride. "But do you know what?" He gleefully held up a small, round pill, with just one pill that I created using the grace of the Buddha. With that, Monk Cobra unhesitatingly popped the pill into his mouth. Next, he turned to stare intently at the large boulder before him. Monk Cobra slowly closed his eyes, clasped his hands before his chest, and muttered, Amitabha Buddha. The next second, his eyes shot wide open, and he clenched his hand into a fist. Monk Cobra took a stance, swung his arm, and delivered a punch that lightly touched the large boulder. Moron's eyes widened in doubt. What was that? It didn't even look like he hit the rock. Ju-huk said nothing, just silently observing the situation with his eyes narrowed. Monk Cobra's punch created a small dent on the surface of the boulder, but just a few seconds later, cracks suddenly spread out. The entire massive boulder crumbled into pieces. Monk Cobra calmly remained in his stance. After a moment, he retracted his hand, smiled at the crowd, and said, What do you think? I only punched it lightly, and this huge rock shattered. Monk Cobra took the opportunity to advertise, Now, with these pills, even you can possess inhuman strength. He cheerfully offered, This inhuman strength pill costs only 10 coins. The crowd immediately bought it hook, line, and sinker, clamoring to buy them. Give me one. Me too. I'll take one. Monk Cobra laughed with delight. Yes, thank you. Ju-huk couldn't help but remark as he watched the scene. That guy. The ability has shone through. Moron repeated, confused, shone through. He then explained, It's like your poisonous energy, or Luminous's power to cut through space. She thought for a moment and finally understood. I understand now. Ju-huk stated, A person with an ability can make it shine depending on whether they have talent or not. He lowered his gaze and muttered, For someone like me with no talent, who only managed to master a crappy breathing technique, I would never be able to find an ability, inside and die. From what Ju-huk observed, he concluded that some people don't need much effort for their abilities to shine like him. At this thought, he suddenly frowned. However, setting aside that talent, using his power like that to trick people is irritating. Time continued to pass, and the scene shifts to a deserted garden. The Cobra Monk's eyes sparkled as he stared at the money bag in his hand. Well, look at this, he muttered gleefully. I don't know what's up with everyone today. The medicine is completely sold out, but thanks to that, I've made quite a bit. A figure suddenly approached. The Cobra Monk looked apologetic. Sorry, the medicine is all sold out. He added with a smile, There will be more next time. However, the other person silently raised a hand, leaving the Cobra Monk bewildered. The next second, Ju-huk flicked him hard on the forehead. The Cobra Monk's forehead turned red, and his head snapped back. He fell flat on the ground, clutching his forehead and demanding, What was that? Why did you hit me? Ju-huk put his hands in his pockets and spoke casually. Hey, why are you going around scamming common folk? He sneered. And you even chant Buddha's name. Don't you feel ashamed before Buddha, as a monk? Hearing this, the Cobra Monk suddenly jumped to his feet and retorted, Not exactly. His answer left Ju-huk a bit confused. What? The Cobra Monk, with a serious expression, stated honestly, This money is to rebuild the temple. Time passed quickly, and the sun began to set. The scene changes to another location, as the twilight glow covered the overlapping mountain ranges. The Cobra Monk led the way, carrying a cloth bundle, with Ju-huk following closely behind. The one in front suddenly broke the silence, asking curiously, Are those kids with you, your disciples? Ju-huk replied nonchalantly, Not many people can tell just by looking. How did you know? The Cobra Monk's steps faltered for a moment, and he glanced back at him. Then you must be the leader of the martial god sect, Kim Han-no. He added, I've heard the rumors about you, the leader of the martial god sect who takes in strange children as his disciples. Hearing those last words, Ju-huk frowned slightly. Strange children? The other man quickly continued, My apologies for the late introduction. My name is... Ju-huk cut him off directly. Forget it, you don't need to tell me your name. He smirked, I already decided to call you Cobra Monk the moment I saw you scamming people. The other man lowered his eyes in embarrassment and retorted, I told you it's to rebuild the temple. Ju-huk shrugged and replied with a smile. That's why I left my disciples behind and came to check if it's true. He shared, Any other time, I would have been too lazy and just ignored it, but I haven't had much to do lately. Ju-huk stated frankly, I was thinking I'd take the money and return it to everyone if it turned out to be a lie. The Cobra Monk didn't seem to mind. Fine by me, we're almost there. As they continued on their way, Ju-huk couldn't help but ask curiously, You said rebuild, right? The Cobra Monk nodded in confirmation. That's right. He then suddenly blurted out, Actually, I didn't become a monk voluntarily. Ju-huk asked, confused, What do you mean? The other man then began to tell his story. When I was young, my parents were so poor they sold me into slavery, but a great abbot came to recruit monks, saw me, and saved me. Ju-huk was surprised. How did a great master save you? The Cobra Monk explained. He bowed to the slave trader, offered the item he had received that day, and pleaded earnestly. Speaking of which, he was always grateful. Fortunately, because he was a famous grandmaster, the slave trader let me go. Ju-huk was skeptical. He just let you go? That's the first I've heard of those scumbags letting someone go so easily. Monk Cobra didn't seem to mind, smirking slightly. He was an extraordinary person. His name was Grandmaster Hyun-deok. According to his story, Grandmaster Hyun-deok took him in to live at the temple where he was the abbot. So Monk Cobra grew up wanting for nothing. He drifted into reminiscence. It was a small temple, so it was just me and Grandmaster Hyun-deok. What happened next was deeply etched in Monk Cobra's memory as a giant golem attacked the temple. His voice suddenly trailed off. During that surprise attack, he barely managed to evacuate me and died from the golem's strike. The temple was destroyed, and I escaped after picking up the Grandmaster's prayer beads, Monk Cobra shared. Only after some time had passed was I able to collect his remains and give him a proper cremation. At this point, he forced a smile. In the process, I discovered the Grandmaster's Sarira, and I had an idea. I wanted to rebuild the temple where I lived with him, and a stupa to enshrine his Sarira. Monk Cobra summarized, "That's why I've been accumulating funds, even if it's not very righteous." Ju-huk listened in silence for a moment, then mumbled in a low voice. "Is that so?" He suddenly became curious. "Then what about the golem that attacked the temple?" Monk Cobra shook his head slightly. "I don't know. It seemed to be digging around the temple and then disappeared. I haven't seen it since." Not long after, he stopped walking and said with an excited smile, "All right, we're here." Ju-huk's gaze landed on the sign in front of them. "Seichium Temple?" Monk Cobra nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Ju-huk glanced around. "What's this? It looks quite large and stable." The man next to him chuckled. "I rebuilt the gate with the money I saved, but the inside is empty." He made a polite offer. "You've come a long way. How about coming in for a cup of tea?" Ju-huk refused. "No need. It's enough for me that you're telling the truth. I'm heading back now." He kindly added one more thing. "I understand your situation, but from now on, earn money the right way. I know I'm sticking my nose in your business, but..." Ju-huk didn't need to finish the sentence. Monk Cobra understood, scratching his head with an embarrassed laugh. "I'll do my best. Thank you." Just then, a sudden cracking sound echoed. Monk Cobra's eyes widened in shock. He frantically looked around, stammering, "What was that?" Ju-huk, standing beside him, calmly asked with a smile, "Is that the golem that destroyed the temple?" Looking up, they immediately saw a massive golem towering before them. A huge golem stood imposingly before the two, its entire body exuding sturdiness. Monk Cobra's eyes widened in terror. Ju-huk, on the other hand, looked interested. He narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly chuckled. "That's the golem that destroyed the temple, isn't it?" Both of them had to look up to see the entire golem. Monk Cobra looked it over and stammered in reply, "I think so, but it's much bigger than before." As soon as he finished speaking, the golem suddenly raised its fist and aimed it straight at them. A punch tore through the air, sending earth and stones flying in a thick cloud of dust. Monk Cobra hugged his head in fear, but the golem's attack was easily blocked by Ju-huk with just one hand. His other hand quickly clenched into a fist. He raised an eyebrow and smirked coldly. "Still want to destroy the temple, huh?" The very next second, Ju-huk didn't hesitate to land a powerful blow on the golem, shouting loudly, "You disrespectful thing." With just a single punch, he sent the massive golem flying backward, its heavy body slamming hard onto the ground, creating a deep crater. Master Cobra couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in admiration, "That's amazing. Is it down?" Ju-huk casually replied, "No way." He explained that they had to destroy its core. If its core isn't destroyed, it can't be finished off. Master Cobra's jaw dropped in amazement, unable to believe it, as the man beside him asked, "You'd say it's much bigger now, wouldn't you, kid?" "No wonder, it looks so sturdy." Ju-huk revealed a little. It got bigger by absorbing mana from the temple's mana stone. Master Cobra was confused. A mana stone? The man slowly analyzed. Based on the temple's name, I think the head monk must have known that there was likely a large mana stone underground, according to my speculation. An ordinary person would have a hard time knowing that this is a monster powered by mana. It most likely attacked after sensing the strong source of mana. Glancing over the golem, Ju-huk then added, "And it's also possible that it absorbed a ton of mana during the attack to grow to this size." Master Cobra's whole body trembled, his voice choked up. "So if we don't finish it off right now, it'll just come back, right?" I worked so hard to restore the temple, yet Ju-huk just casually smiled and said, "Then we just need to finish it here." Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Master Cobra was stunned. "What?" Ju-huk adjusted his posture. "Come on, raise your hands. Get into a stance." Master Cobra was utterly bewildered, his lips trembling as he uttered, "What is it?" Ju-huk's voice reached his ears. "Don't you want to destroy that thing yourself? That monster is the one that killed the monk who raised you." Master Cobra looked at him and hesitantly spoke. "I want to, but how?" Ju-huk instructed, "Remember the technique you used to break rocks when you were selling medicine from this morning? Use that." The young monk was a bit worried, but, "I've never used it on a monster before." Ju-huk decisively grabbed Master Cobra's wrist and corrected his stance. "Then try it today. Focus." Master Cobra obediently followed Ju-huk's instructions, clenching his fist tightly. He slowly instructed, and Master Cobra followed each step. Channel all your magic power into it. As soon as Ju-huk finished speaking, around Cobra Lion's body, a stream of pale yellow energy began to glow. The golem before them managed to get back up, glaring aggressively at the two of them. The golem took a heavy step and swung its arm down for a terrifying punch. In that hair-raising moment, Ju-huk suddenly became excited, urging Cobra Lion, "Finish it." His eyes widened in fear, and he let out a loud shout to muster his courage. Cobra Lion gritted his teeth, braced himself, and swung his fist forward with all his might. His fist quickly collided with the golem's solid punch, and pain shot through Cobra Lion's knuckles. He gritted his teeth, mustering all of his strength. The golem still stood imposingly before Su-hong. It glared and growled, but just a moment later, a sudden crack appeared and slowly began to spread. The giant golem was crushed into pieces as heavy chunks of rock came crashing down. Su-hong remained in his initial attack stance. The solid stone exterior cracked open to reveal a red core inside, and as he watched the massive amount of debris fall before him, Su-hong was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ju-huk didn't hold back his praise, destroying the core in just one blow. "You've got talent." The other party replied with a shy smile, "Thank you." He was well aware that I was only able to do it because you transferred your mana to me. Ju-huk chuckled, "I like that humility of yours." Su-hong looked down at his fist, muttering in a low voice, "If I could have done this sooner, maybe senior brother D.O.K. would still be." These words reached Ju-huk's ears completely. A moment later, he smiled and spoke, "Hey kid Su, want to be my disciple?" Ju-huk's offer was so sudden that Su-hong was immediately flustered. "Huh?" Ju-huk nonchalantly extended the invitation. "I have many talented disciples like you. Join me, and I will nurture your abilities." A smile appeared in Su-hong's eyes as he clenched his fist and mumbled, "A disciple, huh?" However, the answer from Su-hong was not what everyone expected. "I'm sorry, but may I say no?" He glanced back and sincerely expressed, "I want to protect this temple. Even after it's restored, I don't want to leave." Ju-huk didn't intend to force him, so he smiled, turned, and left. "That's a shame, but all right." And so, time continued to pass. The evening sun colored the nearby mountain. Ju-huk recalled that since then, he would occasionally visit Kim Seok Temple to check on things. The kid is developing his own martial art based on the punch he used to destroy the golem. In Ju-huk's memory, the kid worked very hard to develop a martial art with a one-hit kill philosophy. One of his disciples was so impressed with this martial art, so they continued to exchange ideas, and Ju-huk helped the kid perfect it. However, there was one problem: the attack was too linear, and he planned to fix it after the kid had perfected it. Snapping out of his reminiscence and back to the present, Ju-huk crossed his arms and sighed, "But I ultimately never got that chance." Rogan frowned slightly, unable to contain his curiosity as he pressed, "Why not?" "Ju," he said, "it was because of the Tower of Destruction." Black Cat's suspicion was confirmed, and as expected, Ju-huk smiled and continued, "After all, this is a good opportunity, isn't it?" He pulled himself together and continued with the instruction. "I'll point out where everyone needs to make corrections, so follow closely." They all agreed in unison. In the time that followed, Ju-huk diligently taught each person one by one. First, he discussed swordsmanship with Black Cat, then he thoughtfully gave a series of pointers to a confused Adilia. Ju-huk didn't neglect anyone, and he meticulously corrected Rogan's mistakes as well. After a struggle in the training room, Rogan stepped forward to express their gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Black Cat, standing beside him, bowed in thanks, while Rogan excitedly shared his thoughts. "I originally just came to relearn the one-inch punch, but I didn't expect you to help me look over all of my martial arts skills." Ju-huk chuckled softly. "I've always regretted not pointing out the flaws in that kid Su's martial arts back then. Start moving more fluidly. Don't just move in a straight line." He kindly gave some advice. Movement is an essential element for both one punch and space slash. So don't just release mana all around you, release it with speed and precision. The other person nodded as if he understood completely. Ju-huk looked at the other person, Adilia. As for her, seeing she was out of breath, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Smiling wryly, he decided to let her recover her stamina first. Rogan and Beckett cheerfully said their goodbyes. "All right, we're leaving now." Adilia managed to utter, "I'm leaving too." Ju-huk smiled back. "Okay." The sky outside had turned to night, and under the bright moonlight, he leisurely walked away. Ju-huk thought to himself, they'll be able to handle future disasters now. He suddenly fumbled inside his pocket, still feeling a bit anxious. The problem here is that those third-floor beings could come swarming at any moment. Ju-huk stared at the ring in his hand, a thought crossing his mind. He told himself, just in case the guide wants a new body, I didn't absorb the second-floor beings I caught last time. But just then, Bachi suddenly contacted him. Kim Ju-huk was suspicious. "What is it, Bachi?" The other person rambled on, "Just tell your disciples this. If they see me in the Great Void, tell them not to attack me." Ju-huk frowned and urged, "Do you think you're in a position to make demands? Why are you suddenly saying this? Speak up." He made his stance clear. "If I find the reason acceptable, I might consider it." Bachi fell silent for a moment, finally making up his mind. "Okay, I'll tell you." Then, he blurted out a cryptic sentence. "It's them." Bachi's tone was filled with urgency. He announced, "The Tower of Ruin. They're in the Great Void." Bachi exclaimed urgently, "The Tower of Ruin? They're inside the Great Hall?" Ju-huk frowned in confusion. "What? Explain it to me clearly." The other person composed himself and slowly recounted, "When I went to scout the Great Hall and when your disciples were forcing the constellations to kneel, I was hiding there. Things seemed quieter recently, so I went to check on the situation again." The sight at that time surprised Bachi, but there were almost no constellations inside. "I thought maybe they had returned to their own worlds, or had gathered somewhere else." Ju-huk cut in, repeating, "Gathered?" The other person confirmed, "Yes, there are some ruined areas and buildings under construction, so they might be gathering there." He had a theory. The recent chaos must have made them act this way, and while I was observing the surroundings, at that moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared from behind Bachi. He was stunned. The cloaked person smiled warmly and greeted Bachi, "Tower Master." Hearing this, Ju-huk frowned slightly. He muttered, "Someone from the 4th floor?" Bachi nodded in confirmation. "Yes. His nickname is the Anonymous Strategist." Ju-huk thought for a moment. "I've never heard of him." The other person explained, "That makes sense. True to his name, he always hides in the shadows to plot and act, and your disciple was the one who dealt with him. So you wouldn't know." A hint of tension crept into Bachi's voice. "He told me himself that he's currently managing the constellations in the Tower of Ruin." Hearing this, Ju-huk grew even more suspicious. "But you said he's from the 4th floor, so how can he lead them?" Bachi honestly recounted. He said it couldn't be helped. "Do you still remember the tower's characteristics?" Ju-huk carefully replied, "Yeah. The higher you go, the stronger the beings there are, right?" In response, the other party confirmed that was correct, based on what Bachi knew. The Tower of Destruction has a total of 6 floors. The 1st floor has very strong monsters, and the ones on the 2nd floor are already strong enough to have earned names. He explained that the 3rd floor is for beings with unique names, and from the 4th floor and up are those with great names. The 5th floor is home to the 4 heavenly kings, who were personally chosen by the Lord of the Labyrinth. In his next sentence, Bachi's tone grew even more serious, "And the 6th and final floor is where I used to be as the Tower Master." He recalled his conversation with the strategist from earlier, who said he had become the leader now because neither I nor the heavenly kings were there. Ju-huk kept walking, silently conversing with Bachi in his mind. Was he the only one you met at the Tower of Destruction? He quickly stressed that so far, yes. Ju-huk suddenly blurted out, "This is bad." His attitude made Bachi anxious, who immediately pressed him, asking why. Ju-huk began his analysis. "If they're in the Great Hall, that means they're still carrying out their duties as constellations somewhere, right?" Bachi acknowledged that was correct. The other party continued with another question. "So how many beings is he managing in the Tower of Destruction?" Bachi was at a loss for words, stammering and unable to give a complete answer. He became flustered over this and finally had to confess that he didn't know. Ju-huk was stunned to hear that. Bachi then recounted that when the strategist saw him, he immediately said, "Please lead us again." As he said this, he suddenly started to panic. "They think I still have my power like before. If they find out I don't have it anymore, who knows what could happen to me?" Bachi paused for a moment, gulped, and then continued, "So I said." He was lost in a flashback. At that moment, he had struck a cool pose, nonchalantly saying that the time was not yet right before running away. As soon as he mentioned that experience, Bachi's breathing became ragged, and he nervously called out the other person's name, Kim Huno. There was no response from the other side. Bachi immediately grew impatient and tried to connect again, "Master Kim Hun-o." The next second, Ju-huk's furious shout echoed. In his ears, "You useless piece of trash." He continued to berate him harshly, leaving Bachi speechless. "If you don't have your powers anymore, you should have at least brought back some information for me. You were the Tower Master, and this is how you behave? Absolutely pathetic. You know how obsessed I am with that tower. I need to know how many constellations are down there so I can make a plan." Ju-huk irritably let out a long rant, angrily throwing the bag in his hand onto the ground. A low voice spoke up. "Hey, you've been bugging me for a while, so how about we take a trip to the world of intellect?" Bachi was astonished and stammered, "What?" Ju-huk's next words made his face turn pale. "It's been a while since you've had some sense beaten into you." Bachi frantically tried to stop him. "You can't, Master. You need a constellation's permission to enter." Ju-huk retorted in a low voice. "Then I'll just have to ask my disciple." The other party was immediately left speechless. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. "Let's think this through carefully first. Except for the ones on the 5th floor, the other constellations are probably still active, right?" Bachi obediently answered, "That's right." Ju-huk stroked his chin in thought. The guy didn't say much, but he did mention something about the beings from the Tower of Destruction descending. He muttered in a low voice, "I'll confirm this later. But from the second floor and up, they've probably become constellations." As if suddenly remembering something, he shot up and said, "Wait a minute. He said the named ones are descending." Bhe continued, "So what does that mean?" Ju-huk explained that when the named ones descend, they will be fully manifested, no longer bound by the limitations of the constellations. They can directly influence the real world. He narrowed his eyes, silently calculating, "Wait a minute. Can we destroy those constellations before they descend?" With that in mind, Ju-huk immediately probed Bhe. "Hey Bhe, what would happen if we destroy this sacred artifact that contains the constellation?" The other party hesitated before answering, "I'm not sure either. I just woke up inside the Holy Sword, so I don't know anything at all." Ju-huk then spoke, his tone laced with a threat. "Is that so? Then maybe I'll just break that sword and see what happens. I do have a spare, after all." Bhe flinched and exclaimed in a panic, "Master, calm down. We can just ask another constellation." Ju-huk irritably ruffled his hair, clicking his tongue in disgust. He was both useless and ignorant. A thought suddenly popped into his head. Actually, Bhe was very strange. Ju-huk thought back. The other constellations had lost their names, so I don't know what they're called. But I know his name is clearly Bhe. He also knew that changing one's perception would allow a person to use their full power in the world of cognition, yet he had no power whatsoever. He considered a possibility. What if Bhe was just his proper name, and his weakness was a result of being bound to that name? The moment this idea surfaced, Ju-huk himself dismissed it. Whatever. I shouldn't be making assumptions. He could be lying to me, and until the truth is revealed, I can't know for sure. After collecting his thoughts, he finally spoke. "Hey Bhe, I have a job for you." The other asked with some apprehension, "What is it?" A slight smirk formed on Ju-huk's lips as he leisurely stated his request. "Pretend to be the Tower Master again. Stay in the main hall, manage the others, and find out how many people are there." Ju-huk instructed carefully. Bhe anxiously asked, "But why?" Ju-huk didn't offer any further explanation, only instructing. "Just pretend you still have your powers, keep them in line so they don't cause trouble, and report any updates to me." Ju-huk's menacing voice echoed in Bhe's ears, sending a chill down his spine. "If you refuse, I will shatter your sacred artifact and let you experience what a constellation has to suffer." Bhe was left with no other choice and whimpered in obedience. "All right, I'll do as you say, Master." Ju-huk offered a token compliment, a wise choice. He thought to himself that he would leave the main hall to Bhe, and tomorrow he would ask his disciple about the sacred artifacts. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the next day. Warm sunlight streamed down on the massive building, as the sound of footsteps approaching the director's office door grew increasingly clear. Ju-huk stopped in front of the door, raising his fist to knock. Hearing the knock, Breckhead looked up and quickly said, "All right, can you wait just a moment?" The person in front of him stood up, leaving with the words, "I hope you'll reconsider, Breckhead. Just say yes." "All right." The other person strode towards the door, immediately locking eyes with Ju-huk, who was waiting outside. Sang-qian's sharp gaze landed on Ju-huk. Calmly meeting his stare, Ju-huk gave a polite nod as a greeting. "Hello. It's been a while, coach." Sang-qian responded coldly. "Kim Ju-huk. You've gotten quite famous these days, haven't you? Allow me to reintroduce him. This is the head coach of the combat department, Lee Sang-qian, who made a sarcastic remark and then immediately turned his back and left. "All right, I'm off now." Ju-huk felt curious. That was Coach Lee Sang-qian. "Did you two have something to discuss?" Hearing his question, Beck hesitated for a long moment, not knowing where to begin. But soon after, he confessed honestly, "We were talking about him wanting to resign from his coaching position at Valhalla." Beck's answer stunned Ju-huk. "Coach Lee Sang-qian, isn't he the top coach?" The other man nodded slightly. "Yes, that's right. He said he's only discussed it with me so far. He hasn't told anyone else." He also added that he plans to stay until the end of the year before he quits. Ju-huk found it hard to believe, frowning as he muttered, "That's not a discussion, that's an announcement, isn't it?" After finishing his story, Beck changed the subject. "So what brings you here today?" Ju-huk was then reminded of his reason for being there. "I have a question for Luminous," he asked. "If a holy relic is destroyed, what happens to the constellation inside it?" Luminous, from within her space, listened carefully to every word Ju-huk spoke and quickly provided an answer. "The constellation will likely be unharmed." Seeing Ju-huk's doubt, Luminous quickly explained, "The spiritual realm of the holy relic will disappear, and the relic itself will become an ordinary object. As for the constellation, it is simply expelled and left to wander." Ju-huk keenly picked up on the word wander, and she confirmed it. "Yes, like a ghost. You could put it that way." As far as she knew, any item imbued with magic has the potential to become a holy relic. As for the wandering constellations, they are drawn to familiar magic or to items they once used, which have become holy relics. At this point, Luminous let out a soft sigh. Fortunately, our old weapons were well maintained, so we were able to settle into them easily. Ju-huk crossed his arms and lowered his head, lost in thought. So that's how it works? I never expected that. Luminous seemed confused. What part didn't you expect? He chuckled softly and answered in a quiet voice. I didn't expect you to know. I was just asking on a whim. Hearing this, she giggled happily. I see. Luminous went on to explain that the first thing I did after becoming a constellation was to recreate the environment where I lived with my master. Her voice was tinged with a dark excitement, a gloomy purple hue, looking as if monsters could appear at any moment. The desolate landscape was exactly as I remembered it. Ju-huk was a bit speechless and muttered, It feels darker than I remember. Luminous then recalled a past event. My first contractor saw it and asked, Lord Constellation, can I make this place more meaningful? Details about him were still etched in her memory. He was a merchant, and he realized that I could link spaces from a sub-dimension, so he opened a shop there. Over time, he brought people over and built a marketplace. As she continued her story, Luminous's voice filled with satisfaction as she described its potential. I turned it into an underworld black market, where merchants and customers began wearing masks to conceal their identities, and thus the market was born. When the age of constellations began, the market started to focus more on holy relics. We would track constellations that were bound to artifacts and descended into them, which is how I came to know about all this. Luminous explained in detail, saying the master of the underworld told her that's how she would find out about this. Ju-huk nodded in understanding. I see. Just then, Luminous suddenly covered her face and exclaimed, Master, I'm so touched. Before Ju-huk could understand what was happening, she struck a pose of infatuation, giggling with her hands on her cheeks. You came to me first, which means I'm your favorite disciple, right? He replied bluntly with a harsh truth. You weren't even the first one. Hearing this, Luminous froze solid, her lips trembling as she uttered, Huh? Ju-huk then explained, Ever since I met So-shin, the guardian gods have been constantly hiding their presence and following me. I asked him first, and he didn't know. He added, Since I guessed nonsense wouldn't know either. That's why I came to you. Upon hearing this, Luminous slumped over in defeat. I see. She then suddenly blurted out a crazy question. Can I kill my junior sister? Ju-huk was at a loss for words. Did you think I would say yes? Didn't you say constellations can't kill each other? As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned and thought to himself, then that means we can't kill those bastards from the Tower of Destruction either, as long as they're still constellations. This is so frustrating. Ju-huk ruffled his hair in annoyance, gritting his teeth as he wondered. Anyway, should I try to find the location of their holy relics? I don't even know what determines where they manifest. Breck spoke up tentatively. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Ju-huk shook his head slightly. No, that's all for now. He rubbed his chin, then suddenly remembered something. Wait, there is one more thing. Breck paused for a moment. Yes? Ju-huk confirmed once more. You said Instructor Lai wants to quit? The other party nodded. Yes, that's correct. The next second, he made a decision that astonished Breck. I'll go talk to him. Ju-huk frowned with a look of regret. It would be a real shame to lose him. Time continued to pass quickly, and it was already late afternoon. The sunlight cast long shadows on the building below, and a few figures sparsely populated the hallway. Lilia, holding a stack of documents, walked slowly as she made an introduction. This is the senior instructor for Valhalla's labyrinth monsters. Lilia suddenly saw something and her steps faltered. The figure of Ju-huk walking ahead quickly entered Lilia's line of sight. She immediately switched into fangirl mode, her eyes sparkling. Ju-huk. I haven't seen him since he transferred to the special class. Could this be fate? Lilia mused to herself, and I'm also suffering from writer's block for my monster thesis. Wait. Seeing Ju-huk walk up to Sang-xian, her whole body froze in surprise. Lilia quickly hid around a corner, peeking out to eavesdrop. What's going on? The instructor and Ju-huk looked so serious. On the other side, Sang-xian was frowning, his face clearly showing his impatience. What is it, Kim Ju-huk? Do you need something from me too? Ju-huk replied calmly. Yes, if possible, I'd like to speak with you privately. The man closed his eyes wearily and finally agreed. A consultation? Fine. He suggested, my office hours are over. Let's go to a cafe instead of the office. Ju-huk naturally accepted. Okay. Lilia, hiding behind the wall, thought to herself, normally I wouldn't pry, but since it's Ju-huk, I'm too curious. Following the two figures from a distance, she silently resolved to follow them. The scene changes to a nearby cafe, its decor a mix of classic and modern styles. Ju-huk and Sang-xian casually found an empty table and sat across from each other. Sang-xian seemed a bit impatient, slowly picking up his cup and taking a leisurely sip of coffee. In the seat right behind him sat a figure in a hat and glasses, their face obscured. He was quietly watching Lilia, pretending to drink coffee, feeling incredibly tense inside. I guess this is close enough to eavesdrop? On the other side, Sang-xian put his cup down and got straight to the point. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? Ju-huk looked him straight in the eye and spoke deliberately. His next sentence made the eavesdropping Lilia choke so hard she spat out her coffee. I heard you're about to resign. The noise she made was so conspicuous that both Ju-huk and Sang-xian turned their heads to look. Lilia quickly averted her gaze. Her mind raced. It can't be. Instructor Sang-xian is quitting? Sang-xian turned his gaze away from her, frowning and letting out a sigh. It seems the new chairman can't keep his mouth shut. Yes, it's true. He made no attempt to hide it, stating frankly, for the first time, I feel completely helpless as an instructor. And it's your fault. Ju-huk was surprised to hear this. Huh. The instructor slowly explained. I was once very proud of teaching here at Valhalla. He began, I used to be a hunter myself, even the strongest in South Korea. I built our White-Silver Guild into a top-tier guild. Speaking of what happened afterward, Sang-xian's voice trailed off. But no matter how strong we got, the monsters never seemed to lessen. There were too few contractors, and even fewer active hunters. Then Chairman Sim Daok-un invited me to join the academy as an instructor to train the next generation of hunters. He continued, I asked him what he planned to do about the scarcity of constellations, since contractors who secure one have such an overwhelming advantage. He told me it wouldn't be an issue, as he had collected many powerful artifacts back when he was a hunter. Sang-xian took another sip of coffee, letting out a faint sigh. And so I accepted his offer to become an instructor. He paused, lost in memory. As time went on, my students graduated and became hunters, clearing dungeons and fighting monsters across the globe. With every success, I felt more certain I had made the right choice. At this point, Sang-xian suddenly slammed his coffee cup on the table, laughing mockingly at himself. But that's all over now. He looked seriously into Ju-huk's eyes. Do you know what the trend is these days? Sang-xian didn't wait for an answer. To put it simply, it's to follow Kim Ju-huk around to get into the special class. Ju-huk himself hadn't expected this. With a shocked expression, he asked, What? The other man looked down and continued, The special class has certain perks, like being exempt from regular classes. The students who were once determined to become hunters have grown lazy. He stated firmly, The special class is now full of your followers. Even the heir of the Seal family is among them. Ju-huk couldn't deny it, answering quietly, You're right. Sang-xian muttered, True, they must have worked for it. But every last one of them comes from a top family with a patron constellation. He also revealed, Now the students are obsessed with S-rank contracts and are trying to find ways to get into the special class, by sticking to you like glue. Sang-xian's face was etched with displeasure as he expressed, It makes me feel like my role as an instructor has become obsolete. Since you showed up, it feels like this whole academy just revolves around you. Sang-xian paused, eyeing Ju-huk suspiciously. And I can't find anything about your background. Who are you? His eyes glinted coldly as he questioned in a low, serious tone. Have you secretly made a contract with an S-rank constellation? Kim Ju-huk. Ju-huk just shrugged, speaking with a calm indifference. Instructor, if you're that curious. He paused dramatically. He looked his instructor dead in the eye and made a suggestion, Why don't we have a little sparring match? Faced with Ju-huk's sudden proposal, Sang-xian was momentarily stunned. What? Ju-huk's lips curled into a cocky smile. You'll find out whether I'm a real contractor or not. His attitude made Sang-xian extremely uncomfortable, who questioned in a cold voice, Are you provoking an instructor, Kim Ju-huk? He narrowed his eyes slightly. Normally, I wouldn't bother with this kind of cheap provocation, but I accept your challenge. Sang-xian's reply made Lilia, who was sitting nearby, freeze as Sang-xian made his stance clear. I want to know exactly what kind of person you are before I leave. Ju-huk seemed to have been waiting just for those words, replying with a smirk. Excellent, then let's head to the sparring room. With that said, the two quickly strode away. Lilia remained seated, watching their retreating figures, unable to believe her ears. The instructor and Ju-huk were preparing to face off. The scene shifts to the academy, where the sun was slowly setting behind the classroom buildings. In the fading daylight, Brett Cat stood silently before the window with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed outside, remaining quiet for a long time. It was unclear what was on his mind. Flashing back to the previous conversation between Brett Cat and Ju-huk, he had been taken aback by the other's proposal. I'll talk to him, Ju-huk mumbled, looking down, that it would be a disgrace if I lost to him. He then suddenly added, Actually, I'm also thinking of dropping out. Brett Cat was startled to hear that. Huh? Really? Ju-huk shared honestly, The reason I enrolled was because I received a notification about the revival of the Tower of Destruction. For some reason, it pinpointed the exact location of my heavenly sword. He even specified that the location was the constellation's Valhalla room. After that, it guided me to Liman. Brett Cat fell into deep thought. Valhalla, the labyrinth manager. The person opposite him nodded slightly. Yes, after that happened, but notifications related to Valhalla stopped appearing, which means I no longer have any business here. Ju-huk added, Besides, I also gained a new disciple, and you and Luminous became directors. Life and training have been pretty relaxed lately, so I stayed. Brett Cat nodded in understanding. I see. Ju-huk revealed, Since I decided to stay, I've been looking into the instructors. Brett Cat immediately asked, why? If you wanted, I could have given you their files. The other man shook his head slightly. That's just information on paper. I did my research through an investigation group that the former guardian of So Sim is acquainted with. He explained, most of them are honest and diligent, though a few have complicated pasts. According to Ju-huk's investigation, among them, instructor Lee Sang-cheon is known for being exceptionally strong. Brett Cat agreed. That's right, he explained. He single-handedly built up the Silver Guild, the top-ranked guild in Korea, to its #1 position. Other hunters and contractors all call him a legend, Ju-huk quickly added, and he didn't achieve that with the help of a powerful constellation. He muttered with his arms crossed, I heard he contracted with a constellation below A rank, though I'm not certain. Brett Cat replied hesitantly. Is that so? Ju-huk's lips curled into a slight smile as he specifically emphasized, not to mention, he opposes the dependency of contractors on their constellations these days. He's a good man. Unlike most contractors of this era, as he spoke the last sentence, a hint of regret tinged Ju-huk's voice. But it seems he has accepted the current selection standard based on the power of the constellations and was forced to go along with it. Beckett listened intently, nodding in response. I understand. Ju-huk suddenly revealed some information. However, he seems to have been opposing some of Valhalla's activities recently. Beckett froze for a moment, exclaiming in shock, You know about this? Ju-huk replied nonchalantly. Like I said, I dug up some information. I hacked into the Academy's internal private mail server. Beckett caught the gist of it and shouted in alarm, You hacked the internal mailbox? The other man didn't flinch at all, calmly continuing, You'll know if you check the former director's mailbox. He sent an email complaining about the Academy's management system. The words caught in his throat, and Beckett choked up, admitting in a low voice, I know. According to his investigation, Valhalla operates on donations from noble families, and in return, the children of those donors are guaranteed admission and get to stay in better dorms. Beckett added, Instructor Lee Sang-cheon understood and accepted the Academy's situation, but he demanded that the teaching process remain fair. The previous director agreed and established principles based on that. Speaking of what happened recently, he also felt a headache, but this year he sent an indignant email about students being admitted through donations. Ju-huk ventured a guess, it's probably because of Rocky Ventric. Sang-cheon knows Rocky is causing trouble. He explained, Adilia tried to cover it up by sending money and even arranged a counseling session with me. Speaking of which, Ju-huk sighed helplessly. While I was investigating, I found something else. Rocklin, that piece of trash who claimed to be an exchange student admitted to Valhalla, turns out that was just a lie. From what I've gathered, he bought his admission with a donation after being expelled from an academy in England. The whole exchange student thing was just a cover. Ju-huk immediately deduced a possibility. Lee Sang-cheon must have been discovering the truth and felt helpless about the situation. He must also feel that Valhalla has now become one student's playground, which is why his desire to leave has intensified. Ju-huk concluded, pausing for a few seconds, then suddenly blurted out, and I might just be the one to stamp his application. Ju-huk analyzed the situation carefully. Perhaps after seeing you become the director and witnessing the events surrounding me, even though I didn't cause the trouble, this situation is all too familiar to him. At this, he lowered his gaze and said, To be honest, I don't care if someone makes a fuss or quits because of me, but losing Lee Sang-cheon would be a great disadvantage. Beckett hesitantly asked, May I ask why? The other man calmly replied, It's simply a waste. He stared intently at the palm of his hand, muttering in a low voice, After being reborn and learning about the tower's return, I've reevaluated my mistakes from the past. Right after that, Ju-huk clenched his hand into a fist. First, I lacked strength. Second, the hunter's ranks were too low. Hearing this, Beckett asked doubtfully, Low ranks? Ju-huk immediately clarified, A lack of strength was unavoidable. I had a terrible start and no talent, so I couldn't have gotten stronger without experiencing a major incident. His expression was serious as he made his assessment. The reason for the second mistake was a lack of time. Ju-huk recalled the old days. I built a martial arts school with my disciples. I didn't recruit members, but I intended to accept more once my group of disciples reached a certain level. He concluded with a decisive statement, but I was unable to do so. Black Cat hesitantly asked, Because of the Tower of Destruction? The man opposite him slowly recounted. My disciples and I tried to deal with the Tower of Destruction, but we couldn't stop the monsters and geniuses that poured out from it. What happened back then was deeply etched in Ju-huk's mind. The surviving hunters sacrificed themselves to stop the chaos. But the devastation was so severe that the period became known as the Age of Ruin. His voice lowered slightly. There weren't enough strong hunters. That's why we couldn't stop that event. Black Cat tried to change the subject. What about now? Ju-huk fell into deep thought. Now, he frankly remarked, the total number of hunters is greater, and hunter trainees are also all over the world. Compared to the past, the weakest hunters have become stronger, but the strongest have become inferior to those of the past. Hunters had to train themselves to enhance their magic and strength, but nowadays it all depends on the constellations. Ju-huk thought for a moment, but with more hunters, it will help us prepare better for the next Tower of Destruction. However, the number of hunters I can support is limited. At this point, his eyes filled with determination, so we must try to retain skilled trainers to raise the standard of future hunters. Bradley recalled the entire conversation, that voice still echoing in his ears. Just remember that I will use force if necessary. Bradley thought to himself. That last sentence made me a bit worried, but I'm quite surprised. He couldn't help but feel moved. He had thought the boy didn't, but it turns out he has his own way of thinking. Bradley concluded, it shows that he's really serious and about stopping the Tower of Destruction. The scene shifts elsewhere, as twilight falls upon the sturdy building below. In the training room, Sang-cheon had already chosen a wooden sword, looking sternly at the person opposite him. Ju-huk calmly met his opponent's gaze, the corners of his mouth even curving up slightly as a group of people gathered at the door. Crowding together, they peeked inside the training room. So-yeon exclaimed in shock, "What is this? Why is Instructor Lee?" Sang-cheon sparring with Kim Ju-huk. Yen-lang, standing nearby, complained irritably, "The window is too small. Who is that old man?" Aaron introduced softly, "He is the top instructor at Valhalla." Hearing this, the other person was stunned. Does that mean he's the strongest professor? Siyu-woo gave a wry smile and confirmed, yes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the training room began to grow tense. Sang-cheon narrowed his eyes and muttered, "It's been a while since I've fought a human." Ju-huk didn't flinch in the slightest, casually looking straight into his opponent's eyes. The next second, a flickering shadow swept across. He quickly caught up with that movement. Sang-cheon suddenly lunged forward to launch a preemptive strike, yet Ju-huk was still able to block his sword with ease. Sang-cheon, weapon in hand, glided through a thick cloud of smoke, now standing face-to-face with Ju-huk. On his side, his eyes were focused on the dark shadow in the distance, suddenly as if he had a third eye. Ju-huk quickly turned his head to look back, and suddenly Sang-cheon rushed in from out of nowhere, attacking him with a sword. Luckily, Ju-huk raised his weapon to block the sword, which left a deep gash, and he quickly pulled back to defend. Sang-cheon gripped his sword tightly, brandished it lightly, then lunged forward to attack Ju-huk. Looking at Sang-cheon, he let out a confident smile, thinking, he's fast. Did he make a pact with an agility constellation? Suddenly, he completely vanished before Ju-huk's eyes, appearing behind him, raising his sword and aiming straight for his neck. Quick-witted, Ju-huk swiftly turned the tip of his sword and stabbed straight into Sang-cheon's arm, leaving him no time to react. Just a few seconds after being injured, Sang-cheon completely collapsed to his knees in front of Ju-huk, near the edge of the room's entrance. Through the glass, the group saw Sang-cheon, and everyone's face showed clear fear, mixed with confusion. What just happened? The instructor suddenly disappeared, then reappeared and collapsed at Kim Ju-huk's feet. Yen-lang's face was covered in sweat as she realized something. So that's it, the instructor's speed is incredible. The image of Sang-cheon attacking Ju-huk from two directions appeared. He had charged straight at Kim Ju-huk, but he changed direction twice by kicking off the ground. Standing in front of the door, Yen-lang explained the reason to the group next to her. He probably did that because he knew a direct attack on Kim Ju-huk wouldn't work. It seems Kim Ju-huk predicted that and swung his sword behind him. From behind, a hatted Lilia stood there. She looked inside, her voice full of certainty. But Instructor Lee Sang-cheon still wasn't fighting at his maximum speed. At that moment, he intentionally held back his blade just before it struck Kim Ju-huk. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned to a single target, aimed straight at her, making Lilia confused. Ha. The three of them looked at each other blankly at the appearance of this newcomer. Who is that? One of them explained, that's Instructor Lilia. You guys are mistaken. Back inside the room, Sang-cheon clutched his side, his face full of admiration. Ju-huk, you're extraordinary. I can't believe you could react to that speed. Standing opposite him, he slung his sword over his shoulder, smiled slightly, and said respectfully, it's all thanks to you, sir. Instructor, you stopped yourself back then because you were afraid I would die if you had struck my head, right? Ju-huk's eyes were serious as he said to Sang-cheon, you don't have to go easy on me at all. Ju-huk's words left the man on the ground listening in silence. It was truly hard to respond. Just come at me as if you don't care what might happen to me. After a moment of thought, Sang-cheon had a reply for Ju-huk. Are you telling me to ignore an instructor's responsibility to protect his student? Hearing this, he raised his head and continued to question Sang-cheon. Didn't you say before that you wanted to know what kind of person I am? Then please treat this as a sparring match between two individuals instead of between an instructor and a student. There was a sharp glint in Ju-huk's eyes as he slightly furrowed his brow. Then, you'll understand what kind of person I am. From the ground, he slowly got up, asking hesitantly, a sparring match between two individuals? Just a few seconds later, Sang-cheon pulled his sword back, accepting the offer. All right, he then powerfully thrust it straight towards Ju-huk's chest. He quickly used his sword to block Sang Qian's dangerous attack. Asterisk, asterisk. This blow is a bit too fast for me to deflect. I'll just focus on blocking then. Asterisk, asterisk. Without stopping, he pulled his sword back faster than lightning, then unleashed a series of consecutive slashes. The slashes rained down on Ju-huk's sword, and seeing his blade about to break, he began to worry. Asterisk, asterisk. I thought it was just a single blow. I didn't expect so many consecutive strikes. This is not good. Asterisk, asterisk. The large crack on Ju-huk's sword grew more and more visible. If he keeps attacking like this, asterisk, asterisk. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his weapon completely shattered, beyond repair. Pulling back, Sang Qian looked at Ju-huk, whose weapon was now broken. Asterisk, asterisk. His sword is shattered. Seizing the rare opportunity, he unleashed a barrage of vivid green slashes forward. Suddenly, due to his injury, Sang Qian stopped and clutched his side, thinking, asterisk, asterisk. I can't keep attacking because of the hit he landed, but with that much sword intent. Asterisk, asterisk. His eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen something completely unexpected. Through the smoke, a figure stood opposite Sang Qian. It was none other than Ju-huk, still completely unharmed. Observing Ju-huk, he was quite surprised, praising him inwardly with admiration. Not a single scratch on him, even though those were phantom blades filled with sword intent. Asterisk, asterisk. How? Asterisk, asterisk. As the smoke cleared, he raised his hand, which was scratch, and brought it to his lips to blow on it gently. Asterisk, asterisk. Did he make a contract with a... Did he deflect the attack? Asterisk, asterisk. Then Ju-huk looked towards Sang Qian and began to speak. Asterisk, asterisk. I hate explaining things, but I will say this. Asterisk, asterisk. He slowly approached, looking at Sang Qian as he revealed something very few people knew about him. To this day, I have not made a contract with a single constellation. It was my own mana that deflected your sword intent. Asterisk, asterisk. What? Ju-huk held up the scratched edge of his hand, pointing to it as he said to him, asterisk, asterisk. If the sword aura isn't too strong, I can deflect it by concentrating mana into my hand blade. Asterisk, asterisk. Don't you teach the students this. Hearing this, Sang Qian's eyes widened in shock at something no one had ever been taught. Asterisk, asterisk. I've never taught them that. I've never even heard of such a thing. Asterisk, asterisk. In the wide open space, the two faced each other, his voice echoing all around. Not even in the foreign textbooks I study for supplementary lessons. Asterisk, asterisk. I see. Holding his scratched hand forward, Ju-huk explained a few things to Sang Qian. Asterisk, asterisk. In the past, people created skills of this type with the intention of fighting other humans, so it's understandable. Asterisk, asterisk. But now, learning skills to fight monsters, it is more valuable than learning skills to fight other people. Asterisk, asterisk. As soon as he finished, the man, clutching his side indignantly, immediately refuted him. What are you talking about now? That's been the standard for hundreds of years. Sang Qian's gaze was fixed entirely on him. Labyrinths appeared in various nations, and monsters are active inside them. Nations stopped fighting each other and focused on researching how to defeat those monsters. Asterisk, asterisk. Before the Age of Destruction, it was rumored that monsters appeared everywhere. But now, most of them spawn near the labyrinths, so the nations themselves restrict access to them. Sang Qian's brow furrowed, a few beads of anxious sweat trickling down his face. Asterisk, asterisk. That's why the students in the academy only focus on training to fight monsters. Asterisk, asterisk. Sparring with each other serves the sole purpose of demonstrating mana application and physical prowess. Students don't learn special skills to knock people unconscious. Juju's face was a bit bewildered, but he still listened intently to what the man said. Only law enforcement branches of the government or villains learn those kinds of skills. Not to mention, even the police and the military don't know techniques like that. Suddenly, having suppressed his emotions for too long, Sang Qian's expression twisted with rage as he screamed, "What in the world are you?" Ju-huk was startled. There was no reason for him to increase the number of people who knew his true identity. He regained his composure, smirking at the man as he issued a challenge. "If you want to know, you'll have to defeat me." His words made the man's brow furrow in irritation. With eyes full of anger, Sang Qian gripped his sword tightly, bending his knees into a defensive stance. "As an adult, I feel ashamed, but I'm going to have to put you in your place." Sang Qian emitted a green aura, and in an instant, he split into 3 clones. My most powerful attack of all. On the other side, Ju-huk raised his hand, his expression calm and utterly fearless. Am I supposed to be scared? This time, he was the one to attack. Ju-huk clenched his fist and flew down at Sang Qian. The man gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. Then a green flash appeared, followed by a series of bright lights as the clones of Sang Qian charged forward. A moment later, his expression changed drastically as if he had realized something. That's strange. I'm constantly attacking him at close range, but I don't feel like any of my attacks are landing. As if guided by a sixth sense, Sang Qian quickly spun around to look behind him. Don't tell me he's behind me. Just as he suspected, standing right behind him was none other than Ju-huk, watching Sang Qian. He offered a complimentary smile. You catch on quick. Not wanting to waste any more time, he clenched his fist and lunged at the bewildered Sang Qian before him. My turn. Weapon in hand, Sang Qian watched him and analyzed. His attack is very slow. If I counter now. Just as he leaned to the side, a sharp pain shot through his flank, making Sang Qian grit his teeth in agony. The spot he hit me earlier. The thought had barely finished when Ju-huk was already standing next to him. Suddenly, his expression changed completely as he threw a powerful punch forward, a blow that went straight through Sang Qian, causing the man's face to contort as he screamed in pain. In just a few seconds, Sang Qian was knocked flat on his back on the ground. Ju-huk stood over him, looking down. A short while later, Sang Qian was in another location, lying unconscious on a chair. His eyes started to twitch and slowly fluttered open. The moment he regained consciousness, he clutched his stomach and shot up. Beside him, someone's voice asked with concern, making Sang Qian quickly glance over. How are you feeling, sir? It was Juju. His face was filled with concern as he looked at the man. Sang Qian glanced around the room frantically and asked him, Where is this? The lounge next to the training room. Ju-huk faced him and explained candidly. I was going to take you to the hospital if your injuries were more serious, but it looks like you're all right. You must have used mana to defend yourself, right? Sang Qian's next words made Ju-huk fall silent. You weren't using your full strength, were you? I could tell. Sitting on the chair and clutching his stomach, he said to him with some hesitation, I seem to have caused a bit of a scene, haven't I? A trainer like me, even going all out, still lost to a student. Sang Qian looked at Ju-huk and spoke of his future plans. Perhaps it's time for me to step down from this position. As soon as he finished, the young man's lips stammered, I. His gaze was fixed on Sang Qian opposite him. I hope you won't give up, sir. Ju-huk hurriedly explained to him, his voice full of remorse. I'm truly sorry for ruining the school's atmosphere. I didn't expect the existence of the special class to affect the other students this much. Sitting in his chair, Ju-huk raised his hand towards Sang Qian to state his point. Even though I still skip regular classes, I can't be lazy in the special class. This made the man opposite him nod in agreement. That's what I was thinking too. The image of Ju-huk's friends training diligently flashed before his eyes. On my way to the sparring room, I looked over the training area and saw a student from the special class. They were doing some extremely intense training that other students rarely do. Looking at him, Sang Qian made a guess. Did you create the training schedule yourself? It seems like each of them is doing different exercises. Ju-huk, sitting opposite him, nodded. That's right. Ju-huk told him what they were aiming for. Their physical conditions and fighting styles are different, so we're just trying to cover our weaknesses and enhance our strengths. Something like that. Hearing him speak, Sang Qian could only bow his head, praising him admiringly. My goodness, you teach even better than I do. Looking at Ju-huk, Sang Qian voiced the questions on his mind. Then why not continue the special class like this? Why don't you want me to resign? He didn't hide anything, looking at the man and speaking honestly from the heart. Because I'm not good at teaching groups of regular students, and even if I did teach, no matter how well, I'm still just a student, not an instructor. The school wouldn't take it seriously. On the contrary, I think it would be a great loss if you resigned, sir. Ju-huk's words made Sang Qian's voice falter. You're embarrassing me by saying that. Looking him straight in the face, he spoke with a reassuring tone to Sang Qian. If you resign because of me, sir, then I'll drop out and disband the special class too. Seeing the stubborn student, his eyes narrowed, showing clear irritation. Kim Ju-huk, even if the atmosphere at school has changed because of you, it doesn't mean they want you to leave. His eyes remained fixed on Sang Qian, listening to the man's questioning. And you're planning to disband the special class, even though you were the one who created it? Then what was your purpose in the first place? Then, Ju-huk leaned forward, looking up to tease Sang Qian. As the loser of the match, you seem to be asking a lot of questions, sir. Seeing the man's silence, he closed his eyes with a smile and explained, I'm just kidding. Since I've already asked you to stay, I'll give you some information. Getting back to the main point, Ju-huk explained, the special class is a type of special task force. The name alone confused Sang Qian. A special task force? Without stopping, he started to bring up an old story for him. Do you remember the disaster from a few months ago, sir? Looking at him, Sang Qian nodded, recalling, of course, it's not something that usually happens in South Korea, but it was resolved quickly, and didn't make any major news. Ju-huk's eyes widened as he continued his story. What's stranger is, even the few reports that came out afterward disappeared. All related information is gone too. The special class and I took care of it. In the chair opposite him, Sang Qian's face was one of complete surprise. What? A special class? Ju-huk immediately nodded. Yes. He began to explain to Sang Qian how they solve problems. We arrive on the scene faster than anyone else and prevent damage, resolving incidents involving monsters. Of course, that time there was an official team of 5 involved, but ultimately, that will be the direction the special class takes. Ju-huk's gaze was serious and his voice dropped a few tones. I haven't told anyone else about this. Ju-huk's words left Sang Qian stunned, his mouth hanging open in shock. I'm only telling you. The head coach frowned, looking down as he hesitantly voiced his suspicion. Does that mean that you're creating your own organization with the students? Ju-huk raised his finger, pointing right at Sang Qian, confirming the idea. That's right, you could put it that way. Hearing this, the coach put a hand to his forehead with a weary expression. A group of students handling monsters and dungeons by themselves, as if remembering something, Sang Qian quickly looked at him and asked, the hunter guilds and the government handle that. Students like you don't need to get involved in things like this. He just smirked and retorted mockingly. Do you have any idea how long it takes for them to get to the scene? The time frame Ju-huk mentioned left Sang Qian speechless for a few seconds in shock. 30 minutes. He placed both hands on his knees and leaned forward to look at him. In that time, the special class evacuated the civilians, eliminated the monsters, and collapsed the dungeon on their own. By the time the others arrived, everything had already been resolved. Understanding Sang Qian's concern, Ju-huk immediately added, besides, the members of the class are stronger than adult contractors, so you don't have to worry about them getting injured. Looking at the coach, he said sincerely, but if we think about the more distant future, then I believe you will be of great help. This confused Sang Qian. Why would you think that? A series of dark silhouettes appeared as Ju-huk spoke, because in the future, there will be more calamities than ever before, and for that exact reason. He looked at Sang Qian with conviction and asked for his help. When that time comes, neither the special class nor I will be able to handle everything by ourselves. We need more hunters. Ju-huk's expression was more serious than ever before. That's why I need you to stay. Before the great calamities strike, we need as many capable hunters as we can get. His next words made the coach's face twist into a grimace. And in South Korea, the only ones who can guide them are you and Valhalla. With that, Ju-huk leaned back in his chair and smiled faintly. That's all I can say. Oh, and there's the image of Lilia crying her eyes out. Instructor Lilia will also come and beg you not to resign, which left Sang Qian utterly astonished. What? How could she possibly know I was planning to resign? As if remembering something, he crossed his arms and looked up at Ju-huk. But that makes sense. I was the one who personally recruited Lilia as an instructor. Ju-huk nodded. I understand. Gazing into the distance with his mouth agape, the coach made his decision. All right, I'll stay. Sang Qian raised his finger and pointed it directly at Ju-huk, who was sitting across from him, and ordered, and you don't have to leave or disband the special class either. He then boldly stated his theory about Ju-huk. I still don't know exactly who you are, but I'm certain you're preparing for something huge. Seeing Ju-huk's baffled expression, Sang Qian quickly added, and even without a constellation, you're stronger than me. If you're the one who created the special class, then I think they would be deeply hurt if you left. He also warned him about one thing, but if you have to face something too dangerous, then don't fight. You have to wait for the contractors to arrive. Hearing that, Ju-huk bowed his head and replied, I understand. Then he remembered something, quickly turning to the man who was resting his chin on his hand and asking, but what should we do about the instability that the special class is causing? Sang Qian winked at him suggestively. I have an idea. He quickly sat up, his hand clutching the wound that was still hurting. It would be great if you helped me put it into practice. Huh? Yes. Standing by the curtain window to block the sunlight, Sang Qian looked at Ju-huk and said his goodbyes. Well, I'm off then. See you next time. Yes. He smiled as he watched the door slam shut. Master Sang Qian was gone. Ju-huk closed his eyes tightly in thought, never expecting that a day would come when he would bow his head to ask someone for help like this. Just a few seconds later, he opened those gentle eyes wide and looked down at the ground. But still, he is a kind person. If there were more people like him 300 years ago, life would have been much easier. Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere. Ju-huk Nim. The familiar voice made Ju-huk wonder, what is it, Bachi? Did you just get back from the cave? Bachi, trembling all over, answered his question. Yes, I went there, as you said, and acted as if I were becoming the leader. But Bachi on the other side clenched his teeth, his face covered in scratches. You didn't tell the disciples that I was only pretending to be the leader of the final tower. Did you forget to tell your disciples? Bachi repeated. So Simi and another person named Moron had bullied him. Your disciples saw me get appointed as the tower's leader and came to beat me up. Unfortunately, one of the disciples used an invisibility spell to hit me without anyone in the tower noticing. But they stopped hitting me after I explained. Hearing this, Ju-huk laughed in relief. Then it's fine. So why are you complaining? As if wondering something, he quickly asked, wait, the disciples were in the cave? Who were they? Bachi leaned his back against a gate and recounted. They were wearing masks. He quickly guessed. One is quite foolish, and the other girl is shy. Returning to his seat, Ju-huk crossed his arms, a puzzled look on his face. But why were they in there? I didn't send them there? On the other side, Bachi held his aching cheek. Really? I thought you secretly ordered them to do it? Bachi's words stunned Ju-huk. What? An image of Sosumi and Moran standing there. What were they doing? The sunlight shone on the gate's nameplate. The two masked girls were standing in front of that place, rebuilding the academy of the gate god. In the cave, stepping out of a portal, the strategist looked towards Bachi, raising a hand and bowing in greeting, smiling faintly. Tower Master, you've returned. It must be time. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and replied, well, of course. I came back because after thinking about it, I realized it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Bachi remembered something. His face was drenched in sweat as he hesitated. However, Bachi's gaze looked up at the sign in front of the gate and asked the strategist, what is that? Oh, looking at the words on the sign, Bachi read, Gate God Martial Arts. Huh. This made the strategist hesitate in confusion for a few seconds. Oh, that is, I'll tell you after we go somewhere else. Quickly, the two of them proceeded towards the floating doors. Following and observing them was a person with their head completely covered. Moran looked into the distance and wondered, that's Bachi, right? Beside her, Sosumi held her shoulder and nodded. That's right. Moran's voice continued, asking again, but the constellation next to him is... Sosumi lowered her head and explained to her, it seems to be a constellation from the Tower of Destruction. Moran's eyes didn't leave the figures of the two in the distance. Is that why he looks so familiar? But it's still strange. She recalled the chaotic battle between the constellations from before. They don't belong to the constellations that have submitted to us. Sosumi nodded in agreement. That's right. Turning to look at Moran, she guessed they must have realized the situation beforehand and fled. Yeah. Moran's gaze was distant. She widened her eyes and suggested, let's conceal ourselves and follow them. We'll find their hiding place. A desolate city with smoke and dust billowing up from all sides. The strategist stood next to Bachi, happily gesturing with his hand. This place should be fine. A huge boulder ahead served as an entrance. Let's go inside now. In this strange place, Bachi wondered, what is this place? Not wanting to elaborate, he urged Bachi on. You will know once you get inside. Gripping the doorknob tightly, he opened it with the strategist. A vast space opened up before Bachi, but when he saw something, his jaw dropped in astonishment. This is... A colossal, tall purple tower struck their eyes. Bachi stammered, asking the strategist beside him, the Tower of Destruction? He nodded in response. That is right. Gazing at the tall tower, the strategist proudly told Bachi. It turns out that one can create structures in the Great Hall just like in the spirit realm. So the others and I built the Tower of Destruction and hid it here. This made him understand the situation. So that is how it is. The two of them quickly went deeper inside the Tower of Destruction. The floor was no longer as complete as before, but the foundation was still very good. Suddenly remembering something, Bachi turned his head to him and asked, so what were you about to tell me earlier? His question made the strategist go silent, his face covered in sweat. Is that place the divine martial sect that I know? He stammered for a long time. Yes, sir. Looking towards the tower, the strategist told Bachi, honestly, I realized right after becoming a now. Those disciples are trying to revive that sect after becoming constellations. His words made Bachi listen in silence. They have not publicly recruited disciples yet, but they have already started their activities. The strategist's voice suddenly became irritated. He looked at Bachi and said angrily, for example, they have recently wiped out the surrounding constellations. This made him fall into silent contemplation. That must have been the day one of those disciples sealed himself in the spirit realm. Not wanting to waste time, the strategist continued to tell him as they walked. On that day, everyone in the Tower of Destruction went into hiding. There were not many people to begin with, but now the tower is almost empty. Finally, Bachi understood the situation. So that is what happened. As if remembering something, he called out his name loudly. Strategist. This made the strategist a bit flustered. Yes, sir? Bachi looked at the strategist and asked for a favor. Before I reclaim my position as the leader, I want to know how many people we have. Locate all the constellations of the Tower of Destruction recently and make a list, starting with the ones in the Great Hall first. As soon as he finished speaking, the strategist's face was covered in anxious sweat. As expected of you, my lord. He was immediately assessing the available forces to ensure the mission would not be delayed. The strategist quickly left. All right, I will get on it right away. Seeing Bachi walking alone, he reminded him, some constellations are currently in the tower. You can go meet them. He listened and nodded. Oh, all right, I will keep that in mind. With the instructions given, the strategist began to use his teleportation ability. Well then, I am off. In a flash, he disappeared in front of Bachi, leaving him alone to observe the Tower of Destruction. Some constellations were still inside the tower. Yeah, Bachi raised his hands, his open palms radiating a purple aura. Luckily, I can still sense a little bit of magic. As if sensing something, Bachi lowered his head, his expression changing drastically. As expected, almost all of it is dark magic. I can sense two familiar sources of magical energy among them. He looked straight at the Tower of Destruction before him, guessing they were similar to Kim Hyuno's magical energy. A voice from out of nowhere startled Bachi. I wonder what you're doing here. Trying to revive the Tower of Destruction, are you? Huh? He had just turned around when he was punched by Moron, a punch so powerful it made Bachi's face swell up in just a few seconds. Ugh. Leaning against the door while touching his cheek, he resentfully recounted the entire incident to Ju-huk. That's what happened. Sitting on the chair, he asked curiously, didn't my disciples tell you anything about the divine martial arts sect? But Bachi immediately denied it. I didn't see them because they were too busy beating me up, so I didn't ask. Getting back to the important matter, Ju-huk asked again about what he had sensed. Well, I'll ask them later. At that time, did you sense a familiar source of magical energy in the Tower of Destruction? Over here, Bachi touched his chin confidently. Yes, at the beginning of this semester, you fought against the two people whose powers I sensed. He had told Ju-huk himself, Desora Ventric and Choi Aaron's older brother, Choi Jinjin. At that time, I sensed the magical energy of those two. The names were quite familiar, and he immediately remembered. Yeah, I remember. They were evil as hell back then. Bachi interjected, however, the constellations they made a pact with are different. An image of the Tower of Destruction with two purple and gold flames near the top. Their magical energy is present on the 3rd floor. There's a high probability that they will arrive in the next invasion. Bachi's words aligned with his own thoughts. That must be it. Seeing that he had enough information, Ju-huk smiled and said to him, thank you for providing the information. Please continue to track them. His words made Bachi scream violently. Again? In the afternoon, the sunset sky looked incredibly beautiful in the spirit realm of the war demon Sosimi. Sitting on a chair and holding her mask, she thought, oh well, the divine martial arts sect. Meanwhile, a purple panel appeared before Ju-huk, making him visibly excited. Yes, it was me. The war demon said, yes, it was me. It was really me. She was trying to remove the heavy mask from her head. Why, Huk? In front of the gate to Sosimi's place, her voice echoed loudly. While I was dealing with the constellations inside the Great Hall, I got too excited and then all the older sisters loved it. Hearing her, Ju-huk's face was covered in sweat. Of course, that's what happened. Sosimi, on her end, sensed something and made a suggestion. Who told you that? Was it Bachi? Should I kill him? This made Ju-huk quickly stop her. Forget it. Constellations can't kill each other anyway. Realizing her mistake, she clasped her hands and spoke with a sincere voice. Please, Master, I'm sorry for building it without telling you. I'll go to the Great Hall and destroy it. But Ju-huk stopped her immediately. No, don't. Just leave it as it is. Hearing him say that, Sosimi was bewildered. She found it hard to understand his intentions. Ju-huk crossed his arms, smiling faintly as he stood before the gate with the Divine Martial Arts Sect sign. I was thinking the same thing you were, reviving the Divine Martial Arts Sect. That's right, the Gate of Life. Back in the morning at Ju-huk's school with his friends, a man ran in from the door and asked Sang Cheon, Coach, are you sure about this? Coach Van Halla, the head coach of the first-year class at Akim Ligon. I'm not sure if this will work either. He looked at him and added in a sad tone, I don't think there's a better way. Walking down the hallway, Sang Cheon asked Kim Ji-gun, have you ever seen how the special class trains? This left him quite confused. No, I haven't. The man heard this, chuckled softly, and gestured to him, then just watched quietly. What? Gripping the handle of a room's door tightly, observed the true level of the special class carefully. Sang Cheon turned the knob and threw the door wide open. Kim Ju-huk, are you ready? Inside, Ju-huk smiled slightly and nodded. Yes. His entire team stood facing the two men and affirmed, we're ready. The morning sky was clear, and sunlight shone on the sports field in front of the academy's gate. A group of students was gathering. One student was seen talking to someone, confiding, it's been a while since I've been back to the arena. I haven't been here once since the competition. The other student complained similarly. Same here. Why did the instructor tell us to gather here? From inside, Sang Cheon emerged, looking at everyone and signaling for their attention. Following him was the special class, Ju-huk's team. Today, there will be a special lecture, he said, looking up at the regular students on the field. The reason I've called you all here is to let you experience the special class. Sang Cheon's face showed a hint of sadness as he looked down at the ground. Most of you here have come to ask me about joining the special class. Then he turned to look at the young man standing behind him. Therefore, today I've called the special class students to show you their daily routine. Sang Cheon's tone and expression changed slightly and he lowered his voice. Those who can keep up today will be transferred to the special class. This caused the group of students on the field to erupt in a commotion. Seeing his part was done, Sang Cheon looked at Ju-huk and handed over the task. Now, Kim Ju-huk, I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, sir. Looking at the group, he ordered, all right, everyone change into your training clothes. They were all quite bewildered. Training clothes. A scheming smile appeared on Ju-huk's face, his eyes glowing red. Because the first thing we're going to do is run at full speed. His team began to warm up with the other students. When the time came, Ju-huk ordered everyone, warm-up is over. Let's begin. The group started the session with a long-distance race, running at full speed for 20 kilometers, followed by each person lifting a heavy weight up and down 10 times. 3 sets of dumbbell punches, 100 reps each, then everyone worked together to push a giant tire forward. 2 sets of tire flips, 20 reps each. After training for a long time, Ju-huk wiped his sweaty face with a towel. Phew, that's a good enough warm-up. He looked towards the remaining students and ordered, all right, it's time for martial arts and sparring practice. Suddenly, from a distance, Sang Cheon approached, looked at him, and said, Kim Ju-huk, you can stop now. His words left Ju-huk taken aback. But we're not done yet. Sang Cheon closed his eyes tightly and said to Ju-huk, well, there's no need to continue. Then Sang Cheon looked ahead. Not a single student was left on the field. Everyone has run away. His face revealed an indescribable sadness. I guess no one will want to join the special class for a while. Seeing his effort, Sang Cheon turned to Ju-huk and thanked him profusely. Thank you, Kim Ju-hyuk. Thanks to you, the tense atmosphere among the students has been cleared up. He looked at the man and his team standing behind him, smiled faintly, and said, it was nothing. We just showed them our regular training schedule. That's all, sir. Yu-hu also confessed something else to Sang Cheon. Actually, we went a little easy on them because we didn't have time to prepare for the outdoor group activity. His words slightly surprised the man. You went easy on them? Sang Cheon's eyes closed tightly, his voice filled with praise. You kids always exceed my expectations. All right then. Since it was late afternoon, Sang Cheon prepared to say his goodbyes and leave. Special class. I will look forward to what you all achieve in the future. Looking at him, he offered, if you ever need help, just tell me, I'll do what I can. Thank you, sir. The golden light of the sunset brightly illuminated a corner of the academy. I'm off now. Don't overdo it. Yes, sir. Back in another place, thick smoke filled the air. Sosimi was standing before the gate of a familiar place, the Hall of the Divine Martial Arts. She stood there silently looking at the gate for a long time, when suddenly, a voice called out, Junior sister. Sosimi was startled and her eyes widened. From behind, Moron walked up with her hands clasped behind her back, looking at her. Why did you call for me? You've been unusually active lately, completely contradicting your nickname. Looking at her, Sosimi was flustered. Oh well, senior sister. Overly curious, Moron questioned her relentlessly. But still, why did you call me here? Did Master tell you to cause trouble at Brack's place? Or to just demolish the entire Divine Martial Arts building? Another question made Sosimi break out in a cold sweat. No. She looked down, her mouth hesitating for a moment before confessing to Moron. Master told us to restore the Divine Martial Arts. Hearing this, Moron's expression showed clear panic in her eyes. What? As she questioned Sosimi, she reached up and took off her mask. Why would he tell you that and not me? Tears streamed down Moron's face as she angrily blamed her. Why did he tell you first? What about me? What tricks did you pull, you witch? Please calm down, senior sister. Sosimi's next words managed to soothe Moron's mood. Master told me to call for you too. Whoosh. Sosimi recounted Ju-huk's image and words. Master said he wants to restore the Divine Martial Arts, but not as a martial arts sect. He said it will play a key role. In front of the Divine Martial Arts gate, the two girls' voices echoed. A key role in the alliance of constellations that follow the martial god. Hearing this, Moron looked at her in confusion. An alliance of constellations? Sosimi nodded. That's right. She lowered her head and told Moron a few more things. By now, you probably already know. In the Great Hall, there is the Tower of Destruction and the constellations that reside within it. The two faced each other as Sosimi reiterated his goal. Master wants to monitor all of their future movements, even while they are inside the Great Hall. Hearing the gist of it, Moron guessed, yeah, isn't that why he sent Bachi to keep an eye on things? Sosimi nodded at her deduction. Yes, but Brack couldn't investigate everything. As soon as she finished, Moron cursed, that useless bastard. To make Moron fully understand the situation, Sosimi explained what Ju-huk needed to do. Master wants to know who is on our side and who isn't, so that he can prepare in advance by forming an alliance. A knight in a helmet? From her words, it seemed he came up with that idea after talking to the Knight King of the Hostida Knights that we defeated before. This made Moron a bit bewildered. Ah, that guy. Sosimi faced her, smoke swirling around them, and continued. However, he also warned us about one thing to be wary of for the alliance. This made Moron wonder, what is it? An image of Yu-hu with his passwords appeared. Using power to attract the constellation's attention is fine, but we must not build the alliance based on that. We need truly loyal followers. Looking at the silent Moron, Sosimi continued. That's why Master chose you and eldest sister to recruit allies. A memory of mentally unstable people flooded back. Moron bowed her head and sighed. It made sense, although she shouldn't be the one to say it. Like the second and fourth ones would jump straight to torture. Not wanting to waste time, she put her mask back on and ordered, "All right, let's go." Junior sister. Oh yes. As they walked, the two chatted animatedly about the problem at hand. How should we propose the alliance? Moron suggested just barging in and intimidating them to get it over with. But So Simi immediately objected. "We can't do that, senior sister." In the evening, under a sparkling starry sky, beneath a giant ancient tree, a gateway led inside, behind a red curtain. The maze master, he rested his chin on his hand, his two eyes glowing as he thought relentlessly. Strange, it's been a while since the list for the second floor was announced, and yet there's still no news. The maze master's eyes opened as wide as they could, brighter than a flashlight, on the side. The report he received from Sword was also completely silent. Even for the second floor, there should be some activity, right? He opened his palm, and a series of red orbs moved. They're a bit late. Although it was still a bit early, the maze master watched the sliding orbs, mulling over some ideas. Maybe I should announce a few names from the third floor early. Both Moron and Sosimi had moved to a new place, the Great Pit. Moron's eyes suddenly widened. She saw something, and she quickly told Sasami, telling her to look up too. "Senior sister, look at the sky." Yes. Above their heads was a deep red circle, moving around like a vortex. From above, brilliant red orbs appeared, flying away quickly as the two watched. Sosimi looked on in bewilderment. "Senior sister, what is that light?" Moron knew and explained to her. "The source of magical power I'm sensing is very familiar." Suddenly, Moron realized something strange was happening. Wait a minute. That dark red mass is heading towards the rock that holds the Tower of Destruction. Its trajectory left Sosimi stunned. That's where the Tower of the End was rebuilt. Moron continued, "I have a very bad feeling about this. It seems the one from the third floor has found their name." Her words left Sosimi bewildered. "What?" Looking towards the distant rock, Moron recounted. "The source of power I'm sensing is identical to the flow of magical power on the third floor of the fake Tower of the End. Moreover, the direction it's coming from also matches, although it's not certain yet. But just like the one from the second floor, it's highly likely he will descend upon the modern world." Not wanting to waste time, she rushed forward, ordering Sosimi, "First, report to Master. I'll chase after them." She obeyed immediately. Yes, back at the academy, Ju-huk attended. In the afternoon, Yen Lang raised her clenched fist. What was she doing? She punched the person in front of her with all her might, a punch that made her sigh from the exertion. Phew! The person holding the pads for her training was none other than Ju-huk himself. Holding the punching pad, he praised her. "Yen Lang, you really pack a punch, huh? It's gotten quite a bit heavier." She clenched her fist, her voice tinged with doubt. But is it really heavier? It doesn't look like it took much damage," Ju-huk suggested. "Look closely at the floor. Under his feet now." His shoe had shifted slightly from its original position. It slid about 3 centimeters. "See?" His words only made her angrier. It had almost no effect at all. Yen Lang turned and walked away in frustration at Ju-huk's attitude, while he watched her from behind, smiling softly to himself. The training for everyone is finally paying off. They've all gotten noticeably stronger. He looked towards the group chatting ahead, especially Choi, Arin, and Zenrang, who were closely following the magic-focused training regimen he had designed. Both Osu and Yu Soyan were also making steady progress. A satisfied smile crept onto Ju-huk's face. "Ah, this is the joy of teaching a disciple." Just then, the former guardian appeared from behind him. "Sect leader." Looking at the purple information panel before him, he informed Ju-huk, "Tu-hu is urgently looking for you," the message appearing clearly word by word. Tu-hui said, "Master, it seems that being from the third floor of the Tower of the End has descended." Glancing at the message, Ju-huk was quite surprised. The third floor, they've already arrived? Through the purple panel, Sosimi reported with a nod, "Yes, that's correct." Ju-huk suddenly fell into deep thought. "I haven't heard anything from the guide. What's going on? I can handle someone from the third floor, but I haven't made any preparations at all." He voiced his question, could it be the entire third floor? Sasami hesitantly explained, "No, that's not it, only about 2. I saw a rift appear in the Great Pit and about 2 streams of essence descended, and those streams of essence headed straight for the fake Tower of the End." Standing before the information panel, he guessed, "So they haven't fully arrived yet?" Hearing this, she said hesitantly, "It seems so, just to be safe. The High Priestess has gone to check the fake Tower of the End." Ju-huk's face grew serious. "If we just knew where they will descend, then we could at least prepare a little." All I know is that there are two of them, and neither has fully descended yet. His eyes darted around, then he realized, wait a minute, the third floor? Hey, BHE, over here. BHE, with his arms crossed, sensed his unspoken question and quickly replied, yes, it's definitely the same type of energy I once felt from the third floor. His words made Ju-huk stare blankly into the distance. If that's true, then they must be the constellations behind Ventric and Choi Jin-gun. The images of those two people appeared in Ju-huk's mind, making him frown in thought. However, they belong to two different factions. Disra belongs to the first-rate sect, and Choi Jin-gun seems to be in the First Faith Order, but if I remember correctly, both of those organizations were completely wiped out. As if just remembering, Ju-huk crossed his arms and quickly called out, "So see me." She immediately replied, "Yes, master." He then asked, "Do you know about the two evil organizations called the First Faith Order and the First-Rate Sect?" She searched her memory, then nodded and replied, "Yes, I know them. They're the ones who tried to harm you before." Sasami's voice emanated from the information panel. "Ah, Yu-gi-oh and I already wiped them out completely." Ju-huk immediately followed up, "So in the end, it was you guys?" The one descending now seems to be a constellation belonging to one of those groups. Hearing this, Sasami was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Sweat dripped down her face. "We should have killed the leaders too. I'm so sorry. If someone truly descends, they will most likely possess the leader's body." Meanwhile, Ju-huk rested his chin on his hand in thought. He quickly asked Sosimi the next question. "Do you know who recently received a blessing from them?" Standing in a corner, she clasped her hands and answered, "Yes. We didn't kill all of those who received blessings. We just kept them under surveillance." As soon as she finished, Ju-huk looked forward and said, "Very good. Let's go there now." Looking towards the special team, he ordered, "Everyone prepare to move out. This is a real battle." Everyone cheered enthusiastically. All right. Back in a place filled with swirling dust, Moron was darting forward like the wind. She rushed towards the large rock that contained the tower. Without hesitation, Moron kicked the door open, sending it flying, and her eyes quickly glanced inside. A brilliant purple tower of destruction appeared before Moron, and she looked up at its peak with a bit of bewilderment in her heart. Two massive energy sources were emanating from the third floor. From her hand, Moron summoned a small blade, just as expected, and that energy was too intense. It only appears right before a constellation descends. She quickly plunged the blade into the ground. A blue crack appeared from the blade, extending all the way to the door of the Tower of Destruction before her. That stream of blue energy reached the edge of the tower's door, and suddenly smoke flared up like a massive fire. Earth and stone flew into the air, while Moron panted heavily, blade in hand. A voice rang out, startling her. "It's useless." A dragon appeared before the Tower of Destruction. "We have received our titles and are preparing to descend. We are no longer on the same level as a nameless nobody like you." It bared its sharp teeth and claws at Moron. "Even your full-powered poison aura can't do a thing to us. Too bad for you, fanatical believer of the Silent Gate." She quickly pulled her blade from the ground and stood up. "I have no idea what you're rambling on about," Moron said to the dragon with a frown. "Just so you know, I was just trying to buy time from the start, before you could descend upon the modern world." This angered it, causing it to bare its sharp teeth. "What?" On the tower's upper floor, the dark purple smoke had vanished. Before her eyes, she watched the smoke dissipate. Moron thought to herself, "I've bought enough time, the rest is up to you, master." Back in another location, a building lay in ruins. From above, purple smoke appeared, and with it came Rogan. He revealed a set of terrifyingly sharp teeth, and his hands had sharp claws. "Hey." Rogan raised his head high and let out an extremely savage laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. I have finally descended." Rogan opened his mouth wide and shouted his own name, not with the title of Dragon God, Annihilator of all things, but simply as the Dragon Slayer. A voice rang out, wiping the smile from his face. "Yeah, welcome." It was none other than Ju-huk, who had been waiting for Rogan for a long time. He charged forward, "Now get the hell out of here again," delivering a powerful kick in his direction. Before Rogan could prepare, Ju-huk lunged forward, raised a leg high, and landed a kick that sent Rogan's head flying upwards, causing him to lose his balance and be sent flying far away. "Ah!" Rogan fell backwards, his face covered in scratches, groaning in pain. Well, seeing Rogan's state, Ju-huk chuckled softly, quite satisfied. "Not bad, I was actually aiming for your neck." But he didn't notice a person behind him, and upon seeing her, Ju-huk immediately shooed her away. "What are you doing? Get out of here." "Ah." She hurriedly left in confusion. Yes, looking at Rogan, he wondered why she was here. From the ground, he pushed himself up to explain, the original owner of this body lured her here to rob her. As Rogan recounted other events to Ju-huk, he looked on, bewildered. "All he did with my blessing was seduce women and steal from them. How pathetic." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a savage smile. "What I, the Dragon of Destruction, desire is slaughter." Rogan's smile revealed two long, sharp fangs. Of course, he didn't have the guts for that, so he was just a pawn. Seeing his fangs, Ju-huk chuckled with amusement. Oh, really? His broken tooth grew back. He thought to himself that this being was no longer human, but a true incarnation of a constellation. Meanwhile, purple smoke emerged from Rogan's arm. You surprised me a little. A hand, with sharp claws formed from the smoke, was also revealed. I didn't expect you to fight me with that weak, reincarnated body. Your martial god wasted no words, decisively charging straight towards Ju-huk. Seeing this, he smirked slightly and clenched his hand into a fist. What kind of nonsense is this? He threw a punch straight at Rogan's arm. In an instant, his arm was crushed, completely disappearing. Rogan screamed at the sight, and Ju-huk quickly pulled back his fist, looked at him, and asked, "You saw it when you possessed Choi Jin-young's body, didn't you? Didn't you run away in fear?" Rogan clutched his missing arm and explained irritably, "It's because this body reacts this way when it receives magic." A new, muscular arm appeared on his body again. But then I reconsidered. Your mana is significantly less. A large, strong arm with sharp claws made Rogan smile smugly, compared to the you from 300 years ago. From above, Ju-huk bent his leg and lunged at him. Oh, is that so? He launched a powerful kick forward. Wham! This time, Rogan raised both hands to block the kick from Ju-huk. The ground beneath his feet began to show signs of cracking, and indeed, just a few seconds later, the earth and rock around Rogan erupted and collapsed, leaving him gaping in astonishment. Impossible. He's different from before. From above, large boulders began to fall. With his hands on his hips again, Ju-huk watched the colliding stones fall amidst billowing smoke. Once again, Rogan was defeated, lying flat on his back on the ground. Your magic is far superior to before. What did you do? Looking towards Ju-huk around him, the red smoke terrified the man. Not to mention, the amount of magical power I sense from you is even greater than what I felt 300 years ago at the Tower of Destruction. With a confident expression, he placed a hand on his shoulder, clenching his fist. Of course, ha! The image of the Tower of Destruction appeared in his mind. Back then, my magic was restricted, meaning my disciples and I never once showed our true amount of mana in front of you. From the ground, Rogan clutched his stomach in bewilderment. What? That's impossible. Ju-huk didn't want to explain much, so he ignored him. Believe it or not, that's up to you. In his hand, he held out a sparkling ring. Anyway, today's the last day. Then he slid it onto a finger in front of Rogan. You can make your move. He raised his arm, summoning the purple smoke once again. Stop lying. How can a titled constellation have a last day? He unleashed a vortex of purple power. It rushed forward to attack, shattering rocks, but Ju-huk still managed to dodge. From his hand, he summoned a small sword. You're holding out for quite a while. Is it because you're from the third floor? A single slash from Ju-huk's sword tore up the ground below, a smug smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, something blocked the light and the smile on Ju-huk's face. Rogan raised his head. Behind him, the purple smoke took the form of a dragon. Lowering its head slightly, Rogan opened his mouth and roared. A stream of purple smoke appeared. Damn it. It shot towards Ju-huk like a small tornado. In just a few seconds, a massive explosion erupted from the abandoned house, echoing throughout the area. Rogan was on his knees, panting heavily, huff huff. His face showed clear satisfaction with his own power. How magnificent! A full-powered roar from me. As the dust from the explosion gradually settled, Ju-huk stood opposite him, holding his sword, and it was cut down by a simple swing of your sword. He slung the sword over his shoulder and looked at Rogan. A simple swing? It was infused with a ton of magic. Rogan lowered his head, panting heavily, and cursed at him. You madman, but I'm actually glad. His eyes had turned dark purple at some point, and his voice deepened. I still haven't told the people from the Tower of Destruction about your regression. On the other side, Ju-huk was confused, looking up with a puzzled expression. Huh? What's so good about that? A triumphant smile suddenly appeared on Rogan's face. He explained, because they will fall into despair when they see you after your incarnation. Just imagining it is enough to make me laugh like a maniac. With the sword resting on the back of his neck, Ju-huk voiced his thought. Pervert. Screw that, I don't think that will make them despair, he muttered, confused. What? He gripped the green sword tightly, staring straight ahead. If you die by my hand, you won't be able to return with your title anymore. The blade shot towards Rogan's face as a feint, making him fall backward and instantly collapse to the ground. Seeing the job was done, Ju-huk looked into the distance, wondering. All right, it's finished here, how are the others doing? A mystical, sparkling starry sky appeared. A lion looked ahead and asked, Who are you? The rearguard sword constellation. Huk-ba. That person gave a triumphant smile. It was none other than Ju-huk's remaining friends. They stood challenging Black Tide. We're here to give you a beatdown. The four of them were confronting Black Tide. In the deep forest at night, hearing the challenge, he let out a scornful laugh. You want to fight me? It seems you've forgotten your situation. Black Tide raised his arm as a red aura appeared. I am far stronger than your constellation contractors. I am Black Tide. Then he slammed his fist into the ground, shattering the earth and rock. Yen Lang watched, confused by Black Tide's action. Why did he punch the ground? Is he an idiot? Suddenly, she realized something, her eyes widening as she screamed, "Everyone, run!" From the ground, a series of sharp blades shot up, but luckily they reacted in time. Jumping back, Soyeon was drenched in sweat, seeing the horrifying scene of blades sprouting from the ground. Is that his power? Aaron watched, quickly recalling what Ju-huk had told her. His title is the Mastermind's Sword. Ju-huk, looking equally worried, stared at the ground. His power is exactly like his title. This is going to be tough. Yen Lang refused to give in, shouting to rally the group's spirits. We just have to smash them all. She clenched her fists and began shattering all of Black Tide's swords, making him watch without blinking. Black Tide observed Yen Lang's every move, thinking to himself, is she shattering the blades with magic combined with shockwaves? She's incredibly strong. Seeing that this wasn't enough, Black Tide stomped his foot hard on the ground. It seems these puny little blades aren't enough. From the ground, a row of swords sprouted up in a straight line. One blade came right up to Yen Lang's face, but luckily she dodged it in time. Getting hit would be too dangerous. Black Tide raised his hand, twisted it slightly, then swung his entire arm back. Suddenly, the swords began to bend in the direction of his hand, their sharp blades curving to aim straight at Yen Lang. Everyone, get out of the way. From behind, Aaron rushed in with a sword. She slashed powerfully at his blades, then landed a horizontal slash across Black Tide's chest. It caused him immense pain. Seizing the opportunity, Ju-huk clenched a golden flame in his hand. Yen Lang, with a green flame, and he both punched Black Tide straight in the face. The two punches completely knocked him to the ground. Black Tide lay sprawled on the rubble. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, looking at something from above as Soyeon charged down with a sword. She didn't hesitate to slash down hard at him, a single strike splitting Black Tide in two, surrounded by purple smoke. Thinking it was over, she sighed wearily, looking at her glowing sword amidst the thick smoke. Suddenly, from within the smoke, Black Tide appeared. Is that all you've got? Soyeon panicked as she couldn't pull her sword out. Ugh, my sword aura was combined with magic and still, the blade from Black Tide's body began to bend at his will. Swift as the wind, it grazed past her face. A light scratch was clearly visible on Soyeon Aseka's face. The wound spurted blood, making her wince in pain. Ju-huk saw it and immediately became worried. Soyeon, Aaron, and the two people behind them were worried for her. Are you okay? Bubblebox Soyeon raised her hand to wipe away the blood, answering reassuringly, yeah, it just grazed me. She looked ahead, her heart filled with confusion. Are the reincarnation constellations really this powerful? Kim Ju-huk already warned us, but he's still just too strong. Somewhere in the forest, at the spot where the four of them were confronting dark twilight. Suddenly, high above, a figure was watching. Black Cat silently observed from his perch. After Juju appeared, are they still holding up well? Seeing the scene, he nodded, ah, Lord Juju. The two of them stood together, observing them confront dark twilight. Oh, they're doing better than I thought. They're still holding on and he's already injured. That's right. But looking at Soyeon's retreating figure, Black Cat felt a pang of sympathy. The opponent is a constellation, so the fight is incredibly tense. Soyeon even got scratched. Ju-huk gently reminded him. That's why I told you to observe them, and step in to help if needed. He crossed his arms, looking down at the scene below. But I don't think this is the right time to fight him. Really? Ju-huk's eyes glowed a fiery red. If the constellations from the third floor had descended just a little later, dealing with them would have been much easier. I suppose we have no other choice now. The wound on Dark Twilight's body began to change, it started to heal, then disappeared completely. I've played around with you long enough. Watching him, Aaron couldn't help but worry. His wound has already healed. Was my single strike technique too weak? As the wound healed, he flashed a triumphant smile. You all will make a name for me, even though I don't enjoy killing children. From behind Dark Twilight, a series of swords erupted. I will tear you to pieces. He launched the swords flying forward. On their side, Yen Lang raised her hand into a fist. She slammed it powerfully and decisively onto the ground, and just like that, a wall of ice erupted, blocking his swords. Seeing this, Dark Twilight sneered, his annoyance clear. You're blocking my swords with ice? How irritating. It reminds me of someone. His eyes were filled with deep resentment, but that person was much tougher. Meanwhile, the ice wall looked like it was about to break, and behind it, Soyeon gritted her teeth, her face filled with worry. Damn it, because it's too weak. This is only a temporary solution. If I had known this would happen, I would have trained my defensive skills as well. Looking at everyone behind her, she quickly asked, the ice wall is going to break soon. Does anyone have a plan? Aaron recalled their earlier attempt and informed Soyeon, Bubblebox and I will try to slice through the blades. she continued. Meister and Muscleman will land a powerful blow immediately after. Hearing this, Se-hyuk pointed to his chest. So I'm Muscleman now? Yan Lang quickly reminded everyone again. All right, the ice wall will break in 3 seconds. The wall began to crack even more intensely. Exactly 3 seconds later, the entire wall shattered before Dark Twilight's swords. He stood there, a delighted grin spreading across his face, not noticing that Soyeon, sword in hand, was approaching from the left, while Aaron, also with a sword, charged from the right. They both swung their blades at him in unison, striking down on Dark Twilight. The blows made him frown with a mix of annoyance and pain. Their sword aura is corroding my own swords. It would be better to neutralize their sword aura with my own, and then create even more swords. Quickly, around Dark Twilight, a plume of bright red smoke appeared. Has the moment arrived? Someone shouted, now is the time. Se-hyuk clenched his fist tightly and rushed forward with Yan Lang. He threw a powerful, merciless punch forward, smashing it straight into Dark Twilight's abdomen without any hesitation. Hit with so much pain, he opened his mouth wide to scream. The punch sent him flying far away, causing him to sprawl on the ground. Next, it was Yan Lang's turn. She gritted her teeth and rushed forward, raising her leg high and aiming straight for He Zhao's face without any hesitation. Her kick trailed a wisp of blue smoke as it descended. Die. In just a few seconds, an ice wall materialized in front of Yan Lang's foot.